if you're feeling a little bit glum, for obvious reasons, and because the weather's not great, we're going to cheer you up. Yes, we are. We're kicking the day off with the wonderful Lou Withers. She's here with us in the studio. Hooray!
I'm just slapping on a bit, like I do my face, a bit of polyfiller.
What are you doing?
I'm slapping on a bit of filler, you know, gets rid of it wrinkles. Well, it don't get rid of wrinkles, it's just the base ready, the primer.
Oh, that's your primer. Right, okay. Well, what have you got in store for us?
Actually, I'm in my element with a bit of paint. You know, mucking about, bit of paint, stencils. Oh, I'm like a pig in heaven. I've nearly said something else.
Brilliant.
But yeah, wait till you see what we've got.
Well, we've not even mentioned the brand. We may have spotted it on the screen behind Lou there, but it's Pentart. So for anyone that is new to the channel or new to Pentart, Lou, tell us a little bit about them.
Well, Pentart are based in Europe, in Hungary, and they are renowned for the chemist part of the work. So it's the molecular structure of the products. So that's what they base their stuff on, and everything else is second. So whereas manufacturers sometimes come from the colours and paint first, these have come from the make and the makeup of the paint. And Mr. Pentart himself is such a knowledgeable man. He's so nice, and he's just genius, and he does this with all the things. He gives such good value, but it does what it says on tin.
Yeah. Properly. Everything's tried and tested, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you know you're going to get quality, you know you're going to get, as Lou said, everything that it tells you it's going to do, these products are going to do it. Let's have a look at the paints, because we've got some great chalky paints. We've got different options as well. You can go for more than one. Look at this, we've got a £5 saving for you as well. Let's look at the top row first of all. Now this is our coastal selection. No, it's not, it's called marine.
Well, it's similar, isn't it?
I'm just repeating what I hear. It's nearly there, isn't it?
Right, coastal marine or what? Yeah, absolutely. Sea, water.
No, marine is the name of this one, and you can see why. You've got those beautiful blues in there. You've got the ebony in there as well. Gorgeous, gorgeous colours. Greens and blues together. Fantastic. Let's have a look at the centre row. Now, these are very, very pretty. This one is Country Garden. There it is. I can see it on the screen now. That's going to help. Country Garden. Beautiful, soft, very delicate colours here, aren't they?
They are, and they do dry differently. There is a colour chart somewhere, but if I can't find it, I will paint one down. But yeah, they do dry differently. They dry a lot softer, but intense. It's hard to explain. I'll show you.
Well, we can't wait to see. We've got another option though. We've got Autumn Days. These are really nice. This is like your coffee and cream colours. You've got the sort of the golden colour in there as well, which makes you think of autumn, doesn't it, when you look at that one? Really pretty again. I love chalk paints.
Yeah, well, it's your stuff, this.
Yeah, they're my
favourite type of paint.
The primer they've got for this,
the primer that goes with it, or the bonding primer. Oh my word! I've tried it on, you know, my kitchen cupboards.
Yeah.
It won't come off.
Really?
Yeah, the bonding primer. That's what I mean about it. Just bonds it, and I've tried it on all the stuff. When I say my kitchen cupboards, I mean like similar. And you know, normally it peels off because it's not a wood base.
Yeah. Not with that.
With the bonding primer. It's
well, do you know what? We're busy already on these as well. Do you know what's in the lead? I'm surprised at this, actually. As much as I love all of them, marine is the one that's in the lead at the moment. You can go for more than one option if you wish. You can go for all three. You've got a £5 saving. That means you would save £15 in total. Look at the price, £17.45. You are getting 5 pots there. Dispatch date, just to let you know, is the 26th of July, so not long to wait at all, the way we're marching through the month. 775844 is the item number. Can't wait to see these in action. More on the website. You can see that primer that Lou's just been speaking of there. We've got lots more besides. We've got waxes, we've got different finishes. Oh, look at the finishing wax. I've heard from Lou that is amazing as well. We've got the express transfer for you. Of course, we've got our different varnishes. We've got, we've even got the wood trims, look, and take a look at those boxes. They're really, really lovely as well. Great surfaces to work with, and I've got to say, I have a look at these brushes. These are absolutely fantastic quality wise. I was really impressed with these, so if you need your brushes, do have a look at those as well. Talking of brushes, I think we might be seeing some in action, because Lou, I think you're going to show us some of these paints and the primers and things.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the boxes I've also demoed. There's 2 boxes I've done, and just to show you that while we were talking then, I put I always think that when they tell you to get something because it works with something, there's a reason.
Yeah.
So they've made this primer to go with the paint.
Okay.
And I've just this second done it and it's dry. So it's not one that you take hours to dry. And it's just slightly coloured the wood, but that's had a coat as well, just while we've been studying. So it's not tacky, but it gives you a really good base. And all it is a clear. I'll just show you on this one. It's very clear. It's really easy to use, especially with these brushes. And these are proper stenciling brushes, are hand-tied as well. And I'll just use this little brush and just show you that that is all you need. Basically, that is it. And once that's soaked into the wood, and you can see it's, that's, you know, you can't even see it. Once that's soaked into the wood, that is set to go. And it's as easy as that. So I've done all of this. So let's look at this. And I'm going to do one of the boxes that I've done a coastal box, and I've done like a ephemera box. So I'll do the first bit of both, and then that way you can see how it looks. So on this here, you do get any glue, but you can also use the mediums like the matte finish, the matte gel to glue your papers down. And the only reason I'm gluing these down is just to show you that, you know, if you've got papers at home or whatever, you use your papers as well. And I'm just going to show you a little bit and then I'll go to the lid. So I'm looking at this bit here and I'm thinking, right, I really like that. So I'm going to get the matte medium and I'm just going to put a tiny bit of... People tend to put too much of this on. You don't need a lot at all, but make sure that you put it on the surface and not your rice paper or tissue, because there is a chance that you can rip your tissue. And all I'm going to do is just apply it like a collage. Now, it's always, when you get one of these brushes, you start from the middle out. Then that way, you push any air bubbles that are there out. And then what I'm going to do is just, really what you should do is just damp that. I like to damp it while it's on, and then just rip it away.
Okay.
And then that is ready when I've got my other brush.
They look familiar, those rice papers, Lou.
Yeah, they're from next show. I just thought they look really good together. So that's how I do that. But there again, I need that and the top to work together. So I'm going to show you on the side because it's a little bit easier.
I'm just going to give the details, Lou, if I may, for the varnish bundle, which is fantastic, actually. You've got three different varnishes here. Now, it's an £8 saving on this particular bundle, only £19.93, 830715. I'm just going to show you what we've got. So the first one, we've got the glossy varnish, nice large pot there. You can see, of course, 230 millilitres we've got in that one. The next one we've got, also included in this bundle, is the matte varnish. My personal favourite is the matte, but you've got the choice here, haven't you? And then you've got your decor varnish as well, 100 millilitres of that one. That's your soft touch. So that's almost like a satin finish, is it then, Lou?
Yeah, it's a really beautiful finish because it's not too much. It's for anybody who wants to seal it, but without it being overly glossy. I really like it. I think it's like an eggshell.
I do have a board here, actually. I don't know how well this is going to pick up on the camera, but if we can just have a look. So you can see the matte varnish. You can see that is totally matte, which is lovely. You've got the soft touch in the centre there, which you can see, yeah, just change it a little bit. Just look a little bit more satin. And you can definitely see the glossy varnish there. So the fact that you've got all three in that one bundle for that price is just amazing value. Yeah, get that one if you can. 830715.
Right, what I've done is I've just ripped it off and I've ripped the edges off because I've left it like that. I want you to be able to see the differences here. So what I've done is I've pulled out some paints that I think will work. So I pulled these out because I'm looking at the flowers and I'm thinking, okay, but don't forget, these are all intermixable. You don't have to sort of just think I can only use this colour. You can use them all. I like to start with the light, so I'm going to go with the first one, which is an ivory. And I always try, to give it a good whack, and then I've got it in the lid, and I'm not that worried because if it fits the brush perfectly.
Oh, I love these brushes. And if you are looking for that particular colour of paint, it's in the Autumn Days bundle.
You won't regret this. Now, having the bonding the primer on just allows me to go straight on. Now, it doesn't look like I'm doing much, but believe you me, so strong, this bond, and you only want little bits. I'm trying to bring that in there to make it look like it's part of it. So this will dry darker, don't worry, but just a bit. And you can use it like that.
Do you know, I think we can see the importance of that primer, actually, Lou,
Oh, it's
because,
so easy.
Yeah, that wood would be extremely porous.
It would. It just sink in, and before you know it, you'd be like, oh, right, and you'd have to be really fast. And you don't have to be with this. You can be as slow as you want. And, well, within reason, but it's like a slick surface. Now I've got the next one, which is a cappuccino. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm just going to darken areas so that it's not... I don't want it to look all sort of whitewashed. I want it to look like part of it. At the moment, can you see it still looks a bit too light, but you're going to get that until you build the colour up. Then you build the next one. So we've got the ivory, and you just look for the colours as they come down. So next I'm going to use, what's it called? Yellow. That's a good name, yellow.
Is this in the autumn days as well?
I think so. It's called, well, there's another one called tangerine. And that's the one as well. I've got slightly different names because they were called one thing, and now they've changed slightly and called them another, like chalky and soft paint.
We
so
think
don't
that
worry too much.
Be, apricot, actually.
Yes, it is
apricot.
apricot.
Is
yeah,
it?
Yeah. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. So now I've got a better three-tone. Don't be tempted to use more than the tip.
Yeah.
And as I was saying to you before, Catherine, wasn't it, that the only thing is you might think, oh, it's changed colour, it won't wash off. It does, but it will dye the tip of it. But don't be tempted to put the paint all the way up here. This is hand-tied, all this. Hand-tied. So that normally you would use the brush like that.
Yeah.
You don't have to because it's hand-tied, so you keep your fingers away.
Brilliant.
So normally we would be used to stencil, we would be well, you know that. Don't you have to control brush? You don't have to with this. So that's the point of that. People often say to me, well, why do you need that? Well, there you go.
Do you know, I was seriously impressed with those brushes when I looked at them. That's one thing I'm big on. You know, if I'm doing any of the decorating or the upcycling, I always buy quality brushes. To me, that's the most important thing. And that's why I was so impressed with these. The prices are absolutely amazing. In fact, I know I'm going to be shopping afterwards because at this price, I didn't realise about that price either. £9.97 is the price. You're getting the three-piece brush set there. So you've got the 20mm round, and also the 15mm round, and then you've got a 35mm flat as well.
That's really good.
I can't get off that price. We've got more options for you as well. We've got a round and a flat, different sizes. So a 30mm round and a 50mm flat for £9.98, 611223. I'd be doubling up on these at least. And then we've got another bundle as well. We've got an oval brush for you. Let's have a look at that one. 25mm is the size of this one. 677555 is the item number there. And finally, we've got a 40mm oval brush for you as well. There it is, £16.99 for that one, 159,527. Lovely, amazing. They look very much like the brushes I've got at home, actually, for a certain brand.
Yeah, and you pay a lot more for them.
Yeah, the prices here, I seriously can't get over that.
All I'm doing is I'm taking the fluff off because I want it to sort of make a nice transition.
Oh, so I like that, Lou, what you've done.
So you're just building it up. I don't want the colours to be too, I just want it to sort of blend. Now what I could do, which is what I'm going to do, is add my own little bit to this because I don't want it to just be that. I want a bit more element. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking I'm going to use the same colours, but this time I'm just going to use a stencil, and you can use any stencil you want. You can use it in the same colours as what you've already used. You can use different colours, but it's just to integrate it a little bit, but I don't want it to overtake. And by that I mean if I start introducing more colours now, I'm using cappuccino now, it'll sort of like be too striking, whereas if I use the colours I've already used... Then I
spotted that stencil first thing this morning, Lou, on your other set. It's part of the nice, one day special again, isn't it? Yeah. And anybody think that we've done it like... We haven't done it like this at all. So we're just building up now. You can put the cappuccino back on with the blue, and this is what I like because they don't mess
when you start to mix, normally you get some paints and be like, oh no, they look awful. These don't. They don't mix straight away, so you're not going to get mud. But just when that dries, that'll be enough to just be.
That's really pulled that all together. Look at the coverage as well.
Oh, well, look how much paint, there's hardly anything.
Oh, I'm making a mental shopping list in my head again. I just stop it, Lou.
There we can see
It's
now.
going to cost me a fortune today, I know it is. I'm here behind the paints and I'm looking over the one day special as well. Let's have a look at those paints again. You know, how are you going to choose between them? If you can afford to go for all three options, I would certainly do that. We can see how these are going to blend together, how you can mix them. The coverage is fantastic. Do consider going for the primer as well. Let's have a look at the marine first of all. So we've got steel blue, pine green, emerald, navy blue and ebony. Aren't they beautiful colours? Now that particular selection is still in the lead at the moment. Actually, the more I've seen of that, the more I can understand why as well. But look at this one, Country Garden. You've got Victorian pink, light lilac, dove grey, blackberry and cardinal red. Really lovely names for these. They suit, don't they? Yeah. And then at the bottom we've got autumn days. We've got vintage brown, ivory, apricot, tangerine and cappuccino. Oh, I love all of these. So, I've just been asked which would I go for. You cannot ask me that question. I want them all. There's no way can I choose between
That's
these.
like saying I've got a favourite child.
Do you know, if I really was pushed, I don't know. I think I've already got some of these from previous shows, so it'd either be the middle one or the top one for me now. I would have definitely said the middle, but do you know what? That marine, no wonder it's busy. £5 saving regardless of the option you go for. You'll get £5 off each option if you're going for all three. £17 and 45 pence is the price here, 775844. In fact, there's 5. How much would they work out at individually? Individually, you can get these colours. So if you just want the one, £4 and 49 pence. Wow. Yeah, you've got that saving of £5. I mean, so that's £1 a pot you're saving. Amazing value. Yeah, great stuff. Go for a bundle. Save yourself £1 a pot rather than paying £4.49 each one, which is a fantastic price. But yeah, definite value there. Let's have a look at the primers as well, because of course we have mentioned the primer that Lou's already used. We've got the bonding primer. We've also got the primer for the decor paint, which of course the decor paint is very, very busy. The acrylic primer is there as well. So 3 different types of primer. We'll come back and ask Lou some questions about those in a little while again. But £19.99. Each of these is 230 millilitres. So again, value for money. You are saving £8 and 41 pence there. 870718 is the item number. Now we do have more to show you, but just a reminder at the dispatch date again, 26th of July. So because these are coming from abroad, of course, but not long to wait at all and well worth the wait. Let's have a look at the next option. Now again, a great price. We've got the wax paste, the metallics here. I've loved using Pentart wax paste when I've done the Zuri shows and various shows myself. Yeah. Pentart we see quite often here, kind of thrown in with other shows as well. If you've not seen these before, they are absolutely brilliant and they smell divine. They really, really do. Let's just take the lid off one to see if we can show you what we've got here. So look, these are true metallics. Look at that. That is gorgeous. Yeah, definitely smells of orange. £12.99, you're getting all 3 of these. That doesn't get much better, does it? 283477 is the item number. We've got the gold, the silver and the bronze. You know, I've opened one. Let's open the others. Let's have a look at the gold. There's the gold. I love how they're going to the pots, look, with that swirl in them as well.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. And let's look at the silver as well. Oh, this one's not got a swirl in it the same. It's got a little peak on the top. Oh, there it is. But beautiful, beautiful colours. And very easy to use these, aren't they, Lou?
Really easy. Really easy. They're absolutely, they're a joy. I mean, I've not finished it, but when they just stipple on and they just dry brush on or they paint on, there's just nothing that they don't do. That primer, though, it's worth getting.
Yeah. Definitely.
Definitely.
You're getting an
I'm not
awful
just
lot for your
saying
money,
it to buy
aren't you?
it either. I mean, it's the difference between that and putting it on, like, it's just 100%.
Well, you're probably going to save money in the long run, because what you'd lose with you working with the paints and the different mediums that you're going to use on an absorbent surface just means you're layering up and using more. With the primer, you don't need to do that, and we've seen that with the first demonstration. Let's have a look at the next item. Now, Lou, I know you got very excited about these.
Absolutely.
These are the finishing waxes. Now, I love a finishing wax when I'm doing furniture and things, but you know, it doesn't have to be furniture. It can be our mixed media, Absolutely. It can be our artwork that we use as well. Yeah. Great price on these, because these, again, look at the size of the pots, 125 millilitres. You've got white, you've got brown, and you've got transparent. So are these like a furniture wax as well, where you'll get that protection and the colour?
Yep, and water repellent as well. I've bought a little one, and some of you may know it, that size, and that was £8.
Yeah.
Tiny little bottle. But this can be used for furniture or anything. You can use it on a cloth. It buffs up.
Yeah.
It seals it. You can get the more you buff it, the more it shines. But if you put it on like paste or anything like that, it goes in all the nooks and crannies, especially the darker one, and it really ages it. It looks stunning, and it smells divine. It really does smell lovely. Why can't we have nice smelling things when it's like this? That's what he says, so I agree.
So do I.
Yeah.
So do I. And if they smell anything like those waxes, you will love them. Now you can see there we've got the white, the transparent and the brown on the top, just onto regular wood, and then at the bottom you can see how you can change the look of your paints as well. So you can go quite subtle with this if you want, just sort of age it a little bit, or you can go a little bit heavy and build the layers up as well.
Oh, yeah.
Is that right?
Really quickly. I mean, I've more or less cleaned my brush now, and I've used, quite a few colours, and I've still got paint on that to use. And if you're dry brushing, that's perfect now to do all your other work. I love these. And a little bit of varnish on top when it dries, just gives you that protection so it doesn't burn.
Wonderful. Well, if you want to go for those, only £22.97. Look at the saving again, another £7 here. Brand new today. I've never ever seen these before. 048956 is the item number. Now, another new today as well, we've got the express transfer. So if you want to transfer those images onto wood, onto fabric, onto various different surfaces, then this is what you need. Yes, that little bottle will do all of that for you. We've got another lovely sample to show you as well. £9.99 for this one. Another new today, 270609. I love, actually, Lou, the fact that you can use this on transfer as well as your other surfaces as well. So if you want to use your own photographs, then you could stitch into it as well if it's fabric.
Oh yeah, and the nice thing is this one works really easily. You do have to leave it for a while, but you know it's going to work time and time again. There's a lot of things that we can do other ways, but they don't always work as well. This does. You know it's going to work.
Amazing. So. Only £9.99. 270609 is the item number for that one. Now we've got a lovely, lovely embellishment pack for you. The elastic wood. Now this is gorgeous. If you've got a box to decorate, the top of a piece of furniture again, you know, you could use these on separate items as well. So you've got two sort of embellishments there. I mean, that one would work either way up as well. So you've got a choice. Let me just show you the coil that we've got here as well. Obviously you heat this up. Or you can put this into water, can't you, Lou, to sort of unwind it as well and heat it that way?
I've heated it. Mine I did with a heat gun. I sort of put the glue down and then heated it with a heat gun as I glued it down. Because I was a bit worried about, would it go soft, would it go hard too quick, you know what I mean? So I did
but
it
you
like
can just reheat it. If it
Oh,
goes hard again, you can reheat it if you don't quite get everything positioned. Love this stuff. £10.99 is the price there. What a way to finish off a lovely project. 032899 is the item number. Do we know how much we've got on the actual coil there? I'm guessing it. I don't want to guess really. 100 centimetres. I was going to say, I'd like to think there's probably a metre there. If there's 100 centimetres, that is a metre. So there you go. That is plenty to go around one of these boxes, which is fantastic. If you want to decorate or maybe around the lid there. The boxes, we've seen Lou covering one of these already. This is a really good buy. Look how smooth these are. These are really, really well made. You've got the lid. You know, you could use that lid separately, actually. You could use the base and put things, maybe store things a little bit taller, and then use the lid as a shadow box.
You could.
Go either way up.
Idea, that is.
So you've got choices, haven't you?
Wow.
£13.99 for both of these. You can see the sizes on the screen. Really lovely surface to work with. Don't forget your primer if you're going for those. 182662 is the item number. And then we've got some more boxes for you as well. Now these are something a little bit special, aren't they? You've got your chest boxes. So there's 3 altogether. I presume they will stack together then. I should imagine when they're sent out, they're all kind of inside of each other. So you can store them together, but then when you fill them up, of course, you can separate them down. Again, you've got 3 gifts there, haven't you? If you want to fill them with goodies, maybe chocolates or, I don't know, toiletries or, you know, it could be a little hamper in there, couldn't it? Or do a theme, of course, for your children's bedroom. Maybe it would be a pirates theme. Maybe having a party with a theme as well. You've got lots of reasons for going for these. $15.99 is the price. 174653 is the item number. Now, what I love about these as well, there's a number of things actually. Firstly, the sizes are great. Secondly, you've got that lovely surface to work with again. Thirdly, you've got a very nice metal clasp on there. If I just open that up so you can see inside as well. There you are. Looks the part, doesn't it? And then, of course, I love the trim around the edge because it's very authentic looking to a chest. 174653 is the item number there. Now, we've been very busy for the paintbrushes. I am not surprised, actually. I'm going to just grab. These aren't in any particular bundle order. This one does want to come along. Let me just show you these though. So you'll find these in different bundles. These are fantastic. There are some oval brushes as well, which I've not picked up, but you can see, if I just get this one here, this is how I test my brushes. You know, they are absolutely lovely brushes with it. I'm definitely getting some of these. There's only left at the end of the show. $9.98 if you want to go for the 2-piece set. Now this one, we'll show you the picture for so there's no mistaking. 40% of the stock gone on this one. 611223 is the item number. And then of course there are other options as well. We've got great prices on these. We've got a set of 3 for you as well. 2 round and 1 flat. There we are. Item number 924278. I cannot get over that price. $9.97. Do not miss out on those. Dispatch date, remember, 26th of July. Just reminding you of that, just so that you know, because these are coming from abroad. You can be planning those projects, can't you? Getting everything ready to go. Maybe doing a bit of upcycling. Perhaps that's what you're going to think about doing. Let's get back to Lou, though, because we want to carry on with demonstrations. Yep. I'm loving these paints, Lou. I'm very jealous, actually.
You will love these.
I'm looking over at all those colours you've got there.
Yeah, and they dry really well. That's the first layer of what we've done so far, but I'm going to show you how to do some paint effects now. Just a little pointer that the strings that actually wrap round these, you can get a little suspension thing so that your brush does not go all the way in the water.
Oh.
So if you've got like a handle on your water pot, you can actually hook these on so that only the bottom goes into the water, because otherwise that takes a lot of drying. So that's why we only, if you're going to wet it or wash it, you just dip the end in and then dry that off, and you don't need to wet the whole brush, you really don't. So what I'm going to do is go to show you some dry brushing. It's nearly dry now. I don't mind that colour on it, but the less water the better, because you want to work with paint, not water. So I'm going to get quite a dark colour, which is this tealy colour, and I'm just going to get a tiny bit on my brush. The first thing I do is blend it into my brush. Now,
oh, that's a nice colour.
I'm just going to put that on. This has been primed, don't forget. So I can leave like that, and I can wipe it back. Now the primer allows me to do that, but I'm just going to take a very little bit off and leave some on. Then I'm going to go back with, let's go with the white, and I'm going to go over it again. And the white, I'm using a white gesso here just to give it, you could use any white paint you've got. But what I am trying to do is bring, really you should use a lint-free cloth for this, but it doesn't really matter, but I'm trying to get the effect of the wood without losing, you know, colour it without losing the stain.
Or you could just use the wax on the finishing wax.
Well, that's it, I'm going to show you that. But if you wanted to get it a little bit darker, what you can do is really, these brushes are perfect for the size as well. They just fit right into the side of into the top of the pot. So here I'm going to go a bit darker. You've seen how you can do one side light.
Now you went kind of dark then light and now dark again. Is there no sort of, do you have a method?
No, it's just to show you how easy it is, because that you can wipe it all off if you don't like it and you've made a mistake. Or if you think, oh, I don't like that colour, it's so easily wiped off. Here I can introduce some more colour. I'm using the apricot, I think. So I'm adding to it now, just adding a little bit more. So we've got what we call a fade more or less, and I've got a light green.
Oh, I like that colour. Is that we've got that one? That light green?
Is it not in? Oh, right. Well, I'll use. See, I wish they'd tell me what they get. Right. Well, I'll use the. What's it called? That cappuccino and the other one, because these work really well.
That's in
with
the
it.
autumn days, isn't it?
Yeah. Here it is. So I'm going to use this and then the brown over the top. So it's very light, just to lighten it, just to brush it in. And my advice is don't try and start there. You need to sort of brush off, because if you don't, you'll get brush marks, and you don't want that. Try and keep with the line of the grain, and then just put a little bit on there. I'm going to go in now with the, what colour is this one? Something vintage brown. And yours is, what's yours on there? It's got a different name.
Yeah, we've got vintage brown, I think.
Oh, the one at the end. At the bottom.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, the dark one at the other end.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, I'm using that one.
That one is, that is vintage brown, I believe.
Yeah, it's on the top, it's very tiny.
You're asking me to read that. I've not brought my glasses in.
Well, that's why it is vintage brown.
It's vintage brown.
So what I'm going to do now is just lay some colour over the top and blend it so that we've got, see, that primer now underneath is allowing that to not sit too fast or go too fast into the wood. I've still got time to work it and time to sort of utilise it. Now this brush has made this so easy, it's untrue. Now, what you can do is you can get your soft varnish or any of those varnishes, and what this does, it gives it a bit of a this is to cover it, but I tend to use this as a glaze, and what I do is I just put a little bit in the lid. Like I say, I tend to work with the lids a lot, so we've got just that little bit. Pick that up, and then I'm just going to show you what I'm doing. I really like colour with that, and now I can just make a glaze. So I'll put a bit more on. Where is it? Pick up more on there, put a bit there, and I love these brushes.
Are these all water-based products?
Yeah,
then,
all of them. So, but the permanent one's dry.
Yeah.
They're not a chalk. I've had some people mention, which I never thought, some people mention, well, chalk infers that it dries and rubs off. This doesn't.
No.
What I'm making now is a glaze.
Okay, yeah.
So if I wanted to, I can just put a glaze over the top. So I've got a matte and a light, a lighter sort of colour on it now. If I wanted to, I could go in, this would be nice, just a tiny bit. I'm going in with a navy. And you can see I'm not wiping my brush because I don't need to, because there's not that much on my brush, if you know what I mean. There's water is the one thing that can spoil it.
And all those colours complement each other perfectly anyway.
They're the same hues. So I'm just going to put in a tiny bit of blue. You can hardly see it, I know, but the overall effect, you get that wonderful. You've still got the wood showing, but it's all the colours of your kitchen or whatever you're doing, or your colour scheme for your house, or a present. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get a smaller brush. Now you've got a smaller brush. This is this one. I don't want to use it, but I will. And I'm going to get a tiny bit of this in the brush, and then you don't need a lot. And just introduce it a little bit.
Oh, you're loving these brushes, you know.
I can't tell you how good
beautifully.
they are. So I've got the blue on it now, and just while you've got this, it's a bit like, when you do an old foundation or any painting or anything, it's all in the brush. If you've got the good brush and the paint, it does it for you.
But you will not get the same results without a good brush.
And that, to me, it's beautiful. Once that dries, it'll bed down. Then, when it's at 11 o'clock, I'll put the waxes in it now and show how it works. But to me, even if I wanted to use, the lid, paint it all one colour, to get all these glazes in it, or the rice paper, all the effects you can get with it. I can glaze that now. I'll put another colour on the top. You can get the amount of techniques is well, I can't say how many you can do with this.
Well, everyone's loving these. I'm going to show you a couple of the brushes again here. Our most popular bundle at the moment is this one. 60% of the stock has gone. Look at that price, £9.98. What I love as well, you've also got the angle of the brush that it's not a flat end, so you've got a lovely angle to that, which really does help. These are solid handles as well. These are wooden handles. You can see the quality of them. This is your round brush that you're going to get in this particular option as well. Item number 611223. Meg, keep me posted on that one because I'm getting a little bit nervous that they might go. Right, yes, 611223 is the item number there. We have got those other options as well, but I just want to let you know that is our most popular and it's flying out the door. Right, back to you, Lou.
Well, one of the things to note about paintbrushes, if the handles are coloured, it's not great. So bare wood is great because it don't flake off.
Yes.
Paint will flake off. So that's another thing to look out for. So always bear that in mind, that if it's got paint on, it will flake off no matter what you do. And just dry, I mean, I could do this for hours. But so there's a sort of glaze blend, if we say. But you can add as many colours as you want. So what we can do now is I'll show you a flat blend. And this is going to be really easy. I do need to wash the end of this brush, but I wouldn't normally put it all in water. I'd just like to spend it a little bit. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use another one. I'll use my half flat. So I'm going to go in with the ivory first, and I might, well, it was, there it is. No, it's not. What is it? Apricot.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put a nice layer of it on. I've already put the primer on, and I'm going to do what I did last time in one of the boxes. I did what we call half and half, just to show people. There's a little trick I'll show you at 11 o'clock. About how to get a paint effect. So I'm just doing that sort of at an angle there. It's a bit harder to see, I get that. And then
so these paints then, if we just break it down, so they're $4.49 individually because you can buy individual colours. You're saving £5 on the bundle, and there's 5 pots, so that's £1 off. So $3.49 a pot.
That's silly.
Wow.
Right, well, that's a no. That's go get. So I've introduced another colour there. It's quite hard to see, I see, but once you brush it on like that, what you can do is get your round brushes then, and then just soften it up. And that takes all those edges off. So if you don't want to see the lines of your other brushes, this is a great one for that. Now, I'm just going to put this half, we're going to make it blue. So I'm going to go in with the brush again, and I'm going to use the green, teal.
You know, these brushes are very busy across the board, actually.
I don't think there'll be you might get the odd air dropping off it, but I've not had a lot of molting.
You will with any brush though, won't you?
Yeah, of course you will. So now blending 2 colours.
We've also got the oval brushes as well, though. In fact, we've got the small oval here. This one's busy as well. Why? This is a different sort of bristle.
Yeah.
What would you use this one for?
This is a stippling one, and oh, sorry, that's quite a strong one. If you're a bookbinder, that's a bookbinder. You could use your glue with that, but that one gives you a different effect. That's more of a stippler.
Yeah.
So that really will soften. So if you want to go on like I'm doing now with paint like this, and then you use them to soften it all up to take the edge off.
Okay.
And we'd also use them for fake marble.
Oh.
Because what you'd do is you'd put the lines, I've got a feather, you'd put the lines on with a feather and then brush them out with that.
These would be good for the wax as well, wouldn't they?
Perfect for the wax. And that's the only thing is, I was a bit thingy that I wouldn't use mine for the wax because I didn't want to ruin them, but you can't ruin them. So it doesn't matter. Right, I've done a blend. Now, I've done 2 opposite colours. Normally, yellow and this colour, you'd get a bright green, and I haven't. It's just blended perfectly.
That's lovely.
And what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to introduce a tiny bit of dark blue. and then
I see what you're doing.
now in the 11 o'clock show I'll show you another technique with this, and this is my memory box for the seaside.
Oh.
And then I put the brown in and then let it come together, and then you'll see on the other box that I've done, I'll wash that, what I've done is I've got the end of my paintbrush, and you always get the pebbles. So you just get the end of your paintbrush. I've used all the colours because when the pebbles are wet they get all sorts of colours on them, but you do have to do not just 1 or 2 dots, you do quite a lot, and they go different colours.
Building up more like shingle.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and it gives you a really good sort of edge to it. But as on the boxes that I've done, you can see that I've done the what is it? The heavy body gel, and I've done it with the gloss to make it shine, so the sea shines.
Oh, nice.
So
So they
what
look
you
like
do
wet
is-
pebbles.
Yeah, you just build it up. Now, put every colour under the sun on the sample, but you just bring that down in a wibbly shape.
Yeah.
And you've got that wonderful sort of seascape thing. So it makes it really easy to do. And if you've got time to just sit and do this, it's so relaxing. Get all the colours, the pinks, the greens, you name it, and put your pebbles on. And then do a little bit more shading. You've got the sample there, yeah?
Look at this. Using one of the chest boxes. That is so clever. So you've got your beach, you've got your shingle there, you've got the sea and the foam. If I turn this all the way around, so you can have a good look at that.
And you can see where it's shiny, can't you? That's the
Oh, it's
heavy,
really,
heavy-duty
really nice. Let me just tip that over
There
as
you
well
go.
so you can really see that shine on there.
That's the heavy body
It's
gel.
so effective. It's got a lovely texture to it as well because of that.
Well, there's a little trick to that, and I burn it. I ain't got my heat gun here,
Oh.
otherwise I'd have done it. But
You burn it?
Yeah, you burn the wood and you burn the paint.
Right.
And it
Got
really,
you.
if
Clever.
maybe if I could get my heat gun, I could do it for you. It's a really easy little trick and I made it because I made a bit of a pig's ear in my last one.
Haven't you got a heat gun there
I
then?
haven't. No, it's just over
Oh.
there. So.
We'll see if we can help Lou with her heat gun.
Well,
Let's have a bit of a recap with the paint while we try and sort that out, actually. Very, very busy. The top row is marine, so all 5 of those. You've got steel blue, pine green, emerald, navy blue and ebony. Then in the centre we've got country garden, we've got Victorian pink, lilac, dove grey, blackberry and cardinal red. And then finally at the bottom we've got autumn days. These are lush, aren't they? Vintage brown, ivory, apricot, that's such a pretty colour, tangerine and cappuccino. So just a little reminder there, Lou, these will dry a little bit darker than we've seen in
Absolutely. You can see now the teal there. That's the colour of the teal.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
And it's you know, there is a difference, but don't worry, that's only one coat though, isn't it? So
Yeah.
I'm white with it. I've put
Yeah,
white
and you've
with it.
blended other colours together
Absolutely,
as well.
yeah. So to show you, it's so easy to do. I'm just going to put the blue on. Teal. And you can put, if you get these brushes, my advice would be keep one for one colour and one for another, and then just blend a bit in like that. And then what you do is, normally we wouldn't do this, you're drying it, and then you think, oh, and then you dry and dry. But what you need to do is let it dry past dry and let it bubble up, and there you go. And that gives you the wonderful sea texture.
Oh, I think I can see it going.
You've got to burn it actually, and it's really strange. It's just, you need a powerful heat gun, I'm afraid. You're not. Oh, here we go.
Has that not got variable power to
No,
it? No.
it's like, I forgot my own, so I've left it. It's
Very
my own
quiet.
fault. But what it does is, the paint that's trapped underneath, it bubbles it all up. I'm going to get...
I thought I saw some bubbles coming up before, but I might have been mistaken.
But it does, it bubbles up. And the one on the... Do you know what? It's crazy that it don't do it. But
I think it's the heat gun you've got, Lou, to be honest.
if you get a really hot one, it does work. Honestly, it does work. It just bubbles up. Before you know it, you're like, wow. And then you just rub your finger over it like that, and you get all the colours that come up. But I'll show you, I'll get a faster one. faster than that, blooming heck. But yeah, and that's how it burns. It's the one thing you don't want to do with your stuff, but it actually works really well with this. But even that looks nice. You just, if you're not into that, just paint it out again like this. So the brushes, even if you don't want them for furniture, anything like that, are great for your artwork, great on pages, journal.
Do you know, if you've got an
pages.
old chest of drawers, I love the thought of doing what you're doing now. Right down the front of the drawers, you could have that sort of the foam and the beech and the shingle.
Absolutely, especially if you buy some, you know, pre-sourced shells and stuff. You could even, or even walnut shells are great. Little shells are great if you mash them up.
Yes.
Coconut, little, or whatever, little tiny shells, and you can glue them on.
That would work really, really well.
Especially if they've got a smell to them, because you'll get that coffee beans.
It would look nice in a bathroom, wouldn't it? If you've got a seaside theme in a bathroom, to have a little chest of drawers or some sort of table or something.
It look good on a mirror as well.
It would.
Because you've got that place.
Do you know, and I bet we've all got moulds for shells and things as well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and if you haven't got real ones, it doesn't matter. You can always, as we did with these, transfer shells on.
Yeah.
You could put the transfers on, and then, but it's all about building it up. And as you get more confident, you can see it's hardly a work of art. But even that looks more sea-like now, and I'm just adding colour from what I've got around. I'm not actually picking any. I'm just picking whatever's nearest and adding it. And the brushes, I'm glad to say, are the ones doing the work, not me. And you can see that's starting to look like the sea. And it's just a brush. But that one's for putting it on and giving you a really good smooth. Then you can use the stiffer ones to stipple, or you can use them all to stipple, but you will get a different result with these than that. So you get a softer one with that. I hope this is coming through, because it
looks wonderful.
That's softer, whereas if I go in with this, it's got more of a precise edge, so you will see more of an edge. But here, this is just heaven for me, just blending the two together. I'll go in straight in with white. There we go, that looks awful. But I'll get the other brush, blend it in.
Oh, nice.
Then blend it in with that one. Before you know it, you've got tone on tone on tone. You could try and do that, paint water, it's so difficult. But that's how it starts, how you blend it, and that's just me adding it. And this here, just here, when you get, I'll have to use this because I've not dried my brushes, but when you get sand on the beach, where the water comes up, you'll get a wet mark.
Yeah.
Don't sound very nice, that, does it? Right. So I'm just going to put that there, and it looks like, what on earth is she doing there?
Yeah, and you can see how lovely that is to blend out as well.
I've got a tiny bit of water with that now, and you can see how, and then I'll come back. I'm doing this, what am I doing that for? What am I doing? Oh, you banana. And then I'm going to come back in. It's like it's making me move like the ocean. And then I'm going to come back in and then draw this in. And to me, I could spend hours and hours and hours doing this. I was lucky enough to get taught by a really clever man.
Do you know, when you've got brushes like we've got on the show today, you will want to spend hours and hours and hours as well. This particular pair, almost 3/4 of the stock is now gone. Let's have a look at the details there. You've got, of course, the flat and also the round there for £9.98. 611223. It's a 30mm round, if I just show you from the end there, and a 50mm flat, so that's 5 centimetres across if you want to convert it into centimetres. Yeah, or 2 inches, because it tells you on it. There you go. 611223.
Just adding a little bit of depth by going back over it with an ordinary brush this time, only because I want it more controlled. It's not that I can't, it's the other one's wet. But you can see now, I'm using that to create a watercolour effect, which and normally it would be, but it's not. I'm using these really good brushes to get something that normally it would take me a watercolour sort of hours to achieve, depth and layers and all that. So easy with these brushes. I don't even have to think about the colours I've got on it, and all the work's in the brush and the paint. And I just think it's so nice because you can't go wrong with that. Anybody can do it. It's so easy to
and
do.
those boxes are the perfect base, aren't they?
Well, they are, because when they put that on there, I mean, it doesn't work with that, but if I put that on there now, and then if I just show you that I can now continue that right down there. So I could have the water and have that all as water, and then this all as sand.
Sand, yeah, so it continues down the edge of it.
You know, and that's a really nice effect because everyone will know what's your seaside one. But even the wood left as it is against the teal, if you just put...
It kind of makes you think of that driftwood effect, doesn't it?
Oh,
or you could add a bit of the finishing wax to that, couldn't you?
Right, we've got three. We've got a white, a brown, and a translucent. Now, the translucent is, it's beautiful, but I want something a bit more. So I'm going to use the white. Oh, don't do that, but it smells gorgeous, right? Don't do it. And it comes like that, but you just brush it in. It looks like paint. Now, I'm using way too much. I would use a brush normally at home, but I'm just showing you what happens. You brush it in like that, and then I'll use this one and see.
I do think that little oval brush is perfect for this wax.
And believe it or not, it goes in. I'll use it with the darker one, and now I can get that sealed now. And it'll shine when I really start buffing it up, and that's sealed now. So and it's just made it a little bit lighter. I can go in a bit more.
Do you need to let it dry a little bit before you buff it up?
You can do. You can rub it right in and push it in if you want. I'll show you with the darker one because I think the darker one is better for TV. I mean, I can see it, but that's not fair, is it?
Well, we can see it.
Oh, good. I'll do this side dark and then this side dark and then it's a bit bad for the camera, sorry. And this is a really strong one. And I'm really tight. I only use a little bit. You don't need a lot, and it's really creamy.
Could we use this on things like our dry clay mouldings?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that sort of thing as
Absolutely everything. And it seals it. So if I put a bit in there and rub it in, now you think, oh, that looks a bit. But if you wipe it off...
No, but it picks up the grain, and that's what you want. You want that aged, sort of weathered look.
And then... I only put a little bit on. You can just see now is the patina's coming up and it's starting to shine. But the more I do that, the more it'll shine. So you've got like a beeswax finish. You can go really shiny with it. I don't know if you can tell now. You can get shinier and shinier. But that's protected now, all of that. So if I wanted that texture on my sand, I could easily put it on my sand. And that means that this would work in a bathroom because it's protected.
Yeah, from the steam and the
yeah,
the water.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to put it on the top of my paint just to show you. Just to darken it in areas. And then you can rub it back and rub it. Now here it's still wet, so don't worry about it. But that there you can see, oh, it's just shining now. Just shining. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, you can see it, yeah. Just as you tilt it around, we did spot that. Oh,
it's really shiny. It's surprising how shiny it is. That's still wet, so all I'll do is wipe that off. But can you see that yet? Am I wiggling it right or not?
I've got the sample piece as well here for everybody to see.
Flicking it around, but it does really, really quickly. But the nice thing is, if you've gone a bit Pete Tong like here, I need to put some more glue. Right, this is the best bit. In you go with a bit more paint. Okay. Go straight over it. So if you're worried you've made a bit of a mistake, you can paint right over it and then seal it again, and it's done. So don't worry, you can't go wrong with it. And it's so shiny, it looks beautiful. That. So,
thank you, Lou. I've got the board here for the finishing waxes. We'll just give you another reminder of these. So you can see onto your natural wood, this is your white, your transparent. You can really see the difference here, can't you? And then your brown as well. Building those layers up as well, you can see the difference in colour. How the grain is will affect the colour as well. And then, of course, onto your paint, you've got those different looks again. Your white, your transparent, and the brown. So if you want that sort of aged look, the brown is really, really nice. But the fact you're getting all three of those for £22.97, so you don't have to choose. £7 saving there, 048956. Now the chalky paints have been extremely busy right from the word go, actually. Let's just go through those options again. The top row we've got marine, so you've got those gorgeous blues and greens. Let's just go through the colours by name. Steel blue, pine green, emerald, navy blue and ebony. Then down to the second row, we've got the country garden. So we've got Victorian pink, we've got the light lilac, dove grey, blackberry and cardinal red. Lovely. And then at the bottom, oh, the autumn days, these are beautiful. Vintage brown, ivory, apricot, tangerine and cappuccino. Love it. All of those, a selection of 5 for just £17.45. £5 saving. If you can treat yourself to all 3, I certainly would do. 775844. Let's just go through those brushes while we're here, talking about paint. So, the busiest selection, I'm not surprised actually, of these. Yeah. You have got, do you know what? We've been saying 50 millimetres, haven't we, for the flat one, which is 5 centimetres. Or you can see on here actually 2 inches or 50.8 millimetres. So you're near a 6 centimetres there.
And that covers a wide area. Can you imagine if you're doing that with a small brush, you'd give up, wouldn't you? Well, you would, wouldn't you?
But it is about the quality again. Of course, you do get this one as well. This is perfect. 611223 is the item number. Do not miss these. 80% of the stock has now gone. Let's have a look at the oval as well. The smallest oval, that's been very, very busy. Now, these are not synthetic. I think these are bristles. Yeah. You've got that lovely little sort of leather hanging strap as well there. I don't know if that's a faux one, but your beautiful wooden handle. So again, you know, this is ergonomically friendly. It's not going to peel on the handle. That is a pet hate of mine as well, when you get these plastic ones with the paint on them and all the paint comes off.
That's because it's cheap wood.
Yeah, it is. £14.99 for this one. This is a quality brush. Once again, 677555. Now, Lou, you're back again at 11.
I am. I'm back next.
Actually, you're back before. Are you going over the other side right now?
I'm going over there now.
One day special coming up next. Lou's back with Pentart at 11. She's got a busy day today.
No rest for it, wicked.
Oh, stay in and watch all of the shows. Lots of variation for you. Lou, that was a lovely show. I absolutely adore Pentart. I do. And if anybody's sitting on the fence, we can't say enough, can we, about the quality? Right.
People, when it's cheaper or affordable, people think... I can't fault this quality. It's top quality.
It really, really is. Well, we're out of time, so menus coming up next. We'll let Lou just hop over to the other side of the studio. We'll see you very soon. Bye-bye. Yes, oh, poor Lou, she is busy. Studio Lights coming up next, of course, it is the one-day special. Then we've got John next door. He's got his 4 seasons. Oh, embroidered with Madderhair. Is that how you pronounce it? No idea.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie and this is my dad Roy, and we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. We decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie, hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Hello and good morning. Well, it's one day special time, but what the majority of you have been doing is going for the complete collection. It is everything that you see here. We've got paper pads, we've got paper pads, we've got stamps, we've got dies, we've got stencils, it's just stickers, or the die cut blocks, which I absolutely adore, loving those. So this is a complete collection. Now, although it says £32 on screen, it's actually a lot more than that. Can you believe it's over £87 worth if you're a Freedom member, because all of these savings that we're going to break it down for you carry over. But without further ado, let me introduce you to Lou. Hey, Lou.
Oh, here again.
Good morning.
Hey.
Have you enjoyed using this collection?
I have. I loved it every minute, and it was so nice. I had 2 great shows with Derek last night, and it just showed how popular it was just to have something mindful, and you'd really like this because it's one of those that you take your time and enjoy.
Yeah.
You really do enjoy it.
Really nice. Now, we are 40% of the complete collection now gone. But let's break it down. So your official one-day specials, you've got 2 options. So you've got the top option here, which is it's called Musical Mindfulness, which is really nice. And you've got your 6x6 paper pad. Is that 6x6?
Yeah.
Thank you.
8x8 this.
I thought that. So suddenly I looked at it and went, I've questioned myself. Right, so you've got your 8x8 paper pad, and then you've also got all of these beautiful stamps. So there you go, take a little look at these, and then those dies. Now, you've done a swatch for the dies for us, Lou.
Yeah, because I think you really need to see them, because I don't think it's like clothes appeal, anger appeal. They look better like that to show you what the technique, the little details, not techniques, but they're really beautiful, and they're for a Rolodex style thing. But you don't have to use that. You can use it as tags in your journal or anything, or bunting.
Yeah,
really nice bunting.
Nice. Shall I have a little flick through the paper pad as well? Hanging.
Oh, the paper pad's just amazing. It's just gorgeous.
Look at these right then. So look at the. I tell you what, Lou, feeling this quality, it's a very nice weight, isn't it?
It's a wonderful way, and all the paper pads are unfinished so that you can add your own techniques and stuff to them. Because there's nothing worse than sort of trying to add to something and you think, oh, it's rubbing off, it's not right. And these are just wonderful to collage.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I love them.
And then again, you've also done some little swatches here for the stamps. Let's take a little look at these. Not pretty. I love that. And hang on, I just need to find, where's this one? There it is. It's this one. Cool, lovely. There you go. So those are your stamps. And so for this top option then, this is the Musical Mindfulness. You've got a £10 saving. It's £28.96. There you go. You can see those, all of the items that you're getting in there. And you've got that £10 saving. So again, carry that over. 071159. Now, I do need to say that everything's going to be dispatched from the 23rd of July. Now, under the same item number, we have got the next collection. Oh, Chrysalis Creations.
Nice
Have we got
name.
some butterflies in here then, or something?
Yeah, I think there might be. I think you've hit the nail on the head there.
There you go. Have a little look at these. Beautiful colourways, don't you think, Lou?
Well, I love greens and teals.
Yeah.
I've so gone on to them now. I wonder why. I wonder why. A certain lady told me about green, and yeah, it's such a beautiful colour because you can go cold or warm with it.
Yeah.
And I think yellows and pinks and purples with them. So it's to me, this is something for everybody, no matter what your style is.
Yeah,
it don't matter.
Nice. And then you've also done again another little set for the stamps.
Yeah.
So we've got like postcards here. I like this.
Yeah, and we've got some of the branches are more solid, and then we've got some olive style branches which are beautifully, they go with the papers like an olive branch, or like a vintagey feel. We've got some great little samples at the front. So yeah, I love these.
Yeah, nice.
Really love them.
And we've also got this set of dies down here. That comes with it as well. So again, another fantastic, lovely collection. And I do believe, apologies, that these little samples are for this second set. Have I got that right, Lou? Sorry. There you go. So those are the dies for that set. Okay, so £28 again and 96 pence. Another £10 saving that is going to carry over. Item number is 071159. Then we have got some rice papers. Now you can get those individually should you wish.
Oh, the rice papers are stunning.
Oh, we've got...
These are stunning.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Look at these. And once more, I can really feel the quality. Yeah, look at that. And you've got the camera there and the butterflies. There you go. Is that a statue?
Yeah, it's like the little bronze statues you get in water gardens and very posh houses.
Lovely posh houses.
Posh houses.
Nice. Joe's just said in my ear, you've got 3 of those. Love that. So beautiful rice papers, £19.88, a £6 saving. That also carries over, so you can start doing the maths there. Item number is 039317. Then underneath that we have got the stencils and the journal, and in the journal we've got different pieces of sort of cardstock, haven't we?
Yeah, it's exactly the same as all the journals. We're all well known for our journals. We've got the white, the craft and the black paper, and it's all, I think it's 300 GSM, don't quote me, but it's exactly the same stuff that we always use.
Yeah.
It's just a smaller side. This is great as a field book.
Yeah.
This is in your handbag, a little paint pot with it, you know, you can get small paints, put that in it, and it's big enough to accommodate.
Yep.
Yep, you can actually, if you did one in card from the little die set, you could stick your actual paint to it, so it'll go in your die. You know the little dies that come with it? Yeah, that's the other one. That's it, yeah.
Sorry.
If you've got a couple of them in card, you could actually stick a paint palette to it and stick it inside the book.
No, that's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Love that. Okay, that works. So that's your little journal, and then you've also got the stencils that are going to come with it as well that you can see. And once more, Lou's done some fabulous swatches, so let's take a little look. So you can see you've got like a sunburst there and the window, and then you've got your mandala. There we go. Marvellous. Right then, so £21.96, £8 saving carrying over. Item number is 716747. Now then, we've got a sticker book with the die cut block, and I love the die cut blocks, but here we go. Let's have a little look at this. So they all pop out beautifully, and obviously, as you can see, it all ties in, it all works together fabulously. There you go. So that they'll just pop out. They're just kiss cut, these ones.
They are, and they're not got a solid white line round them. Some of them, when they pop out, it really do pop out. It leaves a white line. These don't. Look at that kingfisher.
I know, it's beautiful. Because at one point I was going to call it a hummingbird, but it's not, is it?
I said last night, I went humming king.
Yeah, I don't know why I get those mixed up.
I do as well.
And you've also then got your sticker book with some fabulous sentiments. Lovely fonts here. Every day is a new beginning. You've got on there, there is a time for everything. Learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. Beautiful. Nice. So for that collection, £11.48. Item number is 208730. Then, I know we're still going. We've got the paper pack and stencil set, so you've got that set. So once more, let me have a little flick through for you with the paper pad. And again, those teals. Look at those teals, Lou.
No.
I love that.
That's my favourite stuff. I'm using that now.
Oh, wonderful. It's beautiful. Absolutely stunning.
I said this last night, and I really mean it. Studio light. Normally you'll get a pad of anything and you get duff ones.
Yeah.
You don't with these. You don't
really
get any
good.
duff ones that you think, oh, I won't use that. You actually would use them all.
Yeah. Nice. So you've got your paper pad. What else have we got in this set? Oh yeah, we can see those stencils there. Lovely. So £17.97 is the price. £6 saving. Item number is 327369. Now, we did have last night the 12 by 12 that you can get in that you could have got individually. They have sold out. So the only way that you can get them is in this complete collection. And look how beautiful these are. Look at this. Stunning. So going back to that complete collection then. Whew, like I said, we're talking about around about a massive £80 saving that you've got going. Oh, was it 87? £87 saving if you are a Freedom member. So look at all of these goodies. This is going to keep you going for a little bit, isn't it? So £99.12 is the price if you are a Freedom member. Now, it is, of course, a why not deal. So if you're not a Freedom member, you could still join today and still make a saving. And, of course, your postage is covered for the month. So we've also spread the cost, again, trying to make it as affordable as possible, 3 ways. So it's 3 payments of £33.04. 141385. Again, just another re-mention that it's all going to be dispatched from the 23rd of July. Right then, so sorry, Lou.
No, it's
I'm
beautiful.
handing back to you then. Handing over to you.
Well, I'm going to use all of it together because I just think there's so many elements that we need. So one of the paper packs, I could say, is absolutely, you've got sort of similar colours, but of a real variety. So you're not going to get anything the same. And the nice thing is, use the ones on the back as little tiles as well. So I've gone for more this one, which is the Awakening. And I really like this blue because it's a blue and a green. And I love my craft cards. So I've pulled this out. And last night I had, when I die cut the little dies there, this is the waste from it. Well, waste, that's hardly waste.
Not waste.
Exactly. And these are actually die cut in there. So I've kept these, and you get a great little die. Now, just to show you that this die is separate, so you can have this on its own. Now, if I wanted to, I could place it anywhere.
Yeah.
And the dies, it'll just die cut the little butterflies out, so you can use that on your card if you want anywhere. So that I needed to show you that because it's separate, it's not built in. I think that's genius. I love that, and that's where these lovely little butterflies come out. You get them all out of there. So anyway, I've chosen that, I've chosen this, and I've got these scraps, and I call them scraps and they're not scraps, but you know what I mean, I don't want to lose them. And I'm going to make a really sort of quite a classy card. Not a journal page, a card. So I've looked at this, I thought I want a little piece of this on, but I don't want too much. I don't want to obliterate the cardstock, but I want, that's a better colour. So what I'm trying to do is look for something that will go with it, rather than, sometimes we can get stuff and it's a bit heavy for it, whereas this will be quite sympathetic, it won't be overpowering it. So I'll just get my paintbrush, tiny bit of water on this glue, and I'm just going to glue that. And I'm going to be quite fast. I don't want to take all day. So the first thing is, I'm looking at the blues that I've got on my paper as well.
Yeah.
Always start from the middle and work out. Then that way you push any air bubbles out.
Okay.
And then you're not worried about sort of ripping it and that. If you do want to just, I don't want to cut it, just stick it on that way. It gives a nice edge. So I'm looking at this now. I can leave that edge there, which I quite like, or I can cut it off when it's dry. I've got some really nice like pieces here that I had ripped from the page. So I've got that one, or I've got this one, but I really loved this, just this element here. And I just thought that. And with it being parchment, it glues, it rips so beautifully, and it's such a beautiful colour because it brings a warmth to this blue, which it is quite a dark blue, tealy blue I mean, it's not a light one. So just putting it all over this. That's the one thing about vellum, you do see it, but if you put it on all over, then you can't see it. Now it's up to you whether you want it. I might have it just so we can see. That's it, that's better. But this yellow piece here, I am not throwing away, because that piece, that will look really good on something else. Or I can just fold it over if I want like that, but I'm just folding it over before I cut it. So I've got this like collage part, and you think, don't do that with us, don't glue it on. So what I'm trying to do, a bit of glue under there, and I might just put the word in on the top. I'm chopping that bit off because I need to. That's why I like vellum, because it's so easy to manipulate and fold, and you get nice lines. So bring it back, happy with that. Is the main element that I'm going to watercolour on. So I know I've got that. Do I want to keep this, or do I want to incorporate the stamps? Well, I think the stamps need to be incorporated into this. But I do think that I like just that bit there, because I think that will add a bit to it. And again, vellum, if you paint all the vellum with glue, then it doesn't show through. It's only when you just add little bits of glue, because that really does show then, but this way it doesn't show.
That's good.
So just overlap, not a lot, and really you need to sort of really make sure it's stuck. So there we go, I'll chop that off now, it's pretty dry. This is the new Express glue by Pentart. Oh my word.
Is it good?
Oh yes.
I've not seen it.
It's brand new, well, brand new to me. The girls have had it and I'm like, where did you get that from? Oh, it's telling. I was like, no, I want some. So I got some. So I'm happy with that. I want to bring that. Here looks a bit too stark. I mean, I know I've got these, but I don't want that. So I'm going to add some of the really nice decoration now. I'm looking at that. This looks beautiful, but I've got a lot of lettering. So it makes sense if I swap over to this one to bring it in here. So I'm looking at this. This would be nice. Or this one, which one? No, that one. I love this one. So I've just got, there it is. I love these little mounts by Phil. These round ones, because they're really easy for me to use with my hands.
Well, they're nice and ergonomic, aren't they?
I love them, yeah. So I'm looking for a tealy colour. I'm looking at that, but bear in mind, this is a different cardstock. So on the back, see what it looks like first. So test it. Is that what you want? Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
So I'm going to move that over, put that there. I'm not too worried about it being a perfect sort of stamp. I just want it to be the edges. So I've got that there. That's it. So I'm just doing what I've done here, but I'm adding the colour from the background. There we go. And then that now all works together. It's not fighting anymore because it just looked plain. You could leave it like that. There's nothing stopping you. But I personally felt it needed that. So now I've got this one piece of watercolour. You could use that. You could use any bits of scraps that you've got. You could do a long one if you fill these in and do a longer card. But I quite like this side. It's a bit skew with, but who cares? So I've got the olive here. And I'm going to do this in... I think I'm going to do it in, I was going to do it in Distress. I'll do it in the what you call it first to see if I like it. I'm going to do it in Archival and then over stamp with the Distress, because then I can get a watermark. So just going to put this where I want it. Just maybe.
Yeah. We've just put the Studio Light stamp press on the screen for you. $16.99 if you want it. They really make a difference, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They do. They really do. And it's nice. And you don't have to change the sides for it to fit. You know, sometimes you've got to go clear side and a red rubber side. This you don't have to. Just leave it. Right. So I've got that there. I'm going to use an Archival or a Stays On. I'm going to use a grey first. I'm using grey because I prefer it a bit lighter. So I'm just going to check that. And then, yeah, perfect. So I can make that a little bit bigger, or I'll show you how I'm going to make a tiny little frame around it. So I've got that. It looks a bit lost at the moment, but it won't. I'm just going to get my watercolours. Now, you don't need watercolours. You can use pens. You could use these watercolour pens we've got here. You don't need, you know, to have everything I have regarding colouring. Use what you like. You might have some great stuff at home already. So all I'm going to do is wake up my paints. I've had these 30, nearly 40 years now.
You've been what, sorry?
Those paints I've had for 40 years.
40?
40 years, yeah. They're my very first set. And I won't use them because I love them.
No, it's amazing.
And these are about 25, something like that. And I do replace the colours, but they're just, if you've got that with that, look, that's what I wanted to show you. Perfect size, look.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect.
I like that.
Yeah. Right, so now what I'm going to do, just going to get a tealy colour. It's not an easy colour to get. So the way you can mix teals, it's blues and greens.
Yeah.
But if you've got a teal at home in a pen, it works far easier to do it like that. So I'm trying to match up this colour, which isn't bad. It's not bad. Try it on the back. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, that's a beautiful colour.
And this is going to be the wash. So I'm going to do, not all over.
Yeah. I like it when you do these washes. I can't, look, I still can't get over the fact you've had those paints for 40 years.
Oh, no, I know. Well, when I did my first hairdressing, when I was started hairdressing, that was my first week's wages.
Was it?
Mm. Yeah, I got 25 quid a week.
Yeah.
My mum took 15. So I had that, and they cost me a tenner. So, yeah, it was my first one. And you know, I'll get them out now and again, and I found them the other day.
Oh, because you've been having a sort out, haven't you?
Yeah, trying to. And I found them, and I thought, I'm going to use them, because it's a bit like, when's your best time to use your best
don't
stuff?
save them for best.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I've got a little bit of watercolour on it. It's hard for you to see, but what I'm doing is, when you get old paper, you get foxing on it, and foxing is when it goes brown, but I want it in a sort of tealy colour. So, yeah, right. Just leave that to dry, and it will. If you don't like that, I was going to say use a cloth, but where's me? Here it is. Here it is. If that's too much,
Yeah.
just dry it off. It won't. Or if it's too much, just wash it off. But I quite like that because I'm going to add an edge. So the next thing is, I'll show you now using these. So if you've got pens, use your pens. If you haven't got the paints, I don't want people to think that just because I'm using something, they have to use it.
Yeah.
And I always feel like you're leaving people out when you do that. And I don't want to leave people out. I want everyone to enjoy it. So I've picked up the colours in the papers, which are yellows, ochres. I've got the tealy colour green, which will go quite nicely with that. And then I've got this. So when I put these together, you know, I can make it a bit smaller. I've got a really nice big card, but, you know, you used all the elements, and it's not that grungy. It's not that grungy for me anyway, is it?
No, I don't think that's...
Yeah, it's quite, I don't think it's offensive. I think, you know, a lot of people would, you know, like this, even if it's just a bit smaller. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop in some colour. So just dropping it in wet. And this is called wet onto dry. And I'm giving it a little bit of texture by adding the water, letting the water sort of pool around, and it should dry pretty fast. And then if you want it lighter, you just take more off, and then while it's still wet, I'm going to drop in some of the goldy yellow, and it will give it an olivey look. Just takes the edge off that green, and I'm mixing it on top of the paint that's already on, because I don't want it to look like it's a... If I mix that and that, I've got a proper blend.
Right.
Whereas on here, it's mixing its own way. And that's what I want. I don't want to sort of say, right, it's all one colour. There's lots of colours in there now. And if I look at that and I go, right, I need a tiny bit more blue, I can actually just go back, get your blue brush, your blue pen, or anything, and just add a little bit more blue paint to it. And to me, that's done all the shading for me. I don't need to do any of that. And then I'm just going to do the same colour leaves, but this time a little bit more of a full colour. So while it's still dark, wet, drop in a little bit more to give it only on one side of your leaf, and it's all marked out on the stamp where you need it. So you're not having to say which side's light or dark, you just choose. So I've got that. Now, the last thing I'm going to do to fill the card up is I'm just going to put a little bit of, like a vignette.
Yeah.
And rather the vignette being that way, you can do a vignette outwards as well. So it's entirely up to you. But all I'm going to do is, I think, looking at this, I'll do a vignette from the outside in, and that means it's a light going darker. So what's a vignette? It's really easy. It's exactly what I've done now with the green, but you're just doing brown. So you just put the brown on, and then you have to work pretty fast, and then just get rid of any lines, and again put a little bit more on, but work it in.
So it's like a vintage frame almost.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
And have it so it's not as much as you did before with the green, but just the same sort of thing. So what's going to happen is it's building its own frame and mixing on the paper, which is miles better. And if you're quick enough, it gets rid of any of the lines, because you might not want lines. But this is a really easy way of getting a vintage paper. Really easy, and you could do this any colour, so it doesn't have to be vintage. If you wanted this to be pink and brown, you could do. If you wanted this to be, you could do all the same effects with any colour you want, but it just gives it that. I'm just going to take that away there, and the way I do that is get my cloth again, and just pull that off. Now, then just the paintbrush, just on the edge, just run it around the edge, and the water will then, capillary action will pull that down on its own, and you don't have to do it, and it's doing it at the top now, which is a really nice effect, and it gives it a frame, like a layered look. Don't put your hand in it like that though. Oh, I'm scruffy. So then and I'll put it all together and just show you what it looks like then. You can put another one on the top and make a three-dimensional version as well, so you've got different heights, which looks really cool. So do that. So I'm going to stick it all together now, and just to show you how I've used the paper.
Okay.
I've used the papers out of the books, the collage paper. I've used the stamps. I've used another stamp. So basically, there's not much left that I haven't used. I've used it all, and this could be any colour you want.
Yep.
Doesn't have to be what I'm doing, but just think about the papers that you're using. The amount of people I see that I never test, they just go straight on, test on the back of your work to see if it looks right.
Okay.
And then that way you might, like last night I did a piece that I wanted secondary stamping on, and I should have done 2 pages, so I had one that was more stronger in depth and colour, and the other one, so stamp on one and then put it on your real one. You've got 2 for 1 then.
Yeah.
So I'm just adding that to it.
Oh, that was so nice.
And then
I literally would put that in a frame.
yeah,
You know.
and then if you wanted to, just to finish it, to bring that into that, you could just add something simple like that butterfly. Or in the book, they have these wonderful teeny weeny ones, so you could make it more vintage. Oh, no, not that way, that way. There we go. You could put some tiny ones there, or just one, or just leave it. But you've got the options. I just think if I put it there, it looks like a bow, and I don't want that.
A bug?
You know, a bow.
Oh, a bow,
You know,
sorry.
like it's putting a bow on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've got... If you
Oh,
want
that's
to.
nice. That's a nice little cluster.
Yeah, you could just put... And then these all tie together, so you could put that on the side or on there. But it's quite nice. You could have them at the bottom. And then one of the sentiments out of the book is like... Well, the book was here.
The sticker book?
I'm doing this blooming tidying up like...
Don't tidy up, Lou.
No, withers, why do I tidy up? So, like last night, I got this, and it works so well with it. Just start, you know, take the first step. Well, it is somewhere here. There's a book with it in. Oh, I can't be bothered. Right, just show you though, but you could also just put here in the vellum across the top as well. So you don't just have to use that, you could use anything you want. The book should be here. It's under all this rubbish, no it isn't. Or you could use some of the elements off here, so if you look, you've got some great little elements that you could cut out of your paper. But yeah, put your sentiment on, put anything you want on. Job's a good one. So
Cool.
yeah, I
Thank you,
really
Lou.
like that, thank you.
I will do a little recap then. Lovely stuff. All right, now your complete collection. We are approaching 45% of the stock gone. 45% of the stock gone here. So we have spread the cost for you 3 ways, 3 payments of £33.04 if you are a Freedom member. Now, when we break it all down, the amount of savings that carry over are way more than the saving that you're seeing on screen. You are saving actually over £87 there in total. Right then, so let's break it down. Now, your official one-day specials, you've got 2 options. So you could go for the top option here, which is the musical mindfulness. Love that. Now, let's have a little breakdown of looking through the paper pads. So you've got 36 sheets, by the way, and it's 170 GSM. And you've got 18 patterns, and look, it really is a beautiful weight and beautiful set of colours that run through here. Isn't that gorgeous? Look at those. Oh, look at that. Look at that. So beautiful. Oh, that's cool. You could pop that onto your journal, actually, that we'll talk about in a short while. So there's some really gorgeous designs in here, but it's the colourways that really do it for me. Then you have got the stamp sets. Have I got the right one? Yes, good. So you've got these 2 with the musical notes. So again, that ties through. This is the one that Lou's just been using. There you are. So you've got your stamp sets. And then you've also got your die here. Or, well, set of dies, I should say. Very nice. All right, let's pick them up so you can see the full collection. There you go. Oh, I like that musical set of notes in the die form. Well, I really like that.
It really looks
yeah.
die cut as well.
Nice. I bet it's really nice and fine too.
It is.
Yeah, good stuff. Okay, so that's your top option of your one-day special. You've got a £10 saving. It's £28.96, 071159. Then you've got the second option. This one is the Chrysalis Creations, and again, you've got the sort of same format, really. You've got your paper pad, you've got your stamps, and you've got those dies. Little flick through these. There you go. There's something quite romantic, I think, about this particular set of papers. Yeah. Just it's all. I mean, Studio Light are very much about sort of mindfulness and thoughtfulness, and really like that.
But there is a romantic feel to this, isn't
Yeah,
there?
I really like it. There we go. So we've got that paper pad, and then we've got art stamps that have been done for us. Oh, help if I put that the right way up. There you go. And then got some die cuts of the dies that come in this one. Really nice. So these are going to be great for going in your journal. Oh, can you see that embossing as well? Nice, nice, nice. Lovely. Okie dokie then, £28.96. You've got that £10 saving again. 071159 is your item number. Then next we've got some fabulous rice papers. Let's have a look at these. So if you do want these individually, they are still available. I like that they pop at the bottom, that sort of, what do we call that, Lou? The sort of colourway swatch?
Yeah, the colour swatch,
Yeah.
And it's only a printing thing, but I've said it's so useful now for people to match up colours with. It's just priceless, that. It does help. It really does help you to sort of pick the right colours.
Nice, there you go. Look at these. Oh, I love that one. Beautiful. How many rice papers are we getting? 12, thank you, 12. There we go. And there we go. Beautiful. Could hop into that scene, couldn't you? Okie doke, so £19.88 if you want those rice papers. A £6 saving that's going to carry over, 039317. Then underneath that, there you go, you can see this is the journal that I'm saying those die cuts are going to go into beautifully. So we've got our journal. Now in the journal, you have got your 15 sheets of white. So there's your white, and this is watercolour card. Is that right, Lou?
It's not called watercolour card, but it does actually watercolour.
Okay, because it's got that sort of texture.
Yeah, it's got a hot and not. It's called hot pressed and not pressed.
Oh, okay.
So if you think of pressed as in ironing,
it would be flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hot and not.
I like that. And then you've got your black cardstock that's very, very lovely and heavy duty, and then you've also got your craft card there. Marvellous. Plus, of course, you're getting those stencils. Lovely, all three of those. So that is £21.96, £8 saving. Item number is 716747. Then we've got the, still going, we've got the sticker book and the die cut block. Here we are, and we'll have a little flick through these. Now, you've got more than, in this, you've got more than 500 elements, and they'll all pop out fantastically. Okay, so this particular option, you are liking these. This is busy. Look, you've got the tickets, you've got the old cameras. Not just this that you're getting, of course, because you've got the sticker book with some really cool sentiments in here. What's that say? Anyone can start from now and make a brand new ending. Wherever you are, be there completely. That's true. Try and stay in the now. Be strong and courageous. Old ways don't open new doors. Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. So really, again, really mindful with these. £11.48. As I said, this is a really busy option. We're nearly 40% of the stock gone. 208730 is your item number. Then underneath this, we've got the paper pad and stencils. Now, something I forgot to mention, because Lou was saying, if you look to the back, so I might start at the back, we've got those vellum beautiful papers.
Yeah, they are. There's vellums, parchment, whatever you want choose to call them.
Yeah.
But you've got, so, look, there's vintage flowers, and sayings, sentiments. They're just stunning. Music papers.
Yes.
They're just a bright colour as well.
Yeah.
They just work so well with everything.
Absolutely.
And then you've got a writing one.
Love that. Oh, yeah, you've got this one as well.
Beautiful.
Stunning. And then just have another look at all of the papers that are at the front. So you've got your vellum and you've got your papers. Again, they're all matching with those beautiful teals, etc. So you've got 12 small patterns, 170 GSM, and 6 vellum backgrounds in that. And then that also comes with the stencils that you can see. ABC, £17.97. Item number is 327369. And then the only way to get these 12 by 12 papers is in the complete collection. So let's have a little look, because these were really busy last night and sold out very, very quickly indeed. Double-sided. Now, you could fussy cut some of those elements if you wanted to. That's cool. And again, they go with that die-cut block fantastically. There you are. Let's have another little flick through. Marvellous. So that's the only way you can get your 12 by 12s is in the complete collection. And here it is. Here is the complete collection. Stamps, dies, stencils, paper pads. Good grief. There's so much in here. Okay, right. So Meg is telling me we've got 2 die sets, 4 stamp sets, 3 8x8 paper pads, a sticker book, a die cut block, a journal, 5 stencils, 12 rice papers, and 12 sheets of 12 by 12 papers. That is a massive collection. And as I said, we have knocked off so much. You've got such a saving. It's over £87 worth once you carry over all of those savings that carry over. And that's if you're a Freedom member. 141385 is your item number. Right then, are you happy for me to go back to you?
Yeah, of course. This is, I finished it now. What I've
Did
done
you
is-
find it?
Yeah, I found it.
Oh, good.
So I put the little sentiment on and I used a little green butterfly. So what we've actually done is aged it. You can see how the sort of espresso coffee has done its own little thing. But then it's not overpowering it with the word. And the little butterfly just brings back that. So really, these could be cut down. It's better if it's bigger for TV, obviously, but you could do all the same techniques doing anything you want on anything you want. So I'm going to use a tiny bit of this journal paper now, and the first thing I'm going to do is do like a journal page. So I'm going to start with this, and I know I'm using brown cardstock, or craft card. It doesn't matter what you use. I'm going to just put a tiny bit, if my brush is clean, of this is gesso. It's available on the show later, and all I'm going to do is put a tiny bit of water with it, and I'm going to put a whitewash because I don't want it to be heavy, a bit more than that. So, and I'm just scrubbing this out. I know it sounds dark, but I don't want it to be heavy. I just want it to be faint around the edges. I want to be able to still see the brown stock through, but there we go. That's quite a nice. And then in the middle, a little bit more without the water. I'm just brushing it in. And the reason I'm doing this is so that I've got like a very vintage feel to it. It's only a little collage, but it could be a day when you've got tickets, you've been to somewhere nice and you're collecting tickets and you want to make a
Football.
Yeah, well, yeah. And it's just prepared now for the rest of the stuff you've done. So talking about what we said last night, before, this is the brown, this is the music cut out. It's a really lovely little dye. It's so useful. So this is the dye that comes in it. And if you paper piece that with black and white or whatever colours, it looks stunning. So I've got that. It's not bad now. And you can see it sort of disappears. It's sunk into the actual paper.
Yeah.
So I'm not too worried about it being too strong, because it just sets the sort of foundation for me to stamp on. So here I've got the music, and I'm just going to put, now it's easier for me to do that. So you can see a little bit more. So
Okay.
I've put a grey one on, and what I'm going to do now is pick another colour. I'll put a tiny bit darker just around the edges, and then I don't want a proper edge on it, so I'm cleaning it off. So perfect. And then I've got my background. I want some here, so what I am going to do is just do the edges now. So I was concentrating before on the middle, now I'm just doing the edges. That's it. And layering it up this way is far better than trying to do it all at once. You do it all at once, you can't get an effect. You get all one way, and I don't really want that. So I've got that pattern now. You can see it's only gentle. I'm not trying to do anything too fancy with it. I'm just making it sort of a journal page. I've got one of the stamps with the writing and the postal on in a green, and I'm just going to set this up here, and I'm just going to use the circles, take it off. And I'm just using my finger. It's so annoying that people stop that. Right, so a nice thing is they're nice big enough stamps to use them like that.
Yeah.
They're not overly big or whatever, but you've got two nice butterflies on this as well, so people forget that. They don't always see it. There's a tiny one now. This is really cool. So I'm going to go in with the other colour I use, which is this blue. It's an archival blue, so, and again 3. So it's a really simple, really simple way of using up your scraps, because I won't throw away my scraps. I just think no. Even before I cut out that other card, I cut out a piece there for the background. These are the pieces that make it easier for you.
Yeah.
So all you do is you choose your papers. Do you want a little bit, actually? Yeah. So I'm just going to pop that on there. Don't like that edge. And with vellum, it's so easy to just...
When did this glue come out, Lou?
I don't think it's out here yet.
Oh, okay.
But it's, oh, it's so good. It really is good. I thought they were winding me up when they said it's really good. I was like, yeah, whatever. But when I tried it, I was like, oh, it is good, that. So what I've done is I've got the little page on there with the writing. I'm going to have the opposite corner, maybe with a bit more out. I don't want it to look like I've gone corner. I just want it to look like I've collated all these little pieces of paper from a really nice day out, and it's like my day and where I've been and what I've been doing.
Yeah.
So then I look at what I've got some great little quotes. So I'm going to team this up with a quote. I've got like a little piece that I've cut out, but it's way too big. Or you've got, sometimes we might have these little tags that we've bought in the past. They work brilliantly if you've got a focal point. But I've got some here. So I'm going to use the music, and you can use the black one, which will look nice on here. I'm going to go with this one. So I'm going to put this one again. I'm going to use this card here because it's easier to use, and I'm going to put it between this line. So it's not too heavy, it's not too bright, and it, to me, it just takes a tiny bit of edge off the black. It doesn't make it look as harsh. If I put it on white, it'd look a lot stronger. So having the cream or the beige behind it just knocks it back. So I'm happy with that.
Yep.
That goes on there, and you've got hundreds of these in there. Hundreds of these, and then all you do, get your book, you see what you like in your book. Where's my book? Oh, here we go. Right, this will take me out.
Choices.
Oh, I'm not choosing, but you've got all these, you know, these like little kingfishers and butterflies and stuff in your books. It is here somewhere. There, is it this one? No, it might be the other one. Trust me. Yeah. But, oh, what we could do is even use tiny bits of these to go with it. These will look perfect, you know, to go over that. So, where's my thing gone? Right.
What you after?
I don't know. Right, I've just die cut it here, ready. Right, you're all shouting at the telly going, it's there with us, it's there.
Are we talking about the musical?
Music thing, where's that gone now? Oh, for crying out loud. Where's it gone? Right, I'll have to try something else. I can't believe it, there it is.
Oh, I got it, good.
So, I've got two little simple things. That's all I want to use. I might have a flower in my stash. And then what you can do is if you emboss this, you'll get a really nice effect like I did last night. All I did was, this is brown paper, but I just put embossing powder on it, and it's come out a really shiny, wonderful embossed. So I could actually put this on here, like this. I think I need to darken it, so what I am going to do, because it fades too much into the background, if you know. So I'm just going to get that, and I'm going to get...
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
And then all I'm going to do is, while it's still wet, get a brush. And blend that out so that it's still... what's the word? It's still sort of distressed, but all over. And then I'm going to put, this looks better on there now. I want it more 3D. And I want the little butterfly. Now, if you want a flower on, you might not be a flower person. You might think that's too much. I think so. But if you've got a flower, you could put that on it. Or you could just go for that. So, I'm going to put this 3D. Now, if... you know, I've got some glue gel, you stick your glue gel on, or you use 3D pads for this, it's entirely up to you, but just bend it over a little bit so that it's 3D.
Yeah.
Then you could put all your little tickets here, or anything you want, but as a day, remembering thinking, what a wonderful size this is. Well, it's just a great, perfect size for, it's not overpowering. Sometimes the size of the pages you go, oh, I'll never be able to do that. Whereas, but this, we know we can do it. So I'm just going to put a little bit of glue on it.
What's the sentiment say?
The best time for a new beginning is now. So I'm just going to bring that up and up there, squeeze them together, bring it a little bit proud. I do love these butterflies because they're not like tacky butterflies. You know, some of the butterflies look a bit cheesy. These are proper butterflies. Some of them look like, they don't look real.
Yeah.
They're a bit too cartoony for me, whereas these. Right, so I've got that, and all you do then is, I'm just going to get my distress, or you could use paint, anything you want, and you're going to use this in case. I think it's more probable that people have got this at home, and I'm just doing what I did before, but I'm just going to paint a frame around it.
Yeah. Very
lightly. I don't want it to look too obvious, but I just want to give a bit of, more definition to around that. And then the white picks up, can pick this up here if I want. I think these little finishing touches are the thing that I really enjoy. This is where it all starts. It's a bit like my dad used to say, you don't learn to drive your car until you pass your test. And it's just like that. It's all the finishing touches.
Yeah.
But such a tiny little journal page. But, you know, it's only a smaller version of that. So, but then when you put it in your journal, you've got such a lovely little space. Look at that. I love it.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
So, you know, and it is a bit 3D, but it will sit up a little bit if you put another little bit of gel medium there.
Yeah.
But now, in context, it makes so much sense. Whereas on a big board like this, it looks tiny, but as a little piece, this looks just enough, I think.
Really like that.
Cool.
Thank you, Lou.
Oh, thank you.
Okie dokie. So remember, your complete collection here, it is what we call a why not deal. So if you're not a Freedom member, become a Freedom member and you're still saving on this complete collection. So to tell you about becoming a Freedom member, we're just going to hand over to Leonie.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Now, you can get smaller bundles, and one of the most popular bundle is the one with our die cut block and the stickers. So you're liking these ones. You have got more than 500 paper elements in here. So you've got your butterflies, stone statues, music sheets, envelopes. That's cool, isn't it? You've got little tickets. So you could add those tickets to like the piece that if you're recreating what Lou's just done. There's flutes on there. So this is a really nice set, and they'll just literally pop out for you. Beautiful cameras, look at that. And the colours are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now, not just this, but with that little bundle, you're going to get the stickers. Let's have a look at some at the back. What else have we got? Be strong and courageous. Do not worry about tomorrow. What else have we got? Old ways don't open new doors. I'm not giving up, I'm starting over. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. There you go. So some really lovely, lovely little sentiments there. We are 40% of the stock gone on this lovely little collection. You've got a £4 saving on this set. It's £11.48. Item number is 208730. So yeah, you all right to?
Yeah. Just going to do tiny little journal page,
Yeah.
similar to what I've done, but I'm going to use the stencils a little bit more now, because what I want to do is just show you that the stencils have got so much scope. I don't think we notice on the TV how much you've got in here. So I'm just going to put out some colours. These are the Ecoline pens. You've got inks, paints, whatever you've got. I'm just using a couple of colours, and I'm just getting a tiny bit of this, and I'm just using the flower. So I just need a squirt of water. Not flour, this is the sun, but you could use it as a sunflower actually. And I'm just going to rub in, and I'm concentrating on one side to get a bit of depth. Now you might all your favourite colours, your distress inks, your distress pads, oxides, use anything. You just want to brush it in. There we go, lovely. So I've got some greenery here, and I'm just going to put that on there. It's a bit tricky to see, I must admit, so when I do this you will see it a little bit better. So I'm just going to a little bit of the green here. I've got a bit of the bright green, which may be a bit too light, but I can work over it. So a bit of green there, and then I'm going to go with a darker green, and you can work on top of this.
Oh, okay.
And you put it on the plastic,
Yeah.
and then rub it off the plastic. It's quite handy, and it doesn't matter if I get it on my shirt, because I've got that much colour on my shirt, you know, when he sees it. I've just rolled it on my shirt, I think. Right, So there's that one. Switch it over.
Yep.
Gotta put it in here. And then bring that in there. So what I'm doing is just building up some, and then I'm going to use my stamps. So you've got another one there. So, and this is what I mean, there's so much going on with these stamps. You don't stencils, you don't see. Now I'm using the same colour, I'm just using so as it's drying out it gets lighter, and that really does help. So put that one there, I think, that one there, and use both sides different ways, because you know, turn it over, people forget about that. They seem to think you can only do one way. So we've got this lovely little, so just putting that green leaf over it.
You're so right about, I forget to turn a stencil over.
Yeah, we do. It's dead easy. We always do. We always do. Everybody does. They're sort of like, oh, it's got to be that way. No, it hasn't. So we've got this window. We can do that. Or what we could do is we've got these lovely stamps here, and these stamps would very much work with this. So I won't put the window in yet, but you can do. And if you've got your embossing tools, use those as well. So yeah, you get this. You can use it as you want, free, or you can use it on a stamp block. And I'm just going to go in with some dark greens now and light greens. And this stamp works so well. It's the same as the stencil itself, and the stamp are the same. So they both work very well together. So let me just, be better that way. Play with the direction of your stamps, because we don't always, you know, I put them, we tend to go one directional, and we don't need to. You can sort of build it up, then change the colours and work over the top. Light ones first, and the reason for that is because it would be darker at the front. Anything at the front would be darker, so by doing dark foliage there, we're already getting depth now.
Cool. I think we're going to have to leave it there, Lou, for now.
And then if you get one of your just your little, whatever it's called, sentiments, you're done.
Good
Simple
stuff. Thank you
page.
very much, Lou.
Thank you.
See you at, what?
I'm on at 10, no, 11 and 12.
That's it. I was like, you're here all day, aren't you? Yes.
Tag team.
Yeah, tag team, beautiful. Right then, so please do check out your baskets on the complete collection. Remember, it is a why not deal, and we've spread the cost for you. Now, all the savings from the individual bundles, they carry over. So as a Freedom member, you are saving £87. That is not to be sniffed at. Right, thanks once again, Lou.
Thank you so much. I've loved it.
Lovely. Coming up next then, we've got John Lockwood in the studio. After that, we're doing a spot of embroidery, and later back with Lou for Pentart.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Well, hello there. Yes, he's in the building. We've got the one and only John Lockwood with us this morning. Hello, John.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well.
Good, good. You've brought the Four Seasons to
I
us.
have, yeah. I was saying to you earlier, you know, about make sure, you know, we turn it round and things, because it is, this is my, I would say this is my favourite die I did last year.
I remember this from last year, but lots of people might have missed out on
Yeah,
this.
I think we've only done, I think it's been on once, if or twice at the most. But it was the most intricate one I think I've ever drawn or put together with all the multiple layers. But it is designed to be, as you say, 4 seasons. So it's to cover Christmas,
Spin that
but
around.
to do spring, summer,
that was a good
autumn and
start.
winter. But you can see that we've done it as, so you've got sort of winter, spring, summer and autumn in there with the exact same die set. Because to me, you've got to have versatility, and certainly when it's what I would call a figurative die,
Yeah.
you've got to have, and I've got to say thank you to Helen who made this sort of new sample on the front, just using some of the waterfall glitter card.
That is
and
beautiful,
it just
isn't
works
it?
beautifully. So, you know, you can do so much with this. To me, it really is a go-to set.
It definitely is. And you're getting a nice lot of dies in here as well. Of course, you can see all the detail in the samples. Let me just show you the actual dies themselves, because the packaging, sometimes you don't imagine what's in there, do you?
You don't. Well, what we do is we have our packaging made as small as is physically possible for ecological. It's made out of paper, it's recyclable, but also we have it made as small as possible, because not only does that mean we're using and wasting less packaging, but it also means they've got less air miles. And less sea miles. The smaller the package is, the less room it takes upon a ship, so the less impact it has on the planet. And I know that sounds a bit trite, but it is genuinely true. Because I know people have said to me before, oh, I can't believe that's in that package that small. We do it intentionally.
Yeah, well, that's it, John. Everything is always thought about. We do know that when it comes to crafts too, and anything that you're designing as well. Look at these samples.
But you wouldn't think. I mean, that to me, you would never think that was supposedly a Christmas die.
Oh, I love it.
But then you tie it in with a little bit of scratch art, and you've got a sort of really good atmospheric Christmas or winter birthday die.
You certainly have. Look at this. We've got autumn here as well. Oh, this is just a handful of the samples we've got. We maybe get to see some more later. Let's have a look at the details, though, because we've got a lovely saving on this one for you. If you've missed out on this one before, grab it now. It is, of course, 4 seasons. We're already busy on it. £5 saving, £17.99. The item number is 166634. There we go. Right, now you've got more there, John. What have you got with you?
Well, I've actually got one here. This is actually made using, which I think we've got on the show, the ombre glitter card.
Oh, I love that effect.
I think that just really shows, if I hold this one up a little bit and just make it really difficult for poor Jimmy, you can see here just how well it layers and makes you and works as a shaker card with the snow.
Look at that.
But to me, there's so much depth in that card, but there's not a lot of, you know, that would still be a standard envelope, I hope.
Do you know, you can make this work for your home decor as well, with shadow boxes and that sort of thing. That'd look really
You can.
nice.
I mean, there's some samples, I think, somewhere, which we might get to later, where I've actually chopped it in the middle and made it into a square.
Yeah.
There's so much more you can do with it.
Little lights behind there. Oh, it would look wonderful, wouldn't it? Well, we've got lots more as well, so let's have another look at that particular set there. The details are just disappearing for you. But the next one, we've got this one, the snow flower. Now, you've got lots of layers in this, John. That gives you lots of possibilities as well.
You have. There's a lot of different ones that you can make with this one. This, again, I think this is the first time this has been back since for a year. Since last July, I think it was. But you can really shape this. I love making my dies and my flower dies on a plate, so you get a lot more out of it. But all those centres are in there, all those petals are in there. And it's been designed as well so that you actually get, from an A6 piece of card, you actually get all of these pieces out. So you get, was it 1, 2, 3, 4, I think you get 5 or 6 full flowers out from it.
Wow, from that one pass?
From that one pass. From doubling those flowers up. And of course you've got all the centres in there as well, and the stamens.
Yeah.
And there's so many different ways you can make this flower look.
Well,
just
they
by
could be
how
little
you shape it.
snowflakes on their own, couldn't
Oh,
they,
they
those
could, actually.
stamens? Yeah,
Ooh.
they could. Oh, do you know, we've got a lovely sample here as well. Let me just show you the cracker. How about those on your Christmas table? It doesn't have to be Christmas, though. That could be a wedding cracker. You know, it doesn't even have to look Christmassy at all. For me, that flower could turn into anything.
It can literally be anything. I think there's one down there where I've done it in red, and you would on the wreath, and you would never believe that that's the same flower. But again,
Look at
so
that.
with the red stamens, it has a Christmassy look, but it would last all year. I mean, it's one of my
So
favourite
pretty.
flowers.
That is gorgeous. Watch out for the stamens there coming up as well. But for the die set, you've got the details there. Only £9.99. You've got a £3 saving there. 17 images on that particular die. So 17 areas that we'll cut out. 097256 is the item number. Beautiful. Now, if you do like your florals, we've got another one for you as well. Let's have a look at this next one. Oh, gorgeous. This is your bee balm. Now, we've got gorgeous samples again here. I've got more under the counter to show you as well. Lots of detail in this. I love the shape of the petals themselves, John.
This is beautiful. This is actually this is one of my first dies that I did, and we reordered it in, and it sold out. And then in
I'm not
the Wonderful
surprised.
Crafts 2 Narnia warehouse, and they keep denying this. They keep saying no, it's been on the website. I was convinced it had sold out. And it hadn't. And we had a point where I actually had to tell one of our angels, ask her really nicely, Helen, please can you stop sharing cards with the bee balm, because we can't get any more, and people keep asking for it all the time.
Amazing. Now, I just pulled up a load of samples here, thinking it was going to be that flower. But actually, I've just found loads more of the snow flower, but I've just, they're moving along. They've tricked me, John.
They have.
They've tricked me.
I did put them all behind, but I think they've sort of moved
They're
them.
under the wrong area, but we found them, so that's all that matters. Here we go. Let's have a look at some of these. So, again, all seasons for the flower.
Yeah, they will work all year round. Depending on how you shape them, you can get a beautiful flat flower, you can get a 3D flower. You can get something very different every time with them.
Beautiful. Yeah. Oh, look at this one. This is pretty. Look at the colours on there. Gorgeous. So many opportunities again. Another lovely saving for you as well. That £5 saving, only £9.99. 563010 is the item number. Now, we do also have for you a happy hour deal. We've got a board here so you can see exactly what you're going to get for your money. What a good buy this is, John.
I love this. We did do this with another die as a happy hour deal, but people said, can we have that just on its own? So we've brought this one back with all the stock we've got left of it for people to have on your own. This is one of the most useful dies that I've ever designed. This is the oundle, obviously named after where we are at the moment. Yeah. But you've got so many, and it's actually based around the turret in the middle of the village.
Is it?
Yeah, you know, you've got that little marketplace.
Yeah.
It's got that sort of almost hexagonal shape to it.
Oh.
So that's why it was named for that. But
That's
there's so much you
clever.
can do for this for all year round. That I just wanted to put it on as a happy hour deal for people.
Well, we have got some samples to show you again here. This is incredible. I love this. Now we're very busy for the happy hour deal. Already 10% of the stock has gone. As I show you these different samples here, you can really appreciate the difference you can get. Again, the options, John, it opens up so many different options and ways of working with it, cutting it into the card, cutting out of the card, the way that you use the colours. It doesn't matter, does it? Completely different looks every single time. All this for only £9.99. You've got a £7 saving today. 199560 is the item number. And again, we can see it works because of the style of this particular die. Any season, any occasion, male, female, young, old, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It hasn't got a floral edge, which means it works really well on men's cards. If you add the flowers and you've got ladies' cards, it works for Christmas, it works for everything. There's even there, if I can push that over.
Oh, you can.
Which I'd lost this, and I found it backstage this morning. Kirsty found it for me. I'd obviously left it here, but this is a whole journal book done with it. All the shapes in there.
This. I remember this from previous shows. Look, this is so clever.
But all of the apertures and everything in this are all done using the Oundle. And it just works so well. So it's just such a useful die.
Wow, busy on this one. Yes, it is happy hour deal. That means the price will go up at the top of the hour. 20% of the stock, the entire stock, we have big stocks of this as well, has already gone. Will it last to the end of the show? You need to check those baskets out. Even if you think you're going to come back for something else, check those baskets out. Don't miss out on these. 199560 is that item number. Great saving there. £7 saving just on that one die set. Yep, 5 dies as well in there, so it really does give you those options. Now, we've mentioned, and John did show us, the ombre glitter card, and we've got the 12 by 12 for you here. These are gorgeous, again, because you've got so many different colour options. You've got 20 sheets in total, and the best thing about this, John, is there is no glitter, really.
There is absolutely no glitter. I know Lewis looked at it earlier, one of the floor managers went, oh, I'm going to change, because he's a fabric crafter. He saw this and went, I'm going to change to papercraft. I absolutely love that. There is no glitter in it at all. It is what we call a faux glitter card. So if you are glitter phobic, or I love glitter, but I don't like the mess, absolutely and guarantee you will not get any glitter shedding off this because there is no glitter used in its production at all. So it's literally like having a glittery, shiny paper. There is nothing in there to do anything like that.
And I think as well, because you've got 12 by 12, again, that gives you more options. You can extend what you've got, really, so you can cut straight into 4. So you've got your 6 by 6s if you're matting and layering. You know, you can make your longer cards, your different folds. Of course, you can die cut with this in so many different ways. You can use this as backgrounds as well. I did just turn that the other way around, just so I was worried about breaking the spine on that one, John. But so it doesn't matter which way you turn that, does it? Because you've got the effect running through there.
You've got the effect running all the way through. And as you said, what I love about it is a 12 by 12, you will get more from a 12 by 12 than 2 packs of A4. We've done it in A4 if people want it, slightly higher weight, but you will get far more use out of a 12 by 12.
Brilliant. And look at that price again. This is 190 GSM as well, so really good weight. $14.99 is the price. We guarantee no shed there. That glitter is not going to come off. 030633. Do you know, you could make use of that front cover as well. Cut that into strips, into ribbons.
That's been done in exactly the same thing. It's printed and then a foil's put over it, which is how it's actually constructed. So the front cover's been done exactly the same way.
Perfect. Love it. Now, we did say you can also have the option of the A4, and that's what we've got here as well. So you've just seen the effect here. We'll just have a little flick through and give you the details again. So 6 different designs or colourways, and we've got 2 of each sheet. So those beautiful colours again. I think, again, these will work for all seasons as well. Now, you get 2 packs. So in total, it's 24 sheets in total. 675906 is the item number. That's what I mean. It doesn't matter which way you turn it, you know, vertically, horizontally, you've got those gorgeous effects running through there. Only $13.99 for those 2 packs there. 250 GSM as well. Everything that we've shown you and more besides is on the website. We've got so much actually we haven't seen. Do have a look for those stamens as well. If you love the cards that we've shown you, they're there. Just make sure that you know, take advantage of all the different dies as well. Some returning favourites, happy hour deal. We've got the inks for you as well. 5-star reviews running across many of these items. We are, the happy hour's proving very, very busy. We're over half of the stock gone already. You can see the 5-star reviews there as well. Yeah, take advantage of that for only $9.99. But we do want to see demonstrations, don't we? Of course we do. So let's get over to John.
Cool. Right, on the happy hour deal, I did actually speak to Peter at Crafts 2. He's actually given you all the stock we have left of that oundle. So once it's gone, I believe that's it. Unless the Narnia warehouse turns up another box in 3 months' time. I was actually down there on Thursday, and it's like an Escher painting. There is a staircase that Sam knows about that I don't know about. And there's staircases that go in lots of different directions. Apparently there's another toilet in there I've never found.
Really?
Literally, there is. It's brilliant. It's like every crafter would kill to go through it, to be honest.
Do you know, I'm just thinking that I would love to pay a visit there.
After 22 years in the industry, you will find everything in there. It's amazing. But yeah, that's the last of it. So I wanted to show just a really simple card with the 4 seasons, how the layers work, but how you can actually use things like the ombre glitter card, how they will actually work for you.
Okay.
And how you don't need to know wonderful ink techniques, you don't need to know wonderful things. If you've just got a paper, all I've used is ombre and black, and you can really get something effective. So, what I've done is I've got a piece of the Crafts 2 linen card here in black, and a lot of people have been asking me about the Crafts 2 linen card. We are trying for later this month to bring every single colour of it to the channel.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's all 35 plus 4 new ones. We're hoping to bring them all to the channel sort of around the middle of the month.
Oh, that's something to look
yeah,
forward to.
because I know so many people keep saying, where do you get the beautiful linen card from? So we will be bringing it. So the 4 seasons is done in 4 layers.
Yeah.
Now, it seems weird, but you've got this first layer, and what this does is this cuts you all the detail of the tree.
Okay.
And if you want to, there's little bits of mistletoe so you can pick out for Christmas.
Oh, nice.
But you don't notice them if they're not there. But you've then got a layer behind it which gives you the trees, the bushes for them, and the leaves. Yeah. Then you've got this little bit here which seems weird. This gives you the next layer in.
Yes, yeah.
As we're going through, and I'm going to show you that. And then, of course, you get the final layer at the back, so you've got 4 layers in one. So I'm going to start by just cutting the first layer into black, and I've just cut a piece of card to 5 by 7. So standard size that we would use or have.
Okay.
And I like to do 5 by 7 or 5.5 by 7.5 because it's the sort of way that we work.
Yeah.
It's a sort of British rectangle, isn't it? But also, I know I can get 2 of those out of an A4 card and I'm cheap.
Ah.
You can't get 2 6 by 6s out of A4.
No, you can't.
But you can get 2 5 3/4 out. So I always try and do things 5 3/4 inches a square, or 5.5, 7.5 as my maximum rectangle. That way I'm using less card.
Do you know, now you've said that, I bet a lot of people will start looking at that.
Yeah. It's just the way that, you know, if I paid good money for beautiful card, I don't want a box full of strips. How many strips have we got left? So what I'd have to do is, and because it is quite delicate, which is why I wanted to cut it, you see how it comes out, and every bit falls out, but you might have to spend a little bit of time just taking those out, because I'd rather say and show you than make it look like everything's really easy, because then you get frustrated and go, hang on, these bits, but I can, if I flick, look, so many of them just fall out.
Some of us quite like doing that, though, John.
Some people absolutely love it. I used to go and do a demo every 6 months in a particular, I think it was a garden centre, and the lady used to come early and sit at the front, and she brought her own pokey tool, and she would take the dies that I've got, because all my dies have got bits in them, and she would sit through the day watching me, poking all the bits out my dies. She loved it. Bless her, and I loved her, because I went home with clean dies first time ever.
Oh, that's brilliant.
So what I've done is, to speed it up a little bit, I've already cut. Oh, I've got a bin for once. Getting posh with these new sets.
Ooh.
We've got bins. So I've already got one that I've already cut and pricked out. So there's my first layer, but if I take a piece of the ombre, this is the sort of green into silver.
Look at that.
There's your first card. If I hold this one up...
I love the little birds in the branches as well, John. Look
you
at
see
that.
all of it. That is an option done instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah? There's a card done instantly. On a 5 by 7 card blank, sentiment stamped in there and you're done. Again, I was thinking,
you can imagine a
male
little
birthday.
swing hanging between the branches
Yeah,
as
if you've
well.
got some stamps, like the fairy hug stamps.
Yes.
Put some of those into there.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could put, you know, like the Nellie Snell and Scene stamps would look beautiful in the back.
Yeah.
You know, to me, I would put a sympathy on, but I want to take this down another level.
Okay.
So I've got the ombre card here, so I'm just going to go to the next die in the set.
Yeah.
Again, put it where it needs to be. And we're just going to tape that one down. And I'm going dark to light.
Okay.
Because I always think that if you think about it, as you look on trees, they are darker at the top. It sort of goes lighter at the bottom.
Yeah.
Just the way it seems to be to me, because you've got the sort of night falling. So I'm just going to run that one through. And again, all of the dies in this set will all go through your A5 machines. So it fits in my Kaleido, and I don't need to have an A4. But again,
I'm
so you
loving
see-
these ombre colours though.
I love this ombre card. Well, I'm going to use another one for the background in a minute. So I just need to put these little bits out. Can you see, because this is made with a foil, every little piece is coming out. Yeah?
Yeah.
But
There's
they
no
just
rough edges,
need...
no sort of fluffy edges to those. They've
You
got
get no
clean
ragged
lay-
edges. The reason is because, I mean, I say this so many times, people must get fed up with it. All of our glitter cards are always made on what we call white virgin card.
Yeah.
And if you've ever bought in the past, you know, you get mirror card that's got that grey board at the back.
Yeah.
That's recycled.
Ah.
Great for the planet, but it feathers.
It does.
When you die
Yeah.
cut it, that's
It's
why
very
you end
fibrous,
up.
isn't it?
Yeah, so when you actually look at your card, if it's overly fibrous like that, then that's why it's doing that. It's not your die, it's not your machine.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's actually the fibre on the back. So is there something you want to cover a minute just while I get these little bits
Yeah, we'll
out?
have a bit of a recap, if we may, just while John's sorting that. Now, we're busy across the board. We've not even shown you everything yet. Now, the Four Seasons die. Let's see if I can show you this without knocking everything over. How much has gone? A quarter of the stock already has gone of this one. I'm not surprised though. I mean, we can see there, layer by layer, how you can build this up. You know, just use the one layer if you so wish. The little birds in the trees, you know, the mistletoe is there, but you can easily hide that. Of course, you have got those four seasons. You can run right through from spring to summer, autumn through to winter. You know, you've got the deer in there, you've got the snowflakes in there as well, but you can use your other dyes. You can use different leaves for the trees, perhaps, if you don't want to go with the winter scene at all. Of course, we've seen the cherry blossom, you know, so do look what else you've got in your stash to see what you can use. I can still see so many different shadow boxes and tunnel cards, you know, something that's got that real depth there, because you can achieve that with these dyes, with the multi-layers. There you are, that's everything that you're getting in the pack there. Beautiful. 15 individual dyes there.
And with those deer that are on here,
Yeah.
I cut them out in the craft artist satin card in red and put them on craft card and made all my Christmas tags for all my presents last year
that
in
would
them.
have looked really
and I couldn't
classy.
share it or show anyone because I'd only got sample pieces of the satin card and it wasn't out yet. So, but all the family absolutely adored them.
I'm
In
not
fact,
surprised.
Sam's mum made me get her a set of this so that she
She
could make
loved
the
it
same
that
tags for
much.
this year. 'Cause she, just for the
well,
deer
that's
in
it. They're absolutely timeless, aren't they? They really, really are. And going back to sort of shadow boxes, that sort of thing, you could make your own decorations as well. Home decor pieces for Christmas. These are absolutely fantastic. Item number 166634, £17.99. You've got that £5 saving. Now, the happy hour, going to bring that in now because over 70% of the stock has gone. A lot of you missed out on this the first time we saw it. Do you know, I'm looking at the clock, it's only 22 minutes in. This isn't going to last, is it, till 10 o'clock? You need to check those baskets out, though. Make sure you take advantage of the £7 saving. You are getting 5 dyes. But the options, the way that you can build these, layer these up, is just incredible. There's far, far more than 5 different ways of working with them. 199560 is the item number there. Let's get back to John, see more of the demonstration. So have you finished pushing
So I
all those
have. I
bits
finished
out?
pushing it out. Actually,
Lovely.
it's very quick. But you can see how you've got that gradient. I know on the sort of overhead camera you don't see the colour as well, but you can just see there all the trees. So you could use that on its own. So you could use that, and you see how much shine and glitter you're getting there, and how it's going from that silver to that darker green at the top. But again, this makes me think, every time I cut this, I think of Clarice Cliff.
Yes, I know
I
what
think
you mean.
of doing
Yeah.
this in yellows and oranges. It
Yeah.
looks like those sort of the trees she used to do in
Yeah.
the 20s and 30s on her porcelain. That's
Yeah,
probably
you've
what
got a good
inspired
point
me, to be
there.
honest. But so there we've got the top, yeah? When I then put the tree on,
look at that.
how it makes sense.
Look at that.
And you've even got that little shadow around it, and it makes sense. But I want to use the ombre again. And this
Okay.
is what my absolute favourite of it. So this is the red into silver. But that looks like a sunset.
It does.
So we'd go that onto there, onto there.
Yes, because you can still see through the branches of the trees. You can see the glow of the red behind there.
Yeah, exactly. You're still seeing all of that colour through it. But again, I need to go into, I want to go through another level.
Oh,
So that's what this die is for.
of course.
And if you actually look, put it down, can you see here, there, it's like creating a little bush.
Ah, yes. Oh, I can see now.
So it's creating a little bush from that little sort of bit there. So every layer's been designed down, so...
So it's almost like a little branch that's just coming out from the side at the bottom of the frame there.
Yeah, it's a little branch that comes out. What I'll do is I'll run this on through and you'll see it if I put a piece of card underneath it. But you see there, you're getting that little branch which then ties into the bits that come behind it. And that's repeated on the second die. So I'm just
You could
going
make
to-
some great spooky cards for Halloween.
Oh, you could. That would
Yeah.
look lovely. I mean, you know, people, and that's getting so much more popular.
It is,
So many
yeah.
people are getting really into their Halloween. So now, but again, if I want to miss out, so I've got that layer.
Okay.
Yeah. And I've got that layer. Lovely. Yeah. I could
Stunning.
leave that, but I could also miss out that layer and just have that layer on that layer.
That works as well. Yeah. Lovely effect with the ombre again.
Yeah, so you've got that really working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take a little bit, I've got a little bit of foam tape on this black one,
Okay.
just to give it a little bit of depth, but you can work it flat. It doesn't really matter. There we go. Now, just put this one in. So just hover over the top and you'll see where it's supposed to go.
Yeah,
'Cause
make
you'll
sure you
see-
line up before you stick that down.
It lined up there. Can
Got
you
you.
see
Yeah.
where that goes to those branches?
Yeah.
So that goes on. Okay.
Lovely.
I'm just going to put a little bit more foam tape. I'll do it very quickly on the back here. Let's go to the next layer. And then I'm literally going to cheat for the last layer.
Are you?
Yeah, because I don't want to waste any more. What I've used so far is a sheet and a half of card almost, because I've used 3 sort of A5 pieces.
Yeah.
So now I grab, this is where my 12 by 12 comes in, because I love that sort of setting sun look. So let's go through until I find, well that's obviously my favourite. There. I get so
That's
much
beautiful, isn't it?
more intensity, but what I do then is just find where that sun really does set and just
That's
trim
the
that
spot,
off.
is it, John?
That's the one I want. But can you see how little I'm using?
Yeah,
And
because you
it's a-
don't need to cover the whole of the back.
No, and I've still got all of that there. So all I will have to do is just a little bit more foam tape on that. I think I put a nighttime scene ready to go on this one.
Can we, if we use the right ink, can we stamp directly onto
You
the
can
ombre
stamp
glitter?
onto this. You can stencil onto it. You've got a piece, I think, with the ombre samples.
Have I?
A strip that Paola did, where she actually stenciled
Oh, I've just found it.
through. And you can use pigment ink. You don't have to use StazOn or anything too strong.
Look at that.
So you can make it look whichever way you want to. Imagine collaging a 12 by 12 onto that with stencils. Because, of
Yeah.
course, it's completely flat.
Yeah, you can't do that with a regular glitter card, can you?
No, you can't
that.
stencil or stamp onto it.
That effect again there. I just love the effect of this.
And then...
Something about ombre effects, isn't there?
I
When you
love
blend
the
with your
ombre.
inks, whether
and
it's
it's
glitter,
always
whatever
done
it is.
blue into green. It's always the same colours. These are so different. You would never do red through gold into silver.
No, you just wouldn't think it would
It
work,
wouldn't
but
work,
it
no.
does.
So, just got a card blank, going to pop that on, and then I've used another piece of the ombre, and I've kept that bit, so that bit could go behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, for another one. And I've made a little frame with it, and this is again somewhere I use the 12 by 12, because I get more out of it.
Even your little scraps, I mean, they're going to make the most beautiful flowers and things as well, John, because you've got that difference in colour. So you could place your dyes, you know, to pick up a little bit
Your
like how you
snowflower
found
would
the
look
area
beautiful
there.
because it will be so variegated.
Yeah, exactly.
But then if I put this one up, you can see then.
Oh, look at that.
But
Oh, John,
apart
that's stunning.
from one layer in the frame, I've cut, and I, you know, literally that is almost pricked out. I've cut and done everything in less than 20 minutes on the show.
Beautiful. Oh, John, thank you so, so much. Let's have another look at the dies and we'll get back to John as quickly as possible. Let's bring the details back up for the 4 seasons again. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's spring, summer, autumn or winter. Definitely, this is a die set that you're going to use time and time again. £5 saving, just £17.99. You're getting 15 individual dies in that one set. We are very busy. A third of the stock has gone. Yeah, pick out all the detail there. Change this however you wish. Make the tunnel cards, you know, and you could do so much, couldn't you? The deer are just gorgeous on their own as well. I think lots of people might be pinching John's idea for Christmas this year as well. 166634 is the item number if you want to go for this particular set. Then, of course, we do have the snowflower as well. This has been very, very popular. I did find lots more samples, actually. I'm just going to pick that cracker up again because I think it's so pretty. There we are. There's different ways you can layer these. You've got the stamens in the centre there as well. You can shape the leaves or the petals in different ways. Only £9.99. You're actually getting, if I show you the die again, 70, it says images, but that's the cut-out areas. So with one pass, what did you just say, up to 6 flowers? John?
One pass will give you 6 full flowers.
Wow.
No, 5 full flowers.
5
no?
full flowers.
Yeah,
but
5
there is
full
different
flowers.
ways you could layer these if you wanted to, so just have a play around with that. Very popular, you're loving that. 097256 is the item number there. And then, of course, we have the bee balm. Bee balm. I didn't show you the actual die before, although you can see it beautifully on the packaging there. Again, something for all seasons. Shape this however you wish. You've got those different size layers, so you can build this up in many different ways. You could even curl those into little buds, couldn't you? Curl them right over.
Curl them up. You can curl them up into a bud to make you like is it a delphinium? I can't even think. But you can actually curl them outwards and then curl them up to make you the cone flower.
Yeah, yes,
because
yeah.
you get the smaller ones and curled in, but I've got quite a few demos to show you possibly this afternoon on this.
Oh, stay
Lots
with us
of different
then.
ways
Yep.
to do it. It's
Don't miss
really
out on
flexible.
anything. Check your baskets out quickly. Come back later and watch all of the demonstrations. 563010. Now the happy hour. Oh, guess what? We said be quick. It's gone limited stock. Limited stock. There's literally. Well, I was going to say literally a handful. There's less than a handful left. This is not going to last. Just bringing in 1 or 2 samples again. Make sure you grab these. Check that basket out. £9.99, a £7 saving again. Any season, I can count on my right hand, first finger, how many are left. Some lucky person, check your basket out now. You might just get that. That's it, gone. Well done, whoever it was. I was just going to give the item number, no point now, is there? I'm just going to scoot down the counter a little bit because, of course, when it comes to those flowers, they're beautiful as they are, and you can find different ways of making those centres, but how about going for the stamens? You get so much here. You're getting both the cool and the warm collection here. These are beautiful colours. I was going to say, John, that you could actually colour these, but I don't think you need to because there's so many different colours here.
It covers every colour. You don't need to at all. You've got purples and blues and yellows. There's a beige and an orange and a silver and a gold. There's a white, there's green, there's literally almost every colour you want. And each stamen head is made up of at least, I think it's 6 or 12 individual stamens. So when we say that there's 120 stamens, that's 120 sets of little stamens like that. There's 120 of those. I just adore these. You know, I wanted them, I sort of sourced them, because I just think they're so useful for making your flowers.
They are. In
and
fact,
the great thing is, if you look at the board, the flowers you've got at the top are all made with the snowflower.
yes, yeah, I
So
can
you
see
wouldn't
that.
actually think that that was the snowflower. Again, it's multi-layering it with the stamens in the middle.
Let's have a look at those individual pieces. Remember, 12 in each bunch as well. We're just looking at those colours again there with those beautiful flowers. I just like to use these as well, John, even not as a centre of a flower, just into a spray, you know, as little berries or, you know, little embellishments. They're so, so pretty. You've got that little bit of sparkle on some of these as well. They are beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, Jim was saying those orange ones look a little bit like toadstools. I know
they do.
that.
They're all variegated. You've got little, the ones that are like shimmering have got little tiny glass microbeads stuck on them. So there's 3 or 4 different styles in each little bunch. Just think they're beautiful.
120 individual stamens you get in there for £14.98. 190257. I love the fact they're wired as well, because even if you cut the wires off, you can still find a use for those. Let's move on again, because we've still got more to show you. Now we've got a glitter foam bundle for you now. So traditional Christmas, first of all. Obviously, traditional Christmas, we do think of the golds, the white, the green, the red is in there. There's a beautiful sort of copper colour in there. It's almost a rose gold, isn't it?
It is literally like rose gold. This is absolutely beautiful, and this is bizarrely, you would think this is the hardest to cut. You would think this is the easiest sort of medium you will ever die cut. Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want me to show you?
Yeah.
Right, here I've got, so it's 2 mil, each sheet's 2 mil thick.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So each sheet is 2 mil thick. The glitter is sort of sealed and encapsulated on there. Yeah?
Right.
It's not a non-shed, but it is beautiful shine. But if I take, say, the bee balm flower, I've got 2 layers here. So I put 2 layers in.
So you're going to die cut 2? I'm
going to die cut 2 layers, manual machine, in once with an A6 plate. Yeah? Run it through.
Do you know, I wouldn't have thought that that would work.
No? Well, I made some of the demos. I think you've got a wrapped box down there, which has got these flowers on.
Oh, look! I bet this matched your tags and your cards and
It
everything,
did.
didn't it,
Even
from
the
last year?
bells were last year. I just had to take the tags away.
That is lovely.
But you get so much more movement with it. But if I take this out, look. So there.
Oh, and you can see it's cut.
It's easier than card and paper. It literally is. So there is one layer. Oh, and here's the second one, look. Cut through. One run perfectly.
John, could we use the foam to die cut the flowers and maybe stitch them onto projects like bags and
because
things?
they're foam, they don't have fibres. So yeah, you could just you could sew them on, you can hot glue them on.
Could make hair accessories, brooches.
I mean, making a flower up in them is so easy. I'm just going to take one of the stamens, take the largest 2 and double them over. I mean, that already. But brooches, hair clips, anything like that, you can work, because you can't get that sort of thing. Centre goes through, pulled through, done.
Oh, and those stamens really finished that off. How lovely. That's a really good buy again, because you're getting all those colours there, the white, the sparkle green, the copper, the light green. You've got the red, you've got the gold in there as well. I don't think we can even fit all the names on. £9.99 is the price, 369 889 is the item number. They're all A4. Now, they're your traditional, but we've also got modern Christmas for you as well. I'm loving these. Look at these colours. We've got, of course, in here the blues, the pinks, we've got the silver, we've got the white in there again. Oh, John, I like these.
I love these. These are my Christmas this year. Last year I was very much sort of, one stage of it was very much brown paper packaging and things for last year. This year I've done an awful lot, and you'll see it when I launch the new Christmas. There's a lot in pink and blue and silver and copper, and that matches how I decorated my Christmas tree last year.
They're my sort of colours.
Yeah, I did all that sort of duck egg blue and copper and silver and glass. And little bits of teal and little bits of dark blue. But that literally is almost like looking at my Christmas tree last year, which is what I will do in my collections this year.
And we're talking Christmas, but actually, and although it says modern Christmas, definitely not just for Christmas. I mean, again, that's going to lend itself to anniversary, to wedding, to baby, any celebrations, you know, anything, in fact. Doesn't even have to be a celebration card. It could be a thank you or thinking of you. 495 446 is the item number. I still love the idea of maybe making jewellery or accessories out of this as well. £9.99 for all of those A4 sheets there. Yeah, we are very busy on those as well. Now, let's have a look at the ink pads, because these, we noticed the 5-star reviews as well. Now, you're getting these in pairs. So the top two, we've got the pearlised ones. This is the Pearl collection. So you've got Moonlight Pearl and Pearl Dawn. 16 colours. 16 colours. Everything all in that one, well, two, because you're getting a pair. But in those containers, John, so you're not scrambling around looking for the colours. They're all in there.
They're all together, and the Midnight Pearl we've only put on air once before. So I was actually saving this for some stamps that are coming out later in the year. But Mark in the warehouse said, "Have you forgotten about this one?" I went, "No, I'll put it on the next show." And then I realised that I'd actually was saving it for something later in the year, so it's worth what we've got it coming for. But the colour blocks, I mean, I've got one here. We used to seeing these, I think, was it Colour Box or something years ago, yeah? But what happened was you took your lid off, yeah, and they all fell out.
That is so true.
And they did.
They did.
And they kept coming off all the time. These clip in.
Oh.
So the first range were magnets. We changed that because people said they were struggling with magnets because of pacemakers and things. So we take the magnets out for the second range. But look, it clicks in.
What a great idea.
So it won't come out, but they don't cross-contaminate. I mean, that one I've been using now for 7 months. Because obviously, you can actually see, if you look on the back quickly, look, it's not even the same packaging. Because I've got, these are my original samples that I'm still using.
They
but to have
stack,
16
John, as well.
curl, yeah, they all stack up in one big tower.
I love it. So they're not going to take up a lot of room on your desk. They look pretty if you want to put them on a shelf as well. Oh, I do like these a lot. $22.98. You're getting those 16 colours there. So that's your Pearl collection. These are a pigment ink as well, are they, John?
They are, yep. So these will blend. You can go through stencils with them. You can stamp with them. You can heat emboss with them. You can do every technique with them. I very rarely these days, and because they're water-based, even though they are pearl, you can use your water brush and watercolour with them.
Amazing.
Because normally you'd have to mix glycerin, you don't. You mix water with them because they're water-based.
Brilliant stuff. So that's Moonlight Pearl and Pearl Dawn, if you're looking at those particular ones there. Then we do have another collection. These are actually pearl as well, but you can see very different. Oh, they're not pearl.
These are matte colours, so shine colours. These don't have the actual mica in them.
I didn't think they looked shiny.
No, I'm going to say, yeah, Ross is leading you wrong again. But yeah, these, what you've got here is you've got Rainbow and Tea Time.
Oh, we need to lose the pearl collection from the details there, because it is a bit misleading.
That'll be me when I type it up.
We're going to sort that for you now. So these are not pearl, but look at those colours. Absolutely gorgeous. These are your matte. They're still pigment ink, so you can see that. It says it on the lid there. I love the fact as well that you've got a different colour base for these.
Yeah, so you can see that black is for pearl, white is for standard.
Perfect.
Or blending inks, really. And what we've done is, if you look, you've got Rainbow and Tea Time.
Yeah.
Rainbow are primary colours.
Yes.
Tea Time are your secondary colours to go with them.
Amazing.
So you can mix and match them. So although you've got 16 colours, by mixing and matching those, you've got 32, 64, because you've got primaries and you've got your secondary colours. And of course, they still stack with all of the others.
And if you get both, you can build a zebra.
Yay! Is that coming next in the character crafts
Who knows?
crocheting?
Who knows?
You've got zebra in your head, Catherine.
Let's give you the item number there. If you're going for the ones, of course, the matte ones, 303478 is the item number. These stuck together beautifully as well. They really do. Let's have a look at the details. As I say, they're $22.98. I've just given you the item number. £5 saving again on those. Yeah, treat yourself. Go for both of those. I think we'll get the pearl and the matte as well. You've got a really lovely selection. Right, let's go back to John. Let's see, we've got in the way of demonstrations
right,
again.
so
Is
I said
it the
I'd show you a couple of different ways to do the snowflower.
Okay, yeah.
And what I've done is I've already cut the card down to A6.
Yeah.
And I've done this sort of loads of times. I will just please honestly do this with the flowers. Sam was prepping with a demo for me with the glitter foam. And I didn't, normally I would pre-cut the card for him, and I didn't. I just gave it him in A4, and he got the flower and he went one there, and then he went one there, and he went, I can't fit another one on. So he only got two out. So take your card in half, so about 5 3/4 or
Yeah.
14.5 centimetres, and then 4 1/2, and give yourself 4 pieces. You will get your flowers out 4 times. I know I keep going through it, but honestly, don't waste
it's worth
it.
it, John, because yeah, you could save people so much money if they pay attention to what you're doing here. And a lot of the larger cutters and guillotines, the trimmers and guillotines, will have the markings.
They will
on,
have the markings for
so
A5
you don't even
and
have to worry
A4 and
about the
A6.
measurements.
So that way, I'm using a lot less of these cards.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cut them. I'm going to cut it twice. I'm going to show you 2 different ways. So this is in the gold craft artist sort of gloss card, mirror card.
Okay.
And again, fits through. Obviously, it fits through all your A5 machines because it's an A6 die.
And it doesn't matter if it's a wide mouth machine because it's a thin die. So
Yeah, makes no difference
issues.
at all. So you see all of those pieces drop out. Even these. Oh, well, watch me do it and then find it doesn't. Yeah, there we go. But you just have to ease those out from the edge. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because they're so delicate. So I don't actually need all of those, so I'm not going to sit here and... But you can see all your pieces come out.
It's nice, though, if you don't use them all, just keep those in a little pot because they'll work for all sorts of flowers.
Oh, they will. It's a universal centre. Yeah. So I wanted to make a sort of quite a classic flower with these. Okay. So what I'm going to do is you've got the largest sizes. So you've got, in each size subsequently, is 5 mil smaller than the one that precedes it.
Right.
It's just the way that my head works.
Okay.
So let's say that's 40 mil,
Yeah.
35,
Yeah.
30, 20, 15, 10.
You missed 25 out.
Did I? Oh, that doesn't surprise me with me. I'm not going to do all of them anyway. Sorry. Yeah, so I'm just going to use my ball tool. I've got them on the reverse on the Crafts 2 flower foam, which is really tough.
You can
So
see
you need
that,
something
actually.
really, it's not your general soft one. And then I'm just going to go scribble in the middle, okay, of each petal.
Lovely,
Nothing complex, nothing, I don't do difficult.
So you're just breaking those fibres a little bit.
I know people sit there and they go, I was taught in the class, you go round the edge, like that, and then you slowly come into the centre. And I don't see a lot of difference between
That is very
that
true.
one and that one. Press in the middle, there's no difference. So I don't see the point. Turn them over and just scribble in the middle.
Yeah.
I'm going to use the glue glaze because this will glue it quickly and fast. So a little blob in there. So that
Lovely.
is a domed flower, but I want a different centre, so I'm going to swap in, and now I'm going to cut. This is the red satin card. This is like velvet. This is beautiful colour. Yeah, this is what I used on all my Christmas tags last year in the deers from the Four Seasons.
I'm still wondering where mine is. My card from you then, John. I didn't get one.
No, this is on my gift tags.
Well, I didn't get a gift either.
Nobody gets card. I'm sorry, we'll try and correct... I'll say we'll try and correct that this year, because I forget things. So we both know I'll completely forget. I brought some tins of chocolates in.
Did you?
Yeah, always do. Always bring some chocolates and things in for everybody.
I'm just hearing...
You might have been on the wrong shift,
They were
or Ross might have
hidden
eaten
from
them all.
me.
Yeah. So, I've just taken the red satin centres out, yeah? And I'm just going to then just scribble in the middle, just like that. And I'm just putting the centre in. So you get a real different look.
Oh, nice.
Just like that.
Look at that. That does change it a lot, doesn't it?
Looks very different. And what I tend to do is to take the stamens, and I keep saying I'm cheap, and I am. I'm not wasting a whole stamen in this flower.
Are you going to snip that apart,
So I
John?
just literally take that off, and you see then I get all those little heads. So I can take one of the gold ones, and for this I would use either a hot glue, but the chances are my hot glue machine, I can never get this one to work properly.
Oh. A silicone glue would work well, would it, as well?
It would help if the glue stick was actually in, but yeah, never. I'd never get that one to work. Or a silicone glue, but what you can do is just use your raw, neat craft artist. So not the watered down one that you would put into your fine line bottle.
You want something a little bit more gloopy.
Yeah, and that just stem that in. But you can see here some that I've already made, even down to
Oh, nice.
the smallest size.
Oh, yeah, and you start to put those together in a little spray.
Yeah, I mean, I'd actually got here, where are we? I'm always so organised, so organised. Here we go. So I just put together, I was going to make a card with the oundle, but I'll get shouted at by people at home if I do.
Yes, it's
But
gone, hasn't it?
Just putting together the frames, that to
That
me
is very classy.
looks so opulent. Just like that.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh, the
But
gold and the red together, that's satin.
I love
it's
gold, red
beautiful.
and black, and mixing the satin and the gloss just really, really works. But they look like they're metal, but of course we've got the red pieces left, haven't we?
Oh, yes, of course.
So we need to do something with those, because I'm not wasting anything.
Yeah, because you've only used the stamens, haven't you, so far?
So this time, again, I'll just grab the largest one to show you because it's the easiest. We'll make a completely different flower from it.
Okay.
So here I've got my tweezers.
Yeah.
And for this you want to use not reverse tweezers but normal tweezers.
Right.
Because I have these and reverse tweezers in my kit because they're great for doing centres.
Yeah.
But just grab it, and fold it.
Oh, so you're going one way then the other, making
So I'm
little
going
ridges.
valley, mountain, valley, mountain, valley.
That looks like, oh, do you remember, John? I don't know, we used to have the crimpers, didn't we? They looked like a
Yes.
brayer, but we had crimpers and you used to put card in it and roll it through to crimp
Yeah,
the card.
we've still got them in the warehouse.
Have you?
We've still got the A4 one. I've got one at home. I've been crimping some paper to go as back. It's beautiful as backgrounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got an A4 one. I've been doing some...
Looks like you've crimped those.
looks like I
but That
have.
is very quick and easy to
But
do.
you couldn't... You know, these are so delicate that you wouldn't really want to run them through a crimper.
No.
And you
They'd
couldn't
probably
crimp
get
it first,
trapped in
then
the
cut
roller.
it. But you see there,
That is
just
such a lovely
fold
effect.
each flower up. And again, a little bit of glue glaze. In the centre, we just again...
Have we got
put
that
a
glue
three.
glaze in the brand shop, John?
I think so, yeah. I think we've got it with the craft artist glue, or it may be an
Lovely.
end of court.
That's
We usually
really
try
handy to have hold
and
of.
put it on, but again, then you've got
Oh, I do like that.
a totally different that anyone can do. And then this time I'm going to put a stamen into it.
Okay.
So, notice how the centre's quite small.
Yeah.
So there's two ways to do this. One is, if you've got something like a crocodile or a hole punch,
Yeah.
use the finer hole and go into the centre. Punch your hole in.
Got you?
Yeah. So that's one way, and then take your stamen and just kind of, you have to really guide it through.
Yeah.
There we go.
There.
But
Oh,
look
look at that.
at
I love
that.
how you can pull the petals up and shape it around the stamens as well.
So it's just...
Oh, that's when you can be a bit extravagant with those stamens.
It is, yeah. That's when you can sort of go OTT. But you'd probably only put 3 on a card with those stamens in.
Yeah.
But again, if you're not sure about putting the hole in, this is where, again, hot glue really should please work. I am going back to my
I can see a light.
cheap
That looks
German
promising.
supermarket one for the next show, rather than these posh brand ones. No, you're not going to... Oh, I got a little bit out. Put a little bit in the middle. Would help if I
That
didn't
is a
do
little
it
bit.
that way. Come on. Play the game. No, you're not going to. Basically, then, I would just put the stamen to one edge.
Yeah.
Yeah? Just like that.
Ah, so you can still leave
Push
the
it
wire on
onto
there.
the glue and twist it round.
Got
You would twist it properly and do it properly, but... And then a little bit of hot glue on the back, and that will hold it
Hold
all
it
in
all
place.
together. Lovely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So that's 2 ways with that flower.
Perfect. Yeah, and you will find more ways as well. Just experiment and alternate different layers with different flowers as well. You can make all sorts of fantasy flowers. We've been very, very busy actually. The snow flower, that's what we're looking at here, half the stock. Use the deer with the Four Seasons die as well. That works very, very nicely, doesn't it? That lovely sample there. Half the stock gone £9.99, £3 savings, 097 256 is the item number there. You get 17 individual cutting areas there on that one pass. you know, you could have just an hour or so, John, just constantly passing that through a die cutting machine, so building those up ready to go, and it'll feel as though you've made hundreds of flowers.
And you will have done, yeah, because it's so quick to do.
Yeah.
You're going to get 5 flowers from an A6 piece, so you're going to get 20 full flowers from each sheet of card.
I know.
That's an awful lot. One A4 sheet of card will give you 20 flowers in
Silly,
5
isn't
different
it, when you
sizes.
think
It's
about
brilliant.
it. It's a bit of a no-brainer, really. Let's have another look at the 4 seasons. Of course, we're working right through from spring to summer to autumn to winter. The deer can again be used at any time of the year. Let me just turn this around so you can see the inspiration again. There you are, so you can see all the 4 seasons there. And I think once you get this home and you have a bit of a play with it, you'll definitely be bringing in those other dies as well. $17.99 is the price. 40% of the stock has gone. There is another show later on. Don't miss out, because there will be sales made in between the shows as well. 1 o'clock, John is back. £5 saving on this one, 166,634. Then back to the flowers, because of course we've got the bee balm for you as well. Another wonderful plate. You're going to get 4 of these out of 1 A4 sheet again. If you use your cardstock, your paper, whatever you're cutting wisely. In fact, that goes for the foam flowers as well. They're A4, so cut them down as John tells you to do, and then you'll make sure that you take advantage of every single scrap. £9.99 is the price here, a £5 saving. These are beautiful. 563010. Let's have another recap as well, because we're going to have a look at the ombre, because we've got the 12 by 12 for you. Absolutely beautiful. The GSM on this is 190. It's so soft to the touch, actually, this. There is no actual glitter on there, so there's nothing to shed, but look at the effects you get. Now, I'm holding this so the spine is at the bottom, but you can work with this whichever way you like. You know, the ombre can come in from the side rather than top to bottom as well. I adore the colours in here. I really hope the colours are picking up well on screen. The monitors here in the studio, I'm looking and thinking, you're not appreciating what you've got here. You will really, really love these when you get them home. $14.99 is the price. A quarter of the stock has gone. 030633. We had huge stocks of this as well. Do you know, you're going to have a lovely time with those. Try that with your backgrounds, with your 4 seasons, your flowers, whatever you wish. Then, of course, we've also got the A4 for you as well. Now, this is a different GSM. 250 GSM on this one. I'm actually going to turn these to the side and just flick through these as I give you the detail. 675906 is the item number, 24 sheets. There we go. Yeah, $13.99. You're getting 2 packs, so 24 sheets in total. Now, let's just remind you about the foam as well. Of course, we've seen it. We've seen it live here in the studio. John has actually put this through the die cutting machine with the dies, 2 sheets together. So you can cut multiples in one go. $9.99 is the price here. This is your traditional Christmas. Over a third of the stock has gone. 369,889. So you've got the green in there, the bronze in there, the red, the gold, and the sparkly white as well. And then, of course, we've got the modern Christmas. Go for both of these. You're not going to regret it. Oh, you really can make something special with these. Let me just bring that sample in that John did as well. $9.99 here. A quarter of the stock has gone. You've got the silver, the dark blue, the pink, the light blue, the light, the copper, and the white as well. $495,446. Yeah, John, so you're back at 1 o'clock.
I am, yes.
What have you got planned?
Well, I was just actually cutting now, because I'll show you this at 1 o'clock. I was just doing what you suggested, and using some of the ombre card to actually go cut some flowers.
Oh, I like that a lot.
So
that's for one sheet, but you've got all the different colours coming through.
I'll actually cut a 12 by 12 into 4 pieces and cut it that way.
Wow, wow. Well, we're out of time, but make sure you do come back at 1. Check those baskets out. Don't miss out. See you soon. Bye-bye. Oh, we've got to squeeze every second in with John, haven't we? Always busy there. Right, we've got embroidery coming up next. Looking forward to this. Some beautiful kits I can see. Mixed media with Pentart. I'm back with Lou at 11, and then with Studio Light at 12.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, their world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper, and they're now absolutely renowned for it. The product range that Stamperia offer is really diverse. They bring us incredible stamps, obviously the world famous rice paper, but they're always trying to bring new techniques as well. So they'll bring different mediums, beautiful moulds, so there's always something for every type of crafter. They will definitely have something for you to craft with, and everything you craft with will be top quality and beautiful. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Well, That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. Join me on Hochanda, where I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hello, good morning again. Well, I am now working with some guests that I haven't worked with before. Very much looking forward to it. It's all about Madaher embroidery, and let me introduce you to Caroline and Devinder. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Yes, all good. So you've been on about 3 times, I think you said?
Yeah.
Yes, we have.
Well, perhaps for anybody who doesn't know about your business, who would like to tell us a bit about it?
Shall we start? So we're Devinder and Caroline, and we met in New York, didn't we? Yeah. And we're both textile designers, and we work in both fashion and homeware. So I've been designing for about 30 years. And Caroline, what have you been doing?
Yeah, so we met, like Devinder said, we met in New York, and then we moved back to England, and then we started a family. So we've got 3 children, and then I've just been doing a lot of embroidery, and then in the last lockdown, we were about to launch our 2nd kit, and then lockdown hit. So this past year, we've just basically grown this business. So what you see today on the show is everything that we've created in this season.
Wonderful. So everything's been designed by yourselves?
Yes.
That's right, yeah. So everything I do, like the flowers are all painted by myself, and then Caroline does all the embroideries on them.
Yeah, so you'll see all the beautiful paintings in the background. Everything is painted by Devinder, and then I create the stitching and embroidery. But Devinder's very good on the sewing machine as well, so we kind of mix it up a bit, you know.
Yeah, so I've done so Caroline did all the patches, and then I did the quilting. So yeah, we do a bit of everything.
No, it's nice. What a great combination together. That's wonderful. All right then, so we're going to go through these absolutely stunning kits that we have got on the show for you. So this one is a brand new today, and this is the Lottie embroidery kit. Do you want to talk us around this, what we get, etc.?
Yeah, so in that kit you get your embroidery thread, and you get a full instruction sheet. So the embroidery thread's a DMC. We really love to use a quality thread. Yes. So you get 8 colours, and you get a little colour postcard which just gives you a bit more idea about how to kind of proceed with the stitching, but the stitch information is all there as well, and you also get a colour guide which shows you which colours are to go where. But yeah, it was just really inspired by beautiful flowers. We've got a little courtyard garden out the back of our house, and there's some really pretty, we had some beautiful peonies at the, just back in June. So it's really inspired by all of those things, and we were saying peonies don't actually last that long, but with this kit you can make them last all year round.
Yeah, so beautiful. So we're seeing the finished sample here. Isn't that absolutely stunning? And with the actual material, so the pattern is printed on.
That's right, yeah. So, you know, you get my hand painting florals, and then obviously you do your own embroidery over the top, which obviously Caroline's done, and it's also nicely packaged. You know, we design the packaging, the label, everything is all done by myself and Caroline.
Nice. There's lots of attention to detail here, isn't there? And this is a very wrappable box here. Love that. If you want to give it as a gift. So for this lovely set here, this kit, it's £37.99. 105813 is your item number. Then we've got some returning kits. So this one is the Vintage Rose. Wow, it's a really full pattern, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stunning. Just look how beautiful that is. Absolutely gorgeous. So again, you're going to get everything that you need in the kit?
Yes, you do. Again, this one is an 8-inch embroidery hoop, and you get the 8 embroidery colours. Yeah, and the thing that's so unique is just that combination of Devinder's painting and my stitching. So even before you've began with your stitch work, it's still a beautiful piece in the frame. So yeah, it's just really fun to fill in. So you'll see from the printed fabric, it's really clear where to stitch, but you can have a little bit of free rein as well. So if you're a little bit more experienced and you want to add more French knots, we really encourage just sort of taking ownership of it and making it your own.
Yeah.
But if you're a little bit more beginner and not so advanced, the instructions are all there for you to follow, so it's really clear.
Really good. Right then, so for this kit, again, £37.99. 555391 is the item number. Then Catherine, just before we came to where she pointed at this one, she's like, right, I love this one. She loves this. Do excuse me. So the details are on the screen. So tell us a little about this one.
So we collect porcelain and plates, all indigo, don't we? And we absolutely love this collection. I think what's great about this collection is that it's timeless as well. I think the colour indigo is a timeless classic colour palette, and so we designed it so it almost looks like a plate. And if you look on our Instagram, Caroline actually photographed that amongst other blue plates, and you couldn't really tell. And of course, the attention to detail from Caroline is amazing.
It is, isn't it? Look at that. It's absolutely stunning. Beautiful stitches, but beautiful design. Love that. And once more, you get everything that you need. Oh yeah, we're going to take a nice deep close-up about this one. So what sort of ability were we talking about with this one?
Yeah, so I would say this would be a slightly more advanced kit. I wouldn't advise this for a beginner, but certainly we have had people that have just got into embroidery and they've done a little bit, and then they launch into this and they've managed it. But I think it's just that combination of such a mixture of blues and different shades. You do get a colour guide, so it's A3, so when you open that out you can see it we give exact details about which colours go where, and then with the postcard you've got a little bit of something to follow as well. But again, there's just lots of lovely French knots, lots of satin stitch involved in it, some back stitch, and there's a really pretty sort of weaving in and out stitch around the outside, which is really lovely to do. Looks complicated, but it isn't complicated, and you'll feel really proud of yourself when it's all complete, because it's just beautiful. Everyone that's done this kit has just given us such lovely feedback, and it's been nice, hasn't it?
Gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. Love that. Can I just point out, I was just looking at, because like I said, we love your packaging. I just love on the back here of the little postcard, but it's even got with love, you know. I love that sort of thing.
Well, I think it's really important for us. I mean, our kids are, you know, are good for well-being, and it's the whole point. They make great gifts. And we do pay a lot of attention to detail, because that's really important to us as a company.
Really, I'm a bit of a stickler for detail.
That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. Now, if you do want this, we have got this one on FlexiBuy, so you can spread the cost. 2 payments of £22.50. Item number is 719090. Okay, so then next one. This is the Hidden Garden. Take a little look. Could this one be for a beginner?
Yeah, actually, a lot of beginners have done this kit.
Right.
But lots of people with experience as well have done it. But it has been one of those go-to kits for someone that just really wants to give it a go. We do say it's a great kit because you've got quite a lot of different stitches in there to try, but if you're a bit overwhelmed by doing the satin stitch, you can just do back stitch and outline it and make it a little bit more linear and a bit simpler, so you don't have to, you know, do all that full-on satin stitch if you're not so sure.
Just out of interest, what's the fabric that you put the designs onto?
So they're printed on linen.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're digitally printed, so you get that lovely rich floral colour, and you get all those colours.
And you get all the detail of my paintings as well, so because there's a lot of subtle tones, and I think once you've added the embroidery on, it just gives it another dimension to the embroidery kit. So yeah, and this one's done really well. We love the colour palette on this one.
So this was our kind of launch into lockdown kit.
Right.
And when we put it out, it just went sold and sold. So it's been a real, and it has consistently been our best-selling kit. So
wonderful.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff. All right then, £36.49. Item number is 927806. And then one of the best sellers on the craft store. So this is the Woodland Treasure. Oh, we like this. We love toadstools, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it.
Already very busy for this particular one. What sort of stitches have we got on this?
So again, you've got lots of French knots, you've got satin stitch on there and lots of back stitch. I do encourage people to split the threads down as well so that you get 6 strands in your floss. We tend to just use maybe 3 strands or 2 strands, and it's really lovely because on some of the little flowers on those blackberries, we've just used 1 strand of thread, and it just is really effective. So within this kit, I do encourage you just to see the flexibility of the different weights of thread and different amounts, and it's really effective.
It's beautiful.
And then there's like a little seed stitch at the bottom, which you're encouraged just to fill the whole bottom like it's a woodland floor. With your little acorns there. It really is a special kit. For us, this has summed up our lockdown walks. That's where our inspiration came from.
Yeah.
We've got
and where we live, there's, you know, woods and forest, and because we live in Yorkshire, and of course, we're surrounded by nature.
You're gorgeous. Now, we are already 10% of the stock gone on this kit. £27.99. 521032 is your item number. Now, we've got another new today. So these are the designs only. So these are finished samples for you to have a little look at. So you're going to get it as a PDF, that's correct?
Yes, yeah. This is a new thing for us. It's something that was requested an awful lot from our Instagram followers. So we just thought we would give it a go. Obviously, you don't get Davinder's painted element, but you do get still the feel of our flowers and the things that we like to do.
And I think what's great about them is that you can just do them as and when you want. The instructions, I think you have the instructions.
Yeah, I've got a couple of the printouts here, but basically when you purchase this, you'll get the printout. You can either just keep it on your iPad and just download the pattern, but you basically get the let me find the right page. We will demonstrate it actually, but you do get the pattern there so that you can copy that and trace it. The beauty of this is that you could buy this today and you could be stitching it by this afternoon.
See, that's a great idea. I like that. So once more, have another look at these fabulous designs. £16.49, and you can get those downloads. Those patterns. 280366 is your item number. Really pretty. Love that. Then next we've got some fabric panels coming on. Now we've got 2 new designs. So the first one, I'm going to end up wrecking the pack shot. Sorry, Lewis. Hang on. Let's move this one. Here we go. So this one is your Lottie floral stripe. So take a little look at this beautiful one, new today. It's so delicate.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's beautiful about these panels are that the designs are original, Alex. You know, I've taken a lot of time to paint them. They're really, you know, the pastel colours are really beautiful. There's beautiful tones in there, and we wanted to give our customers like the option of doing the stripe one, which that one is, and then of course there's the placement one, which is, I'll be demonstrating the quilting on that stripe one in a minute, but but I think we've got the cushion there, which is the placement, and it's similar flowers. And it just looks great together as a set, I think.
Yeah.
Don't they, together?
Yeah. Beautiful. So that's the Lottie Garden Bloom.
That's
Fabulous.
right, yeah.
Okie dokie. Let's open this up anyway. So let's open this up. Fingers and thumbs. There you go. Again, that's so beautiful.
Yeah, it looks really great. You know, it's a really... What's great about this new, well, any of the cushion panels, to be honest, is just that it's great for the room.
Yeah.
They're conversational pieces,
They are, aren't
and they
they?
really freshen up, you know, whether you have it in the lounge or in the bedroom, or it's a gift again. They're just, and they're fun to make, they're fun to quilt as well.
Yeah. I was going to say, because you got this as well. That
Yeah,
you've
so
done.
that's the one I'm going to demonstrate soon.
So that one's the floral stripe.
That's right, yeah.
Excellent, lovely stuff. Now, some returning favourites again with the panels. Let's grab this one. Okay, so this one is the Vintage Rose.
That's right, which is over, yeah.
Nice, so you can see that.
So again, it's the Vintage Rose embroidery. It's the same flower, but obviously you get it on a panel, and it's got the it's the one that's behind you.
Sorry, that's
that's it. Yeah, and it's got the nice little ditzy print around it as well. So it just kind of keeps it all enclosed and looks great.
Yeah. And I love that we've got all of your original artwork here as well.
Yeah, which is great. So you can see what I do. Obviously I freelance as well, so I work for a lot of fashion companies and home furnishing companies as well. So people know me for doing my florals. I do other designs, but if you look on my Instagram, it just looks like I do florals. But I'm absolutely passionate about flowers and nature. So is Caroline.
Yeah. Gorgeous. Right then, there's another panel. So let's open this one up. There we are. So this one is the Hunter's Star. Like a quilt block, actually.
Yeah, so Caroline's, with that one, it's all my prints together. So Caroline's just done it, we wanted to show you what you can do with it. So there's a bag, that's it. So you can, you know, we mix that with denim, so you're not buying anything extra. Those are just old denim pieces that we had around the house. So, you know, we've quilted, well, Caroline, you've quilted it, haven't you?
Well, it was actually my jeans, my old pair of jeans.
Well, you're not wasting them. So.
No, so we really love the idea of upcycling and recycling materials. So I just cut strips from the old legs of the jeans just because it got a hole in the knee. So, yeah, it worked perfectly. Patch it together, and then we've lined it with just some plain cotton. Yeah. But so that you've got that Hunter Star on both sides, so it's brilliant. It's almost like a deep, big beach bag or something you could use, or you could keep all your craft things in it, or your, you know, sewing kit.
I mean, what's great about that one is it's quite simple to quilt because it's literally just following the lines of the pattern. So it already looks like a quilt. And then behind us, we've chopped it up. And we've done this quilt here, so this is a teamwork with me and Caroline.
Right.
So Caroline's sewn all the patches together, and she's worked out how to put the pink square, but I then quilted over the top, so that's taken me hours.
It's really impressive.
But I think when you cut these panels up, that's the beauty of them, is that they can either be as a cushion, or if you cut them up, they can make this really beautiful quilt.
Yeah,
show
I think it's just nice to show the versatility of them, isn't it?
Wonderful. And then the last panel that we've got, this is the floral vase. So take a little look there. Marvellous. And then that one
is so you can see the original painting above the cushion. So that's the original painting, and then obviously we've just blown it up to fit into the square for the cushion. So that's a popular one as well.
I'm just gonna lift this one up, just so there we go, you can see it better. That's it, there you go. Right, so for each panel then it is £14.99. There we go, pop that back. Your item number is 625698. Lovely, there's loads more on the website, but I know we're going to want to get to demo. So lots of beautiful kits. If you've got any of these kits from previously, we would love to see your progress. Send in any of your pictures to studio@thecraftstore.com. Also got some extra accessories, so if you're new to a spot of embroidery and you're wanting to get yourself some extra hoops, etc., then it's on the website. Lovely, so without further ado, I'm going to hand over to you.
Right, so is it me first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right, so I don't know if you can see this. So this is
Your mic's just come off.
Are we all right?
Oh, this is what happens when you're live. It's the mic.
Don't you worry.
Can you hear? Sorry, the back.
That's all right. We're all right.
It's fine. The battery's just come out.
Oh, okay, don't worry. We can just revisit these lovely panels again. So here we go. I'm going sort of back to front now. Here we go. So this one is the floral vase. Nice. And then the next one. This one on the cushion. That one is the Lottie Garden Bloom. And then the other new today is the Lottie Garden Stripe, which we're going to come to in a sec. Right then, so back to that, $14.99 if you want any of those panels. 625698 is your item number. We all sorted?
Yeah, I think
stuff.
so. Right, sorry about that.
Don't worry.
Folks,
Don't worry.
well, that's just live TV for you. So this is what I'm going to be demonstrating now. So this is the Stripe Lottie Floral. I've already worked in to this one. And what's great is I think it just shows when you do the quilting over the flower, you can really see it coming through as a 3D and we see that quilting quality. So I'm going to work on this flower here. So it's the same flower and I'm just going to put it on the sewing machine. I don't know how people quilt, but I always like to start in the centre, put your foot down and then you're off. It's that simple. I mean, if I can do it.
What age did you get into sewing?
I actually did. I got into art when I did my A-levels.
Yeah.
So I was 16 at the time, and that's how I ended up getting into doing textiles and fashion. And I really do encourage more boys, lads to do embroidery because I teach as well, so something that I really encourage is if your child or yourself are just really creative, it's just really important to encourage one another to do that. So already you can see I don't know if you can see.
Oh yeah, got
yeah.
that.
So there you go. So you can already see the stitches, and I think the beauty of this is you have artistic freedom.
Yeah.
You know, you're not limited. I'm not limited to the lines necessarily. I can add as much or as little as I want, and I like to just add a little bit of detail in the petals as I go around. So I start in the centre, and then sometimes I'll go all the way around, and then back to the centre, and then just literally follow the petals. And if you want to, I mean, I'm using white thread, but Alex, if you want to, you could use a subtle tone as well, and you can really build up this cushion. So I think that's what's so great about it. So I'm just going to carry on doing a little bit more.
Yeah, and you could add some hand embroidery as well. You know, if you've got a little thread stash at home, then go
Which
for
I'm
it.
sure we all have.
The colours, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
we've
I'm
got
sure you do.
We did that. So yeah, I'm just going to keep going.
It's very freeing doing this, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
Alex, if you're like me, I just like to sit with a podcast and a cup of tea and just sew away. And I think that's what's important about these kits is that, you know, you're just in your own little world, and you know, you're not on social media as such, you're just listening and just having me time, which is really important.
Absolutely.
I think right now.
So do you also use a sewing machine, Caroline?
Yeah, I do. So I love dressmaking. I love every
great stuff.
aspect of sewing. Yeah, so my mum taught me to sew, so I've got my mum to thank. In fact, my first attempt at sewing, I think my parents were out in the garden and I'd taken a ragdoll dress pattern and I'd laid it out on the floor and some fabric in my bedroom. And then my mum had come in before I was actually, must have been really good. I could have only been about 7 maybe. Didn't go and cut it, I just went and got my mum and she's like, oh, I think we just need to get it on the straight grain. And she sorted it out, but I think she was quite impressed that I got it, but it was just from watching her. Because I know when I grew up, my mum pretty much made everything for me to wear. So just watching really and observing my mum. So I've got her to thank for.
Is she watching today?
She probably is. Yeah. Hello, Mum.
Good old
Dad
Mum.
as well.
She's fantastic.
She is. So, but yeah, I just love all aspects of sewing. But with the embroidery side of things, I think I sort of basically self-taught, really, just from doing it all the time with dressmaking and sewing and patchwork, and then obviously going on to university to do textile design, which is what I went on to do. And then in my job in New York, I did a lot of embroidery design. So predominantly, I came up with embroidery designs for fashion. So. Yeah, that's what I did. So it's nice to just bring it into a kit form and teach that to others.
Definitely. Lovely stuff. Right, how are you getting on, Davinder?
I'm getting on all right. So I just moved it because I wanted to work on the top part. I mean, I'm going to cut the threads. It's fine.
Yeah.
I think that's
probably enough to show.
Yeah, just enough just to sort of show you, like, already you can see how it's built up. And I think what's nice about this one is just, again, like I'm saying, it just adds another dimension. Once you start quilting, you know, and of course it catches the wadding, it really does give this beautiful dimension to the cushion. And I've just got some other samples here of ones that we've done in the last show. This is our demo one. And again, this is with the vintage rose. And this is where I actually used a light pink thread. And again, we just built it up, so you can just see it just looks stunning and beautiful. And I think, you know, it's and Caroline's put some you can't, I don't know if you can see it, but Caroline's actually put like some stitching, blue stitching. They're very subtle. You may not even see it, but there's just blue thread. Just highlights, just there. So that's the beauty of these panels, is that you can add as much or as little as you want. Because they are just wonderful to make, to be honest.
Wonderful. Thank you, Davinder. Right, we'll come back to you in a second. So if you like these designs, here they are. We've got some new today. This is the Lottie Garden Bloom. Then there's the Lottie Floral Stripe. Then we come on to the Vintage Rose. This one's the Floral Vase, or the Hunter's Star. Now, $14.99, item number is 625698. A very popular item, one of our best sellers here, is the Woodland Treasure. We are now over a third of the stock gone. Isn't it so pretty? I could just imagine fairies skipping about here, actually. So look at that. You've got those wonderful berries, lots of lovely different stitches in here, some French knots, which I adore French knots. But look at that. And that's so pretty, and I love the stitching on the leaves as well. Really good. Now, you're going to get everything that you need in the kit. You've got your full instructions. You've got the pattern that's printed onto the linen fabric. You're getting your hoop. You've got your skeins of thread. You even get that, I love that little reference there, your colour guide. You've got your needle. And the packaging is just gorgeous. £27.99. Meg's just said in my ear, if you've got fairy stamps, why not? You could get your fabric paints and stamp onto it, add your own. That's the beauty, isn't it? You've got this gorgeous guide, and then you can add a little bit of extras to it if you wish. £27.99, 521032 is your item number. Now, the mini 4-piece, yes, where am I going? Keep going. There it is. Okay, this one. So 4-panel kit that we've got for you that you haven't yet seen. Now, this is exclusive to us here at the craft store.
Yeah. So this, we've just wanted to just put out some lovely positive words. I think lockdown has definitely given us lots of, you know, worries and stress and what have you. So we just wanted to create these fun little kits. So with these, you stitch around the word, and there's just some really simple shapes to highlight with stitching. So these are really aimed at a beginner. We've been asked for this so much again from our own customers. They want to do the bigger kits, but they just would like something a little simpler to begin with. But also, lots of people, I just shared one little piece, like a little sneak peek on Instagram last night, and lots of people that love shopping with us were very excited about it. I think it's just they want something positive to say, and just be kind, happy, smile. Those are all things that we want. So no one's been able to see our smiles because of the mask, you know.
I know.
But I think what's great about them is that you do get a bit of the print as well.
Wonderful.
And they're very simple prints, and these are great just to carry around with you. So if you're taking a bus or if you're on a train, if you do start to travel, you can just pick this out and just do it wherever.
Totally, so
That's what's so
portable.
great about these. They're brilliant.
Yeah, that's what I do, because I'm a big fan of embroidery. So yeah, when you're travelling, it's perfect, isn't it? Lovely. Right, £18.99 is the price. Item number is 002069. Now you've also brought us a book here.
Yeah, we designed some notebooks as well, because I don't know about you, but I'm a list writer and I carry notebooks with me all the time. So this was based on the Indigo Blue collection.
Yeah.
And so if you want, I think it's got 96 pages in this. So and it's really nicely made as well. It's UK, we make it in the UK, and it's just it's got all my little prints in there as well. So it's just it's a nice little book.
Yeah. Gorgeous. All right then, so that is £11.99. Item number is 473204. Now, some other items that we have got. We've got those embroidery hoops. You're getting a set of 4, and this is £9.99. Item number is 207657. So you've got a 3-inch, a 5, 7, and a 9-inch. Perfect. And they're fun colours too. Now we've also got the seat frame, which is always busy, always so busy, and it just means that you can be, you're not having to hold on to the hoop there. So it's £22.99. 606286 is your item number. As ever, you can give us a call 01733 602000 or shop online at thecraftstore.com. Right, I think we're coming to you then, Caroline.
Yes, I've got a couple of things to show you this morning, but I thought I would just give a demonstration because I'm not sure how used to PDFs your viewers would be and what you actually get, so I just thought I would demonstrate it. So when you get your PDF download, you can print it just from an ordinary A4 printer. It doesn't have to be anything fancy at all. It will all print out for you. And I was just going to demonstrate how I transfer a design onto fabric. Now I've got a light box, but actually I don't always get this great big thing out. I'll just tape it to a window, and everybody's got a window, so you literally just need light to go behind your design. So you may be able to see that under here I've just taped down the design, and I had got started, so just use a little bit of masking tape, anything that you've got handy, to just, and then you can pop the light on. But like I say, just tape it to a window. And I'm using this little friction pen. Now, I don't know if you, Alex, have you used one of these before? The little friction pens.
I haven't.
So you can get them in the supermarket, in your stationery shops. They're just everywhere. And the thing that I love about these pens is they're very dark. So I was using water dissolvable pens for quite a while. Sometimes I will still use those, but sometimes the idea of just then running your embroidery into water, you kind of think, oh, I hope it survives. It usually does, but this is a great little tool, because once it's done, you can just take the heat from a hairdryer and it will just disappear.
Oh, okay.
So just like with the friction pen, that it has a little thing on the end to rub it out on paper, don't use that on your fabric because it will just smudge it. But literally you can just either run it under the iron or just take a hairdryer, and the hairdryer is effective because if you iron embroidery, you can often flatten it out too much and you lose that beautiful raised texture, and you can always, it's a bit disappointing when you see that that's happened. So the hairdryer on a hot heat setting, and you'll just see that the pen will disappear. So when you're doing your grocery shop, just go down the stationery aisle and get one of these little pens. They're really good. So I've got that on there. You don't need to draw the hoop, but I've literally got all of that in place. You can pull it off. We don't need that anymore. And we're just going to pop it in the hoop. And that's as easy as it is to just start. So if you're eager to get going with a project today,
yes,
you could have this downloaded straight away. So the designs have got a 4-inch, a 5-inch and a 6-inch hoop you've got in the kit, in the little PDF. So, and I make suggestion of thread colour, but because all of the thread colours are there, that gives you a bit of an idea. You don't have to be exact. I mean, you could obviously go out and get these colours if you wanted to, but you don't have to. You could choose a green that you've got in your stash to do the little, you know, the little leaves and the stems.
Yeah.
And they're just really sweet little gifts. Now, the thing I love about this as well is there's also a little bit of space that you could put somebody's name in that, you know, make a little feature out of it. So once you've got it in the hoop, you can just begin embroidering. So it's really that easy. So if you're a little bit daunted by the idea of, well, what's a PDF? With the PDF, you're getting 3 beautiful designs, and you can see from the example on the platform how, you know, how nicely they sit together. So I'm just going to begin with this green, separating my thread.
Yeah.
It's really important that you separate it. If you start stitching it with the 6 on this particular design, it will look really bulky and just not that lovely fine look that you would like to have.
So what did you say, 3 strands? Or?
Yeah, so I'm using 3 strands, and also it just means your thread lasts a bit longer as well, you know. Trying to thread my needle. So I've got that threaded.
Yep.
So literally from downloading it from the computer onto your fabric, and you're good to go. And it just consists, the pattern just consists mostly of little back stitch, tiny little bit of satin stitch and French knots, which are not that difficult to do. Once you get going with French knots.
It's addictive, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I absolutely love them. Yeah, they're just fun to do, and they add so much dimension to a pattern. So you can see, because I've split it down just to 3 strands, it's just coming up so much more finer and a delicate stitch. And you'll find even if you were to go down to 2 strands or even 1, you just get different effects with the thread, and it can give you different textures.
It's always so relaxing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do love embroidery. It's just...
So it's funny because Caroline, her go-to is the embroidery, whereas mine is I have to paint.
Yeah.
So, you know, if I'm not designing for clients, I just have to get my sketchbook or get my paints out, and I'll just sit at the kitchen table and I could just paint all day if I had the time. But
I was going to say,
but we've got 3 kids, so that doesn't always happen. But in fact, I'll get them to sit with us actually. So sometimes, but yeah.
Typically, I get a knot in it whilst I'm on TV.
Oh, don't worry, it happens.
Oh dear.
So how old are your kids?
So we have a 15-year-old,
Yeah.
a 13 and a 9-year-old.
And are they into their arts as well?
Yeah, they're very creative.
Yeah,
so my daughter is into photography. My son likes fashion.
Yeah.
In fact, we go vintage shopping.
Oh, lovely.
Like
Yeah, he
in
loves it.
Leeds,
Yeah.
and the younger one is into acting.
Right.
So they're all creative. He's quite a good drawer actually.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we just had his school report, and it was funny because it's like, and his attention to detail. I'm like, oh, we've heard that one before. Where's he got that from?
but we just try and encourage them to follow their, you know, whatever they're interested in. But you know, they are quite creative, so we just encourage that.
We have a lot of mums who are our customers, and I'm sure there's probably lots of mums and dads on here watching who will buy our, you know, the butterfly and bugs that we had a while back that were on the show. You know, they'll buy those for their kids, but these little word ones that we've got on the end, they would be great for young, you know, if you've got a younger sort of 9, 10, sort of early teens, those are great to begin with. So if you're trying to encourage one of your kids or grandchildren to sew, it'd be good for that.
So this one's a nice easy stitch, isn't it?
Yeah, and then I'm just going to jump across to the leaf just to show you. So I'm not outlining it, but I'm just filling the whole piece with a satin stitch. I hope you can see this.
That gives you a nice full look, doesn't it, actually?
Yeah. I'm getting in knots today. I'm not sure why. This thread doesn't normally knot like this, but got it.
There you go.
If you get a knot, you know when it does that annoying little loop thing, if you just pop your needle through into the knot itself and just give a little tug from one side, it usually comes undone.
That's good.
Always best just to go gently with it rather than try and force it, otherwise you'll end up having to cut it and start again. So yeah, just filling out those little leaves.
Yeah. And obviously details are on screen. £16.49 if you want to go for these. And as you said, Caroline, you can be downloading and sewing today.
Yeah, you can.
It's nice.
I think what's great about these kits as well, the simple ones, are the fact that you can just do them together.
Yeah.
That, you know, I think that's the beauty of doing embroidery and these little kits, that you can just sit together and do them, and they're great conversational pieces, and I think they're just, yes, if you're bored or you've got nothing to do with your kids, or you're like, it's raining, there's nothing to do, what do we do? Then, you know, I mean, at home we've got loads of like craft things that the kids want to do. Usually they want to go to the Xbox, but where we can is just try and encourage them to
get
do
off the screens.
Yeah, to get off the screens.
I think what's nice as well about these PDFs, although we've suggested the colours, you know, you could totally turn it on its head. You could use Christmas colours and make these like Christmas flowers, and you know, you could do them as gifts. There's particularly this little one, you could even pop a little ribbon on and make it a decoration, or put someone's name, or even a little wedding, you know, a little kind of marriage keepsake.
Oh yeah. That
kind of thing. So just, you know, I think it's nice to think outside the box. You could pop the small one into a slightly bigger hoop and add a little trim around the outside, a little bit of lace or whatever takes your fancy.
Good stuff. Right then, so we've got the 3 designs that you're going to be able to download. We've got the samples here in front of me, so you can see those beautiful images. Love that. They're all so full and gorgeous. Okay, so if you're wanting this, £16.49 for, there you go, your downloads. So that's what you'll be able to download. Just here. £60.49, 280366 is your item number. Now, the Woodland Treasure, still very, very busy. We are over 40% of the stock gone. I love this. Look at these colours as well, and this beautiful scene. So you get your skeins of thread, obviously, basically you get everything that you need. You've got your hoop, you've got your fabric, your linen fabric with the pattern printed on. You get your needle, full instructions, and you have got, I love you even get this postcard. Well, I'm calling it a postcard, but there we go. And then you've got a very wrappable box. £27.99, 521032 is your item number. Next, we've got the Hidden Garden. So this one's another bestseller, this one. Really pretty kit. I just love the colours. Have a little look at that. I mean, because they're all so nature inspired, it's lovely to go for a couple of kits. And then I like them in the, I like them actually framed in the hoop to pop on the wall. Love that. Okie dokie. So it's £36.49. Item number is 927,806. Then, moving along, this was one of Catherine, she spotted it, favourite. This is the indigo blue. There you go. There's loads of texture in this one. So this one's a little bit more advanced. But don't you that just reminds you of the china, you know, the china plates and everything. Looks so beautiful. Again, now for this one, you can actually spread the cost. 2 payments of £22.50. 719090 is your item number. Then we've got the vintage rose. Don't forget we've got the panels that are also like these. So you've got the vintage rose. This one's really, really full. I like the fact that on this one you've got that printed green background. Once more, it's absolutely beautiful. Oh, look at those colours, especially, oh, I love that sort of damson colour. It's gorgeous. Right, £37.99. 555391 is your item number. Then we've got a new today, so this is the Lottie embroidery. Very soft, delicate colours in this one. I really like that. And that is £37.99. Remember, this is new today. 105813 is your item number. I just adore the very delicate colours to this. I love all of the different stitches. Got some French knots going on here. Beautiful colours, aren't they? Stunning. Right then, now we've also got a lovely book of inspiration, Woodland Creatures, and hang on. Right now in here, so it's going to tell you obviously all your basics, all your and different stitches that you can use. And then here we are, hang on, I just missed it. 1 second, apologies. Oh, so it's going to, what is wrong with me? Let me see if I can open this out. There we are. There you go. That was just stuck together. Now you've got more than 50 designs in here. That's so nice. Do you know what? Once you've embroidered, you know you could colour these in. Look at this. We've got loads of foxes and deer. There you go. We've got some eggs on there. And there you go. That's an owl. It's quite a contemporary owl, I feel. 1 second. There we go. Got the funky little bird. So you've got loads of designs on here. Marvellous. Right then. So £12.99. Item number is 47406 for that one. Look, you can see all of that lovely texture that you're going to get when you've embroidered them. Love that. Well, that's £12.99. Now, another book that we've got on the show. Okay, so this is the Frisian White Work. And here we go, £14.99. Got a little £3 saving on this one. 640651 is your item number. Again, do give us a call, 01733 60 2000, or shop online at thecraftstore.com. Now, yes, a reminder of the seat frame. Yep, £22.99. Item number is 606286. Lovely. So how are you going, Caroline? You ready to go?
Yeah, I was having a bit of trouble getting this secure in here. I'm not sure what's gone wrong, but I might have lost a little piece en route here today.
Don't worry.
So I'm just about to share with you the Lottie embroidery kit. So this is our latest embroidery kit. Yeah, these colours, it's funny because we designed this kit and then I opened a page in Country Living magazine and the colour palette was pretty much this to an exact T. So I was like, oh, we're really on trend.
Cool.
You know? So yeah, this like minty green colour that I've got here that I'm showing you is just really beautiful colours. This is definitely a colour of the season, I think, both in home and in fashion.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to be a little bit on trend with our crafting, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We're very much like that, aren't we, Davinda? We try to be...
Yeah, I mean, we get loads of magazines from like Country Living to Vogue to Living, etc., homeware magazines. I think it's really important to inspire yourself.
Yeah.
And like I said, you know, I do a lot of work with university students as well, so I talk to a lot of them about trend and the importance of colour and drawing. So, you know, it's something that it's just so part of us, of what we do. And
very much
if you came to our house, we have so many books. I have to stop myself from buying books. I won't, but I sometimes...
Got a library going on.
Yeah, sometimes I've actually bought the same book twice.
By accident.
By accident, so, yeah.
So the beauty of this kit is that we have left a lot of the watercolour painting in. So if you're a beginner and you'd rather just outline, then you can, but you'll see from the original that we have really filled in quite a lot of the stitching with satin stitch and that kind of thing. But it's just really nice because you can give as little or as much as you want to this embroidery. So I'm just going up the stem, so it's painted in, but I'm doing a little back stitch, trying to keep it all to one sort of length, and then I'm going to come back down just to make it a little bit stronger down the other side of it. These seat stands are brilliant, actually. They really do help to keep, it just frees up both your hands.
Absolutely.
You know, I found that when I was stitching and just holding the hoop with this hand, I was actually starting to get really awful cramp in my hands.
Yeah,
so,
I'm exactly the same with that.
Yeah, I thought, oh no, I'm not gonna be able to embroider because I've got an issue, but this takes all those problems away, so you can just stitch away happily, and you can take it anywhere. I mean, I'll sit at a kitchen table chair, I'll sit on the couch with the seat stand, and it does comfortably. You can even recline with the seat stand, just tuck it under your leg, and you can still sit and stitch.
Very relaxed then.
Yeah. Take it to the beach with you if you want to. Yeah, it would be fun to see someone use one of these stands on the train, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Travelling with it under their leg.
Yeah, so with this kit, we're fine if we're beginners, aren't we?
Yeah, but I think it is great for someone that has got a bit more experience as well, because you can fill in a lot. But I think the reason we left the watercolour there was just so if you are more of a beginner, you feel a bit overwhelmed by filling with satin stitch, you can just stick to the simpler stitches like the back stitch, and then you can come back to it. You could revisit it as you get more confident. So we've got up there with that. We're just going to come back down the other side.
And so do you go out into nature and, you know, take photographs and then paint your artwork?
Yeah, if you see how many photographs I've got in my camera, it's ridiculous. I have probably about at least 1,000 pictures on just nature.
Wow.
Because for me, it's, you know, I talked earlier about keeping a sketchbook. I keep an A5 sketchbook with me. So if I am travelling on a train, I was in London the other week for Graduate Fashion Week. I was just sketching away in my book. So for me, it's about using the phone as a tool, to, you know, so especially original photography. And then I use my iPad as well.
Right.
So when I'm painting, I sometimes have my books or I have my iPad of my photographs, and then I'll paint as well. So I constantly, you know, I'm so visual, well, we all are, I guess, but just very visual. But yeah, we have so many flower books. It's do you know what's great is, for me, is that you can just go into like charity shops. I always go into the gardening section, and I actually look for the older books that have actually got that are illustrated.
Right.
That were probably done in the. I've got a book that's probably over 50 years old, and I go to vintage shops and try and find those types of books.
Yeah.
That are a little bit more different, but they all help to inspire these kids.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a little bit of French knots as well, just while
we
we're
love
here.
the French knots.
And get the thread going.
How many strands of thread do you use for the French knots?
You know, it really depends, but I'm using 3 for this. You know, I'm just trying to think where I'm putting them. I just thought I will do some French knots whilst we're on it before we run out of time.
I know, time flies.
I'm going to do it in this bright colour just so you can see them. Yeah, so with the French knots, it really is, you know, the 3 strands works really well, but I think it's the amount of wraps that you use around the needle as well that can determine your size. So just here we've got these painted, so we're going to leave them as painted, but we're just going to highlight them with the French knots, and you can just go crazy here. So if you love French knots, Alex, this would be your area.
Yeah, lovely.
So I'm just taking it, simply wrapping around the needle 2 times, just so I'm getting a fairly small French knot, and then just pull it through. And just come up again next to it. And you can just really decide. There is a tiny little grey line there, little dot, to show you where you can put the French knot, but you can add so many more if you want to.
Oh,
so
I know, it gets addictive.
Yeah. You can just really fill it.
I really like the colour of this thread, actually. Really pretty.
Yeah, I love the way this little sort of coral red, it just pops on the kit. It just gives it that bit of vibrancy. I think these, well, even the panels, the Lottie panels, they'd be lovely in a bedroom, you know, just lovely white bedding and then just your pop of colour.
Yes. There you go, just so we can see
So
that
yeah,
there.
you'll see I'm just doing 2 wraps and then you pop the needle right back down where you came from pretty much, pull it through, just let it gently ease with your finger so you're not going too fast with it.
We spend a lot of time on colour for each kit. It's
bet.
it's, to be honest, that's sometimes the starting point for the collection, and then we'll build the themes around. And it's just like when we worked in fashion. It's like, you know, we put a mood board together. We have a certain process, you know, a design process. So they're not just, oh, you know, we make them up or I just paint them. They're very considered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah.
Good stuff. So I'm just going to have a little recap because we're running out of time. So this is the brand new today. There you go. This is the one that Caroline's working on, and it's got so many beautiful stitches. Look at those colours. You'll get it in this fabulous wrappable box. And then you've got your linen with the pattern printed on. You'll get your hoop. You'll get the skeins of thread. Now look at the instructions. I have to say the instructions are very lovely and detailed. You know what's going where and what thread and everything. I think that's great.
Yeah, and there's a typed information sheet as well. Probably you might not have that there, but yeah, you get like a full step by step as well. So yeah, it's really helpful to have that.
Very nice. And you'll also get your needle there too. £37.99. Item number is 105813. Now, very popular design. It's this one, the Catherine's favourite. It's the indigo blue. So yeah, we've also got another fan. Lou really likes this one too. So look how beautiful and full this is. I love that it's got that circular frame around it as well. But it really does remind you of, you know, China, doesn't it? Loving that. So again, let me show you. You have got the skeins of thread, all those wonderful shades of blue and the white. You've got your panel here with the pattern printed on. Feels lovely. It's lovely linen, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice.
Beautiful. You've got the hoop. Again, you've got your full instructions and you'll get the needle. And it's, if you want to with this one, you can spread the cost. 2 payments of £22.50. Item number is 719090. So the Woodland Treasure is even more popular. Look at this with our fabulous toadstool. I don't know what it is, but I just find it very magical.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Some people said, why don't you do one with a woodland mouse?
Oh, yes, that would be adorable.
So that could be a nice move on to that one. So that's something.
And then they could go hand in hand,
Exactly,
couldn't they?
yeah, absolutely.
Love that. I love series of things. Love that. So again, you're going to get absolutely everything you need, but there's some beautiful stitching work there. I love the colours of the leaves. Your toadstool, you've got French knots on here. Absolutely beautiful. Right then, so that is £27.99. 521032 is your item number. There's lots more on the website. Don't forget, we've got those digital downloads if you want to go for. We've got the cushion panels, which of course, though, you don't have to use them as cushions. You could do what you like. You can make bags, you can do a quilt. And then we've got some accessories if you're in need of a few more hoops. The seat stand, always very, very, very popular. And of course, we've got that lovely inspirational book there. Well, we've got 2 books actually. So you can place your order via the website, or you can give us a call 01733 602,000. Lovely stuff. Do you know when you're both back at all?
No, we don't.
No, we don't know yet.
We have got other ideas that we're working on.
Okay,
so
lovely stuff. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Cheers.
Okie dokie, grab yourself a quick cup of tea or coffee and a nice biscuit, and we're back after this short break. we have got some fabulous mixed media products with Pentart. Following that, we'll be with Lou again for the one-day special, and later it's John next door.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. We've been bringing lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery, for necklaces and bracelets and earrings, and we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello again, everyone. Did you get that cup of tea and a biscuit? We haven't got one here. We'll have to wait a little bit longer because, of course, we've got another wonderful hour ahead for you. This is our second live hour with Pentart. That means Lou's back with us again. Lou, I can't keep track with you today. You're here, you're over there. You've got a busy, busy day.
I prefer it like this because if I'm if I'm in the mood and I'm like, oh, I want to do that, and I have to stop. It stops me inspiration, but I keep going now, and these lend themselves really well.
They
actually.
do. Do you know, I was just going to say that because, of course, Lou is also guesting for the one-day special, which is Studio Light. Yes, the products do go hand in hand, but this is all about Pentart. We had a very busy show earlier on today as well. In fact, the first thing we're going to show you, do you know, I was going to go here, but I'm not, because if you missed out this morning on the live show, have a look at these brushes. Now, I know these have been extremely busy. This particular bundle is now limited stock. Now, what you've got here, these are incredible. Value for money, seriously. You cannot go wrong. You're getting one round brush. You're also getting the flat brush, which is 2 inches wide, or 50.8 millimetres, if you want to convert it. But Lou, tell everybody why you're so impressed with these.
Well, I've seen similar.
Yeah.
And you have. And I'm like, it has to have a little tick list for me. One, no paint on the handle, because if that means that the covering up duff wood. Sorry, but it does.
Yeah.
But not all the same. Some are like just, that's their look. So that's different. But then I look at this, the barrel that's holding it, the belly and the end. Now, that's cut beautifully. It is synthetic, I know that. but I love the way it's been hand wrapped. Now, these, I don't know if they're for it, but I use these on these brushes to hang the brush so that it's not fully immersed in water, because what I don't want it to do is go right up the brush there, because that takes, but I've washed these from my last show and these are dry now, and honestly I've just left them to dry normally, so the synthetic bristles, so it's ticked everything. One, the attention to detail, hand wrapping. This is a nice ergonomic, but that is steel. It looks it, I can't say it is. It looks like turned steel, and it's got the sides of it here. Can't go on anymore because they're just brilliant. And this one is brilliant.
Well, we can't go on any more about those because they're just sold out.
Oh.
But we've got more for you. We've got another option. We have a set of 3. Now, you get 2 of the round. These are a different size to the previous one. So you can see, if you manage to get the others and you're going for these as well, you're almost getting the small, the medium, the large with the round. But in this one, you can see there, 2 round. You've got the flat brush as well, a little bit narrower than the previous one. This is 1.5 inches wide. Got to mention again, Lou, the fact that you've got that diagonal cut on the bristles there as well, which is so useful.
And a good brush is, when they make a brush, that's why you should never cut a brush down, because there's different synthetic hairs in the middle. So it's bulkier in the middle and then it's pulled out to a fine tip. And you can tell a good brush, because if I do that, look at the fine point I've got there. That is as fine as it'll go. So I load the paint here in the belly, but I can go as fine as that. And that is a really, angle brushes are so, if you hold it, it's like a pen. You can hold them like a pen. It's so
hopefully
comfortable.
we'll get to see these in
and then you can just pull. Because a lot of the time when you're doing edging, you can just sort of pull the paint out and then just do one straight line with this. And this helps you because you're not having to hold it like that.
No.
You're holding it on an angle, so it's comfortable, more comfortable for your hand, and you just pull down, and it does do really. I don't do straight edges, but this does. This does really good straight edges.
They are fabulous. Item number 924278 if you want to go for the set of 3. Now, we've got more for you, of course, because we've got so many different mediums for you. Let's have a look at the primers first. Now, you've got the bonding primer, you've got the primer for the decor paint, and we've got the acrylic primer there as well. Now, Lou, I know you're a big fan of all of these. You get all 3 together. But you were telling me specifically about that bonding primer as well, how good it is.
Well, when I was talking to the ladies at Pentart, I said, I want something that's not going to peel off. You get these things, it says, oh, yeah, you can use it, and it won't peel off. And it never does that. This, on the studs, on the little chests, I put about 6 layers of paint, and I was buffing with the wax, and it's not peeled off. Now, if it's going to peel off, it'll peel off a metal. Or a glass or anything. So that bonding one is, I've not seen anything like it.
So that means we can apply this to a porous or non-porous surface?
Absolutely. And melamine, you know, cupboard doors, you know, we all want to renovate.
That's a nightmare to paint.
You can't, because it peels off, or the heat will bubble it, steam a kettle or anything. This holds it. Now, that's because he's a chemist. That's what he does.
Brilliant. We've also got the primer, of course, for the deco paint. We're coming to the paint in a second as well, so nice to have that included. And, of course, your acrylic primer is there as well, which is that like your gesso?
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. All 3 of those are 230 millilitres, just £19.99. You've got a saving of £8.41, 870718. There we are. Now, we're presuming there's primer on the sample that's at the side, but there's definitely some of the paint on there. We've got the deco paints coming up next. Absolutely love these. These are your decor chalky paints. Now, the value for money here is out of this world. It really is. Now, you've got 3 different options, 1 item number. You can go for more than 1. You've got a £5 saving straight away, and if you count, you have got 5 pots in each option, so you're saving £1 per pot. £17.45, sorry, is the price for 5. We're looking at marine there, first of all. Do you know, it's lovely because some boards have arrived with us since this morning, which makes it very easy to see the colours. Because, Louis, you did say that the colours dry a little bit darker than they look in the pot.
And you do need to know that, because when you're blending or making, you know, decor, you need to know what it looks like. But yeah, I knew they'd done some, so yeah, I'm so glad they've done them.
Yeah, lovely colours, and of course you can mix these. So there's our marine. Let's have a look at this one here. This is our country garden. Love that because you've got those very delicate colours in there. I'm just hiding the name of the middle one. But you've got the brightness of the cardinal red, and that blackberry is stunning.
And it's different, isn't it? It looks very pale.
Very different.
And it, you know, the cardinal red, it's a beautiful soft red.
Yeah.
It's not a bright pillar box. I love these colours.
They are gorgeous. And then the third option
is my favourite.
Is this one. I'm loving this one as well. I've already got some of these, but I hadn't got a set of 5. So we've got vintage brown, ivory, apricot, tangerine and cappuccino in there. These are your autumn days, aren't they, these? Something I haven't mentioned, I know I haven't, I'd better do this while I remember as well, is dispatch date from the 26th of July for everything, because everything's coming from abroad. But just back to those paints, yeah, treat yourself to these. If you can afford to go for more than one option, certainly do. You can mix the colours together, you can blend them, as we'll see with Lou. Item number 775844. Lovely stuff. The coverage on those is amazing.
Yeah.
Right, let's move down because we've got some waxes for you as well. Now, we often see the waxes here at the studios, and this is a lovely selection, Lou, because you've got your metallics there, you've got your silver, you've got your gold, and you've got your bronze.
And don't forget, you can mix them all together to get a champagne
Yes.
and those colours.
Yeah, and they smell beautiful as well. $12.99 is the price here, and we can see, just looking at the boards here, Lou, that you can apply these to different surfaces. So we've got wood, we've got card, you know, again, porous, non-porous surfaces.
And if I can just say, if we go back to the bonding primer, and if you're using metallic surfaces, glass surface, non-porous, put the primer on first. Double bubble, it won't rub off this. So you'll get that coating. It's like a glue that attaches to something that allows it to attach to something else. So this is the bonding agent. If you put that on, it won't come off.
That's a great bundle to
Sand
go
it off,
for. Yeah, you go for the bonding agents, go for the waxes as well at only $12.99.
Is that all for all of them? That's good.
We can just see on this sample here. Do you know, this looks to me, Lou, like the paints have been used. Maybe we haven't seen it yet, but we've got some furniture wax.
Yes.
I think maybe the browning wax, but then the gold on the edge there. So it just shows how perfectly all of the mediums work together. That is actually a table, we just got it upended at the moment.
The thing is with that, Rachel's done this. I've got to thank Rachel and Liz, superb samples, but that shows the paints off really well because it's not bright and it's subdued, it's subtle, it is aged in a really nice way, and that goes with it. It just shows it off. You can make it look old or new, whatever you want, but I love that. It's got character.
Yeah, and alternatively, that could be a canvas on the wall as well.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, but and you know, if you want to use the wood as well, bare as it is, it'll give you another effect then. But yeah, I love the way this has been done. Decoupage, you can rub all the waxes on the decoupage as well.
Yeah, endless uses for them, and a little goes a very, very long way. 283477 is the item number, only $12.99, and you are getting all 3 of those. Now, another product that I've never ever seen before from Pentart are the finishing waxes. I absolutely love this bundle as well, because you're getting white, you're getting transparent, and you're also getting the brown. Now, with the finishing wax, Lou, not only does it add a little bit of colour, but it gives protection as well.
Oh, absolutely. And the more you buff it, the more it shines. And I can remember the little pot of wax. I've got the name, it begins with an R. It was a historical time, and that was £8 for a tiny one. And this does the same thing, but that didn't give you a shine. This does.
Yeah.
I can't wait to show you, but it's silky smooth.
Yeah.
It's one of them. I stood here stroking this box. I look a bit strange, actually, but...
We said something earlier as well, because it gives you that protection as well. You were doing kind of a seaside sort of theme earlier on, and we said, you know, if you want to put something in a bathroom, if you've put the wax over the top, that's going to protect it against steam and the temperature in the bathroom as well.
If you just want to seal it, use a transparent and do not put anything else on, you can put it on top of these.
Yeah.
So you've got a matte chalky finish and it remains like that. If you buff it, that's when it shines.
When you get the sheen.
But you don't have to buff it.
Love it. Now you can see on the board there the white, the transparent and the brown at the top onto natural wood, and at the bottom you can see how those colours have been applied over the paint as well. So, and you can build that in layers, can't you, Lou? So if you wanted a darker brown, you can sort of build it up a little bit more.
And what you can do is open up the wood. It's called opening up the wood. So if you've got a bare wood, you get a wire brush, you open up the the actual grain of the wood. You then put the wax on and then wipe it all off and sand it off. It's sunk right in. The grain just pops up, so it looks amazing.
Oh, I like the idea of that.
It is. You'd love that because it looks like you really worked hard, expensive wood.
These are, again, great buy because you're getting 125 millilitres of each, and a little, again, goes a very, very long way. £7 saving, £22.97, item number 048956. Then moving on again, we have some express transfer product here. Now this is interesting because it looks just like water in a bottle, but it certainly isn't, is it, Lou?
No, there's lots of different ways of doing transfers, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This always works, always. And on wood, that's another thing again. So if you want something like transferring images, photographs, anything like that, you're guaranteed that this works with it. So that makes a difference, isn't it? If it's you know, a special object or something, you want it to work.
And even onto fabric. I love the idea of transferring onto fabric, as I said earlier, you could do that and then stitch into it a little bit as well, or, you know, add some embellishments. Look at that, a few French knots in there.
Look that, look, the cat at the end, you're picking up that beautiful linen, and it gives it a pixelated look.
Yeah,
you could even paint and colour into it as, not a colour by numbers, that's what we call it now, but you print down and then put colour over it. You've got a perfect image of your cat. It's brilliant. I love that.
Yeah, transfer your family onto a cushion or something.
I'll shut up now.
£9.99 is the price, 270609 is the item number. Then moving down again, now we have a varnish bundle next. This is another really good bag. You've got 3 different types of varnish in there. We'll see the board in a second because you've got the matte varnish, you've got the glossy varnish, they're both 230 millilitres, and then in the centre there you've got your decor varnish, your soft touch. Now the soft touch, Lou, kind of in between the two, a little bit more of a satin finish, so not highly glossed, but not quite as flat as a matte.
No, and it's sort of beautiful with the matte and the glossy, because if you want light texture, as we call it, so that it's just catching a light, like a watermark.
Yeah.
These are perfect mixed together, where you could have like squares of gloss, squares of matte, and it just gives a different image. Just on white, it looks amazing. It's so different to think that just varnish will make a huge difference, but it really does. And these are so clever. It looks lovely on the wood.
It really does. Do you know, I might give this board a little bit of a wiggle actually, so we can see. Because if I move this around, let me just lift it right up. Might have to go backwards with it first. There we are. We can see. Look at that. You can really see the gloss. And also, if you look at the decor varnish and you look at the top piece, it seems to bring out the grain beautifully.
And you'll notice that the matte one, they have to put a matting agent in it, and no matter how hard they try, no one can get a clear one. It's like adding a talc to it. So the matte one will always be a bit more milky.
Yeah.
The gloss one will obviously be deeper. So this is what, it's not too shiny, but it brings the colour out. If you can see, the blue is more intense. It's the same colour.
Yeah.
It's just the matting one is very different to it. It looks like it's a different colour, but it's not. So that gives you a really good idea of how they work.
You've got the best of everything in that bundle, haven't you? And you've got that protection because it's a varnish as well. £19.93, £8 saving, 830715. Just to say as well, Lou, these are all water-based, aren't they? So you can just wash your brushes and things
really
out
easily.
just with soap and water.
Really easy.
Perfect.
And if you've got it on a work surface like glass, my advice is don't try and wipe it off with cloths. Just let it all dry, and then spray it with water and just get a hard edge. I use this, and it just comes off, and you end up with a tiny bit of paint flake in your hand that you get rid of in the bin, not down the sink. I can't tell people enough, stop using sink, you don't need to. It bums up your tap pipes.
I know it does. There we are. We can just
Look
show
at
you
that.
this sample actually again. So these are the decor paints. You can see a little bit of the wax around the edge, but definitely finished with that varnish there. So you can see that glossy effect. Isn't that lovely?
You can see the white
the wax as well as
underneath it, it gives it a beautiful effect.
Yeah, beautiful. So all of the different products.
She's
put
very
together.
talented, is Liz, with a with a bar jar or faux art. She's very good with that. It looks wonderful.
Oh, we all need a Liz, don't we?
Yeah, we do. And a
we
Rachel.
certainly do.
We only need a Liz and a Rachel.
Yeah, fantastic work. Let's have a look at the next item, because of course if you want to embellish, then this is for you. You've got your elastic wood. And you've also got the 2 little embellishments as well. The centrepiece, that little circle, is separate. And you've also got the embellishment at the bottom, that can be horizontal or vertical. And to uncoil the length we've got there. I nearly knocked something else over then. I'm having a good day today, Lou. There's a metre we discovered of this, isn't there? So that's plenty to go around maybe a box lid or a pail or something that you know, a tin bucket or something like that you want to decorate. We've got a little pen pot here as well, a sample that's been decorated.
That's just a glass jar.
That's lovely.
Isn't it? It's just a glass jar.
Oh, is it a glass jar?
Yeah, just look underneath.
Oh, it is. I should have known that, because I actually thought that was wood under there. But that is such a lovely effect, again, using the paints and the wax, but look how the detail is brought out. And all you need to do is heat that, isn't it, to mould it
you
around?
just soften the wood up, and it just glue it as you soften it. You know them little pudding jars we all get, the little glass round ones, like a ramekin?
Yeah.
They're great if you get them and put the wood round it and make it a tea light.
Yeah.
They're unique, them.
They are. I say this so often, but I buy things just for the jars.
Oh, of course you do.
I don't care whether I like what's in them. I just buy them for the different
It might
shaped jars.
stink, but you still, I buy it if it stinks. Well, within reason.
If you want to go for that, there, 10.99 032 899. Talking of boxes, actually, we've got a couple of lovely boxes for you here. You get both of these. Now, the fact that you've got such a wonderful surface straight away, Lou, to work with, we can see the grain in the wood, it's nice and lightweight, they're usable.
Yeah, and they're really made well. They're really made well.
Aren't they? They're really, really good boxes. I did say earlier on as well that, you know, although you've got lids there, if you wanted to separate these, you could use the lid as a shadow box, and that will work either way, so you can kind of double up on your projects.
Do you know, when you said that, do you know what I thought? This would make a great table condiment set.
It would.
So, you know, like napkins, salt, pepper, whatever you want in it. But I think that would be great, because it made me think, or even eggs.
Yeah.
Do you know, if you wanted to decor, but the big one is, well, they're both. I love them both.
I love the fact you can put the lid at the bottom of the box as well, because you decorate that up, so if you keep this looking in it. Yeah, so that kind of, that would be decorative that way as well.
Do you know what you could do with that? You could put some, line the bottom of the lid with some of the water repellent, drill holes in the bottom of this and have a planter.
You could.
Like that, couldn't you? As long as it was water repellent.
Yes, so you've got the drainage in the top.
Drainage of that, and then
that's the bottom.
You could put your heavy body gel at the bottom of that.
To seal it all.
Yeah.
What a great idea. Oh, yeah, you could throw your
that
herbs
looked
in
nice,
there.
that. You could have a set of them.
Lots of ideas there. Break these down and use them together. You can potentially get 4 gifts out of
look
one
at that.
set there. Look at the size of that bottom box as well. 182662 is the item
like
number.
them having
Sizes
that.
are on the screen there. I think
That's
succulents. Lots of ideas.
Little succulents in there. Absolutely right. I'm off.
You see, this is it. This is what happens. You give one idea and suddenly they're flowing. $13.99 is the price on these. Take advantage of those. They are really, really good bases to work from. Talking of boxes as well, we've got a different shape for you. This is another really good buy, because you've got 3 of the chest-shaped boxes. These will stack together, but of course, again, you can split these down, use them as individual gifts if you want to do that. Lots of different methods you could use with the mediums.
I loved working with these because they've got different wood, to the banding down the side is different. You could, I don't really think you need to do much with this. You could just put finishing wax on, but I had so much fun with this. Because if you've got someone special, and you know when you do a box within a box within a box, you could do it this way. That'd be really nice.
You really could. Do you know, I can imagine a party and one of these decorated, or you could have an old map, treasure map in there.
Perfect.
Your chocolate coins in there. Oh, you can really go to town.
Kids would love these.
Yeah, they would do, but not just for children, obviously, because look how Lou's decorated these up. Rice paper, decoupage paper. If you're loving this one here, Lou started on something similar in the earlier show. I think we're going to see more of that during this show. Really lovely techniques there using the products that we've got. $15.99 if you want to go for these boxes. You get all 3 of them. 174653 is the item number. I love everything about those, all the little embellishments. They look very authentic.
I've seen other ones like that, but not quite as got those little bits like you said.
Exactly, that's the first time I've seen
The
that.
finishing touches make a difference, don't they?
Definitely. Lovely. Let's get to Lou, because we do want to see those demonstrations. What are we starting with, Lou?
Well, I'm going to show you the stand technique that I didn't do this morning. That it was my heat gun. Honestly, I could heat it better with just blowing on it. So, I've got my box that I've done. I will give you a quick recut. You know, do it again. But if you look at the earlier show, you'll get it. So, I'm just going to put on the colours. The first thing I did is use a white. You can use a white paint or anything. I'm using like the bonding primer or the acrylics. It's up to you what you use, but you just need anything. So I'm using the light. I've already done that, and I use the lids. So I'm using yellow and ivory, and all I'm going to do is just mix that on the side together. Don't forget they're all intermixable, and I'm just going to do this and a little bit more paint and mix them now together like that. And the trick is, even if you've already primed, you've waxed your surface, don't worry at all, because you can still go over it with these paints. Now I'm going to do a little bit of the brown. Now this sort of represents, you know, when the water has just come over the sand and it's created that sort of dark, damp sand. Oh, yeah. Don't matter. Now you need a hot gun for this, not a little one, and you dry it. Right, there's the first layer. Yeah. Now you need to keep doing this, and I'll show you why.
Oh, it's bubbling. It's forming like little blisters. Oh, you can see it there, look.
And what happens is, the more paint you put on, the more it bubbles, and you end up with a really brilliant texture finish. And it's like the bubbles in the sand. You do need to put plenty on, but it's not difficult to do. There we go, you can see.
Yeah, you can see the paint glistering, can't you? So it will dry and keep its shape. Is that what happens, Lou? Right into the hoop one.
All you do is you just build up the layers. Now you can do that and do it in little areas like that, and then if you think, oh, that's a bit too dark for me, all you need to do is get a lighter brush.
Yeah.
And you just, this is one of the great ones. I can honestly say Catherine has bought these, she's just bought them, and then whilst it's still, don't try and push it down, be very light, you can get all the little bubbles that have come up in it, and it actually looks like little sand, like little dune sand, not big dunes, but
lovely. Yeah, it looks like little barnacles.
It does, and if you get
rocks or something,
you can use them and use your finger for it, but you could use the finishing wax. You can use there we go.
Oh, I like that. Just a little bit. Is that paint you use?
Yeah, I'm using the paint just on my finger and just lighting it, and then it'll pick it all up because you're using what we call colour on colour.
Really bringing the texture out now.
So if it's a little bit higher, you could put a bit of, and this all brings it up and adds texture. Now you can't normally do that. You don't want your stuff to bubble, but you will get a really fantastic texture with this, and you can put your white wax in there if you want. But the beauty of it is, if you don't like it, you just add a bit more colour, and you just keep building it up. That's how we did this. I wanted to show everybody that, because at home you can concentrate on one area better rather than, you know, me doing
really
all this.
Though,
but it does give you a really good effect, that.
It
so
does.
What I thought I'd show you now is something else. The idea of this one is, what I decided to do was, it was my memory box for a holiday. So I showed you this morning how to do these wonderful techniques where we drag colour and then we blend it in and we pull it out. But what I would do if I was doing this, I quite like it leaving it, but what I tend to do is just sort of draw a wibbly line and let it continue as if it's all part of the box. So here I would draw a line about here, I'll put it on there, put it with a bit of light actually, and then I would continue my sand there, do my sand on there.
Yeah,
and that was another technique.
So it all ties in with
so
the
it all looks coherent. That's from this morning. So what I did now with the little box, I love this little box. I've primed this, and I can honestly say, I'll show you now, it's as easy as this. All I did, you just give it a good shake. It's quite runny, so it's not thick. You don't need a lot. And I've got a bit of paint on this, so it doesn't really matter. And you literally just rub it in. Yeah, I haven't used a lot when I've done it. And that's dry, more or less. Dry now.
As quick as that?
Yeah, it just sinks in and dries. but it sort of sinks in and creates a layer for you to work on.
One coat's enough, is it, Lou?
I have. That's all I've used. I suppose you could use more, but I'll be honest with you, I've not tried more than one, so... But what I want to show you here is it's a great little effect, this. It's called tartan. It's so easy to do, but you pick the colours that you want and you pick the opposite colours. So you might have teal and brown, which always look brilliant. And then some of those ones I've done, I've used every colour there is. And all you need to do is pick the colours, and you need... now, if you've got a big box, this is where this is beautiful, because you just straight down like that. Make all the hard work's done for you. Whereas if you want smaller stripes, use a smaller brush. So I've got like quite a few. And all I'm going to do now is, I've primed it, I'm going to put my first coat on, and seriously, easy. I can't tell you how easy it is. I'm going to use brown, cream and teal. So
nice.
I need a tiny bit of water, and this is what's important. You need to have a wash. So, not personally, that's, have a wash, create a wash. So now I've primed it, it won't sink straight into the wood, and all I'm going to do is just, needs to be a bit more runny. You wouldn't think that, would you? Because I want to create a watercolour effect, and if it's too painterly or too much paint in it, once you've got it right, you'll be right.
You can do kind of a dragged effect, or like a distressed effect, just with the paint, without even having to sand it back.
Yeah, you don't have to, no, and that's another good point, because you've got the primer on, you can sand it, but you don't have to. Now, normally, you get a lot of paints that are a chalk, and you start messing around, putting water with them and that, they start losing the stickiness, or the ability to stick, sorry. I haven't found that yet. So what you do is you choose your colours, and it's more or less dry, and then continue it round the edge. Now, I quite like the grain coming through, so I really like the fact that it's not white underneath. If you do paint it white, you will get a stronger colour. So just continue. Right, there we go. So we've got that, and it's now sunk into.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just go put a bit of that more paint out. I'm not going to use such a wide. I'm going to use the smaller one.
That colour's obviously in our marine selection.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning. And all I'm going to do is just... And if you've done it, you should really wait a little bit longer. And as you wait a bit longer, you'll see that it just creates like a layer.
Okay.
So even though I've just put a layer on top of this, I can still see. And if you can't, just put that one across. Now it looks really shoddy like this, but it will do. It will do. So now you get the next colour. I'm going to go with a brown, and I'm not going to wet my brush. I'm going to dry it, because I don't want too much water. So don't clean it all the time. Just get a bit of towel, and you do it that way. So the next one is I'm just going to use the edge of my brush, and I'm just going to, I'll try it just here. Bit more water. You do get used to using this, and it might look trickier than it is. It's not that tricky, honestly. It's just, I need to know, like the weather has an effect on it as well. So if it's hot, you might need more water one day than you do another.
Yeah.
But if you can see now, I can start to see the transparent nature of this, which for chalk paint you normally get no transparency at all. Now if you wanted to, you could use a glaze with this as well. I'm just going to change that there so it's a bit straighter. So there we've got those. Now I've got a smaller brush. Now we've all got plenty of these brushes, so it's not like I'm saying you've got to go out and buy them, but this one, if you bought that one, you could use it that way and that way, so you've got lots of different ways of using it. So now I'm going to go with...
What colour are we going with now? Is that the tangerine?
Yeah, tangerine. And I'm just going to take it down a bit with the apricot.
I think they're both in the autumn days,
aren't
they?
And I'm going to mix it, so I've got a wash. Now, have all these colours because it's a good guide to what sort of what you're putting on. And I'm just going to go, might be a bit much. So I'm just looking at the size of or width of the brush as my pointer.
Yeah.
So now I'm just going to go on the side. Might need a bit more paint. You'll know when you need a bit more paint because it's not as effective. But I'm just going to put that on there. So now let's think. We need a colour now to. I personally think a deeper.
Oh, what colour you got there? Is that the emerald or pine?
This is emerald.
Emerald. That's
I
in the
don't
marine
think
as
that's
well.
a good name for this.
It's quite blue, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
I
emerald's
think
very
more of
green.
a petrol. It's
Yeah.
definitely a petrol-y colour.
Yeah, yes, I'd agree with you there.
But
It doesn't matter by the name, though. You're
Exactly.
getting them all in the marine.
Just to also say that when you've got the matte medium and you've got the other varnishes that are on the show, you can mix this and get a glaze.
Yeah.
So you get a glaze with all colours. So this one I'm just going to put on.
That's a beautiful colour. Regardless of whatever the name is, it's absolutely gorgeous.
Regardless of name, yeah, you're right. So now I've done that one, and I'm just going to put one that way, that way, that way. And I'll just use a thin brush now, and I'll go straight in with the, just wet it down a little bit, and then what you can do is just put, if my hand, no, maybe not. That's not great. I know what I should do.
What should you do?
If you need to do it at home, just use an edge, and then that's better. So
that's really making that stand out now.
it does, doesn't it? Tartan is one of those things that people think, tartan, you can't make tartan paint, but you can, and it's just so effective when you start. I think now looking at this, I have got to put on, I don't want the very dark, but this dark brown.
That must be in autumn days as well then.
Yeah,
is that the antique
yeah.
brown, is it called?
See, I've got different ones. Don't worry, because some are chalky and some are called soft. There's no problem, it's just the names of them, don't worry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put maybe one there. And if it goes a bit skewed, don't worry, because you could just go over
up
it.
your sample, Lou, that you've already started. I know this isn't finished because you've got it in kind of various different stages.
Yes, yeah.
I did it right round. You can see how the tartan effect has been started there.
I wanted to show all the different ways you can do it, you know, how it looks with different colourways, and just adding simple little elements like this can, you know, you've got a little box that now looks like, especially if you start to age it, when it's dry, you get the wax on it and stuff like that, you start to think, oh, it looks really old, and that's what you want.
Yeah.
There it is. And you can just add, the more colours you add, the better it gets, actually.
And a bit of the wax maybe on the edge again.
Absolutely. So I'm just put that there. I'm just going to switch it round, and it's not precise. You can have it a tartan colour if you've got a tartan in the family.
You can create your own tartan, can't you?
Absolutely. So you can go on forever, but just to show you how to finish it, which I think you can choose. I think personally, I'll show you, the dark really brings it alive. So if I just do, and you can put a little bit of the light in and blend it together, and that's where these paints come in their own.
You can see the good coverage you get from those paints, Lou.
Oh, well, I tell you what, second to none, seriously. This is, although I will say it is primed, you know, but that second of priming makes such and such a difference. So it's not finished as in drying, but I just wanted to show you what it looks like when you add the bottom to it. So, and then when you get it, oh no, not that colour. Well, you could add it if you want. When you get it really dry, if you get a ruler or a flat edge, or just go with your Posca pens,
Yeah, to
You
really, bring out that
really
tartan
bring it out. So if I do that now, and then get this, this is when, again, I do it really quick.
You're just mixing the blues there.
Just, yep, the marine colours. I'm just putting, and you can use all the brushes that you want, but the big ones are better. I don't know what I'm faffing around with this for. I use the bigger one, but I'm just going to put now. This is mixing on the wood, so you would get mud. But because of the wonderful pigments in this, I now can get mixing without mud, she says. So just a little bit more there. Now once I put the lid on,
oh nice,
you can,
and then if you really want to protect it, we've got the varnish as well, which you can go over the top with.
So now I've dragged the colours together. So there's your little tartan, and then little black lines with a pen, or your Posca pens across that, little doodles.
Yeah.
That's a really nice way of using paint.
Thanks, Lou.
No, no problem.
We'll have a recap actually on those paints, because not only have we got the marine, we've got two other options as well. Marine is the colour options that we've got right on the top shelf here. I'm going to show you those boards again, because it's nice to see how these dry. The emerald, actually, when you see it, when it's been used quite neatly, although it's still quite blue, there is a green to it, but yeah, it's, peacock colour would be nice, or petrol as we say, but it doesn't matter about the names, you're getting all five. But you do get ebony, navy blue, pine green, emerald and steel blue if you're looking at the marine selection. Remember, you're saving £1 a pot here, because individually these are £4.49. You're saving £5 on the whole bundle. Sorry?
How much are they a pot then?
£4.49. So it works out at £3.49 a pot if you buy the bundle of 5.
Then they go a long way.
They do, well, you can see that. And of course you can water them down, mix them as well. I'm loving how the blackberry dries. This is our country garden. So you've got blackberry, cardinal red, Victorian pink, light lilac and dove grey. And then finally, I think Lou said this was her favourite one. Actually, this is such a useful bundle to go for, actually, or an option. You've got the vintage brown, the ivory, the apricot, the tangerine and the cappuccino as well. Very nice indeed. Yeah. Love those. £17.45. Remember, you've got that £5 saving within that price there. 775844 is the item number. Now we've got the wax paste for you next. Getting all three of these, another great buy, because at £12.99 you're getting the gold, the silver and the bronze as well. And they've got kind of an orange smell to them. They're beautiful. £12.99, yeah, all three of those are going to go a long way. And we heard it earlier on from Lou. If you want to use your bonding primer, you can apply this wax to all sorts of different surfaces as well, rather than just those that you would expect, like, you know, like you would your MDF, your card and paper. These will go onto other surfaces as well. Beautiful colours. You will get those effects coming out, whether you use a little bit and build those layers up, or just a tiny bit on the edge of something. Of course, with your mouldings, or maybe you're going for the elastic mouldings we've got on today, that is really going to bring out the detail. Just beautiful. Love that. There we are. 283477 is the item number there. Then we have the finishing waxes for you. These are really nice because you can pay such a lot of money for a finishing wax. The fact that you've got 3 different colours all in one bundle means you don't have to buy that 3 times. It's just one price at £22.97. Now the white that you can see there, first of all, that is onto natural wood and then onto coated on top of the chalk paint as well, so you can see the difference, how that's half of just the paint and half with the white wax over the top. The one in the middle is the transparent. Love this because it brings out the grain in that wood. You can buff this up, it will give you that protection. You can have the sheen if you want to buff it up as well. You can add that in layers as also if you want to. And then the brown, great for aging, for distressing. I love Lou's idea of using something like a wire brush and sort of really opening up the grain in something so it sits in there. Yeah, it works very nicely, doesn't it? Just a little bit onto the paint there gives that aged look without making it look too brown as well. So you've got lots of options of how to use these. 048956 is the item number. Brand new today. I have never seen Pentart's finishing wax ever. So that's definitely a first for me. Now the express transfer solution is what we've got next for you. Now this, a little again, goes a very, very long way. So you can transfer onto wood, onto MDF, onto card, onto fabric. Look how cute the little cat is. Maybe you've got a photograph that you want to print out and transfer onto something. You can see it works with black, it works with colour, so you've got lots of options again. You can go directly onto your painted surfaces. Look how that cat really shows up there with the paint underneath. £9.99, 270 609. I love the fabric. So want to do that. I think it looks very, very effective on the linen there, so you can see the grain of the fabric. Beautiful. Right, then we have the varnish kit. Remember, varnish not only protects, but it also gives you that finished look as well. You've got all three of these in one bundle. So the matte varnish, that's as matte as you're going to get with that protection. You've got the decor varnish, soft touch, which kind of gives it a little bit of a sheen without being glossy. And it really does bring out the detail of the wood there as well. I'm going to pick this one up again and give this a bit of a wiggle. I'm going to take it back first because, especially with the gloss look, you can really see the difference. But yes, look at the centre one. I love how the grain has come out with the soft touch. So if you don't want any difference at all, go with the matte. It just kind of knocks back the colour maybe a little bit because the ingredients that has to be put in there. But sometimes we just don't want any gloss finish at all, do we? So it's nice to have all three in one bundle. You've got an £8 saving there, £19.93, 830715. Then, our elastic wood. This is such clever stuff, it really is. You can heat this with a heat gun. You can mould it around different shapes. It could be a square shape, it could be a cylindrical shape, as we can see with the jar here as well. Yeah, upcycle those jars. Upcycle things that have, you know, got colours that don't go with your house. If you've got a vase or, you know, a lamp base or something like that, you could, of course, go with your bonding primer onto ceramic, couldn't you, Lou? Then with the paint.
Yeah, everything match, yeah.
Oh, if you've got a really plain lamp base and you wanted to sort of fancy it up a little bit, using the moulding, the elastic wood and all the different mediums we've got, you could make that look as though you've just bought it from a very expensive store. £10.99 if you want to go for the bundle. You get a couple of embellishments as well as that metre length there. 032899 is the item number there. Then the boxes. I really, really like these boxes. I think these are the most perfect base to work with because they're super flat, beautifully finished. There's no sanding or messing about there. You get the lid, you get the base itself, you've got the little carry handles. There's so many ways you could work with this. I mean, that could even be a pen tray, couldn't it? You could decorate that up and keep your pens and things in it. You know, you could start, because you use the lid separately as well. You can put taller things into the base. We did mention plants earlier on. Really nice ideas, I think, there as little gifts, whether you're keeping for yourself or gifting to somebody else. That bottom box as well, you can see how large that is. Two nice sizes there. Yeah, well, your A4 papers fit in there. 29.7 by
31, isn't it?
Oh, they might just go. We'll have to check because it could be the lid that's that size and the base a little bit smaller.
Yeah,
but we'll try it out. We'd like, now we've mentioned it, we'll test it. Maybe a little bit narrow, but there's plenty of other things you can fit in there. No, it won't. Look, it's the lid that's more or less the size, but the base, no, you wouldn't get your A4 papers in there. But yeah, we know. I'll tell you what you could get in there though. If you're making a nice little hamper up of chocolates and cheeses and a small bottle of wine or something.
What a great present.
Gift it. Oh, with the tartan effect, that would look really nice.
Oh, especially cheeses and, you know, nice from posh stores.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know what I'd put in mine if I'd done the tartan effect. I'd put that honey in from the Edinburgh Honey Company.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
mine arrived. The orange one is my favourite.
I love
it's
orange.
Divine.
It's amazing, isn't it? I love it.
30. Oh, stop it, because that honey is just so nice. £13.99 is the price for the boxes. You can put whatever you want in yours. 182662 is the item number. And then, of course, we've got the chest. You get all three of these. These will stacked together, or one will go inside the other, but of course break them down, use them for separate things. You've got 3 options of completely decorating in different ways, as Lou's done there. You know, so just use them for trying out all those different ideas. You've got those different mediums, the paints, the varnishes, whether you're using the primers first as well. You certainly can do that. I love the fact that you've got those metal clasps on there as well. And the finishing touches are those bands that run around the edge with the little studs on. It makes them look very authentic. There we are. 174653 is the item number. Right, look, we've got about 10 minutes left. What else can you show us?
Oh, I'm just messing with this. I'm just finishing putting that colour on. I think this is the thing that I like about this, is you can build colour as it goes. So, and it's sort of like one of them where you look, which is on top of that. Oh, how have you done that? And it's really simple, but so effective. And you can stamp on it as well. What I wanted to show you is, this is like this. I put a stone effect on, and I was just trying the texture. So this is on ply. It's not been primed or anything, and it's the same on a canvas. I just wanted to show you the coverage. That is a strong colour, right? I've not primed it. I've got that much on.
Actually, you could almost whitewash that over what you'd already got as well, and give it that sort of very authentic sort of stone-walled, aged wall look.
And if you had a tiny, and I mean a tiny bit of water, exactly what you're saying now, you can get a whitewash like that.
Yeah.
So you've got a twofer, but it's so much easier with this. But you can still see the colour, so you can take just a little bit, but that's only with that. So what I've done is, I've got this canvas, I didn't like it, it's totally not what I wanted, and I thought, right, it's a blank canvas now, I'm not messing about, I'm just going to go in. And you can think of all some sort of really vintage pinks. I'm not a pink well, I am a bright pink person, until I saw that blackberry. I was like, what? I'm liking this. And I just thought, I am now a pink person. And that's the bit, these colours, because they're a chalk finish, I bet they'll change your mind about colours, they do me. So I've just got in a little bit on here, and this is the, oh, I don't know what colour it is, because mine's different to yours. This is Victorian pink.
Oh, that's that really delicate soft pink. Actually, I've got the board here so you can see how that dries.
I'm wondering whether you can see it. If you can't see this, I will move on to another one, don't worry. Right.
Yeah, we can just see it. We can see kind of a blush.
What I'm going to do then is just build it up. So I want a little bit of pink on it, and all I'm doing is using the same brush, and I'm trying to be as dry brushing as I can. So that means laying it on and then flicking it down. Now these brushes are perfect for it. You get a different technique to that. I can't believe they dry so fast. This one, it's not dry because I can flick the water, but that'd be days before I could use that. I'm loving them. I'm really loving them. Right, I'm going to go now with, let's go with a dark blue.
Oh, nice.
And again, straight in the lid. And use chalk paints, you're like, I can't use them fine. People just think that it's chunky, and it's not. You can do...
Do you give these a good stir or a shake, Lou, before you use them?
Give them a whack. Well, I sort of just go... Put the lid on and give them a shake so that I use it in the lid. That's all, really.
Yeah. Oh, look at the texture you're picking up there.
Now, I've got a lot of water on there. I'm going to take it off, and it's only because I need to loosen it a little bit more. So I'm just going to dry brush it. That's better. Bring the colour down. And that's the texture you get. So it's building up a texture like that. So I'm just going to put a little bit there. And don't forget, this is your own colour in your house, all your own decor. I'm just using the colours that are going to show. So we've got those wonderful drag marks. Now if you don't want the drag marks, that's fair enough. You get your brush and you can soften them. So if you don't like that as harsh as that, these brushes are perfect for taking that edge off it. So, and then what I can do is use the blue, only a little bit, to go back in, and then it's really softened it up now. Yeah. So you don't, and then if I really want to, let me get I want to show you what everything does, so people don't miss out. Can you see that picking up?
Yeah, you can see the texture. You could use these paints with a little sponge directly through a stencil as well, couldn't you?
Absolutely. You can use it as it is with that as well. But it's not often you're going to get chalk paint that you can do all this with. And here, again, I've got a really heavy line. But if I just want to soften that, put it on like that. But then, if I want to soften that even more,
I love the fact that you can blend them so easily.
oh, do you know, I really am very, very impressed with this, because that would take ages normally to get all these effects. I'm going to put a tiny bit of the green in now, which is like, what? And that, to me, is a wasted canvas before, but there's no way I'm going to waste that now. And I'm just going to put that on there just to bring it in. And I think if you was doing like that beach sort of effect I'd showed you before, this would be a perfect backdrop for it. There's the blending done again. Can't
Do you know,
believe
I
it.
love that little bit of pink that I'm seeing coming through there.
Well, that's the bit that's, it just, the accent colour. It should be 60, 30,
You can
40.
see, although it's very subtle, it is there, you can definitely see it.
And if you just bring it sort of, what's it called, up and down, straight and back of whatever, you know, horizontal and vertical, then you'll get a really nice. Now, to me, I have just spent, what, 10 minutes doing something that would have took me about 2 hours to achieve.
Yeah.
And I've done it all like that. And if I
And it's
now,
gonna dry
I'm just
very,
going to show
very
you,
quickly.
dead quickly, sorry, my English is terrible, really quickly. I'm just going to pound some colour in, because now, it's a bit like, you know, when you look at the clouds and you go, oh, I can see a frog or a deer or something in the clouds. I'm looking at the screen and that's a proper sea picture, that. So just doing that.
Oh yeah, you're just building up the rocks on the side, that's what I can see.
Yeah, there. And then you can just see, and I could put everything here. And now, this is the test. Shall I try it? Oh, sack it, do it. The way I get the yellow, give it a shake it into the lid.
Oh, is that the tangerine? Tangerine in
It
the
makes me
autumn
laugh,
days.
that colour, because it's a great, I love tangerine, but this is not tangerine. What I'm going to introduce now is I'm going to introduce a colour from the top, because I want it like a landscape. But the problem is, I don't want it to be too mixed, because if I mix it too much, I'll end up with green. I don't want green. I want the yellow to stay yellow, because if you look at Monet's backgrounds, I'm hoping that you can pick that up. It's like the sun, and then the pink with it. This has opened my eyes, this, to, it's a bit hard to see, but it's just pinks now and yellows, and it's made me really rethink colour totally. I've gone for this mulberry.
That's that blackberry, isn't it?
Yeah, blackberry, sorry, blackberry is it, mulberry.
Yeah, part of the country gardens.
So I have now got this beautiful colour. It's difficult for you to see, but you can see that the colours now, and when that's dry, that will look like, honestly, like a seascape, especially if you just concentrate on one area, get rid of the paint from it, take more off. It's all about the application of paint. People take it off, put it back on, take it off, put it on, take it off, put it on. So now I'm trying to get some sort of sunset feel.
So you can just keep working that and softening the edge as well.
There.
Talking about softening the edges, oh, some of you didn't check your baskets out because we've had a couple of bounce backs on these. Now these were proven to be very, very popular this morning. Again, at the start of this hour, we did say they'd gone. If anybody missed out, you can grab these quickly. £9.98 you get in both the round and the flat one. Now this is your larger one at 2 inches, and the round one is the size of, was it 15 millimetres, what was it? 30 millimetres, I thought that was right, yeah, or 3 centimetres. So that's the diameter if you look at the end there. These are, honestly, seriously, fabulous brushes. 611223 is the item number. Now we do have some bristle brushes as well for you. So let's start, let's go with the little one first of all. This was very popular earlier on as well. This is a different sort of bristle. This is actual bristle rather than synthetic, I believe. That lovely wooden handle again. $14.99 is going to get you the oval brush. It's 25 millimetres in diameter. And then we've got the 40 millimetre one as well. So much larger. There it is. You can see in the end there. Beautiful quality once again. $16.99 for this one, $159,527, brand new today as well. Lovely to see all the brushes actually. I can't say enough about those. We're almost at the end of the hour. Let's just show you the paints again as well. I'm just going to grab those boards because if it does help you decide on the colour or the colour choices, you've got different options. Marine is the first one. So you can see those beautiful blues and greens in there. You've also got the ebony in there. Then you've got your country gardens. We've just seen Lou using the blackberry there and also the Victorian pink, and then Autumn Days is the third one. 775-844, 17.45. It works up to $3.49 a pot. Lou, we're out of time. Thank you so much.
Hey, I've done my landscape. Bye. I'll show you later.
Do you know, Lou could take that right over to the other set because she's back up next with Studio Light. That's the one-day special. Then we've got John next door with his 4 Seasons back at 1. And then we've got more embroidery at 2.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand-drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hello and good afternoon. Right then, it's one day special time, but we do have a complete collection. Now, we are almost half the stock gone on this complete collection. There is so much we have got in here. We have rice papers, we have a journal, we've also got some stencils, we've got paper pads, we've got stamps, we've got dies, we've just got so much available for you. Do excuse me, I've got a frog now. £99.12 is the price if you're a Freedom member. Now, if you carry over all of the savings from the little bundles, you're actually saving about £87. Wow. £87 as a Freedom member, that is what you're saving. So without further ado, let's come to you, Lou. Hey.
Yeah, I'm getting on already.
I know. You're working a million hours today.
I'm really inspired because I've just done another show for Pentart, but the ideas from that can so be transferred to this. And that's what I love, the fact that they work together.
Yeah, absolutely. Loving that. Now, everything is going to be dispatched from the 23rd of July. Item number for your big bundle is 141385. OK, so let's go through everything. Where should we start? Should we start with the top one? Let's have a look at these paper pads. Aren't they just beautiful? Now, if you do want the individual, we have them for you. So you can see all of your different designs on there. Absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous colourways. Then we move on to our beautiful stamps. Oh, yeah, let's have a look at these colourways. Let's have a little look. And that's stunning. So it's got a lot of teals and things in, hasn't it?
Blues and petrels and teals, and it's got mints with it. But then it's got the yellows and oranges. But they're all soft colours, aren't they?
They're beautiful.
They're muted but bright. There is a difference between bright and sort of vibrant. These are bright.
They're gorgeous. Yeah. Look at that. And then if we move on to the look at that teal.
You see now, you've got a different look altogether with the dark colours, haven't you?
Yeah.
You know, more dramatic. So, to me, you've got everything you need here.
Gorgeous.
Those colours are gorgeous.
Yeah. And then, so this is, by the way, for your first option of the one-day special, musical mindfulness. Beautiful stamps again. Lovely for colouring, nice open spaces for colouring.
And if you use them with a second generation stamp, you get a beautiful background in the image as well. The image background, sorry.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
And then we've got the tickets. I love that, the postmarks in this one.
Yeah.
And then last but not least, we've got these dies. So will these be great for your little journal?
Absolutely. You can make these into everything, but they're after the index roller that people have used. I think these are great for technique cards.
Yeah.
So at home, I've got a Rolodex stingy doodah, and these fit on the little rollers, but on the very top layer, I tend to do like mixed blue and green to get this colour and have it as a flick card. So instead of like numbers or anything like that, or telephone numbers, I use it as paint techniques.
See, that's a really good idea. I like that. OK, so that's your first option of the one-day special. £28.96 is the price. You're saving £10, and all of those savings that we're going to go through, they carry over. 071159 is your item number. Then we have a second option of the one-day special. Oh, it's so nice. Look at that. So again, have a little look at all of those beautiful papers. 170 GSM, I believe.
Yeah.
And look at those gorgeous colours, the teals, the ochres that are in there, and all of that detail is stunning. And then moving along, we've got the next set of stamps. So we've got some blooms here. So useful, aren't they? You can't have too much foliage. And then we've got the musical notes. I think that's a lovely background, isn't it, Lou?
Yeah, that's one of those workhorse stamps that you'll use forever. Keep it on your desk, you'll just keep using it. It's beautiful, that.
Love it.
Mind you, they all are, so I might as well just say, buy it all. And I shouldn't say that, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. And then, again, we've got some more dies. Now, I absolutely love the musical flourish. It's a stunner.
It works really well, and depending on what colour you cut it. I did it in a sort of neutrally brown colour, but if you did that in mirror card, it'd be really funky.
Absolutely. Love that. OK, so for that option, £28.98, £10 saving. Item number is 071159. Then we move on to these beautiful rice papers. Now, you are actually getting 12 A4 sheets here, and they all coordinate fantastically with, well, everything else. That's the whole that's the beauty about Spotlight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Studio Light, sorry.
It is. No, it's true, because I think each designer has their own, obviously we've all got our own style, but these in particular, you can see Janini's colour palette is so beautiful and subdued, whereas mine's a bit off the wall, but that's why it's nice. It has a beautiful appeal to this. It is very good title for it, is Mindfulness.
Yeah,
it is.
Totally agree. Oh, I mean, just look at that. You could just dive into that scene, couldn't you?
You could. And you can make, that's finished if you want.
Yeah.
Or you could put that in a frame and you could put a loved one there, or you know, pets and animals, because, you know, it's a beautiful idea, and it's not often you can do that for not sympathy things, and that's a beautiful image, and it's a nice image to have.
Beautiful.
It is, it's gorgeous.
£19.88 for your rice papers, 039317. Then we have got that fabulous journal, and you can see you've actually got craft card in there. There's the hot not, how did you say it?
Hot or not.
Hot or not.
Hot not. Hot or not, or not or hot. What it is not hot pressed and not pressed.
Right.
So the way to think of it is, if it's pressed, it's going to be smooth.
Yeah.
If it's not pressed. So that's what they call it, hot and not.
Cool. And then you're also getting that black cardstock as well. So there's a nice mix in that.
Beautiful, especially because what you can do is use the stencils that they've got there with a white pen on the black. It's stunning. And then some bright metallic colours that we've all got, Secura. Any of those jelly rolls, you'd be over them. And you could use the small round mandala stencils, they'll fit perfectly on that page.
Wonderful. And speaking of the stencils, so this is a bundle, this comes together. So you've got those 3 sets of stencils.
You just draw around that in a white pen. That's a whole card done.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Gorgeous. And then you can see we've also got that other stencil that's got, I like that, it's half and half, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I like the brickwork, it's kind of a bit gnarly.
It is, and if you turn it the other way round, sort of perpendicular, it looks different again.
Yeah.
And I love the brick wall because that can look like cell structure, leaf structure. You can doodle and moodle in that brick wall.
I love your moodling. Love that. And then coming on to our final stencil in this lovely little bundle. There it is. So you can see, so everything ties in again. You've got the window that you see in the paper pads, etc., the mandalas. For that collection, £21.96, 716747 is your item number. And then again, that £8 saving carries over. Where should we go next? Top one, stencils. Okay, down there. So this is a little bundle. So you get another paper pad. You get another paper pad, and you've also got those fabulous stencils that are so useful. I think we all need the alphabets, don't we?
And these, you can either cut them. I think you can cut them down and put them on a key ring. Or keep them as they are, and those are great lines to line up your letters.
Nice. Yeah.
Keep that line there, draw it, and then keep your letters straight. You've got to me anyway, you don't have to use them like that. I just thought what a good idea to keep your lettering straight.
That's cool. So then you can see this font, quite funky font. Here we go. And then let's go over to the paper pad, and you can see those beautiful, once more, those beautiful colours. And you've got butterflies in there. The artwork is fantastic. Who is the artist for this one?
This is Janina herself, yeah. Don't ask me to say her second name because I can't.
Okay, no worries. So you've got kingfishers, you've got the butterflies, you've got framework. Lovely, that's £17.97, 327 369. Then we've also got another little bundle where we've got these are your die cut blocks, so they'll just pop out nice and easily, and once more all tones in. And then we've also got the sticker book, and that's got some fabulous positive, mindful quotes in there.
And because it's from Holland, you get different sayings, you know, because we'll get the same ones. You know, think of England and have a cup of tea or whatever we say over it. Whereas over there, they might say a different phrase. Yeah. And I think that's a really positive thing.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Loving that. Right then, so we've got phrases like, what to say, be you, the world will...
have to adjust,
Thank you, will adjust. There you go.
I like that one. That's why I remembered it.
Isn't it? It's cool, isn't it? £11.48 then, 208730. Now, the 12 by 12 papers, they sold out, so they're now only available in your complete collection, which we're going to pop back on screen. So with all of those savings, it's not just, because they've carried over, it's not just £32 that you're saving. As a Freedom member, it's £87. Oh, and a penny.
Don't forget
That's very important. There you go. Now, we've also tried to make it very affordable, spreading the cost 3 ways. There, it's just going to swizzle round. 3 payments of £33.04. Right, shall we come to you,
Yeah, sure. Now, I've got an old board. I thought I'd make up something three-dimensional. So I've got an old board here, and what I've done is I've just put some matte medium on it. And I've got one of the papers. And all I'm not going to waste anything. In fact, I'm going to do it that way. And the only problem I have is which paper I'm going to use, because they're all great. So all I'm going to do is just line it up to the top and push down. Now, if you've got a straight edge, a roller or anything, just roll it out. But I think what we need to address is sometimes we forget in the UK that the lettering and the writing that we get is normally in English. This isn't. So I absolutely love that. To me, that adds so much interest to your work. Having another language, it just creates interest. So people wonder what it is. It is Dutch, I think. But yeah, I love that. I love the idea of having it something different.
Yeah.
So anyway, I've got this part here, and I always like, I put the matte medium on. You can use whatever you want. And I'm going to make like, I know it's a collage, but I'm going to use the elements that we've got in here. So the first thing you do is find out where the edge is. There we are. And I'm just going to rip that off. I'll cut it off. I don't want to cut the edge yet, because what I tend to do is wait till it's dry and then I get a sanding block on it. Because you get an integrated edge then. And by that I mean it's sort of stuck down right to the edge and sanded into the edge of the actual thing as well, which makes it easier. It doesn't come undone. But if you manage to get the bonding stuff that we had before, it's absolutely amazing. So I've got that now. I still feel where the edges are. That's because I need to know where that is. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to take that back a little bit, because I want that to be the background. So you need to sort of just tame it down a little bit, and the way I'm going to do that is two ways. You can either get a bit of a paint, or you can use gesso, and all I'm going to do is just a bit more, being a bit tight. Everyone's probably got white paint or cream paint and a bit of gesso. There's a bit of green on that there. Silly woman. And I'm just bringing it in from the edge. I've got glue on it, but it doesn't matter. And you can see now how I'm just knocking that back. You can just see how it's calming it down.
Yeah.
And that's only because I want the concentration and your eye to be in the middle. Now, we both said hummingbird at first, didn't we?
Well, yeah, I don't know why I get those confused.
Well, we both said it. I said it, and I said, you know, I said that. And I'm doing a colour harmony class, and it's all about what colours go with what colours.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult for people to know. So I'm doing this colour harmony class, keep saying it, sorry. And the first thing I did was the kingfisher colours, because green and orange they're amazing. And this colour here, So we've got that there. I really like having that as a backdrop. You could use your kingfisher there, or you could use another paper. Now I love the rice papers, and I think looking at them, this would be quite a nice one in the background, you know, and it'd be another layer. So the way I do it is, you just put it on here, give it an outline, and then all I'm going to do is get a paintbrush, just so I know where it is.
Yeah.
I don't like wasting it, you see. And then just take the excess off, so there's the shape, right. So I know I'm going to get that shape right now. So all I'm going to do is just follow inside, just inside the line here, and just following it in the rice paper. Doesn't have to be perfect, because it's just a layer. So in there, and then pull that away. And this is just yet another layer.
And like you said, definitely don't throw away those bits.
These are the bits that you think, I just need something. And what is it? I don't know what it is. I just need something. And it's this. Now, if you wanted that to be more powerful, the easiest way of doing it is to paint the back of it white.
And then it'll show through more.
And then, yeah, because it's the transparency of the paper. And if you wet that, so that's what happens. So if you want to sort of get rid of that effect, I'll just do a tiny bit and show you. I have done this before. You put the paint on, and then that will be... I should have done it on that bit there.
All good.
Yeah. But now that will not blend into that when I put water on it, because it's covered. So I like the layer. It's soft. I like the layer of that. I'm not going to... No, I'm not going to put too much on it. I'm going to leave it as it is. So now all I'm going to get is another little bit of gel. Use any glue you've got. I like matte medium because it just sticks. I know it's going to stick.
Yeah.
Some glues, I'm not sure. And I've feathered the edge.
Kind of got a shabby chic look to it.
Absolutely Victorian, and it'd be nice hung somewhere in a hallway or in your she shed if you've got one. Sending this to my friend.
Shed.
My friend's got a she shed. She's wonderful. She's got a she shed. It's just amazing. Now you could even go, and don't forget we've got a smaller version, and we could just look through this and see, right, is there something else that I like? Is there something in there?
Yeah.
And is there some? There's got. These are just stunning because I'm going to build up the whole collage in the middle with this. So I'm looking for the colours. So these, all of them, just take the page. All that goes with this, all of it.
Yes.
I don't need to pick or mess about. So, and I'm going to use it all. Might not use the little guy, but he won't mind. I've got these, which will go with that, and I'm going to use that. So I've got rocks, pieces of wording, tickets, flowers. Now, you don't have to do this. I'm just doing it because I'm lazy and I can't be bothered doing them all. So, right, so I've got them. Now I need to think, do I need another page in there? Is there something that I need? Is it like, should I put a little bit of the writing in there or should I leave it? This one. I don't want to use it in case I use it all, but I think that's too much, so I'm going to leave it.
Okay.
Right, so I've got this now. I'm loving that. Yeah, I've got a really nice sort of edge that I want to bring a little bit more emphasis to. Not a lot, because the emphasis is on this middle bit. It's not on that. So I've just got one of my paints. I'm using a light teal blue that will go with that, just a tiny bit. And I'm going to use a tiny bit of wash. You could use any colour you wanted for this. You could use a distress. I haven't brought me a distress with me, so. And I'm just going to go to the edge of where the rice paper is, because that will, it just grabs. It grabs the colour.
Yeah. See, that goes perfectly. That's really starting to pop up now.
And it looks different. I'm just going to bring in the colour to the middle, but flick it out that way so that I don't want a pure line because it's not what I want, so I want to sort of fade it out. But I don't want it to look really too grungy. I want it to be quite nice and light. But it's hard to explain. It's bright,
it's pretty,
but not.
grunge.
Yeah, pretty. I don't do pretty normally, do me? Love my neck, me and pretty. So, years ago, when we first started to sort of, we all had designs, didn't we, of decoupage years ago.
Yeah.
There was a certain way that they did it, and I think a lot of these things are forgotten now, but when you go to these wonderful houses and you see decoupage, it's really done on something that we call Jap black or something like that. It's Japanese lacquer where it's done on black or white, and it's layers and layers and layers of papers together.
Right.
And this is something that you can do. You can sort of go back to the original decoupage, and it shouldn't be three-dimensional. It should be flat, and it should be lots of flat layers. And that's what people don't realise, that years ago there was no three-dimensional stuff. So I've got the flowers, I've got this, and I'm just going to go with these blues because they'll really help with this. I've got a butterfly. You see, you're looking at home, you don't see, look at how many little extras you get. Every one of these comes out. It's just, to me, that's madness.
I know, I love that. These are the tiniest
Look at
ones.
that. I wouldn't be bothered. I wouldn't cut that out anyway. I'd be like, oh, no way. And I'm just choosing 3 because it's, you know, you can imagine sat there going, oh, why didn't you cut them out before?
That's all right. Well, a quick mention then, because you're liking individually the die cut block and the sticker book. So if you want some extras, because obviously these are your consumables, it's £11.48. However, if you've gone for the complete collection and then you're adding this in as an extra, then you can spread this cost 3 ways. So there you go. What you're only paying, I don't know, £3 for it today?
Wow.
Yeah, or £4, yeah.
That's excellent, isn't it? What I'm going to do is the first layer, is going to be flat, and that's important because that's what it was, and it was lacquered, really, really lacquered, the sort of Victorian feel. Now, I'm just like that. That's better. So all I'm going to do is get my brush, and I'm going to get, there it is, get my glue, first layer down. And don't forget, I'm not doing it now because you won't see it, but it'll be dry later on for 4 o'clock. But you will see this now wet, but when it's dry, you'll get a wonderful, like, old-fashioned lacquered look. So I'm just going to now go right over the top, glue that down. I'm trying to keep within the heart without it being too conformed. Right, so then we've got this one, which I quite like, but I'm just going to now tuck it in and make this 3D. So what you tend to do, glue the bottom.
Yep.
Now, you can still have that.
You could just have it loose, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could. You could easily do that, and we'll try that then. Or you could put a little snippet, what's it called, behind it, a little pad.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to bring in, now, this is, to me, I could spend hours faffing like this, but I can't, obviously. But I want to build it so that it's central. It's not just all out that way. I've got central. Oh, that's nice. Well, it was till it stuck to my hand. Again, as I mentioned this morning, I always keep one brush for gluing and just use that. Otherwise, you wreck all of your brushes. Right, I like that. You know, keep a good one, like a range of them. So I'm just going to infill this bit. I quite like them all flat, you know. I really like them. Now, I have got, see, that's way too bright.
Okay.
But you could, you know, there's an easy way of dealing with this, and I'll show you now.
You could paint it down.
I'm going to paint it, yeah. And all it is I just wanted to see what it looks like, but it's too bright, way too bright.
Cool, that now that's going to tone in nicely.
And then rub it off. So that you've got a little bit at the back. You might need some more colour, so you might need to go in with cream. And don't try and be neating with it. And then really scrunch them up. So, and then when you do glue them, it doesn't really matter because you can add some colour and some decoupage to that. And what I would like to do is just have that on it. So if you've got a wire or anything, a piece of wire, you can put that up there. I really like that flower on it. And I did have some smaller sizes, but I might, you either one or, I don't want it like that. I might, or 3. Don't have 2s. Well, because it starts looking a bit too regimented. So I'm just looking on here now. Is there anything else you could put on? Is there a sentiment? Is there a word? So I'll just move them out of the way.
I love your pile.
Oh, I'm terrible, aren't I? Right, and they might be here. I don't want to cut it out though. I'm not going to do it because that'll drive everyone nutty at home. But if I was fussy cutting that out now, I could just put in there, sat really forward. Taking that off, I'm having that there. Him there centrally would be perfect.
Yes.
But now I would generally all just glue that down. And I quite like the fact that you said, you know, having it loose is a really nice idea. But what I do want to do is going back to the Victorian days itself. And there's a reason for this, because it's not just about everything having to look like new and bright. You might love the Victorian era, and if you do, this would look brilliant hung up in you know, as decor, and people pay a lot of money for it. I am varnishing the flowers, so I'm building up the strength of the flowers and the texture. The colours will change slightly, but this will have a soft gloss, whereas the back will be matte, so you'll see texture in light as well. So I'm just going to put a little bit on where the flowers in the background, just lift that a little bit, put a bit on here, and then all I'm going to do is maybe dip my finger in, a little bit of the body there, put that there. Okay, oh, I love that. I really like that.
That is really stunning.
It really is pretty. You could get your word now, you know, if you wanted to put something like The best time for a new beginning is now. And then if I've got, not a sanding block, but you could use these and just, there's my little butterflies. And this is just to show you what I mean about sanding it off. If you sand it off, you get a wonderful effect.
It's a lovely sort of shabby chic effect.
It is, and what you can do then is just, you can, it's better if I wet it actually. If you do this to the edge or wet it, you can glue it down as well. But if you then get, oh that's better. If you get, what's it called, the colours that you've used. So I've used the teals and the lime, not limes, mint.
Yes.
And I'm going to just put it round the edge because at the moment we've got this big expanse of cream and I'm not a lover of it. I love the colour, but it doesn't look right with this. But remember what it looked like. I don't think you saw it, what it looked like. It was orange. Didn't look great. Anyway, so if it sort of starts to tear, don't worry because that adds to it.
I agree.
I'm going to get the teal and I'm going to get very little on my brush. And I'm just going to flick it.
And then that's just going to draw your eye into the whole piece.
It is, and I'm not actually doing much to it. And if there's too much, because I've got the glue on my brush, which I have, I'm using my glue brush, I'm making it a glaze. So, now if you've got managed to get those lovely little die cuts that come with it, you could hang these in the middle of that. So you've got like a calendar effect.
Yeah.
They're great for making calendars with as well. Those little index things. Now look at that.
That's
different.
Beautiful.
And we've built it up. We've used only what we stuff that you might have. You might not have paints, but I'm sure you've got other colours. Your distress inks or all that. And when that's dry, you can just see now where I've glazed it. All that will be glazed and yet this will be matte. So hopefully, you know, when you see it and you think, oh, what's she doing with that? And then you see why at the end.
Yeah.
You know, I like that, and I'm not Victoriano that way, but I love that.
See, imagine what you could charge. This looks like, you know, you in a beautiful gift shop, because we've got one in the village here, haven't we? A beautiful gift shop, and I could just see this hanging like from the wall, and it would just look absolutely beautiful.
Well, that's where I got it from.
Oh,
because I was going to do something else, a card, and then as I was walking around before, and I thought, oh no, I really like that. And there was a little plaque, and I know it said something like, home is where the heart is or something.
Yeah.
And I just saw the plaque, and I thought, if I changed that into a heart and used other colours, because you could change the colours, make that a wedding one.
Yeah, you could.
You know, if you had all these all together, you could have wedding. I just think there's endless. Nice. I love that myself.
Thank you very much, Lou. I'll be back with you in a short while.
Oh, yeah.
Right, look at this for the complete collection. This is what the majority of you have been going for. And like I said, we've tried to make it as affordable as possible for you. So let's run through what you're getting. You've got that fabulous little journal. I love the size of that. And as Lou was saying in the 8 o'clock show this morning, this is such a good size, you know, to take out with you, pop it in your handbag or your man bag, etc., and do a bit of artwork on the go. So you can see you've got craft card in there, the hot but not or whatever cards, the white sheets, and you've also got the black card. Then moving along, we've got these stencils, and the mandalas will fit beautifully as a size into your pages in the journal. I adore the middle one because I really like this brickwork and the stonework. And then we've also got that fabulous one with the, it's almost like a ray of sunlight, isn't it? Mandala in the bottom. You've got a lot of elements to that one, you really have. And then moving along, where should we go to? Should we just, yes, lovely. Let's go for those rice papers. Lovely, gorgeous, soft colours. It's very strong though, these rice papers. They've got a, you know, they're, obviously when you use the water you tear them, but they're not, do you know what I mean, Lou?
They're not weak.
Yeah, thank you.
They're fragile, but they're quite strong.
Yeah, love that. So you've got your rice papers. Should we move along here? Yeah, so we've got the one-day special options. You've got your 8x8 paper pad, and you've got your 2 sets of stamps. So this one, by the way, is this one the Chrysalis Creations? Oh, okay. And then we've, sorry, just talking in my voices in my head. And then you've also got the dies that fit perfectly into your journal. Then coming down to the bottom, so this is your second one-day special option, so musical mindfulness. And again, you've got that fabulous 8x8 paper pad. You've got your beautiful stamps. I love the musical notes in this, and also the dies. And this flourish of a musical set of notes, it cuts so beautifully fine. And then moving across, we've got the stencils. So you've got your alphabet in 2 different sets of fonts, and then you get to another 8x8 paper pad. I love it again, all those teals and lovely ochres.
They're just such beautiful colours to work with.
Yeah, love that. And then we've got the, if I come to this one, so we've got the sticker book and the die set, you know, die cut block, I mean. Lovely. And then last but not least, we've got our 12x12 papers. Now, these are only available in the complete collection because they sold out individually. And these, again, matched the ones in the die cut block. It's perfect. It all works in perfect harmony. Now, because all of those individual bundles, what was I saying? In the thank you, individual bundles, you've got loads of savings that carry over. So, right, as the whole collection, as a Freedom member, you are saving a whopping £87. You can spread the cost, 3 payments of £33 and 4 pence, 141385. Very busy. Here we go. We've got a few finished samples here dotted around there. Look at that. I love all the textures in that. I love the sepia and the vintage feel to it. Lovely. So do make sure you're checking out your baskets. Please don't miss out on this absolutely stunning collection. 141385 is your item number. Loving those. Right, back to you, Lee. What do you fancy?
Well, I'm going to just show you some little doodling that's really good with the little book. But I finished it off sort of, well, when I say finished, I've added, as I've gone on, I found more detail to add, like the little butterfly. Actually, it works with it, but you could add all sorts. So I'm showing you that to say that, you know, it doesn't end. There's little bits here that I'm finding that I could just stick on. So to me, this could end up being a real pile in the middle that's really nice hung up. So anyway, I'm just gonna, this is pretty dry here, so I'm not worried. Right, so I've got my piece of hot and not. So one side, if it's smooth, it's hot pressed.
Got you.
And if it's on the other side, if it's not smooth, it's not pressed. So hot, not. There you go. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to choose just one element of just one of these. You can use both if you want, but I'm just going to show you how I'm going to do one. So the first thing I'm going to do is I've got a white pen, and get your white pen working, and then use this as, because this is the perfect size, if I say so myself, for this. Now, you don't have to do them all. You can choose which ones you want to do. So I'm not going to do all of them. I'm only going to do certain elements of this because I don't want it as, what's the word, as full. I just want certain elements showing. Now, if you've got a white pen or a white pencil, I'll show you, it works the same. So I'm just going to follow this. Now, if you've got a picket fence or anything like that, you can actually just, you know, change this, what I'm doing with a pen, for ink, pen, distress inks, oxides, it all works. So, but I really enjoy pen work. I really do. I find it very relaxing. And what you can also do is decide whether you want something thicker lines or thinner lines. You can colour them in later. It's just so lovely, so lovely to do. So I've chosen to do the hearts and the smaller layers, and the other one has got different images on it, different pictures and emblems, so you can take your choice or mix and match. It works. So what I've done is I've done the outline and I've done this teardrop here, and I'm only going, I'm not doing that one, I don't want that, I'll do the dots.
Yeah.
And I love that, so I've done that one, I'll do that one. And with them being small, they're going to work with this size paper, because sometimes you get a big mandala on a small paper.
It's overpowering.
Yeah, and vice versa. So I've got those two. And I've just got...
that's really effective.
I really like that. I think, you know, if I go back, I think it does need something else. It's that way, isn't it? If it does need something else, easily put back, do that, and I think, right, okay, it needs one side. Now, if you don't want to draw both sides of this, what I mean by that is I'm drawing one side only, so I'm not going all the way around it, just one side. So I'm drawing that side for that one, so left going down, and then when it's coming up, I'm going to the right. So left, and that way it almost makes it three-dimensional, and then right. So you don't have to do that, it's just me. I'm happy with that. Then what you can do is just have a smaller element. I'll choose this one now, just here. So I'm looking at, it looks like a bee, that.
Yeah, I can't unsee that now.
Yeah, that's it, you can't now. And all I'm going to do is just make a real statement with this. And you don't need to sort of do everything, embossing it or stamping everything. If you just sit down and work with these stencils, sometimes just a simple card like that, it looks stunning. Yeah, absolutely stunning. And you've had a really great time just unwinding doing it.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is just put the last bits on, and then I'll show you. So I've got these bits here. I do need something there because it is a little bit lost. And, you know, that's the beauty of stencils, because if you do that and you think, oh, I've missed a bit, you can put it all back on. So here, I've got this. What you can do then is add your own. So let's see. I can put here.
Some nice doodles.
Yeah, just simple doodles like that.
Yeah.
And all I'm going to do is then think, right, well, is there something else I need with this? And what you could do is get your pencils, your metallic pencils, your metallic pens, anything, and then just do a little bit of colour. Now, I'm not using a lot of colour because it's all about the stencils, it's not about the paints, it's about using the black paper. Because I have had people say to me, it's all right having the black, but what am I going to do with it? Well, I think this is a good way of showing people what you can do with black paper. So here, I'm just going to go straight in, over. I'm going to bring attention to just this area. And I'm going to get a saying ready. And I'm just going to use it as a little small coloured in journal page. And I've seen a lot of the ladies, the Dutch ladies, they'll do this as a card, and you can see it colour now.
Oh, I like that.
So,
ooh, that's lush.
It's a really simple little...
Does it have an interference? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's an interference colour. And I think just by using the stencil and a little bit of colour, but these could be metallic pencils, they could be your gel pens. I mean, if you're going to town with your gel pens, how amazing will that look?
Yeah.
That'll just be stunning. Now, if you've missed a bit, you can always put a bit in and then draw around it like that. So, that looks... I'm really happy with that. So I've got a tiny little journal card. I've used whatever I've got around. Yeah. And then what you do is you get, right, okay, which saying do I want? So that's not my saying book. But I could actually use some of these. Some of these work with it. Well, I'm looking for my little saying book. Oh, here we go. Why do I do this to myself every single time? I get it all sorted and then I can't find it.
So with the stickers?
Yeah, you know, the inspiration words. Yeah. Like, why don't you just... Oh, it's here. No, it isn't. Right, but I'll nick it off that thing just to show you. Oh, oh, oh. So if you've got your sticker book, you could just then put your stickers in it. Yeah. And you've got that, and we put it in here just to show you. Oh, that's the one I did before. But put your colours, papers in. Don't be worried about using card like brown stock or black stock card, because we shy away. But I think Studio Light, because they bring us these colours, it's really helped. Excuse me.
That's all right. No worries.
It's really helped me to sort of start thinking of using different colours and different ways. So I'm just going to put this in here now and show you in context of size how cool that looks.
Yeah.
It's only a little tiny page. But how you could have really beautiful quotes in this, and just decorate it with all your stencils and have a quote for a day or a prompt or anything like that. And I just think the size of it now works really well with the little journal. So,
Fabulous, it looks really cute.
Right. So, can you have any more numbers and I'll do another?
Yeah, indeedy. So then your complete collection. We have got a whole spectrum of things. Stencils, we've got the journal book, we've got your paper pads, rice paper, I can't forget those. We've got stamps, dies, stickers, die cut blocks, 12 by 12 papers that you can only now get in the complete collection. And remember, all of those savings from the little bundles that we've got, they all carry over. So as a Freedom member, you're saving a whopping £87. And you can spread the cost 3 ways. 3 payments of £33.04. Now, if you're not a Freedom member, we're going to tell you a little bit about how you can become one.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Right then, I'm going to hand back to you, Lou.
Okay, and it's a really simple fail-safe card because that's what I like to do. I just like to show people that you can sort of add as much as you want or just strip it right down and make it something else. So what I've done is my good old, you can use your stamp press if you want. I've got mine here. Do I need it for this? It's up to you. It's entirely up to you, but I have got it there and I do use it. As you can tell, it's manky. That's a Manchester word, that. It means it's a bit scruffy. So if you haven't heard the word manky, that's what it means.
No, I use that word.
God, it's just some people, when I say words, they go, what? So, there we go. I've done it in, it stays on in a cloud grey, because I'm preferring that at the moment. I'm preferring
Slightly
the idea.
softer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just going to give it a minute to just stick in. Oh, that's perfect. Now what you can do is just choose and mask off if you want. So I know that goes like that, but I don't want this stem on it. You could do it any direction, but don't forget also you've got this. So have a play before you stamp about how you want it. I'm just going to do a really simple little tiny card, and it's so easy to do with these. You can use felt tips, you can use any of the paints you've got, but if you just want to do a really simple watercolour, this is perfect for it. And you're using all the papers, all the cards, and just one stamp. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to think, well, what does this look like? Is it an olive? It does look like an olive. So, and all the greens and blues in the papers make me think, right, I'm going to do it. And I did this earlier, and it was very, it looked really ephemeral as well, and I really enjoyed doing it. So I'm just going to put some tealy colours together as a base. So I'm mixing greens, and I'm mixing a dark green, and then leaving the water around there. I did this morning, I think it was.
Yeah.
I've got that many in my head now. I'm like, what day, what time?
I know, we're doing so many shows today, Lou.
So I'm just putting and leaving the water to seep in there, because we haven't got long towards the end of the show, and if it started to do a full-blown watercolour, it'd be a bit mad, wouldn't it? So I've added a little bit of yellow to this just to warm it up.
Yeah.
A bit more. And this, like I say, I did it with the pens. You don't have to have watercolours. I want everybody to be included with this. Anybody can do it. Pencils, colouring pencils. You could use all your, these wonderful pencils that you've got that we save and stroke. that you should be getting out.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is just, I'm going to vintage this up a little bit. It might look like, what? She's not even doing anything on there, but I'm just putting a little bit of brown with, just a little bit of brown with the green that I've used for the olives, so that I'm getting, oh, there was red in that as well. Oh, that'll change it completely. Oh no,
I quite like that.
Yeah, it's lovely. So build the colour up. If you do it in lots of light little applications, you're not going to worry then that you've gone too dark too sudden. So pick one side, make that darker like I've done here. It's going to be darker here. And just the darker you go, the less you put on. So the very dark is only going to occupy a little bit. Just going to put that there, just for now. Got a little bit, and I'm just going to pull these in. There we go. So now that's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to do what I did this morning, but this time I'm going to add a little bit around it. And you would hardly see this, but this is to make it look old. So first of all, pull it in. So a little bit. It might be tricky to see this, but you'll get the idea of what I'm doing. I did it again, like I say, in different colours this morning. And if you're using watercolour paper, you've got a really good chance of like having a little bit more time to do it, where, you know, if you're using paper that isn't, and it's really sort of absorbent, you're sort of rushing and you don't want to rush it. So now I'm going to make sub flicks. Now that when this dries, this will look like foxing.
So remind me again what foxing is.
Foxing is, you know, when you've got old papers, they're like age pots on papers.
Right.
And you get they're like little spots that bleed out, and they just look like that. And that's what foxing is. So it's like an aged paper. Again, tiny bit. I've got this wonderful paper that I was like, oh, I love that.
Such a beautiful
I
colour.
don't want to waste it.
Yeah.
And this is the bit I like, when you think, right, no, it's too good, it's too good. So a little card, you might need a little card for somebody, you might need a rush card actually, but if you draw this, and no, I'll take it a little bit higher. If you do this, people will think you spent hours on it because you put a little bit of paint on it. I'm not going to throw that. And then I think, right, okay, that is...
Oh, that's lovely.
But I could do that on it. Let's see what that looks like. Or do we just have that?
I can't decide.
No, but there are other colours, don't forget, you know, we could use... Oh, this would be nice. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
So all I'm doing is cutting the edge off. Use your guillotine, otherwise it'll look really, really dodgy. And then this is the... Oh yeah, there we go. So, little tiny card made out of scraps of paper with a little bit of foxing on, if that's what you call it. Yep. I've got one of the tiny weeny butterflies. If you want to fussy cut it out. How quick is that? It is pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
On a card, you know, and get a little black pen round it and glue it straight. I think that'd be lovely. And people will think you spent time because it's watercoloured.
Nice. Lovely stuff. Thank you, Lou.
Thank you.
So, would it be possible for us to have a flick through some of those papers, the card packs on the overhead?
Oh, yeah, of course.
That'd be lovely. It's a nicer way to see that, I think.
Yeah,
sometimes.
these ones.
Yeah.
And the big ones. Right, yeah, of course. I've got the book there, paper pads here, so I'll just go through them. Right, you get different sorts, and on the back you always have these elements that show you. So this has got the die cuts, it's got the wonderful papers at the back, the vellums there. So if I just show you, we've got two of those, and these are all now square. So what you can do is you can cut these down and make beautiful ATCs out of these. Yeah. And then we go from that to, these are the ATCs that way. So they do landscape and portrait, which not a lot do. If you see what I mean, that portrait now. And then we'll go to the vellums.
Yeah. They're fabulous.
And that, look at that.
The butterflies are stunning.
And then these have got these wonderful colours. So these aren't that, you know, you just think of old writing and Victorian, but these don't give me Victorian. These make me think of new today, fancy. The thing about these pages, though, is that it's one-sided, so you're not worried about using them. So we've got these that you can fussy cut if you want. I think these would make a great, just put 2 holes through, cut page out and put them in your little journal. You've got a page. Perfect, done. As a backdrop. All these little butterflies. Fussy cutting. So that's that one.
Cool.
We've got the New Awakening, which is really dreamy. I'm just going to flick this way for you. See, you've got... I'll do it that way. No, I can't do it that way. I'll stick to that way.
Okay.
Kingfisher.
Yeah.
And they all match. So you look at the kingfishers we had before. You've got the beautiful kingfisher paper, the rice paper, and the 12 by 12 all coordinate, and same size. And we've got some smaller ones that you can die cut and put with it. So you could put a little family of them. That is stunning with that stencil.
Yeah.
Of the wooden, the fence one, the wall one.
Yes.
You know, you could put all that as a wall. This is beautiful. And in the packs, you've got 3D versions of this, so you can actually 3-dimensionally build that up. This is kitchen to me. Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at the sunshine.
The mandala there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, you could add your own mandala to it.
Yeah.
And I think if you don't actually look at them, you miss a lot. That one, last night I was saying, that looks very different. That looks like, obviously, a stairway. But if I cover that up, that is a totally different feel.
Absolutely.
It looks like, to me, it looks like money.
Money? Oh, I see what you mean.
You know, the colours of money?
Yeah.
And then the one I've used on the other show I had. Look at this, so all these elements. It'd spend hours layering all these up, wouldn't you? That's also got the 3-dimensional die cut there. Oh, there we go. There's a kingfisher.
Yeah.
Mandalas. Where's the... Oh, there he is. So he fits a smaller paper. So you can actually build him up there.
Oh, that's cool.
So you could build up your own image. These are great because these work with everything. Oh, I can show you a little trick with this.
Oh, go on then. That would be fabulous.
Right. A little trick with this is if you don't want... Oh, rip it out now. You don't want to have these as dark round the edges. Now, I've ripped that out. It's not the die cut, it's me brushing. But what you can do is just change up the edges. So when I've got this, you take all the bits out. And you see this bit here looks, to me, it looks a bit too... There?
Yeah. You mean the white bits?
Yeah, I'm not a lover of them. They annoy me. So what I tend to do is I'll get a pencil or anything like that, or a bit of colour. I'm going to use a bit of espresso, not a lot. And all I'm going to do, get some water on it, is just... I'm going to vintage them up, and this looks like really old vintage prints. You've got to work fast on them because if you don't...
Because they're not watercolour paper.
They're not, no, but they are. But if you put water on first, say there, like that, and then just drop that on, you've now got more of a vintage feel. And you can get your water, you can get your pencils on this. And to me, that makes more of the flowers, the leaves and the petals than it did before. Because before, you didn't know where they started and ended, whereas now you can see that goes under there, that's under there.
So a bit of shading.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, and depending on the colour, you won't see that normally. You know, you could put that on your little picture to match. So that's that. Anyway, I've done that. So we've seen all them. There's them. Again,
that's a gorgeous colour.
And you've got the mandalas in the background, and these are more of the limes, and all the stamps you've got, all the inks, they all fit. There's a little thingy guy again, flute or whatever he is. And then the very last one is This is more like wallpapers and textiles. That matches the vellums that we've got. See, I didn't want to use that. That is a superb background. That you could just put on a board, a tag, and it's finished.
Actually, I think the wall stencil goes well with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Perfect, yeah. And I was using this as a straight line for my text before and cutting it out. We've got that. This is one of my favourites. I used it before for that little picture again. So you've got this. Colour is amazing.
Yeah.
You've got it in all the sizes, all the different sort of sizes you need. Not odd sizes, but sizes that you need.
Yeah.
See, this is superb to print on.
Is that like a ledger?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you could do ornate script on it and then, you know, make your own. You could, I mean, some of these, if you start doing your own work on the top, see, that looks like money.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you've got Belgian and then we've got a really, could be medieval, that.
Good.
But you've got so many different angles to these papers, it's untrue.
Nice.
So.
Thank you very much,
Oh,
Lou.
no, thank you.
So we will see you at 4 o'clock for the
4
last one.
o'clock, and I have a break now for an hour. Yay!
Bless you. Have you got more of the other shows as well later?
No,
You've
just
done that.
now I can go back to just concentrate on the last one.
Good stuff.
Thank you so much.
Oh, bless you. So do make sure you are checking out your baskets. The complete collection has been supremely busy. Remember, with all those savings carried over, as a Freedom member, £87 saving. That is fantastic. Next then, we are with John, our lovely John Lockwood. Fun and frolics, that's what we're going to have after the break. And then we've got another fantastic embroidery show.
Hi, I'm Jo and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you sitting nice and comfortably? Do stay with us for the next hour. This is the second hour with John next door. We've got some great prizes for you as well. Some gorgeous, gorgeous products, whether it's dyes, whether it's inks and stamens. Oh, we've got so much. And we've also got John with us as well. It wouldn't be a show without John.
Hello, it would.
It wouldn't.
It would. It'd be the same.
Oh, we had a very busy show earlier on.
It was crazy busy.
It certainly was. In fact, we had a sellout on a happy hour as well, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We're trying to put a happy hour product on every show we do now.
Oh, wow.
So every hour that we do, we're trying to put a happy hour deal on a different one. Almost in a way as a sort of thank you to people at home for sort of supporting the brand and everything else.
Perfect.
So, yeah, this is what we've got this hour.
Oh, well, nicely. That leads us into this hour's happy hour then. This is the Woodford die. Now, even if you managed to get the earlier one, which was a completely different die set, maybe you like the look of this one as well. Maybe you missed out earlier and you want to grab yourself a bag, and you certainly can do. You've got a £4 saving. This is only $9.99. 946 360 is the item number. You've got 11 dies in this one, John.
And this one matches. It's the same base shape as the handle we did at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
So they will mat and layer between the one we did at 9 a.m. as the happy hour. So this will actually take that die elsewhere, and that one will take this die elsewhere. So combined, they work really well. But you can get some really beautiful effects on this, just repeating it as the background. But I love the circles in the background.
These are really nice.
And then when you work with, it really works beautifully like this when you're working with the gilding sheets.
Isn't that
and
fabulous?
The black. But that, I wouldn't believe, is made from the same die set as the next card you've got.
Do you know, I'd looked at this just then and I thought, is that meant to be there? You really wouldn't think it, would you?
No, it's exactly the same.
Oh, and this one as well, look.
Yeah.
I'm loving the gilding.
It just works so well with it because it's a beautiful, simple, clean shape, which shows off some of your beautiful papers, your gilding sheets, your backgrounds. It works when you've got a clean shape like this, and this is actually, it's like a hexagon merged with a circle.
Yeah.
It really shows, if you're an inker, it shows the backgrounds you make or the stamps. But it also shows you what you can do with it.
I love the fact that we've got the borders as well, so you can just sort of put these together in many different ways. Well, we're already busy on it. Why wouldn't we be? Our 10% has already gone. Make sure you grab yours. It is a happy hour deal, so the price, if there's any stock left, I'm not sure there will be, the way things went this morning, but if there is, that price will go up, so make sure you do check your baskets out on that. Now, we have got more for you as well. It's not just the dies when it comes to happy hour. We've got the 4 seasons for you. John, I know this was... You said to me this was probably your favourite die that you designed.
It was, and
last Christmas.
For my Christmas collection, I think this was one of my top 2. And I say that because I know in my heart of hearts this was my favourite. But knowing me, I've probably said that my favourite was something else as well. Because, you know, I'm a bit Leonie, you get favourite.
Yeah.
But I loved this one. I loved the intricacy of it, and I loved the versatility. As a crafter myself, this is the one that I saw the most in.
Yeah.
Because I could genuinely do spring, summer, autumn, winter. I could do Christmas cards. I could do sympathy cards. I could do wedding. You know, you could do anything with it. You can fill it with cherry blossom. You've got, at the basics, just a basic tree pattern. But, you know, when you start to advance it with the bushes behind or colouring through the die, there's so much you can do.
There certainly is. And you've got a lot of dies again, because there's 15 individual dies here. Just going to show you the boards. I love these. We mentioned earlier on the stags. I mean, they can be used individually, John. You can use them in the scenes, but you're going to bring in many other dies to build those scenes as well.
Yeah, you've even got the background die, the outline die for it, and the one to sort of create like the tunnel, so that you can really go quite far back with it. So there's an awful lot you can actually do with this. I mean, I think this is one of the examples similar to what we made.
Look at that.
It might be the one we made this month. No, it wasn't. So I'm going to show you this hour how we actually do that sort of, because that is actually a tunnel shaker card. So you've actually got 2 shaker elements in there, so that you get different levels in it.
I see. Oh,
so I'm going to show you how the die works.
Because
normally shaker cards, everything goes to the bottom.
Yeah.
But by doing it this way, we can actually make a tunnel of it.
You certainly can. I've got 1 or 2 more samples here just before we leave, just to show you again, you know, how you can vary this one to go through those different seasons. I love how that looks diffused there. Is that vellum that's over the top?
That's vellum that I've just coloured with the pearl pigment inks.
Oh, nice.
And then the actual colouring on the front is just colouring through the die with a brush, and again the pearl pigment inks.
Beautiful. Another one that's a little bit more autumnal as well. And we spoke about cherry blossoms. Look at this, that's very pretty.
Yeah, you can really work well with it. And the thing is as well, I mean, you've actually got, I'm going to be really naughty, if I can just put my hand down here, sorry. Look at these. You can actually see here, this one looks like a bit of a snow globe.
Wow, oh, I like that.
Now that's exactly the same die set, but what I've done is snipped it through the middle.
That is so effective.
Pair of scissors through the middle and then makes it.
Oh,
then,
John, that is so clever.
Or, you know, there. You wouldn't believe that.
You wouldn't think it was the same die.
It's the same die as that. But again, put a base on that, fill it with snow, make it into a snow globe, use it as a smaller one.
That is absolutely
Think
beautiful.
about the individual trees that you've got in there.
Oh, do you know, we're busy on this one. Almost half of the stock has gone. We've only scratched the surface there with what you can achieve with those as well. 166634 is the item number. Now, we're already busy for the next item. It's our snow flower. John, I know this was particularly busy again this morning. And just to let everybody know again, with one pass, did you say 5 full
you will
flowers?
Get 5 full flowers and 6 sets of stamens.
Wow.
That's not very easy for me to say at the moment, obviously. But yeah, you'll get 5 flowers, which means you get 10 sets of petals, which made up together will make 5 flowers.
Beautiful.
But you'll get 6 centres. What, 6? 1, 2, yeah, it is. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get 7 centres, sorry.
Oh, and I said they look a little bit like snowflakes, so you could transfer them into completely different flowers as well. I'm just going to reach down here
I mean,
and get
there
some
you've got quite a simple, almost looks like a Christmas rose or a hellebore. Or you can work it like that on the cracker where we've added a little bit of glitter onto it.
So beautiful. I love this sample as well.
Like that, and
look
it's
at
almost
these.
sort of like Christmas rose or poinsettia-ish. This one is one of my favourites that you've got next. This is curling the petals in, and actually you curl the petals in rather than out.
Yeah.
So you get the buds in the centre of the flowers. You can see there you've got the flower bud at the bottom right, and that's actually all just curved in. I'll try and show that this hour.
So pretty. Let me just turn that so you can see the depth of that.
And then you literally spray it with spray glue and dip it in clear glitter. So you've got like a crystallised flower. But you wouldn't think that was the same die.
You wouldn't, would you?
That made the one that looks like a poinsettia.
Oh, well, everybody's spotting the possibilities again here because over 70% of the stock has gone. Using embossing powder on there as well, so you can stamp onto those. Very, very busy. 097256 is the item number. That price again, only £9.99 is saving £3.
And I believe when this is gone, it's gone. Unless Narnia turns up some more, which is our in-joke, that is, I mean, Peter Lesson went and counted these and said, that's it, that's the total we've got.
Or grab yours and check those baskets out again. Don't miss out on that one. Now, we have another flower. This has also been very popular. This is the bee balm. Let me just show you the die first of all, and then we'll have a look at some samples. There's some gorgeous samples right in front of me, actually. So, again, that you can pass. We didn't say this with the previous one, but this is exactly the same. If you're careful with your card cutting, which you always tell us to be, John, you can get 4 passes on one A4 sheet.
One A4 sheet, this die will cut out 4 times, which means that you will actually get, if you pile them together as a full flower, you will get 4 full flowers. But of course, you don't have to do it that way. You can use it in pieces. So you will get, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get 6 pieces out of an A6. So you'll get 24 of those flowers out from one A4 sheet.
That's amazing. And you can shape these in many different ways as well. If you didn't see the show earlier on, try and get that on catch-up. But let's have a look at the sample that we've got here in front of me as well. And I've got a few more behind, so we can show you different ways of working with this. Again, John, you know, the different colours, the way you shape, adding ink, you get completely different looks every single time.
And this sample here is made using the Woodford that we've got as the happy hour.
Ah,
so
yes, of course.
That's the Woodford used in a slightly different way.
Do you know, I love those little cutouts on the
it just works so well.
borders.
But the flower just looks beautiful with it. And you've got, when you see here and you look at the other ways that you can actually make these flowers, so you can just do them very simple and very flat, and you get quite a beautiful flower like a bee balm there. But you can start to colour them with inks in the next one, and you've got a real 3D look on that one.
Gorgeous. Oh, this is very pretty.
This was my favourite. This was just simple colouring. And this was actually, the flowers are cut made with the paper that you get with the inks. So that it gives you that beautiful shine. But again, you get so many different looks. This is another one by a brilliant angel of ours, Helen. She's an expert with the bee balm. She just makes it look different every time. Because that flower is the same die, as the next one you're going to show, which to me looks more like, I don't know if it's a delphinium or
Look
a
at that.
gardenia or something.
Yeah.
But that doesn't look like the same flower at all.
All from that one die set. Don't miss on that one as well. £9.99 once again. £5 saving there. 563010. Half the stock of that particular one is also gone. Now, just before I move, I'm just going to grab the happy hour board again. We've just seen a sample created with this, or another sample. Already, how much has gone? A third already. Oh, we're only 10 minutes in. Yeah, you are loving this. Do not miss out on it. £4 saving. The item number is 946360. We did sell out of the happy hour earlier. I think it is going to go the same way. So, yeah, I did say this earlier as well. If you want the happy hour, check out on it as quickly as possible. If you're still looking at other things, come back, fill that basket again and check out separately to make sure that you've secured that. Right, now, if we go onto the website, we can shop by brand. You're going to see so much more on there. There must be hundreds of items on there, I reckon. Great reviews. Look at this, 5-star, 5-star, 5-star. There's stamps, there's dies, there'll be glues on there. There'll be all sorts of accessories for you. Do have a good look if you need to restock on anything. Maybe some consumables as well. That's where you're going to find everything. Proving very popular. You can see, looking at past experiences from customers as well, the 5-star reviews on lots of the dies that we've not only just seen today, but, you know, previously as well. There's a little bit of a theme running, isn't there? Everybody seems very, very happy. And certainly you will be with the prices we've got as well. But we're never happiest until we've seen John at his demonstration area. So that's where we're heading next.
I don't know why, but right. So what I'm going to do, I am going to do the tunnel card, but I thought I would show you how to make that snow flower with the bud in the middle.
Oh, nice.
Because
yes,
I think, and as soon as that was seen, I could hear Meg, the producer, go, ooh. So that's her subtle way of saying, I'd like to see that, John. So, again, I go through this a lot, but it really is important. A4 sheet of card, cut it in half to A5, yeah? Which, if you're not sure, is about 5 3/4 or 14.5 centimetres, yeah? And then cut it down to 4 inches and 1/8 the other way, which is about 10.5.
Yeah.
And that will give you the perfect size to cut all of my flower dies. They're all on the same idea. And the reason I do it is, number one, because I'm cheap with card, yeah? So I'm really cheap with card. And the second reason is, I do my dies like this because if you look at all of these, if I turn it over, if these all had to have the normal metal rim around them to be separate, number one, you'd lose these dies within a week, because I know I would.
Very true.
But all of these, you could not fit on. You would need twice the metal.
Yeah.
If they all had rims around them, can you imagine how much? So they would be twice the price.
Yeah,
so I do it because I'm cheap with card and I'm cheap. So all I'm going to do, and it is, but no, my friend Paul says that I have deep pockets and short arms. But my view has always been, if I can get the most out of my crafting budget, because I've got a budget.
Yeah. I've just noticed your pockets go right down to your feet,
They
John.
do, yeah. See, it's those Sheffielders, you see. My dad taught me that, you know. No, I've got to be fair. My dad taught me the old thing. He always said, buy the first round and the last round, and then you know you've always stood your way. But I didn't realise until I went drinking with him later that he meant just buy the first and the last and let someone else buy all the other rounds in between. So I'm just going to take out for this time the flower petals.
Okay,
because I don't need to use the stamens, but don't lose them.
Well, do you know what? The snow flower, so popular. Oh, 85% of the stock has gone. Only £9.99. Grab yours now, 097256. We're looking at another lovely sample there as well. I've just spotted another one behind me. Can I very quickly sneak this in as well? I'm going to bring it right up now for you. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous?
And that's just colouring. I think Leslie did that. And
That's
all she did is,
beautiful.
the flowers are in white, she just coloured with an alcohol pen the stamens in the middle.
Really?
And that's
That
it.
is Leslie.
Yeah.
I love that. Anything that you can use in a wreath always works. But yeah, very pretty, very usable flower.
But it is. So what I've got is I've taken this time the two smallest.
Yeah.
So you get two of each size on one cut. And I put them face up.
Right.
Okay. What I'm going to do is just literally scribble in the middle with a large ball tool. This is what I call my size 4. Onto a hard foam surface. So I'm just going to scribble on those. Yeah. Okay. and then I'm going to scribble in the middle. But watch how they instantly
Yeah.
go
That
up.
tool has very quickly taken so much work out of it for you,
Yeah,
hasn't
it's
it?
all done. So I do the same with the next size up. So exactly the same. So going through each one of those three, and then
John,
again.
we've gone limited stock on this flower.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, there it is. You can see it, limited stock. Be very, very quick now. This is literally flying out the door.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the smallest.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just going to add, I'm using the glue glaze because it's easier, a little bit of glue glaze on the inside of each petal.
Right,
Yeah.
got you.
Ideally, don't throw your glue into the bin, which it literally landed in the bin.
That was a good shot.
That was a good shot. Which one did I glue? This one. And all I do is just, yeah, pinch it in, like that.
So that's formed that little bud in the,
So
for
it
the
starts that
centre.
little bud.
Yeah.
Yeah. So quick drying, that's why I love the glue glaze. So I take then the next one. Okay. So take the next one. Yeah. And I put that into there. Can you see again how that starts to gather up?
Yeah.
If you get it in the right place, John, it would help. Can you see there?
Oh.
Yeah. Do the same, take the next two. Little base on it. Okay. And then put the next base on it. There we go. You can see, but you see how they're always wanting to gather in.
They are, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah. Because just because of how we've shaped in, anyone can do that. You know, if you haven't got a ball tool, you know, you can use anything like the end of a paintbrush or something.
Do you know, I use my ends of paintbrushes for so many different things.
Do you know, I'm a sod for doing that.
Yeah. Paint
But can you
techniques,
see
stirring your
there?
pots, shaping your flowers, it doesn't matter.
So
Look at
there
that.
we've got
Beautiful.
the bud. Okay. All poured in. And then all I would do is turn over the other side,
Okay.
another size, and shape those. So this is the same way, but I'm doing it on the back.
Yeah.
Turn them over, scribble in the middle. Then a little bit of glue, put the two together, a little bit more glue, pop your bud in,
Perfect.
and there you've got
Oh, that is so
your little
sweet.
sort of budded rose. So easy without any cutting. Spray it with spray glue, dip it in glitter.
Oh, do you know, it's beautiful. In fact, you've impressed everybody so much, John. Guess what? You know what's coming? Technical sellout.
Sorry.
That means all stock allocated. If we get any bounce backs, we will let you know. We knew you were loving that one. It was so busy earlier on as well. Also loving as well, I am not surprised, the happy hour deal. Half the stock gone on this one now. We're only 18 minutes in. I don't see this lasting either. Grab yours now. You can cut it into the cardstock. You can cut out of the cardstock. I'm just going to bring in those few samples again while I'm here. Simply to show you the difference you can get, the difference you can achieve, whether you're using just one of the dies, numerous dies out of the set, because there's 11 in total. All of these have been created from this one set, and again literally just scratching the surface of what can be achieved here. Team with your flowers, you know, make them into Christmas, birthday, anniversary, it doesn't matter. I mean, that particular one there, obviously vertical, but it works that way as well. If you put the happy birthday somewhere else or change the sentiment, of course you can see how you've got those different options. 946360 is the item number. Do not miss out on that one. Right, we've got some glitter card as well, haven't we? Oh, I do like this. This is the 12 by 12 glitter card. This is your ombre effect. Do you know, we keep saying glitter card, John, but I know you're going to explain again. There's not actually any glitter
There is
in the card.
absolutely guaranteed 100%, which we never say, no glitter used in this. I feel like saying no glitter was harmed in the making of this paper. No glitter was used at all. This is done with a process that we have done for us, which is basically a glitter foil added over the top of a print.
Yeah.
So there is no glitter to shed, there is nothing to come down, which means that we can get these beautiful ombre colours, and even, as you're seeing there, the front cover is glittered.
Yeah, so you can
front
cut that
cover
down into
looks
strips, use your
glittered.
punches or your dies as well. Let me just flick through this. Basically, I'm holding this upside down. so to speak, because the spine's at the bottom, but it doesn't matter because you can work so that the darker colour is at the top or the bottom. You could have this working so that the ombre effect is coming in from the side as well. Absolutely beautiful colours. You would think that was crammed full of glitter. The effect is incredible, but definitely, we've said it, 100% no glitter, no shedding. Oh, this is just beautiful. And John tried it earlier because I said, I think you could take areas of this with your flowers as well and get that lovely effect running through the petals. And John did do that earlier and it worked a treat. The fact that you've got 12 by 12s as well means that cardstock is going to go such a long way because you've got more options of how to cut into it. Only $14.99. It's 190 GSM. You've got 24 sheets there, 6 different designs, 4 of each colour as well. 030633 is the item number. One other thing I'm going to tell you about it as well, you can stamp on it. Use your stencils and your ink as well. Look at that. Look at that.
Was asked. Charmaine
Yeah.
Dimples
Yeah.
phoned me in the break between shows and said, have you got enough of that glitter card you got on that's beautiful? I went, yeah. She said, can you nip round to the hotel on your way home and drop me some off so I can use it on my show? So I'm actually going from here to a local hotel with Charmaine.
Are you now?
To drop her off some of this because she said she wants to stencil on it and stamp on it and try die cutting it with her stuff.
Amazing.
Which to me is a real benefit. Then another demonstrator says that they want to use the product you're using.
I promise you as well, the effects of this, it will blow you away. Sometimes on our cameras, we don't pick up the colours in the same way as you see them. It looks beautiful as you see it on the monitor, but when you get these home, you are going to absolutely love them. That's the 12 by 12s. Now, we've also got the A4s for you as well. Now, this is a different weight, obviously a different size. So 250 GSM. You're getting 2 packs here, 24 sheets in total. And if I just flick through here so you can see the different colours. Again, vertically, horizontally, dark to light, it doesn't matter. You've got the option here. You can just use a tiny section of the cardstock. You can use the whole thing. You can make your matten layers with it. You can die cut into it. I've got some gorgeous samples to show you in a second as well. Only $13.99. Item number 675906. Let me just show you some more samples. I didn't have these earlier. Look at these. Talking about flowers, look how beautiful. I've got that upside down. How beautiful is that? I only noticed because of the banner. Oh my goodness. John, I didn't see these earlier. Look at the effects that you're getting, everybody, here. There we are, beautiful with the butterflies, whether it's flowers, whether it's just matte and layering, whether you're embossing into it as well. Look at the embossing there. Have a look at this one. Matting and layering to its best. Oh, die cutting through there. You can see how it cuts perfectly. Oh, do I recognise that die as well? That was from the earlier show. That was the happy hour from the earlier one. Those that got it, amazing. Works beautifully with the card as well. $13.99. Remember, getting 2 packs there, 24 sheets in total. 250 GSM, 675906. There it is. Now, if you don't want to pay for the postage and packaging, have you considered joining the Freedom Club? Let's tell you all about it.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Oh, thank you, Leonie. Pretty in pink as always on that promo. Let's have a look at the dice at the happy hour. It's proving oh, I've just heard the update. It is very busy. We've now reached 70% of the stock has gone. Yeah. What's going to go first, the time or the stock? I think it's going to be the stock. But if you want yours, get it quickly. 946360 is the item number there. Oh, John, can we come to...
I think I can talk again. I think I'm allowed to. It isn't a show with you, Catherine, if something doesn't get knocked over. I'd be disappointed.
I've been watching, every time you use your die cutting machine, I'm watching everything wobble on the camera. I'm thinking, the whole lot's going to go soon.
Yeah, I do sort of give it some welly, I seriously do. Right, I said I'd show you sort of like almost the way we can use the dies in the set to make a kind of, as I would call it, like a tunnel shaker card. So it's taking on further. One of the things I always used to love to do was to do like this, where you would make a shaker card between two pieces of acetate.
Right.
Yeah, because then you can place it wherever you want. And I thought, well, surely I could advance that further on and take it further to give me different layers. So what I've got is, I've already cut in the ombre, I've already cut here in the blue that goes to the pink, the first layer, the trees, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
I've spray glued it and I've put a piece of acetate on the back, yeah? And I've gone round and put my foam tape on.
Got you.
So this is technically my first layer, right? So what I want to do is, obviously I want to fill it, so I'm going to grab normally I have my pots of things, and I didn't, for some reason, I put my spares in rather than my pots. So the snow is coming back. We will have that on the Christmas shows.
Oh, amazing.
Because this is the proper display snow that you get in shop windows. And yet you see the size of the bag. And what I'm going to do is, on this one, I'm going to add a little bit of a clear glitter to give it a bit of a sparkle.
That frostiness.
Yeah, it really works. And what I want to do is just literally mix that in. Okay, now, the difficulty you would normally have with a shaker card is, and I saw on my sort of the crafting group that I've got, I saw somebody the other day saying, no, I don't make shaker cards, it's just too much hassle. Because the biggest problem is getting that stuck to the background on the right place. Well, don't try. Basically, sandwich it between two pieces of acetate.
Great tip.
So then you can put it wherever you want, but that means that we can take it back in layers. So there is my sealed first element shaker card. So if I hold, so you can see that, if I hold that one up, you can see. And you've
looks like a snowy hill.
Yeah.
There it is.
So it settles, look, there's my snowy hill, yeah?
Yeah.
But next what I can do is I'm going to take, as if it's going into, I'm going to take another piece of the ombre card. Okay. This time I'm using the sort of the greeny colour. I'm going to take the second die in the set and I'm going to cut that into it. So exactly the same idea. And what I want to do is, I should have had this pre-cut, but of course, me being me, I didn't think I'd pre-cut the first bit, being the most interesting. And I've got to say, the first part, oh, everything's going to fall.
I feel like I need to grab everything and hold it steady.
Earthquake, John's here. But there's a lot less in this one, so I did say earlier, just to show you, because it's made with the foil, no threading, no pieces cut out of it, no glitter anywhere, and I'm wearing a plain navy linen shirt, and trust me, if there was any glitter, it would show everywhere on it.
It definitely would.
So just take the pieces out, but let's get this one done. I really should have done this first, but it shows how easy it is to do, and I would say my biggest tip, when you're poking the bits out, put your finger or your thumb underneath and press against.
Ah, that's a good tip.
Doing it in the air, look. See, that you get like the hanging chad, as they call it in America. Yeah, but it basically means, they have it on their votes, if you don't punch it through and it doesn't come through, it hangs off the end. The computer machines can't tell if it's been poked through or not. But by putting my thumb or finger underneath, watch, I push against that and it comes out. So it's always an easier way to do it. But did you want to show a couple of samples while I just finish this bit off?
While you're just doing that, yeah, if I may, because, let me just hold this one up. There's no trees at all in this particular one, but using the deer and the stag from the same set. And of course, the set is called Four Seasons, so of course we don't have to go winter. I adore this. The little birds, when I first saw that, John, I didn't even realise the birds were incorporated in the dies.
Yeah, the birds have not been added to the die. All that Mrs. Stuck's done here is just get a black marker pen and colour the sections of the die where the bird is. Oh, so you would think when you're looking at that, oh, she's stuck birds on. No, that's in the die, she's just coloured it. But in that one, can you see the mistletoe?
No, because you've put lots of cherry blossom over it.
Yeah, because you don't notice till you look, on the very first layer there is mistletoe.
There you are, you can see that diffused effect as well, and of course we can't go without showing you autumn. In fact, I'm going to show you just one more before we get back to John, because you need to see the mistletoe. Can you see it there? You wouldn't have realised straight away because it looks quite autumnal again with the leaves, but you can see, so it kind of gets lost unless you want to accentuate it and then bring the detail out, or you can hide it with those flowers.
Exactly, you don't see that it's there. If you want to, colour it in, make a feature of it, but if you don't, it doesn't matter. You don't notice it's there, you just think it's more twigs. I wanted them, I love my dies to be so versatile, so that you've got lots of different looks from it, because you're paying good money for it, so you want to be able to use it for more than just Christmas.
You certainly do. Well, everybody is loving it, because 60% of the stock has now gone. 166634. How are you getting on, John?
Right, okay, so I've got that one pricked out.
Okay,
but you can see now, I've got that fading down, and again, the colour is more intense than you're seeing. But because I made the shaker card with the acetate, I can place that on exactly right.
Ah, yes, of course.
So I can stop there, and then you can see I can place it on right, but I can go further back. So if I take a little bit, I'm just going to use a bit of spray glue into the spray box.
Okay.
That they conveniently put down there and hide from everybody.
So good, John, you're not shedding any glitter down
It is
there,
actually, because if I was spraying that glitter and that Adam wood, yeah, I would pay for that. So I'm just going to trim this off, but the same idea again. So what I can do is just take your foam tape, and when you're making a shaker card, make sure that you cover all of the areas. So one of the reasons why I love using the Crafts 2 Snow as opposed to just glitter, as a lot of people do, because it won't leak out because it's a bit bigger. It's actually made of recycled chewed up plastic. That's what the snow is. That's what display snow is. You know, when you see them blowing it out from films and things, and into, you know, you go to the posh shops in London that have got all the snow scenes in the windows. That's what it is, because it's how we source our snow.
So effective, isn't it?
Really, so you can see I've covered every gap.
Yeah, you don't
I've gone
need
right up to the edge.
little gaps at all. Oh, that wouldn't be amusing, would it? If you sent somebody a shaker card and they shook it and it all fell out.
No, that's a bit like the old trick of putting glitter in the middle of a card, which I used to do constantly just to annoy my friends. When I was in my 20s, I was terrible for doing it. Literally. No one would receive a card from me that they didn't open and go, oh, glitter everywhere. I've got to hoover. People think I'm nice, and I'm really not. So again, filling it up. This time I'm not going to put any glitter in because it's between two layers. So I'm not going to waste it because you're not really going to notice it. So all I do then again is seal that in, and you'd almost feel like I've overfilled it because there's a lump of it. But I want plenty in there because I want that to show through. So
and of course, when you give it a good tap, that's going to sort of settle where you want it to go, and it'll loosen up, so to speak, won't it? It won't be in a big lump in the middle.
No, well, what you find is with something like this, if you put quite a lot in and you wedge it quite tightly like that, as the heat in your home heats up in the winter, the plastic will slightly expand and it will snow. And you'll see it every now and again, just a little bit going down, and it will snow a little bit.
John, I so want to make a home decor piece like this, you know, with different layers now.
Use the different layers. Don't forget, you get a square frame. I'll cut one of these and show you how you can actually make it into a square. But look now.
Do you know, I bet it's some really clever people out there. Oh, this is how my brain works. John, you could even build a little box with a little battery-operated fan in it.
That will blow the snow. It's beautiful. You see there, we've got then the two layers
of the
snow, but if I bring in the one I did earlier in the different colour again,
look at that, you can really put the little birds in that one as well. That's such a lovely effect.
But you could, you know, you could almost I think Meg's just come up with a good idea.
She has actually. Yes. Oh, now this is a good idea. Meg is saying, could you turn it into a desktop calendar so you change it with the seasons? That is a really good idea.
Because what you'd actually do is you'd take a piece of acetate, and you would actually put a fold into it. And on that one you would have the little flowers for the spring.
Oh, so it's like an overlay.
And then you would take that off, Or you would flip that off and flick the next one on, which would have little autumn leaves on it, or big flowers for the summer. You can really play with it.
If you've got some of those wires, like the Zutter wires, you could actually do them on wires as well.
You could do it on wires and you would peel it
Yeah.
off. Great idea. But again, you can mix and match and make them into boxes.
Oh, that
different
would be
sizes.
lovely for the side of a lantern or
But just
something
play.
as well.
Yeah, every time.
Beautiful.
Just play with it. I love this die.
Well, now we can see why everybody else is loving it as well, John. Let's have a bit of a recap. So for the Four Seasons die, 15 individual dies within that set. Yes, you have got those layers, so you can build up the scenes, you can build that perspective, but you can also see how you can work with just one layer if you want, or just the stag or the deer. £5 saving, and you know you're getting one of John's favourite all-time dies here as well, which is just a bonus to me. £17.99 is the price. 166634 is the item number. Right now we've did I just show those? I'm going to bring a few more samples in. Where's the other ones I had? Right, let me show you these. So we're just sort of alternating things a little bit. Doesn't matter what colour you use. We were saying earlier as well, John, about spooky trees.
Yeah,
Could
you
be
could do
Halloween.
Halloween. You could put little bats on there as well, you know, to get that sort of Halloween look. A Christmas, Christmassy look. You can go for spring. You can go for summer. That's why it's called Four Seasons. It will cover all the time. I mean, if you've got some of the old Flower Soft.
Yes.
How about gluing some of the Flower Soft onto the first layer?
Very easy to do that.
So you've got actual green leaves growing over the top of it.
Oh, you see, I love that as well, because the blossom there, it's as though it's falling from the tree, so you could do that with the little autumn leaves as well. So a different type of shaker card, again, no snow included at all, completely changeable with those seasons and with those occasions as well. Yeah, make sure you grab yours, 166634. Right, let me just put those under there so they're out of the way, because I want to pick this board up. The happy hour deal. There it is, 80% of the stock has now gone, only £9.99, you're saving £4 today. Just going to bring in a couple of cards again. Total contrast here, using those gilding sheets there, beautiful, with John with this, the circles and almost the hexagons that you get in this set as well, and those beautiful frames. You know, it doesn't matter what colour again, it doesn't matter what occasion, doesn't matter, you know, male, female, young, old. This is something that's going to work for everybody. Also boxes again, not just your cards, your home decor, your boxes again. Grab yours under item number 946360. Now, another item that's been very popular is the bee balm. 70% of the stock has gone. Let me make sure I've got the right die set to show you as well. Remember, if you cut your card wisely, as John has explained and told us, you can cut out that one die set, so that is 6 flower layers, 4 times. So that's 24 layers, all in one A4 sheet. Absolutely beautiful. I'm just going to bring these in again just to show you a few contrasting samples, all as beautiful as each other. Item number 563010. That's the bee balm flower. Love it. Now we've got the glitter card, don't forget. Oh, the effects of this is incredible. Do grab yours if you want the 12 by 12. This is the item number you need, 030633. 24 sheets in total. This is 190 GSM. You've got 6 different designs, but 4 sheets of each. That's going to keep you going for a long, long time. But I would say multi-buy if you can, because you will love it. If you've never seen it before, once you get this home, you will wish you'd bought some more. Right, okay, now something else we haven't mentioned this hour are the stamens. Now, if you've been looking at samples and you watch John, you'll see he uses the most beautiful stamens. I love these because you've got some different colours. Not only that, if I just find an individual stamen, because in each bunch you're getting 12. 12. These are the individual stamens. And John, you did show us earlier how sometimes you cut these apart as well.
I just literally take a pair of scissors and chop them off and you get all of those individuals. But what you can also do, and I've got to find one where I placed it somewhere, is you don't have to just do that. You can actually take them off the wire. So if you pull, you can pull them off the wire and get the individual double stamens. So from that little bunch, I've got 5 different individual ones, and then you can reset them yourself for smaller flowers. Again, just take the wire that comes with it, go over, give it a twist, and you've set yourself a smaller set, or you can mix your colours. They're just so flexible, or like you said, just cut the end off and use each one. I mean, that looks like the centre of, I can't think what the flower is, but where it kind of goes to a bit of a coney type.
Yeah, there's a few
you know,
actually.
but you've got
few
lots
flowers
of
like that.
different options, even some of them covered in little glass beads.
Love them.
Absolutely beautiful.
I just think individually, you know, to add into sprays of flowers as well are beautiful. Well, look at those different colours. Can I just show you this as well? You see, this is another use for my paintbrush handles. If you've got your spare wires, you make those twiddly bits that you glue into your flower sprays as well. They just look really good. They're like little tendrils, aren't they? Like you see on sweet peas and things.
Yeah, on ivy and things like that.
Yeah.
Oh, great. I never know
Yeah.
what to do with all the ones I cut off. Thank
I
you.
never throw the wires away.
No, I've got a box of them at home. I've just not worked out anything to do with them. I
Sit
do
with
now.
your paintbrush, John, and twirl away. That's all you need to do. £14 and 98 is the price. You're getting 120 individual stamens there, 10 different colours, so that's 10 bunches. You can see some of the flowers there as well. You've got everything, even the gold and silver in there. 190257. Oh, John, if only you could have seen it, was twirling away in the corner there. Let's
Don't know
have...
what you're talking about, Catherine. No idea. You're making that up. Haven't moved from here.
Oh, would I lie to our audience? Never. It really was twirling. Let's have a little look. I love this as well. This is the foam, the glitter foam. I'm holding this sample up because these flowers have been created with the foam. So it means they're pliable, John. You can still build those layers. Look at the stamens in the centre as well. The silver with the red looks absolutely beautiful.
You can. I mean, the
put
thing is
gold
with
there.
glitter card, even our non-shed glitter card, you don't get that flexibility to do
No.
things like gifts or things like this. Or I've got one here where I started, I was going to finish this up as a demo.
wow.
This is just literally hot gluing the flowers onto a cone. So if you look from there down, if I take that white cone, from there up, Christmas tree.
That is such a lovely idea, and you will bring that out year on year
You
as
will,
well.
because, and of course, no matter what, because this isn't card, I can't wreck it packing it away because it's foam.
I just think the
You
foam
can't
is
ruin it.
beautiful. We were talking about hair accessories as well, maybe even stitching these onto your sewing projects as well, because you can die cut it. Let's have a look at the options, because we've got traditional Christmas here. First of all, item number is on there for you, 369889. You've got in there the white, the sparkle green, the copper, the light green. You've got the red in there. And you've also got gold, which we couldn't fit onto our details there, but you do get the gold in there. Look how glittery that is as well. A4 sheets, that's going to go a long, long way. $9.99 for the whole bundle for you there. We have got another option coming up as well. We've got modern Christmas for you. John has already told us this morning, these are the colours you can expect this year. Your pinks, your blues, your whites. These are my sorts of colours as well.
This is
absolutely
this
love
year's.
these.
As you know, we go to Paper World in Frankfurt in January. Didn't go this year, obviously. But we went last year, and what they do is they predict the colour trends for 2 years in the future. So their colour prediction for this year was all these colours. And I found myself making all my Christmas samples for the new collection in all of these candy blues and pinks and teals and whites. Literally matches my Christmas tree of last year, which was, as we said, was copper and glass and blue
You need
and
to send
duck egg.
pictures in, John, next time you put your tree.
I've actually got one on my phone,
Have you?
but I might have to show
Sounds
you later.
beautiful.
I always have to put it on social media.
Do you?
Because everyone always asks
I might be able
to
to
see my
find
tree.
it if I look on your page then. $9.99 if you want to go for modern Christmas. $4.95 446. Now, we've got some inks for you. Now, these are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I hope John can explain to us again how these don't fall out of the pots. Because you're getting all of these inks together, but they do come out. How do they stay in there? We are going to find out. But not only that, you can stack these together as well, which is wonderful. That means they're not going to take up much space on your desk. You're going for these in pairs. So the first ones we're looking at here are Moonlight Pearl and Pearl Dawn. There were those gorgeous colours. Item number 421514. We've also got for you as well with the white bases, and there's a reason why these are white bases. These are pigment inks, by the way. These are your rainbow and tea time. You get both of those, £22.98, £5 saving, 303478. These are your matte inks, aren't they?
Yeah, so these are, I will do a little bit of a quick, I can do a very quick demo with them.
Okay,
but what
yeah,
you'll
lovely.
see is, first of all, we remember these, we all remember these from years ago.
Yeah.
And they all met in the middle.
Yeah.
And what happened was the colours used to leak round. These can't because there's a gap on everyone, but if I turn it upside down, look, and shake it over white card,
Yeah.
nothing falls out. Nothing comes out. I can literally bash, nothing moves out. Because they've got a special system, little clip on the bottom. It's really hard for you to see, but it literally slides and clips.
You've basically got a little channel.
Yeah.
And they can't fall out because the base that slides in is wider at the bottom.
Yeah,
It can't,
it's got a
can't
little
come
clip
through.
to stop it
They are
happening.
genius.
Yeah, originally what happened was we had the first sets that we had made, the other older colours, had magnets in them, and people had problems with magnets.
Yeah.
So we got them to redesign them and basically do them so that they now just
Brilliant.
click into place.
Look how many colours you're getting though for that price. 16 colours because you're getting 2, don't forget. Whether it's the pearl or the matte. We've got details for the pearl on there again at on the screen, and the matte at the bottom. Oh, there's so many goodies here, John. You spoilt us today.
There were far too many, sorry.
Well, something else that you spoiled. Oh, I've just had an update. Right, okay. Limited stock, limited stock. It's looking like it's going to go again. Yeah, grab yours now, 946360. Right, John, can we head back to you, please?
Right, okay, so I said I'd do a quick demo with the inks.
Okay,
This is a
lovely.
very quick one. All I've done is I've cut the second layer of the Four Seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, into white linen card. Yeah, we will be bringing, hopefully, I think it's the end of this week, I'm hoping to bring you all colours of the linen card as
Lovely.
a pick and mix, because people are always asking. But literally, this is how beautifully they blend.
Well, that's a nice colour.
So this is using the darker green, just over. I'm going to go into the lighter green, but see, because I don't have to, I'm not actually holding that with my thumb. It stays in place. I don't have to take each colour out.
I just think
They're
they look so
designed
pretty as
perfectly to
well.
go with your brushes. But I can, again, just go in. Whoops, well done, John. I say that happens and then it doesn't do it. So, just round like that. So you've almost got with this nice stencil, but the colours work beautifully. And then I'm going to go into, so that was more my primer, is my rainbow. I'm going to go into my tea time and take this sort of beigey colour, just to do a little bit of the twigs of the trees at the bottom. And I use the same brush.
Yeah.
Normally you'd say swap them between colours, but use the same brush because it will blend them in as they're going further up. And then when I take this off, this to me is when it looks like it's a Clarice clip. So you can see then we've shaded through it. If I hold it
That's
up,
such an easy way of adding colour as well.
you might see it a little bit better. Try and put it on a clean board. You see there?
Oh, I love it on the linen as well. Look at that.
The linen texture. And that, because
Beautiful.
although it's pigment ink, that's dry. Because
Very
they're
good, very
water-based,
impressive,
but it's still
yeah.
quite a quick, dry pigment ink. You get
Amazing.
that beautiful colour look, but so fun to use.
Yeah, I just love the fact you've got all those different colours in one individual pot. And remember, you're getting 2, regardless of which one you go for, the pearl or the matte finish. You're going to get 2 of those pots there, so 16 colours in total. It's a great way for someone that's new to paper crafting, or, you know, they haven't got any inks or anything yet, to get a number of different colours quite quickly.
It is, and the thing is as well, what you'll find is that if you're anything like me, I wouldn't open up 8 colours. I'd have to take the lids off 8 colours. When you're using some of your finger stamps, the 2J's ones, these are perfect.
That's a good point.
And we have got new ones, new finger stamps coming for Christmas.
Have we?
We have, yes. I'm going on my way home to pick the samples up today.
You've got a lot to do on your way home today.
I have a lot to do on my way home today. I hope Sam's watching. I'm going to be late because I'm not going to. Right, I was going to show you a really quick technique demo.
Okay, yeah.
Right, with the flowers, but first of all, with the happy hour deal.
Right,
So
lovely.
I'm hoping it hasn't gone.
Yeah.
So you've got, because we all know about how to cut in these dies and layers, but what do you do with these?
Okay.
Yeah. So we're going to make a frame.
Right.
So what I've done here is literally, I've used, these are my press cuts. I've used the press cut nesting squares because, of course, they're mathematically correct, and I do all my dies mathematically.
Yeah.
So you'll see there, that fits exactly.
Right, so you put the edges right up together on
Right
the
up
dies
together.
themselves.
Let's do two sides. So
Yeah.
right up together, okay. In the centre one, I mean, you can find squares that you've got at home, okay. Take the larger square, and I just butt that up as well.
Ah, so
And
it
then-
can fit, yeah, it does fit perfectly, you can see.
Fits perfectly, because the distance between these, one is 1/2 inch, and I made these dies 1/2 inch,
Yeah.
because I'm terrible for doing that. So all I would do is run that through. Now I'm going to need to use my A4 machine.
Okay.
So that's over here. So I've got to put that into this one.
Well, at least you're not knocking anything over on the counter.
No, this time I've got it on a trolley that no one can see, which is always better. But what I was also going to do is I was going to show you another way to do the bee balm.
Right.
While that's running through. So, again, I've cut my card already to A6 size. And you'll notice the bee balm, being one of the original dies, is slightly bigger.
Okay.
Okay, but it fits exactly on the A6.
Yes, so the important area is covered
Yeah,
perfectly.
that's all you need to do. Always cut your card first. You'll only get 2 out if you don't. So I need to run these through. I'm trying to do too much at once, aren't I? But I like to squeeze in as much as I can.
You're doing very well, John.
So we'll run that one through. So that's just going through my Kaleido, really simply. Got those pieces. Let's pull this one out. So you can see here, all I do, take that out. Take that out. Can you see?
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And all I would do is drop that in there and that in there.
Ah,
run it back through.
yeah.
And if you can lend me that card that you have in front of you, you can see what it looks like when I do it the other way around of the
How
white.
effective is that? Just 2 colours have been used in the whole of that card. Well, is there 3? Because there's a
3,
lighter,
yeah. This is actually
lighter
some
blue.
new
Wow.
linen card that I'm going to be launching at the weekend. This is part 2 of 4 brand new colours
Is
of
it?
linen card. Yeah. Because I asked for
watch
more
out for
blues.
that. I'm loving the
You see how
colour.
we do that? But then it's how do we do those flowers? I mean, they look so bought to me.
They do. They really,
they-
really do. Before you tell us about those, I've better just tell everybody, when it comes to the happy hour, you know what's coming, don't you? It has now gone. Well done, those that got it. I think everybody who's just seen the card that we've just shown, and they can see how easy it is to do that, they'll replicate that.
Yeah, it's so easy to do. But don't forget, for every card, every die that's on the show, there is a video on my YouTube channel. And it shows you how to make a specific card on there. Plus, for the happy, I meant to mention it earlier, for the happy hour that we had earlier, the Oundle, June Smith, who's one of our angels, who is an expert at writing instructions, has written a PDF document of how to make this card with that you can just click off social media and copy.
How beautiful.
So she's showing you
John,
how
that
to
is
make
so
that.
elegant.
There's a video on making it, but she's done written instructions for you on that one.
Gorgeous.
So I'm hoping if I ask her very, very nicely, send her some details, she might do us some written instructions of how we make this one as well. Because I can't do written instructions, I won't do them, I can't. So this is really easy. All I've done is cut out all 6. Yeah, so this is one piece of A6 card.
Okay.
So if you think about some of your really expensive card, your 40, 50p a sheet, this flower's only cost you 12, 13p.
Oh, that's silly,
But
isn't it?
again,
Think what we used to pay for those paper flowers, John.
I
We used to pay
paid 2 and
pounds for just about 4 or 5 of them.
and they were small ones.
Yeah.
But all you do is take exactly, can you see there's a little notch in the middle
Yes.
of the die? Yeah, you take that, it doesn't have to be exact, just in the middle, okay, and fold up. Fold up.
Oh, it's as simple as that.
Fold each petal up over the, I've forgotten the name of these, the tweezers. Having not using them, because I don't use them on my eyebrows bizarrely, so I don't know the name. Every time I pick these up, I think of my mum, you know, sort of in the 90s with a pair of tweezers plucking her eyebrows. She'll kill me for saying that. But everybody did it. But all you
That's
do is
something
keep
I've
going
never
round.
ever done.
Is it not?
No, I've never done it. I've never done it.
Yeah.
No, ever.
Like, you're practically perfect in every way.
Well, I used to get teased at school because people said I've got big eyebrows. So I used to think, oh, maybe I should tweeze it. But now you see, it's all gone full circle, hasn't it?
Yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, I once actually very mistakenly, and I will be quite honest. I once actually had mine threaded when I was on holiday. When I was in the barbers.
Did you?
And I looked like someone startled who should be on one of RuPaul's programmes. It was hilarious. So all I've done is that is there 5 in this or 6? 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's 6.
I'm going to say I thought 6. Yeah, I've done all 6. Just folded them up. They look like nothing, but when you put them together, because each flower is 5 mil smaller than the one that precedes it. So all you do is offset and centre. But you see already? Yeah, let's go for the next one. So it's been done as it almost would be in nature, so that each flower is just 5 millimetres smaller than the one before it. So you just, they will work every time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it's an even spacing in between. If they're not and you try and do this, it doesn't work, it looks odd.
Yeah.
So all I do with this one is just push these ones up.
I just love the size of these overall, John. They're the perfect size, whether it's card making, gift boxes, home decor again.
Glue in the middle and then scrunch that one in like we did before. Yeah. Pop that into the centre and there you go.
Perfect. Do you know, they are gorgeous, aren't they? 80% of the stock now gone. Love it. Absolutely
but it looks
love
so
it.
3D, and it looks like you bought it, but literally it started out as that.
Yeah. Incredible how you can transform them, isn't it? Oh, John, what a lovely hour we've had again.
Thank
that
you.
did fly by.
It did.
It really did fly by. Do you know, thank you for your company, everybody. And thank you for checking those baskets out as well. We've had more sellouts this hour. John, when are you back again?
Friday, I think.
Are you? What are you bringing us Friday?
I have no idea. That's to be decided this afternoon.
Oh, so it's a surprise
it might be the
for
linen
all
card.
then.
I don't know yet.
Well, if it's anything to go by, the shows that we've had today, you can see and look on the website at those 5-star reviews as well. John, thank you as always inspirational, so many ideas. Do you know, and I think we've still come up with new ones as we've gone through as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just play with everything when you get them home and you'll discover more. Thanks for joining us. See you soon. Stop twirling, John. What have I told you? Coming up next, we've got another hour with some gorgeous embroidery. Then we've got Bizarreology Mixed Media. Oh, looking forward to that. Studio Lights back at 4, of course, for the final call.
Have you heard of freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important was at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Hello, good afternoon. It is lovely to have your company here at the craft store. It's me and Adam looking through the after the rest of the day. I might need his teeth, actually, to be honest with you. We have an hour now with Bayeux, and we're talking embroidery, which we'll start doing in just a second. But I want to tell you about a happy hour first of all, which are ribbon embroidery kits. Now, it's a lucky dip, so there will be 2 kits. Now, for anyone, here's a prize for anyone that can tell me what that says at the top. Does it say ribbon embroidery? Does it say, I don't know, but aren't they beautiful images? These kits are amazing. It might not be these 2 images, by the way. It's a lucky dip. So 2 kits there in the happy hour. £29.98, and it is half price. 912451 is your item number. Lovely. Blimey, that was a quick mention of an item number, wasn't it? Straight away. But I thought you'd like to know about the happy hour. I'm not on my own, you'll be glad to know, because seeing me embroider you don't want to do. What you want is one of the UK's most fun and incredibly talented demonstrators there is when it comes to anything embroidery. The one and only Helen McCook, everyone. Good afternoon.
Oh, hello.
Welcome
nice
back.
Thank you.
You look fabulous, as always.
Bit of sparkle, you know.
And I tell you what, you've got so many people started on their embroidery journey, because we've talked about this many times, haven't we? You and I have worked together for years now, and actually a lot of people still have that little vision, don't they, of someone that embroiders, and it's not you.
It's Miss Marple with a kitten under one arm and a knitting basket on the other.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the glasses that point at the end.
There's room for everyone.
They made the glasses, but without the decoration.
And a twin set.
Yeah, exactly. Where's your pearls?
Exactly. I didn't bring them today.
She's left them at home yet again. We've got some fabulous, fabulous kits. Really, really gorgeous. All 100% cotton.
Absolutely.
All really, really simple. What level are we talking? We're talking about top, middle or bottom?
What? It's something for everyone, because what you can do is you can follow the instructions in the kit. They're very straightforward, step by step, really simple. Or if you fancy going off piste a little bit, throwing a bit of mix in the action, then you can do that as well. So we'll show you some of that exciting things later.
Oh, fantastic. I'm loving that. Right, let's have a whiz through then, shall we, and see what's on offer. I am loving this. I love the quality of the embroidery thread that we've got in these kits from Bayeux as well. Bayeux is a German company, and I think actually there's a real level of precision in their designs, but like you say, Helen, as well, it's good that you're here as well, because you will safely take us off piste and you will show us all the tips and tricks as well along the way. This is fantastic. So we've got different designs for you. So this is the first one here, which is beautiful. This is your wildflower kit, which will make a lovely tablecloth, although I'd have it more on the table than over the table, but obviously that was a display photograph, as you can see. But isn't that lovely? It's got nice colour in it, it's got nice, that sort of pixelated look, which I think is quite nice. I guess you could jazz, if jazz is the word, you could add a few French knots in there, you could add other materials into that, I guess, Helen, as well, could you?
We could do everything. We could have sequins, we could have beads, we could have more stitches, we can do all sorts of diamantes, why not?
She's wild, that Helen.
Wild
I
child.
think she's just wild, you are, honestly. Rein her in, someone. 019173 is your item number for that kit then. All of the threads. Does come with full instructions, Helen, does it?
It does, yes. It's got a guide to what stitches and thread colours go where, and it's got a full instruction of how those stitches are completed. So
fabulous. So although it is written, I do believe, in German, It does have the English translation on there as well, which is very, very good. In fact, you get it in German, French and English, so, you know, maybe if you want to brush up on your GCSE French or CSE or O-level or whatever it was, then you know, maybe that's your opportunity while you're doing this. Right, OK, next one then, shall we, which is this one here. This is lovely, blue daisies. This is very much the time of the year for this kind of flower, isn't it? I love this. Now, is that all a bit of satin stitch going on there, Helen?
Yes, it is. So you've got mostly satin stitch, a little bit of stem stitch. You can throw some French knots in there as well. But yeah, mostly satin.
So that's going to be super, super glossy with these threads then, isn't it? Because they've got a really, really lovely sheen. And you were saying that these are colour-fast threads as well.
Yes, they're stranded cottons. They are colour-fast. So obviously these are domestic items. So if you do happen to, you know, unfortunately spill your cup of tea or something, then you can put them in the wash. They'll launder pretty well. So
beautiful. Yeah. And they are lovely tones of colour as well.
Absolutely.
417988 then for your blue daisies. By the way, these, where we've been so far, brand new. So if you've watched one of the Buyer shows before with Helen and loved it, these are all new, bar a couple of very, very popular repeats at the very end. Returning favourites, not repeats, that's it. We don't use the word repeat here, it's returning favourite. Right, next up. I have to remember that in my little dictionary of phrases not to use and to use. We don't say repeat, we say returning favourite. John Lockwood's writing that down as well now We would never say repeats again. It's returning favourite. OK, next up, this is lovely. Beautiful summer colour. Love this one. This is florals, butterfly florals, I beg your pardon. So, again, this is crying out for a bit of decoration. Actually, I'm thinking, Helen, off-piste.
Yes.
I'm thinking a little bit of organza for the wings.
Absolutely. I mean, if you really want to rock yourself out the ballpark, you can put little 3D wings with organza. So.
Oh, yes. You could wireframe them, couldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. So,
honestly,
nice.
Stop yourself. We're only 3 in.
Rein it in.
Honestly. Wild Child. 878805 is your item number. Aren't they beautiful colours, though? Really, really bright, vibrant oranges and gorgeous sort of sunflower yellows. Beautiful. I love this. And a real joy to do. Real joy to do these projects. And they're quite a meaty project as well. Quite often a cross-stitch can be, and that's fine if you want it that way, but it can be like a very small area and a very concentrated area. I love the fact that this has got, you know, length and breadth and it's got a personality and it's got a function as well. And woe betide anybody that spills anything on this, let me tell you. They won't be invited back soon. 878805 is the item number for that one then. £22.49, brand new today. Are we extended delivery on these, Ross? No. Good to go straight away, which is brilliant. Lovely. OK, next one then. Again, brand new. This one is poppies. Of course it's poppies. See, poppies don't stay out in flower for long either, do they? In fact, I'm just waiting for my heads to go brown so I can retrieve the seeds from my favourite poppies in the garden right now. I love a poppy, and I love, actually, that there's real beautiful symmetry in this design. I love it. Oh, do you know what I should do? Let's see. Let's see if I can. What I'll do is I'll borrow, because they're all the same size, but I just want to give you a kind of idea of the size that they actually are. So I'm just going to borrow one from down the line. This isn't the actual design, but I just want to talk to you about size for a second. So if you're thinking, OK, the kind of table that I want it to go on or whatever, it's an 80 centimetres square. Oh, what's 80 centimetres in inches? I like old money. Can you do the division, Ross, for me? Is it 80 by 2.5, isn't it? 31.5 inches square, there you go, because I prefer old money. I can visualise inches, I can't visualise centimetres for some reason. Although I guess it's the best part of, it's 4/5 of a metre, isn't it, I suppose? Stop being complicated, Derek. Let's look at the image again, shall we? So, beautiful, bright red poppies, gorgeous, gorgeous threads here. And again, that lovely kind of waxy lustre that you're going to get back from these, Helen, because this is satin stitch again, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And as I say, these over time, they'll sit really nicely. The threads will just blend together, so you'll kind of get better coverage over time. And if you do happen to launder them and you kind of iron them from the back or whatever, then those stitches aren't going to be flattened or anything like that. It will work quite nicely over time as well. So.
Do we do 1 or 2 stitches la Franche in this?
Yeah, well,
that's completely not the phrase, is it?
Yes, if you want to go for français, yes, we have little French knots around the inner circle of the petals. So those little kind of stamen, is it?
Yeah, the bits in the middle.
Yeah, the frondy bits.
Yeah, the bits in the middle.
The beau frond, yes.
The bits that lend themselves to a French knot.
Spot the city girl.
I do watch Gardener's World every week, but even I've forgotten the name. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, so this is poppies again, but this is a larger design. So this is more of a sort of circular design, isn't it, that goes around. I'm loving those, but I actually want these 2 pans as well. They're nothing to do with anything. They were just for the photography. You can keep the hat. You might be able to rock that hat, Helen.
You know, I'd rock that hat.
Yeah, definitely. It would be decorated. Clearly, she wouldn't leave it plain.
Deconstruct it, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. What a lovely design. Again, a lovely mix of colours as well. Oh, so there's different size, this one. So this is more sort of runner size, isn't it? So it's slimmer and longer, 40 by 100 centimetres. So this would maybe be more of a runner for the centre of the table, or maybe for a kitchen. If you have a dining, you know, one of those vintage sort of dining tables in your kitchen.
Yeah.
If your kitchen is big enough. 111334 is the item number. I have an old woodworking bench right in the middle of my kitchen, which is very, very bizarre, but it makes a nice little breakfast bar without having to pay for one, basically. That's what you do. And it's on wheels. Makes cleaning the kitchen so much easier. Anyway, you don't care about my kitchen, so come on, let's go. Let's go down. Now, this is really, really lovely because this got a little bit of gold going on, a little bit of... Oh, hello.
Cool.
Now, what's going on here, Helen?
Yeah, so it's a metallic kind of lurexy mixed thread.
Love it.
You can stitch with it really easily. So we'll use it in the same way that we'll use the stranded cottons.
Yeah.
But I've got some on one of my samples already worked up. But it's you'll see it just really catches the light and glitters. And because it's on that kind of poinsettia plant, it's that Christmassy, festive-y theme.
Did you say that word?
I said the C word.
Did you? And it's only July.
I know. I'm ready for Christmas at any time.
For the paper crafters, that's probably late, to be honest with you.
Well, for the
but
stitches
for us,
as well.
yeah, John Lockwood's nodding away right now. Yeah, Christmas has come and gone for us, Derek, for us paper crafters. So I suppose the embroiderers should catch up, really, shouldn't they?
That's it. So...
Well, again, it'll be one of those kits to get now. I mean, it's a great price tag as well, by the way, $19.99. So if you want something different for your... I mean, listen, trying to keep a real poinsettia alive, yeah, we've all been there. Kill it in a week.
Yes.
The leaves and the petals all just drop off for the fun, don't they? Just like 3 days later.
Yes.
You know why? Because we always have the heating on so so heavily, don't we, over that time of the year. I'm just going to show you on the back of this as well, Jim, just so that it shows you that it's got the stitch guide. So it will show you, again, which colours, which threads. So it will give you that guidance.
Yeah.
And on the stitches as well. Sorry, I'm showing you that completely the wrong way around. Let's try that way instead. There you go. And you have got the instructions in English as well. They go German, English, then French. So you choose. Oh, and it's made in Hungary. Wow, it's a real international... It's like the Eurovision Song Contest, isn't it? Although I don't think we've seen Hungary in the Eurovision so far, but never say never. If Australia can be there, anyone can be there. Wow, this is a bizarre show, isn't it? To wander down.
Never know where it's going to go.
408-076. I'm hoping all of the serious embroiderers have got this on mute now, and they're just listening when they see you, and ignoring everything that I say, and just enjoying the pictures and saying, I quite like that one, Derek, despite you and the nonsense you're talking. So, from poinsettias, we are going to... Where are we going now? Oh, I'm not saying that word. You'll have to read the graphics yourself. It's the table for the festive season. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that word yet. It's far too early in the year. Oh, that's quite cool, isn't it? I like that. It's got a nice serenity about it, hasn't it? It's a lovely, lovely design. Now, does anyone with a kit like this... I'm going very off-piste here. Does anyone say, actually, because there are different elements, let me just... No, I'm not going to. But because the overall design is going to have... There's quite a distance between the actual...
motifs.
Arrangements. Does anyone ever sort of make something like this and then take them out as individual elements to different projects
Yeah,
or
you could do.
frames or...
Yeah, absolutely. It might be that you don't have a table that you want to have that's big enough or to share with somebody else, but you want to make them into festive cushions or bags or little gift bags even that you could put people's presents in at the festive time. So, but it's the thing I like about this as well is, you know, some people really feel red and gold at Christmas. Other people have different colour schemes. So I know blue and silver is very popular.
Yes.
So that's something, you know, everyone's got a stash of threads at home as well. So it could be that you want to kind of change your colourway as well, and that would be absolutely fine. So it just suits, to make it suit your decor.
I like it. It's very, very nice indeed. It might be the present table that you're decorating. 988688. Oh, heck, let's embrace Christmas. Let's say it. Let's say it. I know it just feels like we haven't had summer yet, so it feels wrong to be saying Christmas in a way, but it's a good time to buy your projects to make for Christmas time as well. Because, you know, life gets in the way sometimes, doesn't it? So you sometimes leave projects until too late and then, oh, well, I'll wait till next Christmas. Next up, then, this is our last brand new today, and we are Wildflower Florals, this one is called. So, again, this is Runner. So this is, oh, look at that for afternoon tea. Oh, I miss afternoon tea. That's something that when everything gets really back to normal, that'll be something to enjoy all over again.
Go back to it, exactly.
Yeah.
Celebratory afternoon tea.
Definitely. You know, when you go out to like a country park or something like that, it's quite nice to sort of feel like you've done the exercise and had your walk around the lake or the wood or whatever it was, and then treat yourself to a cream tea. Oof. Oof, that sounds good. Lovely, lovely design. Very, very delicate design. And again, Helen will talk to you about, okay, yes, you can stick to the predictable path and you can take a little meander from that if you like. And Helen will show you how in this hour. Brand new today, 346045 is your item number, £22.49 then for that Runner. Two returning favourites right now. We're going to start with this one, which is really, really lovely, and this is the roses. Of course, roses always going to be spectacularly popular. I love this. Do you know there's a little bit of an antimacassar feel to this one?
I know, you know, it's that lovely kind of nostalgic nod. Like, you just love to have that out on the sideboard. It feels like very English cottage feel to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think this is crying out as well for someone that wants to commemorate something. It might be mum and dad's anniversary. It might be...
You could stitch their dates in there as well.
Yeah,
and the
of course you
initials,
could.
There's plenty of space there to, you know, really turn it into a keepsake.
Now, there's two kits that coordinate here. They're both in the picture. So we're actually looking at the tablecloth here, and the next item we look at, which is another returning favourite, is the matching Runner. So 295145 for the tablecloth. Look, he's pointing at it like a Monty Python kind of way there with a big finger. 295145 is the tablecloth. And Ross, let's change the details to the Runner, shall we? So the Runner, again, is this 40 by 100? 40 by 100 centimetres. So this is the same design, but it's the one that's in the top of the picture. I'll use a different finger. There you go. So this is the... Oh, yeah, it's got a very helpful arrow to tell us it's the table Runner. I hadn't noticed that.
No confusion here.
Good spot. 135467 is your item number, £20.99. Now, as well as the wonderful Bayer designs, we also have lots and lots of goodies and embroidery must-haves for you, like the Bohan silver embroidery scissors, which are always very, very popular. That's why we brought them back. Bohan, amazing, amazing French... what's their history again, Bohan?
So they're over 185 years old.
Yes.
And
what did they invent the first one of?
Well, they were basically founded in the place that has always had a long-standing tradition of needle and pin making. So it's been there since the medieval period.
Yeah.
And then they kind of really took those skills and then extended it. And the person who founded the company, Benjamin, was such an explorer, and he used to go to different places, different countries, and really pick up the best techniques from all these different countries and bring them home to France, to Normandy.
So he became a centre of excellence.
Indeed, they used to embed it into their company, into their crafts. So basically, they've only ever created pieces of tools and equipment for fabric kind of skills, so fashion, for dressmaking, for haute couture and for textiles. And you can really tell when you use their items, they're just so well made, they handle really well.
And they are amazing. I mean, they seriously are brilliant. You also saw on the website there are things like embroidery hoops as well. There's a great set of millwood embroidery hoops, which are really, really cool, and they're nicely brightly coloured as well. There are frames, there's embroidery books there that are on the show as well. There's a little bit of everything, and the bowhand stuff is really lovely, and the design of the packaging as well is very sort of vintage Parisian chic and whatever. It's very, very cute. If you look at some of these, look, they really look absolutely lovely. They are beautiful.
So those were actually commemorative pieces they brought back. So they're actually, the pink one was a design from the 1930s, and it was so popular, and people kept saying, you know, they're such lovely items and you keep them, and they remembered their grandma having them or their grandpa having them, and they wanted to see more of that packaging, so they listened to their clients and brought back as celebratory pieces.
Gorgeous. And this one is a brand new today as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
Brand new, yet looks like it could be 100 years old. It's wonderful. So snap those up because they are all on the website in the show. We'll see more of those as we go along. Anyway, listen, enough of me. You've heard from me for 20 minutes now. We're here to see what Helen can do.
Yes, so we've got loads of things to do now. So I thought I'd start with your poppies. So you can see I've already started, and this finish here and this type of thing here is exactly as shown in the instructions. So it tells you where you're doing pretty much all the stitching, you're going to use 3 strands of stranded cotton, whereas when you're doing the stem stitch up the stems, just to get them to look a bit finer, you're going to use 2 strands, and it tells you that really clearly in instructions, okay? When you get the kits, you get also a thread organizer, so it looks like this. It's got numbers all the way around, and you'll get your threads in little bundles, and they have a little sticker on them that tells you what number it is, and you just take them off and correspond them to the number there. So they're really straightforward to use so that you can't get confused when you're working. Okay, now you've got your needle in your pack as well. I always like to use a frame because it's easier to actually keep the tension, and you can use both hands if it's a hands-free. I know you guys have got a seat frame, so I brought mine with me so that you can see how they go together. So basically you get this kidney-shaped piece of wood and the stand, and you basically start to screw that in. Now, I mean, go football rattle.
That was last night.
Yeah, I know. So it's just the quickest way of getting it in. So, and then your frame has a little dowel that goes into here, and then you can adjust the height of it to suit your body. So you just pop that under your inner leg or your outer leg if you're wearing a skirt, and then you're good to go. I've used mine on aeroplanes, trains, you name it, actually whilst that in a very heavy traffic jam on the motorway when they close the motorway off. So you
that's
name
a good
it.
idea.
You know what? I've always got embroidery with me, and
Yeah.
and because they're so flexible, they're so easy to take with you. Mine just sits in my bag, so I've always got something to work on, because you never know. You never know when you're going to get a moment.
Yeah, it is very true. Very true.
It's my happy place. So, so with this, we've got like a long and short kind of a flake stitch around here. So what we're going to do is I've got my 3 strands in the needle, and you can see they're really clearly printed on. You're not going to struggle to see these outlines, and you're not going to struggle to cover them because they're really fine printing lines, so they're not big chunky solid lines, they're quite delicate, and those are colour fast as well, so if you do need, as I say, to wash these items, then you can just pop them into the washing machine on a kind of low to medium heat. And then what you're going to do is I'm just working up the side, maintaining the angle so that I can get into the straighter section. So that's how you pop the sides in, you see that consistently through here. And then when we get going, we're going to pop just next to each other, alternate between a longer stitch going down on the paint line just to the outside of it, and a shorter stitch.
Oh, okay, so that's adding that little bit of sort of curl texture, I suppose, for the edge of the petal.
Yeah, it gives you that texture. It also makes it really delicate.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you wanted it to have more impact, you could, in fact, you've got plenty of thread. You could work all the way through to the centre and have a really, really bold. But I think it's really lovely because, you know, poppies have that kind of papery feel to them, don't they?
Yes.
Kind of like crepe paper.
Yeah.
And so this kind of gives that delicacy that the plant itself kind of has. So it feels like it's really appropriate to have that delicate edge. So you can see you can just work all the way along like that, and it fills in pretty rapidly. And the thing I think about these pieces, as I say, you can pick them up, put them down, you can work on them for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You could get, okay, I'm going to do this petal today and I'll do the next one tomorrow. It's not going to be confusing. It's going to be a pretty easy one to pick up and put down without worrying about it. You're not going to get lost in your pattern or anything like that. So it's very convenient in that sense. Now, the way that I start and finish my threads, because people always wonder when you've got a tablecloth, I like to use the waste knot technique. So I'm going to do 2 tiny stitches in the area that I know I'm going to cover up. So as long as I'm near a paint line, I know that I'm going to cover it. Nice and small and tight. Bring it to the top and snip it off. So pull it tight so there's no fluff, snip that thread off. So you can see you get a really nice start, and then I also start the threads in the same way. So the thing is, knots can undo themselves, so it's quite a good idea to not use the knots because they create problems. So and also you want it to lie nice and flat on your actual table, don't you? So the less knots you've got in there,
oh, the less bumps,
the better. Yeah, the smoother it's going to sit. So I just think it's a really lovely.
Yeah, of course, because you don't back these, do you?
No, I mean,
so although
you
you're not deliberately going to be looking at the back, you want that to be as finessed as it can be, because you did it. Yeah, I mean, and if you've got somebody who's coming to your house and flipping your tablecloth over to see the back, send them out again. Yeah. Bye-bye. Yeah, that's not someone you need in your life,
They're not your people, yes. So, yeah, so that's like the ultimate test, isn't it? I'll just flip it over and see the back. Yeah. So, it's that thing I always joke about. If asking to see the back of somebody's work is like asking to see their knickers. Yes. Very inappropriate and quite a personal area. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
It's not somewhere you need to see. No. Thanks. So, so you can see I've just started the thread in exactly the same way. So it's really straightforward. You can see it's just now straight back into that stitch. So we've got lots we can do with this. So you just continue to work through that space. And you can see that it just builds in quite quickly. And there's a couple of different shades of thread, and it tells you really, it's got a really clear photograph, but it does tell you where to put things as well. So you can see I've got lots of threads all started up ready to do exciting things. So basically, satin stitch is another one that we've got in here, and there's 2 ways of working this. Now, if you want it nice and flat to the fabric, you won't put a split stitch edge in first. So I'm going to show you both ways. So some people really like it to look flat and smooth, and that's what I've got on this one here and these ones here. So you do it without a split stitch. So I've got my 3 strands in the needle, I've started my thread off, and I'm going to work through. Now, with satin stitch, it's generally easier to start in the middle of the shape, work to one edge, and then go back to the middle and go to the other edge. And the reason is that you'll quite often lose your angle if you try and do it a different way. So, I'm just working through. Again, you want your stitches to sit next to each other without overlapping. And you don't want any gaps. So if you see gaps, either undo the stitch and put a new one in that's closer, or if it's big enough, just pop an extra stitch in. Okay? So you can see you work through the shape like that. So you'd work to one edge and then you'd work to the other edge. So you can see it will sit exactly as these other pieces have. However, if you sometimes find that your edge looks a little bit nibbly, you know, not something you want on a tea tablecloth. No. Or at all. Then, or you want it to raise up very slightly, so you want the embroidery to sit a bit more proud from the base of the fabric, then you can pop a split stitch in first. It will just help to define that edge and give you something to work against with your stitches. So you can see I'm just putting a small stitch in here. And split stitch basically does what it says on the tin. You're putting a stitch in, a small stitch in, on the paint line and then coming up from underneath and splitting it at the halfway point. Okay. So you can see it will give you a lovely border against which to pop your stitches. Now, you can see it goes in quite quickly, so it's not like it's going to add a lot of time to your project. And as I say, you've got absolutely oodles of thread in this pack. So, you know, if you want to experiment a little bit, you have the scope to do that.
So you know, from underside, because I think this is fascinating, because I keep seeing the needle coming back up, and it's a little bit like whack-a-mole, and then you find the right place really quickly. So are you using your hand underneath? Are you sort of keeping it in the same area to give yourself a guide?
It's a little bit muscle memory, but it's also I'm working with both hands, so I put my dominant hand, i.e. the hand that I write with, underneath the frame, because I don't need to hold this frame, and that's the beauty of it. You hold the tension. You're working evenly with both sides of your body, so it's, you know, in motion evenly, but also it's quicker. So as you say, because you're feeding the needle up and down from both ends, so you're not having to work constantly moving your arm in and out of place. So what we can do is I like to put my needle down and then I'll pull it through and I'll wrap my finger. So if I just do this against the fabric, can you see I'm wrapping my finger around the thread so I can feel where it is? So it really keeps my hand very close to the location that I want to be in. So it controls how far I'm straying away from my stitching area.
Does that help with your tension as well, or is that
does,
more
yeah.
about,
It keeps everything nice and taut so that nothing's loosening off. So it means that I'm retaining my tension. So, and I like quite a tight tension, because if you think about these threads, they have a little bit of give in them. So the looser they are, the wider they're going to sit, and there's more movement. If you keep them nice and taut, they sit slightly smoother, slightly more sheen to them, so you get a lovely glassy finish, like they've been polished. So it's it really kind of creates a lovely finish there for you.
And it's worth being consistent like that as well, isn't
so
it?
I think it's worth practicing with that, and literally you can just play with some of these areas. You can play whether you want the split stitch, whether you don't want the split stitch, slightly looser tension, slightly tighter tension, and you'll be able to see what your preference is. You know, it's the good thing is it's not rocket science, so it's really kind of there for you to experiment with. So what I'm going to do is, some people think it's a bit strange because you've just put in some lovely stitches, but you're now going to cover them up, but they're functional, okay? So the split stitch is functional. So we're going to come up on the outside, go down on the outside, and what I'm doing is, if you imagine the split stitch is here, what I'm doing is I'm putting my needle against it and straight down, because if you try and angle each time, you're never going to angle at the same rate, so you're going to end up with that nibbly finish that we were talking about. By having that barrier you can knock against, it
so
really
the split
controls.
stitch was really like almost like the foundations for the step up, almost like you're doing a I don't know. I was going to use a really bad analogy there of decking. Like you've built your frame, and here come the planks.
Absolutely. It's very similar to that idea. So, and you can see the difference even with 3 stitches in here. What happens is, because you're sitting over that overlay of the split stitch, it raises up from the surface of the fabric slightly. So you get a prouder finish. So it's just a different effect. As I say, if the edges are something that you normally struggle with satin stitch, because some people do find it a tricky stitch, as I say, it's generally the edges that disappoint people. So this is a really good way of tackling this and makes it really controllable.
Yeah, because it makes them really kind of nice and rounded, because you know where you're going the whole time.
It provides height. It gives you really good guide to where you're coming up and going down. So really, it's taking the stress and strain out of it. So you can see it really kind of raises up, and it's a really attractive finish then. So I'm just going to get rid of that thread. And again, I know I'm covering all of that in. So
yes, because that's on the lower level, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, like lower level car park.
Yeah.
Car park 1.
Yeah.
So I can get rid of that. And again, you can start and stop within this space. So I think it's really straightforward. So I think what we'll do is another stitch. So we talk about French knots. People love them or hate them. I know I've demonstrated them before, but people always ask to see them again, because it's one that universally creates issues. So basically, I'll demonstrate them right and left-handed for you, so there's no excuses, okay? We'll just tackle them, you'll know how to do them. So with these bits that come out, the little pistol-y pieces, or little stameny bits, or whatever they're called, we're going to do some of them as a straight stitch, that you're literally coming up and going down just over the marked lines. And then others, we're going to come up, go down at the end of the line, and you can see there's a dot. So I'm going to come up on the dot, take the needle. Now this is the right-handed one, so I've got it in my right hand, lay the thread towards myself, put the needle on top, wrap round once, only once, because you can then control that. So I'm then going to put my needle down into virtually the same hole, but not the same hole. The reason being, people quite often use the same hole and then pull it through to the back and it disappears.
Ah, yes.
It's a very frustrating exercise.
A clever trick.
Absolutely. And then the last stage is you pull the twist to the face of the fabric. That stops you getting a little loop or a bunny ear.
Yeah.
And then you just pull through. And the only difference in size between this and the next one would be the amount of tension to which I pull that thread. Because we've only wrapped round once, we've used the same amount of twists.
Yeah, yeah.
As I say, the difference only is whether I'm pulling it tight or whether I'm leaving it loose. So if I do half of these right-handed and half of them left-handed, so that you can really kind of get gist and reinforce them for you. So that's right-handed, absolutely the same left-handed, so we'll just repeat. So needle in the left this time, thread in the right, lay the needle on top, wrap round, hold it on, go down into virtually the same hole but not the same hole, pull the twist to the face of the fabric and then pull the needle through. So you can see they're absolutely the same. As you keep going, same technique, just different hand you're holding the needle and thread in.
And you know always the question which I'm tempted to ask at this stage, just purely because I'm a boy.
Go on.
Is what are the maximum number of twists you can go to on a French knot?
Now, I've been in meetings where we've actually argued about this for about 2 hours. So,
okay, well, we haven't got 2 hours, so highlight that for me.
The general guide, yes, just short tips. So the general guide for this is we used to do lots of wraps round, and actually now what we prefer is to add more threads if you want a bigger knot.
Okay.
And you just use less threads if you want a smaller knot.
Okay,
and
that makes sense.
the reason is, because you're wrapping round once, you're controlling how those knots sit each time, and the idea is that we should be able to control this stitching and replicate it again and again and again.
Yes.
And the only difference, as I said, is the tension to which you pull it. So you should be able to control how it sits, where it sits, how it looks. So if you wanted a bigger knot, if you're wrapping once, it's just going to exponentially just get larger that way.
Yes.
Whereas if you're wrapping multiple times, the wraps can fall over and sit in different ways each time.
Yes.
So you're not in control of that. There's an element of serendipity.
Yes, so it starts becoming a bit...
Well, a bit more of a mixed texture.
Yes.
So, which...
Not what a French
No, exactly.
knot was meant to be.
Exactly. So if you do, as I say, one twist around the needle, if you decide you want it bigger, add more threads.
Yeah.
If you want it smaller, have less threads. It's a nice to have. You can have mixture of threads in the needle, different shades in the needle. That can be really pretty, having like a little mauve French knots.
Yeah.
Greens and browns potentially.
And of course there are variegated threads that you can buy as well, aren't there?
They're lovely. But I think if you were doing, say, not that we are today, but if you wanted to do like a texture that's quite like mossy, for example, you could use multiple wraps around the needle then, because you're not controlling the way they sit and you'll get a range of textures. But I think actually that explains to you the difference between the controlled one twist and the uncontrolled multiple twists, because it will give you a mossy texture, quite knobbly in different ways across the surface if you're doing multiple twists, or like a little lamb, a sheep's fleece. You can do that with multiple twists. So you choose how and when you want to control it and when you don't.
Fabulous.
So, all right.
Right, I'm going to come back to you in just a moment.
Good.
While we all hold in our minds the French knot.
Indeed.
Not even a dilemma now, is it? We know now why, don't we? We've got some books for you. We all love a book, don't we? Stitch in Bloom is the first one. This is beautiful. Botanical inspired embroidery project for you and your home. It says, sorry, just half opening the page there. Open it, Derek. Come on, show us. What's in there? There are 15 stunning projects using a variety of pre-owned materials and accessories. Okay, let's have a look. Let me show you. Oh, cute. So you can use it for upcycling garments, which is quite cool, isn't it? Oh, this is quite nice, isn't it? So this is going to be a very, very inspiring. That's a lovely project, that, Helen, isn't it? Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, really nice.
Stunning. Very, very nice. So lots and lots of inspiration in there, all with a kind of sort of nature theme by the looks of it as well. And very, very practical applications rather than something that's kind of pre-prescribed for you. This is maybe next step to take your stitching in many, many different directions. And again, as Helen was saying, always have some stitching around. If you are an embroiderer, there's always UFOs, I think they call it, don't they, in the stitching mode? Yeah, lots of UFOs.
PhDs, we're very highly qualified, projects half done.
Oh.
Whips.
Whips.
Work in progress.
Oh, yeah, of course. I was thinking WH. I was thinking, what's the
no.
H for? But yes, whip, work in progress.
That's when you're doing crawl work.
Yes, absolutely. 462705 is your item number for that one then, which is brilliant, and that comes in at £14.99, which is a penny less than the cover price, which is all right, isn't it? Very nice, thank you very much. We'll take that. Next one we've got for you is Colourful Fun Embroidery. Sorry, Jim, I'm just going to turn this way for a second. Sorry. It's me being awkward. It's because I'm left-handed, you see. I can't do everything the other way round. Now, this one is bring a little colour and fun into your embroidery with this debut book from Hello Hooray. 24 gorgeous projects. Let's have a little whiz. Oh, I'm liking all the colour going on in there, aren't you? That's quite cute. I like that in the hoop. Now, we've got some coloured millwood hoops on the show, actually. So that would be quite a nice... I love that 3D look on that one. It's almost like... What's that quilting block where it goes upstairs? Oh, what's it called?
Blocks, is it?
Tumbling blocks. That's it. It looks a little bit like that in embroidery. And I suppose, actually, anything that you can do in the quilting world, you can recreate in embroidery threads, can't you, in smaller scales, Helen?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a good idea. Actually, this is really, really good because we're coming up to holiday time as well, aren't we? School summer holidays are about to begin. Get ready for another 6 weeks of what's going to feel like lockdown all over again. Because you've got to find all those things for the kids to do all over again for the whole summer, and the grandchildren, of course, coming to stay. I like that. That's cool. That's very you, Helen. A big old yay. Very good. I like that. And how's that being achieved? That's kind of like a myriad of different threads all crossing over each other. Oh, look, yes. So literally you start filling in some of the letter with one thread, then go in with another thread and a different colour over the top, it looks, and then just keep adding layers until you've got this sort of multicoloured carnival going on.
Carnival, I like that. Carnival of thread.
Very cool, isn't it? So is that stitching felt? That's stitching felt. That's really nice, isn't it? Snail mail hoop. Oh, that's cool, isn't it? Little note, hello you. Anyway, there's lots more in there as well. I'm not going to take you through the whole book, otherwise you don't have a reason to have it. 065278 is the item number for that one. Now, let me show you what else we've got in the show as well, because we've got some beautiful accessories from Bohan. Bohan are an amazing, amazing French company. We talked about their heritage a little bit earlier on. We've got the embroidery scissors, which are really, really cute. Very, very nice. Sorry, I'm covering up the main feature there, isn't it? Which is just how fine the snip is on the actual scissors themselves. They are beautiful. I know people always look at scissors this size and they say to themselves, I'm sure I've got a pair like that in the bathroom, but it's nothing like that, is it?
No, you know what it is? I always liken embroidery, well, scissors generally, but particularly embroidery scissors, it's a bit like having a fountain pen. You wouldn't want to lend it to somebody else because it moulds to your hand and to your cutting pressure. So they become quite particular to you. So, and threads are obviously generally soft, whereas generally if you're keeping something in the bathroom, you may be cutting more difficult things like toenails. So you don't want to be using those things on your threads. And also particularly when people quite often commonly, though they shouldn't, put threads in their mouth. So don't cut through the thread with your toenail scissors and then pop them in your mouth. That's gross. So
there's definitely a reason to invest $11.99 because, of course, a good pair of embroidery scissors will see you through a very, very long time indeed. So they are 524483 at £11.99. We also have... Oh, do you know what? I don't think I've ever seen these before.
Tweezer snips.
Now, for my embroidery, tweezer scissors, am I hearing?
Indeed, like little tweezer snips. They're lovely, aren't they?
Oh, the blade is up here. So I'm looking down here, and actually the scissor bit is at this end. I'm glad it wasn't just me.
Yeah.
Have you got a pair there?
I've got a pair here,
Okay,
yeah.
show me.
So basically, they're based on the surgical. They come with a little rubber sheath, so you don't, because they're super sharp. And the idea is that you can really control the pressure, but equally, quite a lot of people don't like to have or can't use the handles of scissors, you know, the looped handles. They can't put their fingers through them particularly comfortably. This requires very little pressure to actually get it to move. So if you've perhaps got arthritis, rheumatism, something like that, then this is actually a really good tool to have. But equally, as I say, just for precision snipping, they're really handy. And as I say, they come with a little rubber end on them so that you can keep them nice and safe and not break the blades at all.
Fabulous. That's really cool, isn't it? £16 and 99 pence. You'll have lots and lots of uses for those as well. Now we're going to change the details to this needle book as well, because this is brand new today, even though this looks incredibly vintage, because it is. It's one of those sort of limited vintage editions that Bohan do, and inside and the whole thing about this is just delicious. I almost don't want to open it. It's almost like one of those things that you don't ever want to open and use, really. But look at that. It looks like the inside of one of those wonderful sort of church organs, doesn't it?
Yes.
Aren't those needles just look absolutely pristine and perfect, don't they?
I love the fact as well, they're in groups, they're labelled up on the top edge so you know what they're for, they're labelled up on the bottom edge so you know the size, so you can put them back in, but that's, you know, it's details with this, so it's beautifully presented. They've got amazing steel production in this particular factory, so they are good quality eyes and pressed eyes through the needle themselves, so it's easy to thread up. But equally, the silk paper the needles go through in that pack, that is the same Italian silk paper that they've been using with that company since the 1900s.
Really?
Yeah, and it stops the needle rusting, so because it's silk paper.
Yes.
So
because actually, if you've had, you're so right. Actually, if you've had, like, you know, we back in the days where hotels used to be able to, you know, help yourself to a little sewing kit because it would be there.
Yeah.
Often, when you go and use that needle, like 20 years later, you pull it out and you're like, oh, I'm not using that.
That's not going to be much use, is it?
Yeah, that's not going anywhere near me. Or any fabrics or whatever, but I just think this is so cute as well, isn't it? It's like a collector's thing as well, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah.
Beautiful. 324076 is your item number, and it's on an introductory price tag at £9.99 as well, which is really, really good. So not even its usual price. And actually, to be honest, if you were somewhere like, you know, I mean, I'm guessing it'd be somewhere like Paris or something like that, you might see something like this, really. If you were outside of the UK, you'd expect to pay a lot more than £9.99 for something like that, wouldn't you? We have another needle book there as well, which is a returning favourite as well. Now, we're just going to remind you of a couple of the kits which are brand new today, and we're going to start with this one here. This one here. Very, very difficult sometimes. Okay, this is the wildflower one, isn't it? Yes, this is the wildflower. Now this is the runner, 40 by 100 centimetres, so it's a metre long and nearly half a metre wide, and it has this lovely delicacy in the wildflowers as well. It's very, very nice indeed. 346045 is your item number for that one. Then we've got. This is the Christmas table, so this is the one, and I love this because it has the little formation of the candles and the poinsettia together there. It's lovely. I know this is designed as it's an 80 centimetre square tablecloth, but actually I'd almost be tempted to take out I'm guessing that there are 4 elements, sort of one in each corner, I'm guessing, for the symmetry. I'd always be tempted to take those elements out and do different things with them, which you can do, or maybe get a couple of sets if you want to. Because actually the pleasure is in the journey, really, isn't it? Is in the making. So we're sort of advanced planning for Christmas here. 988688 is your item number. Remember, you get the stitch guide and everything you need in every single one of these. So the plan and the thread guide. You've even got the board there in which to arrange your threads as you're using them, and it's got that lovely sort of goldy lurexy type thread as part of the kit. Wonderful. More for Christmas now, the poinsettia kit, which has been really, really popular this hour. I'm not at all surprised because it is the perfect time of the year. I mean, listen, summer, that's not really happening today, is it? It's funny this year, isn't it? It's like Okay, summer, are you ever coming? You know what I mean? You keep throwing it down with rain on a very regular basis at the moment, and when you throw it down, you really throw it down at the moment. So could we have a bit of summer before we get to the darker months of the year again, please? But this is going to be a pleasure of a project to make as well. Third of the stock of this one has sold out and gone. It's a really, really good price tag as well. Again, it's another runner kit, so 40 centimetres wide by a metre long on this one, so 100 centimetres. 408076 is your item number. Poppies! The poppies are just going over at the moment, aren't they? If you look at the field and the corn poppies, they're just going over them. Now's the time to gather the seed. But this is your embroidery kit version. Again, a runner then, a tablecloth runner. 40 by 100 centimetres, really, really gorgeous. Do you know, if we were at a vintage fair or something like that, I'd buy both of those.
Yeah, they're lovely.
I so would buy both of those. They are lovely. I'd have to contact the studio. Have you still got them? Derek wants them. They're just lovely, aren't they? And actually, this is a really, really lovely, lovely design as well, because it's very, very neutral, and it's crying out for more decoration if you want to as well. Next one is poppies. And this time, this is the square tablecloth. So the other one was the runner. This one is the square. Are they? No, this is the runner. Oh, have I got them? Oh, they're the wrong way round. Okay. Okay, well, you'll work it out, I'm sure, from the details. Yes, from the measurements. What are we doing then? Oh, okay, so, right, so detail for the runner. So this is the runner. And the previous one was the square. It was just the graphics, I think, that were wrong, weren't they? 111334 is the item number. So some of them are long and some of them are square, but you'll know from the measurements on the details. So if you want to go back and check your order, obviously 80 by 80 centimetres would be the square and 40 by 100 centimetres would be the runners. Good. Next one, I just look at the pictures. I never really take any notice of the item numbers and things like that. I'm just enjoying the view, quite frankly. And this is lovely. If you do love fresh flowers on your table, I think something like this, a stitched piece like this with such vibrant colours. I mean, look, just lift up the threads and just show you the vibrancy of the threads there. I mean, that's just a real joy, isn't it?
So delicate and cheerful, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it. That orange is really, really cool. It's really lovely. And you do get an awful lot of thread in that kit as well, as you can see, because it is quite a big project, actually. I'm going to do it, Jim. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Helen's gone off-piste. It's time for me to. I'm just going to show you the size of this as well. Oh, hang on. I've got to take the needle out, because it does come with a needle as well. So it's an 80 centimetres square. So you can see it is sizable. What I would do is, would you give that a little press before you started making it, or would you do all that afterwards, or what would you do,
Helen? Give it a light press to get the fold creases out if you wanted.
It's quite a dense linen, actually, isn't it?
Cotton. It's cotton tends to hold its creases, so if you give it a press before you start stitching, and then obviously if you've got it in a hoop, you'll get little hoop rings, but if you then press it gently afterwards, turn it over to the back or put a little cotton cloth over the top of it or a nice clean tea towel, press it through that.
So never straight onto the stitching?
Yeah, preferably not.
If you can avoid it.
Preferably not. So you just put a layer of clean fabric over the top and just press it lightly with a steam, and it will just really kind of spring back and look really lovely by the time you're finished.
Fabulous. I was just about to ask a question then, and it's completely gone out of my head, so I will just move on. 878805 is the item number for that one then. That's, I would say, probably the most summery one in terms of breadth of summer colours. You've got your oranges and yellows and greens and all sorts going on in that one. It is lovely, and it's called the Butterfly Florals. Florals. Up to you. Potato. Right, next one is this one here, Blue Daisies. Is it anemone flowers that are like blue daisies as well, isn't it? There's lots of different flowers, actually, that have this wonderful blue. And blue's quite a rare colour to see, actually, in your garden, isn't it?
Michaelmas daisies, I think they look
like. Yes. with really nice long petals. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's really, really nice. And again, you can get a lot of detail into this one. Tablecloth, this one. So again, this is the 80 centimetres square, like the one I was, or the size that I was just holding up in the last one there. Lots and lots of gorgeous colours. You can see you've got blues and lilacs and purples in that one. And finally, Esther, first of our brand news, which is this one here, which is called Wildflower Garden. So again, there's a little bit of everything in there. A little bit more pixely looking, this one, isn't it? A little less naturalistic and a little more sort of...
I think it looks like, you know, folk art. So I think it's really charming and naive. And
like a homemade blanket, but in embroidery.
And the thing is, because with this, I really like it, because this is almost like, it has a mixture of stitches, so it has surface stitching in, but it also has like a cross stitch. But because the crosses are printed on for you, you don't have to count. Cross stitch for people who don't want to count, even better.
Oh, awesome, yeah. Love it. And actually, that would be, for those people who've never cross-stitched before, that would tell them whether their thing was going to be cross-stitch or embroidery.
I was start doing mine on the train the other day, and it was so straightforward. You know, even with the train joggling about, I could stitch it, and I was like, this is so great, because I don't have to worry about counting, trying to miss the holes, or, you know, how many holes in between. It's fab.
So cool. I love it. 019173 is the item number then, £22.49. It's 80 centimetres square, which is superb. Oh, yes, the seat frame. Seat frame, yes. So this is the one that actually you do kind of sit on. It kind of sits under your leg, either on the inside, or on the outside. So that bit goes under you, and then you adjust that to the right position for you, which is brilliant, which means you can sit anywhere. I've had a question come in from Christine, and she's asked, can you use different size hoops with the seat frame?
Yes, so you can get different sizes of dowel, of ring with dowel. So as long as you're, if I just flip this up a second, so you can see, can you see there's the dowel that goes into the base?
Oh, yeah.
That's what goes into the top of the seat frame.
Yeah.
So basically, as long as your ring has a dowel attached to it, then you can put any size of hoop in that you like.
Oh, cool. So this comes with a 10-inch, but you can...
Yeah, you can get alternate sizes. You can get 6-inch for small projects, 8-inch for medium, 10 tends to be one of the larger sizes that we go to, but covers a lot of ground for that. So.
Fabulous. So that is £22.99 then, 606 286 is the item number for the seat frame. Oh, I've got another one there as well. I was like, what's that? I haven't shown that yet, but that's the same as that. So they are both. The exits are here, here and here. Helen, I know you're ready to stitch again, but we've got less than a minute. So you have got another show later, though, haven't you, with Adam?
Yeah. How about we show them the sparkle on the poinsettias, because you're seeing a little bit of that here.
That would be cool, because that's a different
stitch with it later.
thread. Yeah, because it's a different thread.
So I'll demonstrate with that later on the later show. But you can see some of it stitched in. I've used some for the French knots here in the middle. It really kind of twinkles, and also the crosses here. So you can
5
really
o'clock,
see
isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, 5 o'clock.
So.
It is 5 o'clock, isn't it, Ross? Yes, 5 o'clock. Don't be late. And Helen will show you even more with the wonderful Bayer kits. And we'll teach everyone in the building how to say this as well. Because everyone just avoids it, don't they? They just say, there's an embroidery show next. So it's Bayer. Thank you. Check out your baskets. What a wonderful, wonderful show. And come back and enjoy another hour with Helen and Adam again at 5 o'clock. And leading up to that at 5, I'll be here with you and Lou Withers at 4 with One Day Special, final look of Janini's Mindful One Day Special. And next, it's Bizarrology Mixed Media.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper, and they're now absolutely renowned for it. The product range that Stamperia offer is really diverse. They bring us incredible stamps, obviously the world famous rice paper, but they're always trying to bring new techniques as well. So they'll bring different mediums, beautiful moulds, so there's always something for every type of crafter. they will definitely have something for you to craft with, and everything you craft with will be top quality and beautiful. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Hi, I'm Abs from Orient Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. Orient Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Orient Create shows.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. Join me on Hochanda, where I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hello and welcome. Lovely to have your company. Sorry, I looked like I was doing something dodgy then, didn't I? I wasn't. It's lovely to be with you. Right, we have got the brand new relaunch of the wonderful Bazaarology. I've got my notes because I didn't want to try and remember this, because I know I'd probably get the words. But I'd probably get them all in the wrong order and it'd just sound weird. So, the wonderful Bazaarology. The Bazaarology was born out of a love of creating something a little bit different and offering a blank canvas so crafters could be inspired and be allowed to run away with the creativity and go as bizarre as they like. Although Bazaarology are the same designers as Stamps Away, our lovely Ali and Paul, of course, both Bazaarology and Stamps Away products Bazaarology is going to be a little bit different in that it's going to be showcased with different people like me, so different guests, different designers as well. So that means you'll get a different take as well, which obviously will help embrace the variety Bazaarology strives to bring. Bazaarology celebrates creative variety. Indeed they do. And our lovely Ali has been seriously busy creating some beautiful finished samples, and I will be showing you them. And I do a massive thank you that I'm the first demonstrator to bring you Bazaarology in its new format. Now, we've got so many different choices. Get ahead on the website. I know it's already been really busy, so if there is anything you want, please check your baskets out. The prices are amazing. We've got such a bargain on these kits, and there's really cool kits. Well, right, I'll get stuck in straight away because this paper, for starters, I mean, I know this is daft, but the elastic bands are beautiful. Yeah, they've got really nice elastic bands, so you'll use those because it's like, oh, they're nice. So, first of all, the paper. This is your Metropolitan. I must admit, when Ali showed me these, it was like, oh my gosh, that is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Top quality, handmade paper here. These papers should be £2.95 per sheet in its own right. I love that. It's gorgeous, absolutely lovely. I love the handmade paper anyway because you get that lovely texture, but then the print is divine. They're massive. They're like wrapping paper size, if you will, but it is that handmade paper quality. So two big pieces of beautiful paper to start you off on. And yeah, as soon as I saw these, that straight away, it was like, oh my gosh, that is gorgeous. So you've got your papers, you've then got your templates. Now, your beautiful template, and this is a really clever design. So your template is going to allow you to make some really cool journals. You've got your templates, you've then got the lining template as well, that of course will create your lining. You've then got your little journal, so you can make beautiful mini journals with this. I mean, this is whatever you want it to be, but the idea behind it is you've got your beautiful folio, if you will. You've then got the mini journal. You've then got, on the other side, you've got your other little mini journal, and that will sit on one of the sides here. You've then got your beautiful mini gusseted journal pocket, so that will actually hold this little mini journal as well. It'll all become clear when I show you the finished samples. You've got tags, so you've got the template for your tags, for your pockets as well. So you've got all of these beautiful templates. You've then got your cardstock. Now you've got, with the cardstock, you've got your 4 sheets of the 300 GSM. That will make the actual base for your journal. You've then got 4 sheets of the 130. So that could be good for helping with the lining. It could be helpful with the pages. You've then got 2 beautiful pens, gorgeous paper chase pens. You've then got lovely ribbon. And I do believe Alice said there's 3 meters of each ribbon. There's 3 meters of ribbon, which matches perfectly with the papers. But then you've got a DVD. So Ali has done a specific DVD to give you loads of ideas, to give you loads of inspiration. This is such an amazing continuum of the work that Ali's been doing in relation to books, book binding. So the idea behind this one is, this is what you're actually making. This looks gorgeous. It looks so professional. It looks really, really beautiful, but it's really, really practical. So you've got that lovely little bound journal cover straight away. Inside, isn't it pretty? You've got the lovely little notebook. So that's your notebook. You've got your pen. You've then got, look, you've got your little pocket, your gusseted pocket, and then your extra little notebook as well, which is super sweet. I mean, if you're making these to sell, if you're making them for gifts, they're gorgeous. And then on the other side, you've got your little pocket with your beautiful little tag as well. But it's whatever you want it to be. So 20% of the stock has already gone on this option. Yeah, we knew this would be busy. This was a favourite. Now, that's where you're going with it. However, you can do so many different things with it. The one I created, because I've got the wonderful Stamperia this weekend, sorry, not this weekend, on Wednesday, and that's with the Stamperia papers. So obviously, you can use your decorative papers with the template, which do look absolutely divine. And if I show you the other side, how beautiful do those papers look? And it feels really sturdy. The thing is as well, the alignment, that's just your regular hole punch size. So you can keep redoing these. So you can keep putting extra pages in. So it's like, it's practical because it can be, you know, you can carry on using it. It's not one of those things that you use it and then that's it. This is just beautiful that Ali's made. So Ali's made this out of a graphic 45 papers. And look, with the beautiful papers, they all do something a little bit different. So you've got pages that are opening, pages that, you know, they're opening different ways. And this is the thing, when you're making it yourself, it becomes your own. But watch this one. This, or Ali, and she's lovely, you know, because she's put lobster notes on the back. But have a look at this one. See, this is just amazing. So the whole idea with this and with Bizarrology, you run with it. You do what you want with it. You know, you take it to any levels. Isn't that superb? So what she's actually done, she's kept the pocket, so she's made a notebook. She's kept the beautiful little pocket with a tag, so that's at that side. But then here, she's made a shelf with all the lovely lotions and potions and poisons. I love that. Isn't that just amazing? Imagine making that to give her to sell. I just think that looks superb. Absolutely superb. Now, already 30% of the stock has gone on this option. If you do want this option, please check your baskets out. That is the Metropolitan. It is only $14.99. You're getting so much from your money, and the templates, they're a tool. This is what you're going to use again and again and again. 859045 is your item number. Next. Now, same item number. So the only differences with these are the ribbon. So obviously you get the ribbon that'll match with the papers. Still getting 3 meters of that, but then look at the paper that you're getting here. I mean, this is divine. This is our lovely Katie's favourite. Look at the colour. Oh man, is that not just glorious? The shine on that, the gold is sensational, and it's a really good, thick, heavy handmade paper. It feels, I mean, I don't know about you, but I remember back when with Paper Chase, and they used to have those big drawers with all the handmade papers in. Oh man, that was like stepping into a cheeky bit of heaven. And this is the kind of thing that you were getting. Beautiful papers. This is the kind of thing you are making with this. And this just looks so pretty. The ribbon is such beautiful quality ribbon. That gorgeous grow grain ribbon that matches perfectly. And you can, doesn't that look good? It's so pretty. And obviously with something like this, because everything matches, it just looks really, really professional. Absolutely exquisite. But I need to show you some other ones that Ali's done, because obviously with this one, so Ali said, open up the main album. Okay, are you ready? So with this one, Ali's also used the beautiful mixed media stickers that we've got coming on. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? And then let me just open this up properly, because look at that. Isn't that amazing? So all those you remember when Ali was there with all the different bookbinding techniques you could do, the different ways of using making books and things. Some of those techniques will fit wonderfully with this. That looks amazing. Doesn't that look good? And I love the paper she's used there as well. That is divine. I absolutely adore seeing what Ali's created. So again, same idea, same principle, but your different papers. Again, only $14.99. 859045. Same item number. This time you've got that beautiful, I mean, look at the colour of that ribbon for starters. That is absolutely lovely. But then this is beautiful. Look at that. Isn't that exquisite? I mean, the colour, the gold again, and it's that gorgeous, really good quality handmade paper. It feels amazing. Honestly, when you get these home, you will love these. And again, that's what you're making if you're using it with the papers as the kit takes you through, as our lovely Ali will inspire on the DVD. So when you open it up, isn't that just exquisite? It's so elegant. And that ribbon matches so beautifully, doesn't it? So pretty, so pretty. And then let's have a see what Ali's done on this one. Ali's had such a good time with this. So, are you ready? So with this one, we open it up, and this is a graphic 45 papers. So you can use anything, but when you open it up, look, you get that beautiful secret garden. And the lovely thing is you can make those wonderful frames, because you've got that, because you're making with the actual cover, you've got the spine on the cover that will give you that depth. So it will really allow you, when you're doing something like this, it allows you to use the versatility of the depth that you're creating. So you don't have to use it for your journals. That is absolutely stunning. I'm going to show you a couple more because they're behind me. For starters, this one, I have to show you this one, because this is well clever. Again, it's using the template, okay? So it's just using a different way of using the template. So what Ali's done, she's made that little fastening, but this time, rather than doing it that way, she's done it this way. Isn't that good? So you've got your lovely little notebook. You've got your pocket at the bottom there, so it looks like a beautiful little suitcase. Doesn't that look good? I really like that little briefcase even. Absolutely exquisite. And this is it. You can use the templates. You'll use them again and again and again. So it allows you to be as creative as you want. And that's the whole concept behind Bazaarology. Okay, now you've got all those choices. It is up to you what you go for. 859045 at only $14.99. It is such an incredible price. Remember, this is the relaunch of the wonderful Bazaarology. And that's why we've got brand new goodies, but exceptional prices. Now, talking of exceptional prices, you're actually getting 2 of these blank frames for only $11.99. I mean, these are a good size. These are a good size frame, and you do get the rubber bands. We are a big fan of the rubber bands. I know, right? And because they're really, really pretty. I'll just put this down, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but just have a little look at them. The colour is amazing. Can you see how shiny they are? Honestly, they're absolutely exquisite. So I know when we talk about bands, you'll be like, Leone, what you on about? But they're absolutely beautiful. So the way this goes together, dead easy to fit together. You're creating that frame, so you've got all the MDF that's cut ready to go. So you're getting the frame. You get that wonderful, the actual sort of, you know, the recess there, but then you get that wonderful floating centerpiece, and that, of course, is held in place with your bands. So it's ridiculously easy to put together. And then when you start decorating it, look how cool you can make it. I mean, how good does that look? And the bands really work because they've got that wonderful shine as well with these. Obviously, you can decorate both sides. You know, because it's freestanding, I love a freestanding frame. Because it's freestanding, it does allow you to decorate both sides if you want to. If you happen to be spray painting this and get paint on the band, you can actually flake that off as well. How beautiful does that look? I really like it. And the colour palette is just right with the bands on that one. Absolutely amazing. The price is phenomenal. If you are making to sell, that's such a good price because it makes a really substantial piece, does that one. $11.99 for 2 of those suspended frames. 061108 your item number. Now, next, brand new as well. We've got some stencils for you. And as ever, absolutely gorgeous. So your first one, you've got your florals, and these are so pretty. I mean, how handy are they? You know, you've got your 3 different flowers there. So you can use these for backgrounds. You can create your own papers with these. And, of course, you're using them with all your texture paste, etc. as well. So you've got your florals. You've got a huge amount of borders in this one. And, again, there's so many ways you can use them. They don't have to be borders. And these are really busy, actually. They don't have to be borders or whatever you want to be. You know, you can just completely cover a background with these. And look at the other border. Aren't they gorgeous? I love the detail of these as well. Really exquisite. Now, you've got 3 stencils here, but when you think about the amount of designs you've got on this, you've got so many for only $11.99. Really good value for money. And again, our lovely Ali has been ridiculously busy, and she's created some beautiful boards for us. So you can use them, obviously, with your texture pastes, with everything in your stash. I mean, I love that. And that is just, it's just so strong, that image. Absolutely exquisite. So I'll just use them there on the boards. But then, of course, you can use them, and I do like that on the frame. Look at that on the frame. How good does that look? Really, really effective. Beautiful, beautiful stencils. Now, if you do want to get hold of them, again, the prices are amazing. They're only $11.99. You know, all the prices on this counter, I don't think we've had over £15 on anything yet. 927130 is your item number. And then now I love these, the ephemera. These are cool. It's such a good idea. So, and you're getting a lot for your money again. So you're getting 3 of each of your designs. So you are getting a lot in these packs. So essentially what these are, these will peel off. They're not shiny, so when you actually put them on, you haven't got a gloss finish to these. You can obviously cut them back. You're going to see the colour underneath. So if you've got printed paper or something, you'll be able to see that print underneath. The beautiful thing with these, they look like they've been stamped, but obviously because you can go on any surface, you know, because at the end of the day, they are a sticker. So you're being able, they're an adhesive sticker. So it means you can go on lots of different surfaces, uneven surfaces that might be tricky to stamp onto. But they look really, really cool. Really like them. And you're getting 3 of each design. So you're getting a lot for your money here. And when you look at that, how good does that look? That is just using scraps of paper, and Ali's done all of these. She's been ridiculously busy. Scraps of paper, putting it over the top of your scraps of paper, and it just all comes together. It literally looks like you've stamped over the top of scraps of paper, but it just brings the whole thing together. It makes a beautiful collage. I love that one, whichever way around you want it to go, to be honest. The little stars. Oh, not that way though. And that, you see, over your scrap of paper, but you can see, that's obvious on the white card, but look, on the blue card, it just disappears into the card. It looks so effective. And I love that. I love the fact that it does look like it's printed, or it does look like it's actually stamped onto the cardstock. Really, really effective. Now, if you do want to get hold of these, obviously dead easy to cut out as well. So that one has been put onto a book page and then fussy cut out to make a really cool little embellishment. And that, I mean, that at first you don't even notice, do you? Really clever. Only $11.99. If you do want to get hold of those, 192221 is your item number. And then the gleams. Now, these are a bit nice as well. You've got a decent sized pot with these. If I show you, and again, the colours are divine. So with these, you can mix them with all sorts. They're a water-based product, so if you go on a bit heavy, you can obviously just knock them back a bit. The colours, that is sensational. Your sherbet line is just divine. Oh, I love these colours. The next one, and that's that beautiful rich gold. Look at that. Absolutely lovely. So you can use these as a wax. I mean, you can actually use these. You can start painting with these water-based. Look at the candy floss. Oh, isn't that a good pink? So, of course, you can water them down. You can do loads of different techniques with them. Alice put them on this one, and you can see those colours. I mean, have a look at that. Doesn't that look divine? These are so nice. You can just put them on with your finger. You can put them on with a paintbrush if you want. But they are one of those that just make things pop. And the colours. Only £14.99. Absolutely exquisite. Do not miss out on those. 711496 is your item number. Now, we have a few more goodies. We'll give you some. And these are lovely. Okay, now, the flakes. Honestly, that variegated red is the best in the business ever. It's absolutely beautiful. If you've never seen that in real life before, I urge you to get hold of that because it's absolutely divine. We've also got the acrylic glue. Now, this is super strong glue. I really, really, really recommend this. I've loved working with this glue. Only $11.99. You're getting 3 of those for that price. And honestly, it grabs so quickly. It's ridiculous. It's really, really handy, is that. Especially when you're making things like your templates, that is an absolute dream. Definitely recommend that. 693365 is your item number. Now, you just have a look at glue while I take a slurp of coffee. Hooray! There you go. That's what you want to look at, your beautiful portfolios. Now, okay, that Metropolitan, almost half of the stock has gone. If you do want this, please check your baskets out. It is super, super busy. Okay, let's get crafting. I've actually got, now, me being me, you know what I'm like. I'm not normally one for getting everything organised. I think I'm organised. So I know I'm scared. So what you're going to do, first of all, you've got that heavyweight card. So I've already traced this out. So literally, all you're going to do, pop your template onto your cardstock. Just trace it out. Now, what I do before I actually start cutting this out properly, and I have actually started cutting this one, but that's because I was doing this for another project. Before I start cutting it out properly, pop it onto your paper. So when you've popped it onto your cardstock, then glue it onto your paper, okay? And it's dead easy. All you need to do, now Ali actually watered her glue down a bit, and you can do that because the glue's such good quality. You can easily water it down before you put your template on. I didn't actually, and I'll show you what I mean. So what I did with mine, I just went round, and obviously on the side that you haven't put all your marks on, and I did it before I'd cut it out. I didn't do it when I'd cut it out because it just saves you time. But I do know what Ali means because it's such good glue. If you just water this down, rather than, can you see I'm going to have lines? I mean, to be fair, those haven't come through on my work, I'll be dead honest. But if you do water it down and then just put a glaze of the glue on, it means that you won't get any kind of ridges or anything. So it just in case, it takes that worry out of it for you. You can then put it on your paper. Now, I actually, when I was doing mine originally, I went right up to the edge because that's just one less edge you need to cut out of. And then just allow that to dry. Now, this glue, I really recommend this glue because that takes it's taken already. Can you see? And honestly, it's super strong. It's really good glue. And I've used it on the books I've been working with and on the all my pages. I've used this glue. And honestly, it's really good stuff. So get it on like that, then you're ready to go. And then you can start cutting out. Obviously, you're just going to cut around your main template. I'll move that to one side because I have actually started doing one. I'll pop that down there actually. There we go. So there we go. So this is one I've started cutting out. So when you're doing your template, okay, the important thing to note is, so you've got your template. Now the lovely thing with the template, you've got your two lines. Now the outside line, I'm not going to lie, it took me a while to realise this, but it took me to chat to Ali to realise this. The outside line, that is going to be your score line. This inside line is that is going to allow you to create templates, okay? So it might be you want to create, when you're actually making your journal, you might want to create extra little templates and extra little layers on your book to reinforce it, okay, to give it more strength. This is heavyweight card. It's 300 GSM, so it is really heavy. But if you do want that, you've got that option. Or, of course, if you're decorating it like this one, where you're actually doing white card, and I will be talking about this more because I'll demonstrate this one after, but you're putting panels on it, then that's really, really handy because that is the size of the panel. So it's really, really handy that you've got both of that in one template. So that's your first thing with the template. I mean, they are ridiculously easy. It's one of those that's simple to do. One thing. Okay, this is what I did wrong twice on this one and on this one. Yeah, so when it says top left cover, this is your cover template, it tells you the top left cover. So this is the right way up. When you've got paper that needs to be the right way up, oh, think about it. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'll be able to use these because I'll be able to do my own thing, but do plan it. The one that I've actually done properly and correct, I've done right, because that really irritated me that I did it wrong twice. So just think about it. Absolutely bear that in mind. It tells you, but make sure you actually pay attention to that because it's really frustrating if you do it the wrong way around. I'd like to say you only did it the wrong way around once, but you don't. You do it 3 times because I've actually done that 3 times. Learn no lessons. And then all that you need to do is start cutting out. I mean, it is ridiculously easy. The more you make, the easier it gets because obviously then you don't even need to think about it. You know what you're doing. Now, with the templates, you could, if you wanted to, while that's in situ, are they mowing the carpet? They're washing the stairs. Of course they're washing the stairs. They're washing stairs. They're washing some stairs.
In the courtyard, outside.
The cheeky bit of jet washing. Live studio. What Ali does, when the template's in situ, Ali goes round with her embossing tool and embosses it so it's there and it's done. I like to, and this is a lovely thing about these, you're doing what you want, you know, it's your thing, so you create whatever you want. So I like to get my steel ruler and just do the full thing at once. So I'm lining it up with a line, I'm also lining it up with those points, and then you can just whip down the whole thing with your steel ruler and your embossing tool, like so, and then do that as well. Okay. So it's quick and easy. I mean, it's ridiculously quick and easy. So you're going to do that. So you're going to fold all these in. Oh, I know what, I forgot to dig out my scoring tool. But you do all of those. You also, of course, and the easiest way is to do these one first. So get that there. Again, just lining it up like so. The easiest is to do all of these first, like so. And then, is the Metropolitan still? Yeah, over half the stock. Yeah, that is lovely. I tell you what as well, what Ali's, have I showed you this yet? Have I showed you? I haven't showed you this yet, have I? Look what Ali's done with scraps. It's like, isn't that cool? I know. Oh, I love these. This is what Ali's done, because you'll have tons of scraps. And these scraps, you'll have all of these. And as soon as you look, aren't they ace? Honestly, it's just such nice paper. Aren't they cool? Love them. They are so cool. Love them. I had to show you them. Bear with. Sorry. Now I'm not going to spend ages putting them back. But yeah, you had to see them. But yeah, the Metropolitan is seriously busy though, so please check your baskets out. Okay, so what you need to do then, and you will get your scoring tool, please make sure you get your scoring tool, because it'll make your life way easier. Because when you do this, let me just see if I've got mine at hand, or if I need to rummage quite a lot. I know which tub it's in. It is in that tub, but I do need to get a bit of rummage on to get it. So I'll use this for now. Do use your scoring tool, but I am just going to burnish this for now. When you burnish it proper, it really helps the process. So all you do then is glue this down. Okay, now this glue, it is super strong. You don't need tons. Look, I've only used a little bit of that glue. That will absolutely be enough to hold this down. I was using paper clips to do this, and you can see, because there's my paper clips. Oh, I love that I didn't lose my paper clips. But look, it didn't even need my paper clips. But I was just using it. So the way I did it, I do one bit at a time. So do that one, move this round, just fold them in so it's ready to go. Burnish it with my scoring tool, not the end of my doodah, whatever that is. And then pop that round. It's just in that tub there. It doesn't. Oh, Adam's trying to find my scoring tool for me. Thank you, Adam. It's that, I think it should be in there. Thank you, Adam. And see, look. And when you've done that, look, you have got that perfect, look how good that is glued down. Honestly, quick, easy, and very effective. So you're going to go down, you're going to do the whole thing, okay? So you're going to score it, you're going to glue it. Thank you, Adam. Yay! One of my scoring tools. And then bringing that in. Thank you, Adam. I really appreciate that. So bringing this one down now. So this is one I prepared earlier. You will notice I prepared this and did it again correctly, because yeah, I did it wrong at first. So what you've got in here, you've got little lines here. Now they are going to show you where you need to cut. You're going to be cutting to put the ribbon in. So what you've got is Let me show you. So you've got your next template. So your next template is your lining template. Now it is really busy. Please, how much has gone? Sorry, lovely Katie. Right, 60% of the Metropolitan. Remember, this is brand new. 60% of the stock has gone. Okay, so this is your lining template. Again, it's got your top left corner. That is in relation, of course, to the way it's actually falling. Again, don't do what I did. I'm going to show you all my mistakes because, seriously, I don't follow instructions. This is what you do if you don't follow instructions. So you make that beautiful outside cover with the peacock because it's gorgeous, and then you don't follow this. Well, you kind of do, but you forget that, oh yeah, so I did it upside down. See what I've done there? Oh, how annoying is that? So watch where you're going with your paper, so because you don't want to do it upside down. I did the whole thing upside down. Really annoying. And if I show you every mistake I made because I don't read instructions, then when you come to do yours, you'll be like, oh yeah. And Ali, I know Alice covered it in her DVD as well. So with this one, you'll put your little markings on. So one of your markings, and let me get you one of the proper ones to actually show you where we're going. So your markings are going to show you. This one is going to show you, you've got a little tab in there. That's where your little pocketbook is going. So that's there. This is going to show you, you've got your little cuts in the paper. They marry up with this. So that means your actual ribbon goes through, but it only goes through your lining paper. You're not putting it on the other side, so it's really beautiful and neat and tidy. Now this might be where you want to put an extra panel in, because you might want an extra panel under this part to put the ribbon through, because you might want that a little bit stronger. The next bit, so this bit here, is for your pen holder. So your lovely little pen holder is going to go there, and then this little bit here is this one, and that's your little tab for your tag. With these, you can actually tie them onto these tabs if you want to. The choice is yours. So that's where you're going with that one. So what I'm going to do is all I'm going to do is score all these. While I'm doing that, shall we do, because this is the boring bit, so all I'm going to do is cut these now. The bits I've just shown you, I'm just going to cut those. Our lovely Adam is going to give you a quick reminder of how we're getting on and how much stock is left. So over to you, Adam.
Yes, indeed. I love these.
Aren't they gorgeous?
I am adoring all of these. We are very busy now. 70% of your Metropolitan now has already got. Is this the last live only hour today?
We've got 2 hours.
Oh, we've got 2 hours, but I reckon this may not be here later on this evening. So it's worth getting in now if either of you know. So it's all the same item number. It's just different options that you need to choose. All of them are £14.99. And if your budget will stretch for the papers alone, I would be going for more than one of these. 859045 is your item number. First off, you've got your Metropolitan. I adore this paper. It's the first one that we all ran into to look at, because look at that. You're getting 2 sheets of this. Even if you used one for your books, and I would frame the other one. Just peel out some of the buildings and just colour them in. How beautiful would that be? The banks and the shops is in there. Adore them. I really, really do. And alone, as they only said, £2.75 each per sheet is what you're looking at for that one. Not only are you getting that, though, you're also getting your 3 metres of ribbon thrown into there. You're getting your 2 pens as well, which, may I say, write beautifully. They're good writers. You get 4 sheets of the 300 GSM card that's there, which is sort of your cover. So in theory, that's 4 books you're making. And then you've got your 130 as well. You've also got your pockets thrown in. All your stencils are for everything that you need is in it. So just think, these are not just stencils for this project. These are stencils for anything else you're about to do. All your little pockets, so the pockets with the gussets that you've got in there. Your mini journal pads that you've got in there as well. That could be a journal pad of its own. I was sitting on the other side of the studio and I was looking at these and I think, wouldn't it be amazing, especially that little suitcase one over there, little kids' travel books. And like just cut up pictures for them to colour in. You could put a little set of pencils in there. We paid a fortune for these at a party once to give to the kids as little gift bags. with a set of crayons in there. You can order them from, you know, and I'm not knocking them whatsoever, that little, it begins with E, that little e-shop that you can go to where everything's handmade, it all looks amazing, and it was beautiful, it really, really was. But we were talking like $11.99 per kit. Because it had pencils, it had a colouring pad in there as well for the kids. With this, you can make your own. So that's your Metropolitan, 859045 is your item number. Then you've got your peacock. 30% of your peacock has already gone. It's just the quality when you open these up are absolutely beautiful. First of all, a lovely giftable that you're looking at that you get here, but how nice for your diary and stuff like that, just general day stuff that you've got running on all the way through. Place for your tags, but may not be for your tags. This could be a gift card that you're going to make, but you've got the template to do that. You get the beautiful book, and you also get sort of your little PC Plum notepad in there as well. That I also like to do your like little shopping list, those little reminders that you need to create. Different coloured pens as well. I know it's only a small point, but if you are going for all three kits, every pen is slightly different that you get in there. Oh, are they? Oh, they look slightly lighter. Hey ho. But well, they are going to be different pens because you use them at different times. So when one's fading out, one's going to be brighter, isn't it? That get me out of that one. £14.99. You could do with a pen, Katie. Then we've got gold. Love the gold peacock that's in there. Look at that. There's something quite harem, quite Aladdin. Nothing to do with the branches or subsides, but just so you know. It's absolutely, once again, covered by her back, that you've got in there. And you're getting all the templates as well. £14.99 for the templates alone. It is worth the templates alone for £14.99, because I reckon once you start making these... Oh, you're also getting the DVD from Our Alley. So it's like having Our Alley at home with you. That will guide you through every step of the way. But I reckon once you've made one, I reckon you'll start thinking about this. Oh, I could do that with them. Oh, I could do that with them. Oh, I've got that paper that I don't really know what to do with. Oh, I've got all that graphic 45 that I bought from last time from Artina. I could use that and all. You could. There is so many. I think the concept on this works. And it is true, yeah, the special papers that you don't want to cut into, you could work on this. And because it's 300 GSM as well, the outer cardstock, I reckon if you've got fusible webbing, you could use material. You could use some of your nice materials. You know, the materials that you don't really want to use, and you're like, I don't want to cut into that, but I want a big enough project for using. You could use that. It's quite easy to use your material. £14.99, 859045 is your item number that we are looking for. Are you all right? What you lost?
This time I'm trying to find my crocodile, because I thought to myself, oh, it's on my trolley. But is it on that trolley? Is it heck? So anyway, it don't matter. Be right.
I got your larger spatula things out as well. In the bag.
Oh, thank you.
I found those ones. I found a small one, but then I was on my knees.
Oh, you're a hero.
You don't get that with Yanis, I can tell you right now.
Oh, it's a hero. Okay, so I've cut those little bits. So then what you want to do, with your lovely, your book cover. Okay, now I'm going to put my ribbon in the book cover before I start to put the lining in. So you've got a little notch there, and then let's pop a little notch there. So I'm using my craft knife. I need to go through a couple of times. And then with the hole, now normally I'd punch that out with my crocodile, but I've put that in a safe place. Oh, this is a thing, isn't it? I really thought it were on my trolley of everything, but it isn't on my trolley of everything. So I don't know where it is. So unfortunately I am cutting a hole out. But yeah, this will go your good old crocodile or a hole punch, or you can do what I'm doing. And the ones I did, the ones I were doing at home, I cut them out because obviously I thought my crocodile were at work. Very frustrating. But anyway, so you're doing that first of all, and then you get your ribbon. Now, you have got the most beautiful ribbon. I must admit, if you are lucky enough to get, you know, if you're lucky enough to get 3 kits and, you know, you're sharing it, you're going to give the DVD away or the templates away, but keep all the other gubbins yourself, because you essentially could do that. You know, that's a full kit. I must admit, all of these colours go with this one, particularly the grey, obviously, but particularly that one. I just think that goes really nice. And I must admit, when I started doing this one, I actually wanted to put the grey with that, because I think that looks quite nice together as well. So you will end up mixing and matching it, you know, you'll end up doing your own thing with it. So what you're doing with this, okay, I'm going to put this in front of me because I guarantee I will forget which way around it goes. So your actual ribbon, and I love the way that Ali's done this, and it's really nice because it looks really professional. So your ribbon, you don't see at the back of it, okay? So it means it's coming in from here, okay? And then, let me have, no, I always have to have a think about this. It's coming in from there. So it's coming in from there. You'll then take it through that lovely little slice that I have created. Let me find it again. There it is. There. So it's coming in on that lovely little slice, which is there. I've only got 15 minutes. I knew this would take me a little while, but it's okay. We've got another show at 7. And then you take the ribbon. This is beautiful ribbon. It flows. I mean, it's such good quality grosgrain ribbon. It's absolutely beautiful. And then make sure you don't get it twisted while you're threading it through. Obviously, make sure when you're pulling it, you've got enough ribbon so when you close your book up, you're going to be able to tie the bow at the front there. So before you chop that off, give it a little go, eyeball it, make sure you've got enough ribbon. Beautiful ribbon. You're getting 3 meters of that. So you are getting a lot of ribbon. So you're popping that on first of all, because then, I keep checking now, because obviously I did it wrong. I'm double checking, triple checking that I've got it the right way around. But then you're putting your actual layer in. Now I have done an extra page. So this extra page is actually for the notebook. So how you do that bit, okay, I'm actually going to glue this on in a second. So you just take your ribbon that I've gone and tied it up. This is going to be for, and I'm hoping I've cut, I might have been a bit stingy with how I've cut my yeah, I am. I've been a bit stingy. It's because it's really nice quality ribbon, is this. It's a really nice thick ribbon. So I'll just make that a bit longer. And it is way more than you need. But the thing is, once you've made a few of these, you will absolutely get carried away. You'll be making loads of these, like our lovely Ali did, actually. Right, I'm going to get a fair bit for this one. There we are. Let's take that, like so. And you will get a DVD, so don't worry. Oh, I had a lovely question from Helen. Hello there, Helen. Could you put them in your die cutting machine to emboss them? Yes. So your templates, could you put them in your die cutting machine to actually cut round them? Yes, you could. Absolutely. It'll emboss it, so it'll make it easier. You'll be able to see that line. So yeah, that's a great idea, great way of using it. And obviously something like that then, it's quick and easy as well, isn't it? You'll need A4 because they're big templates, because obviously this is big. In fact, let me have a little look, see, because let me show you an A4 piece of paper, because it might just be a bit bigger. Let me just see. Template. See, it might be bigger. See, it is bigger than A4, but if you've got, so it is bigger than A4, so you'd have to do it. How would you do that? Oh, she's got an extender plate. You're sorted. Helen, you are sorted. She already thought about that. She was way ahead of me on that curve. She was like, yeah, don't worry, Leonie, I know it's bigger than A4. It took you ages to work that out, Leonie, but I knew. So popping glue there again. So this is actually, the paper. Now, I love the way that they've designed this as well, because the way this has been designed, you don't see that ribbon that's going to come through your book, but you don't see it on the other side of this. So it means your cover is really neat and tidy. It's a beautiful design. That is really important, especially, you know, when you're working with your papers like this and you want a full story, you don't want loads of ribbon on this side. So it's really nice that it's hidden. It's neat and tidy, but it's also doing the job, you know, so it's functional, but it's beautiful. Now, Ali did use on hers, she did use the other side of the paper, so I decided to use the other side of the paper. However, let's face it, if I was doing this again, not a chance. I'd be using a different paper for the inside of this, because this is lovely. However, the texture on this is beautiful. It's really, really pretty. Now, already 3/4 of the stock has gone. It's super, super busy. So I'm going to take these little They're like little tabs. So you have got within your templates, you've got your little template for that as well. So that's going to be one of them. I'm going to pop there. I've already glued it. I've been a bit ahead of myself there. So you're only gluing that little tab bit like so. And what will be interesting, like I haven't seen Ali's DVD yet, but when I watch it, I bet there's bits that I've done different to Ali, and that's what you will do. You know, you'll do your own little bits, you'll do your own little, you know, you'll cut corners here, and you'll do this differently, and you'll want to do this. And that's the, let's face it, that's the good thing about making things like this. Now, hold on a minute. I did have my bookmark bit. Bear with. Oh, I've only got 10 minutes. Now is not the time to lose things. That's annoying, isn't it? It's okay, it's really quick to make one. So, with all your lovely templates, so I have got my template for, there it is, so our little pen strap. So with your little pen strap, dead easy. What I would do with your pen strap though, I mean, you can use all your scraps for your pen strap, because look, it only needs to be that wide, which is super, but I would double this over just to make it a bit stronger. So again, just get your glue. I will have a cheeky little pen strap knocking about already prepared, so just fold that over. And I mean, again, it's so easy. So he's on his hands and knees again trying to find my pen. Oh, hero, one I prepared earlier. You're the best competition winner though, because you're actually going, oh, she needs this, she needs that. Thank you, Adam. So just draw around it and then you're cutting it out. Hooray! So that's your pen strap holder. Now again, there's different ways of doing this, and Ali will show you different ideas and different tips and techniques. The one I did like that Ali did, and I'll just make that a little bit wider, so making sure when you use your craft knife, and your craft knife is your best friend. Again, at home, for some bizarre reason, I didn't have a craft knife. What kind of crafter am I? So you take your good old glue, pop it through first of all. And we have got cues on those phones. If you don't want to sit on the phone in the queue, then please do head over to the website. So take your pen, and the way to do this, the way I did this, I just made sure that A, my pen was going to go in perfect, but B, that it was going to hold it in place. So you don't want to put this on and make it, make it too tight, so you can't actually get your pen in there. So if you pop that on, so before you glue it, again, just double check. So double check at the widest part of the pen that you're actually making it, and get your glue. So you're actually making it so it will house your pen. And again, the lovely thing is with this, that glue is strong enough. That is going to hold it. But it just makes it a little bit stronger when you've doubled it over. Again, if you wanted to put extra pages like this one on there to reinforce any of these, then you can absolutely do that. Now, next thing, so I think I've done all of that. Next thing, I'm just going to make sure, before I glue anything together, I'm just going to make sure that this goes through there, because if it doesn't, all I need to do, perfect. All I need to do, if it didn't, I just widen that. But making sure it's okay. That one I need to widen a little bit. Move my ribbon so I don't cut my ribbon, because that would be bad, wouldn't it? I don't think I've ever done a proper demo like this before, have I? That sounds really bad, considering that is absolutely my job. But when it's start to finish and I'm actually explaining what I'm doing, normally I feel like I'm going, just slap this here and go for it. This is like proper. Okay, so that all the other companies I represent, I do proper demos all the time. I always do my job, I promise. So what I'm going to do now is start to glue this down. Again, you can create a glue wash with this. So as Ali was saying, if you water it down, and actually, I mean, that would be a really good way of working with it, because obviously if you create a glue wash, not only do you get a big surface area, not only are you covering a nice large surface area, but the thing is with it, you're making sure that you get the full well, it's a full coverage, but also you're making your glue go further as well. So just popping that down, making sure it's glued properly, and that glue, I mean, that is perfect. It looks like it's so professional, isn't it? It's just so professional. Pull it, I'm so stupid at times. Just pull that. I thought, oh, have I glued that already? No, Leonie, you put your ribbon in it. Just easing that ribbon away for a second and then popping the glue on like so. So just easing that off like that. I wanted to get that through properly, first of all, just to make sure, because I know what I'm like. A lot of this I have to do for me. Do you know what I mean? Because I know what kind of crafter I am. And when it comes to measuring and stuff, I have to double check everything because my measuring. So if I can do things like this, then everybody else absolutely can. So coming in now, I tell you what I have forgot to do though. I forgot to put a hole there, but actually no, I'm not bothered on this one. I didn't on mine actually. There we go. Oh my gosh, I've only got 5 minutes. Quick. So popping this on now, tightening that up, speed it up, Leonie, and then pull this over. So again, I'm just making sure that's nice and flush like so, and that's nice and flush. Perfect. Then get your bone folder, whatever it is that you've got, and start to really work those wonderful edges, making sure the paper is nicely glued down, because of course you will still need this to fold. The way this has been designed, your pen holder is in the right place. I'm covering up this one. Ali did different things, so again that'll be your choice. So Ali put the hole in that one. On some of them, on some she didn't, and I quite liked it. I quite like sort of covering the ribbon. I kind of like that, but again, that's up to you. So you've got that beautiful finish. Now, what is important, obviously, is making sure your score lines are really nice, neat score lines. So what I'd absolutely do, when you go through now, get your bone folder and make those lines really nice and sharp. So you're going to take... Oops, daisy. So you're going to take your bone folder and you're making sure they're really nice, sharp lines. So again, oh, I love this. I love how it comes together. Now, I've obviously with this one, you take your time. Your first ones, you do take your time with it. But honestly, the more you do, the speedier you get. Because now I know what I'm doing, my next one will be way quicker because I won't have to think about it as much. But have a look at that. How cool does that look? And that's before I've even decorated it. And I love it because that side looks so professional. I think that just looks so beautiful. You've then got, now I know I haven't got much time, so what you've then got, you've got that beautiful little, your pocket, and that is so cute. Now, the way this has been designed, you can tell I'm rushing now, can't you? I've all of a sudden started speeding up in the way I talk. So you'll take your little template, again, just draw around it, dead easy. So it just gives you that lovely, the score lines, so easy to do. But that means when you actually put your little pocket on, all you're doing, you're only gluing that outside edge, because that'll give you the actual pocket. So you're taking these, take it round like so. And then when you pop this down, so make sure you squidge it. You don't want to pop it, there you go. So squidge it in so you're getting that lovely, perfect little pocket. Like so. 2 minutes. I wanted to do loads. I wanted to get me ephemera stickers on it and everything. But look how cute that is. So that's your lovely little pocket. And because it's got so much, because it's got that right good gusset, it means that when you're popping your little book in there, it means that you can get a decent book in there. Now, I've only done it out of paper. I must admit, that pocket I would actually make out of the other paper and then put this over the top of it. So I'd actually make it out of, not the really heavyweight cord, but the other paper, and then just put a panel on front, because that would be a bit stronger. So that's what I do with this one. With this, my little, so that's your first little journal. Now there's a few different ways of doing this, and of course Ali's going to take you through that. You've got your little, your little support, if you will, that can go through all your pages and keep this together if you wanted to. Or you can actually use your beautiful posh elastic band and pop this along your pages like so. Oops, I did that wrong. So you can actually pop this, 40 seconds. That'll actually keep that in situ. You'll glue your last page. Oh, we've got 30 seconds. Everybody, thank you very much indeed. We are back at 7 o'clock. I'll have fun just decorating at 7 o'clock and having a lovely time. You get a DVD. Everything I've been telling you, Ali's going to take you through in way more detail. She's going to show you lots more variations as well. But honestly, when you actually get this kit home, you are going to make things that look super professional. So don't forget to check your baskets out. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Thank you for finding all my bits. See you at 7. Oh, sorry, Studio Light. It's Jenny's Mindful Thingies. You've then got visual embroidery and then Dolly Dimples, 5th birthday.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Yeah, we're on now, Lou. That's it. We're ready. It's our turn again. It's our turn again. Here we are for a third time together in this 24 hours, which is absolutely brilliant. And we're having a very much a new awakening, aren't we, Lou, with us?
Yes, we are.
We are.
I loved it. We had a great 8 o'clock last night.
Didn't we? Yeah.
Absolutely great.
Yeah, if you didn't get the chance to see last night, because we inadvertently thought that that hour was going to be going out right the way through the night. It was actually the launch hour that ended up going out through the night last night. So I'm just going to word to the wise, if you love what you see in this hour, and you want to relive the fun that we had yesterday, just go on to Rewind and look at the 8 o'clock show from last night. Completely different feel because we pre-recorded it in the afternoon to go out while the thingy was on last night. And it's a really, really chilled out hour. We really get deep and meaningful, don't we? Today we're on a completely different page, let me tell you. But this is all about mindfulness. It's the brand new collection from Studio Light. It's Janini and her wonderful world to escape in. The space of the space of space, really, is what I was leading to there, because there's a lots of space in this collection for your mind to mindfully wander into and through and around. Now, you know, because I've been telling you for the last 24 hours or so, that this entire collection, the brand new New Awakening collection from Janini, all available, everything you see on the counter in front of you there, all available in one collection for, if you're a Freedom member, less than £100. If you're not a Freedom member, it's a why not. And you've got so much to go out. I'm just going to do a quick left to right, and then we'll break it down into little pieces. Because in this collection, you've got rice papers, you've got brand new stencils, you've got 2 lots of the one-day special, which is 8x8s, it's stamps and dies. 2 lots of those are in the complete collection. You've got the die-cut book there with 170 elements, is it, I think, in there? More than 500 elements, actually. Plus then you've got the sticker book, and you've got the brand new alphabet stencils as well, which are really, really cool. You've got another 8x8, which is a mix of papers as well. Some are vellum, some are paper. And you've got the 12x12 papers, which are exquisite, let me tell you, and only available in that big bundle. Now, we're massively busy on this one. The great thing is that we've broken that down into 3 flexis for you as well. As I say, the savings are so massive on this that actually it's a why not deal. So if you're not a Freedom member, the savings kind of pay for your Freedom membership, and then you can say, ha-ha, phooey to postage for the rest of the month, which is a lovely feeling. So you can kind of test out Freedom at the same time. It's really, really good. I would definitely do it. Let's start breaking it down, though. Where should we go? Let's go to the one-day special first. Now, there are 2 configurations of the one-day special. Let's start with the top row here. Now, this is your 8x8 paper pad. You've got the 2 stamp sets and the die cuts here as well, which are absolutely exquisite. This one is called Musical Mindfulness. It's really, really lovely. If I just show you the 8x8 papers, again, they're really, really gorgeous. They're really, really atmospheric as well. So you can see you've got really, really nice, sophisticated colour tones. Look at the space as well that these papers give you to wander through, to decorate, and they are just beautiful. There is a musical nod in some of these pages as well. Some of them are like a fancy old notebook. They're just really, really nice. We were evoking many memories last night, thanks to the 8x8. You've also got 2 stamp sets as well, and Lou's kindly stamped them out. One's a little bit more sort of nature inspired. You've got the olives going on there. You've got the butterflies. The other one is this big, beautiful vintage musical score, and there's lots you can do with that. It's beautiful. Now, there's also a die cut set in here, and it cuts out these beautiful, like little index tabs. You know, the old roller address book systems that you used to have. It's a very similar kind of concept for that, but Lou showed us in yesterday's demos how you could just exclude the little tabs there at the top, and then you've got tags, and you've got call-outs, and you've got little notes and all sorts as possibilities for that. It's brilliant, it really is. It's a £10 saving on the one-day special. We pinched that £10 saving. I'm just going to take it right now for the complete collection, because we take that one and we take the one from the other option of the one-day special, which is the bottom row down there. This is called Chrysalis Creations. A different paper pad on this one, which is superb. We love a paper pad, don't we? Anyway, we love indulging in a paper pad. Very serene, lots and lots of open spaces, lots of evocative images as well. Where's the little Piper boy? I think he's in this one, Lou, isn't he?
Yeah, he is there.
The one that reminded me of my school trip to Belgium to see that figure. Yes, that's the one. Yes,
sat on a rock.
That reminded me of something else later, but I don't think I went into the whole mannequin piece thing yesterday. But I'm
who stuck his finger in a dike or something like that. What it was?
Offer. Was it Offer who stuck his finger in? I don't know.
No, the Dutch lad to stop it.
Who was that? Meg will look it up.
Yeah.
I don't know. Here are the 2 stamp sets. There was something about a boy that put his finger in a dike.
Yeah, and he stopped the world from flooding.
This has two, yes, it did. It saved Holland, didn't it? Yeah. 2 stamp sets. One's a lot more flora and fauna, as you can see, and it's very, very serene. It's sort of fantasy garden. And the other one is more like sort of vintage postmarks. It's almost like love letters from the past. It's absolutely beautiful. And again, that has a die set. The die set for this one is, again, it's like a little sort of journal page. There's a musical sort of saxophone going on, and what Lou thought was a belt, and Katie thought it was a recorder. It's actually a flute, isn't it, in there? You've got musical notes and all sorts going on in the die cuts. Again, £10 saving on that option of the one-day special. I'll be pinching that saving for the main collection as well. Thank you very much. I'll have that. Thank you. This is, everything's going out, by the way, because this is coming from Oi Land, from the Netherlands. So 23rd of July, this is going out for you. So that's the detail for the one-day special. Next, the rice papers. The rice papers are absolutely adorable, let me tell you. Again, lots and lots of serenity. Lou will be making use of the rice papers in this hour as well. I mean, look at that as a scene. It's just beautiful. I love those oversized florals. I just think they are brilliant. They are crying out for decorating, for upcycling, for just feeling and loving and looking, because they're such evocative images and there's so many elements to them. They are beautiful. There's another little sort of statue of a little piper there as well. It's lovely. I mean, look at that.
You really inspired me last night when you said you've got such a sense of space that you can continue with, or just leave it.
Yeah. Because it's a mindful collection, isn't it? So
Totally.
actually spend some time with the papers and with the images and just examine and see what it provokes within you.
Absolutely.
See what it reminds you of. I mean, you know, we were dragging up lots and lots of memories last night. And again, with the whole mindful thing, use that as a window into something.
Yeah, absolutely.
What am I, you know, where's my journey going? What am I doing with this? It's really, really lovely. And look at that with the butterflies there, and so beautifully illustrated. The rice paper's gorgeous. I mean, you'll see how beautiful it is to work with in just a moment. So the rice papers there have a £6 saving as well. I'll just be taking that £6 saving as well. Thank you very much. Oh, comes with... no, sorry. Yes. So that's the rice papers on their own. Sorry, I nearly jumped ahead there. Next set, which we're breaking down, is the stencils and the journal. The stencils are absolutely genius. Now, on 2 of the 3 stencils there, you've got a twofer, really, haven't you? Because you've got, on the first set, you've got those 2 different, very different sort of mandalas. I was just thinking, on your memory box that you're about to do, if you've got your mixed media pastes, you could get those onto your memory boxes and things like that as well, couldn't you, with those? I love the one in the middle with the 2 different sort of stone textures. Actually, Lou very kindly stenciled it out for us as well. So you've got a really, really irregular kind of brickwork going on in half of the stencil, which I love, and you can decorate that up with foliage and all sorts and lots of different colour tones. And the other half is like stone paving. It could be, you know, an alpine garden. You can interpret it in lots and lots of different ways. And then the other stencil has a little bit of everything going on. That's one full stencil which you can take out into its elements: the window on the world, the musical notes, the foliage, the mandalas, the sunshine or sunset. Interpret it as you will. So you get the 3 stencils there, but you also get a journal. Oh, yeah, you also get a journal in this bundle, which is really cool. I love, love, love this. It's got a one-touch fastening on the outside, and it comes with the pages as well. You get 5 of the craft card, 5 of the black, and 15 of the white as well. So, again, use the elements that you've got in your rice papers and other bits and pieces to decorate that up. Decorate the outside, of course, of that with the rice papers too. It'll just love that. Whichever way up. Anyway, it comes with that bundle, and thank you very much. I'll be... Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. I can't reach it. I can't.
Get it quick. Right, you can have mine.
Thank you. I'll have that. Right, I'll have that £8 saving for the complete collection, because we take all the savings and then we have an extra saving on the complete collection, so you can get absolutely everything that you see here for less than £100 as a Freedom member. Split down into 3. Right, next, now, this has been massively popular through today individually, and you will see, as soon as I have a little flick through this, you'll see exactly why. So this is a book full of 500 pop-out die-cut elements, I know, in one. It's absolutely brilliant. So these all pop out. You can see you just have to sort of pop them out very, very simply.
Useful.
No white edges, Lou, as well, you said on these.
No white edges, and the little bits in between, you can colour them to match the papers that you're using.
Of course you can. I mean, look at how bold and how beautiful the images are. You've just got to have them. And they key in really, really nicely with what's in the 8x8 pads and in the 12x12s as well. Everything goes together just beautifully. And to lay over the rice papers, you laid some over the rice papers, didn't you, last night in the project for the 8 o'clock show, which is wonderful. But that's just half of this. That's just half of this bundle, because you also have a little sticker book. Now, again, this is genius, because the stickers have been done in like a craft card colour, some of the alphabets, and in the black as well, which is great for the journal. But then there's lots more, because you've got lots and lots of big phrases going on here. Now, I think, personally, if you already have Leonie's Studio Light sticker book, Clarity sticker book, I think this will go really, really nicely with that. But the emphases are completely and utterly different on the phrasing there. So you've got things like, if you can't think of a reason to continue, it's time to start over. The best time for new beginnings is now. There's all sorts going on here. I'm not giving up, I'm starting over. Old ways don't open new doors. Oh, that's definitely a good one. Blimey, that chimes with that conversation we were having earlier, Lou, which we won't share with you right now. But so, the sticker book and the over 500 die cuts there, £11.48, and oh, thank you very much. I'll be taking that £4 saving to the big collection as well, which is lovely. Now, down here, these are all brand new from Studio Light, by the way. We only launched these last night at 6 o'clock. We were talking about an alphabet stencil, and I said, you know what, I haven't seen one for years and years and years. And producer Katie yesterday said to me, well, did you never have one of those at school? And I was like, well, yeah, I did, but it was like, if you wanted to do a B, there was the stick down was one bit, and then the two curves were two other bits, and then you had to join them all up, and it looked a bit naff. These are all complete letters in, don't you agree, a really, really interesting font as well. It's a fascinating font. I think it's really full of character. It's got a lot going for it, without being too fancy schmancy.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
And those lines, you can either cut those lines, or I thought you could use them as a line to put your lettering on.
Yeah.
To keep it straight.
Yeah.
So, or you can cut them down and put them on a key ring so that they're always hanging near your desk or something.
Oh, and by the way, the two alphabet stencils there, they're only half the deal with that as well, because the other half of the deal is this most incredible mixed paper pad, of which, look, the first few pages, they're vellum.
Oh, they're
I
beautiful.
know.
Look at those butterflies.
I know. They're just awesome.
You could put that in a frame.
Yeah.
And it'd be done, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It'd be brilliant. Again, you've got those big, big phrases in there, again in vellum, and then you go to the papers, which are almost like a replica of the pop-outs, the die cuts. But this time you can fussy cut them, or you can tear them out. You can do all sorts with them. It's great to have. A lot of people are buying the big collection, and they're having an extra set of these, I would imagine, because they're just so lovely to have. Some of them are ATC size as well. They're sort of replications of the 8x8s and the 12x12s, again with new inspiration. Now, what's that the door to? Do you know what I mean? Or what is that you're leaving behind? Maybe that closed door. Because a closed door can be as inspiring as an open door.
Yeah.
I heard a phrase the other day, which was when the past calls, let it go to voicemail. It's got nothing new to say.
Yeah, that's nice, isn't it?
Isn't that a good one?
It
Oh,
is.
thank you very much. Hang on.
Get your savings. Come on.
I haven't forgotten.
Don't forget your
Thank you.
savings.
£6. I'll have that saving for the big collection. And the 12x12 papers. Now, this sold out within, what, 7 minutes last night?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
On its own, sold out within 7 minutes. I don't even know why am I showing you it on its own? There's no need to.
Right, you can only get that in the big kit now,
Yeah,
can't
that's
you?
it. So, everything here, from the rice papers and the new stencils, both of the one-day specials. You've got the alphabet stencils and the mixed vellum paper pad and the die cuts and the stickers and the 12x12s, all of that. The saving is something like, altogether, it's something like £87 plus, because you know I pinched all the savings from the individuals, and then we gave you the extra saving for the one-day special, which we always do. This is on 3 flexis for you as well, which I think is just awesome. So you can get this home right now for £33.04. plus your no, not plus your P&P. Yes, plus your P&P if you're not a Freedom member. But if you're not a Freedom member, you'd become one if you were buying this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would.
Because the saving would pay for the Freedom membership. So you're getting so much in this collection. And Janini is, honestly, isn't she? She's so inspiring.
Yep.
She's so insightful.
Huge following, you know. Huge following
Oh,
in the
I'm not
Netherlands.
surprised.
Really, really big following in the Netherlands because of this distinct, beautiful chic. It's subtle, but bright. It's not bright. It's subtle, but bright, but not vibrant. I don't know if that makes sense.
And the thing is, though, it leaves room for you. There are some complete collections that you think, OK, well, I can cut A and B to make C, and then that will be the way that the creator created it anyway. There's not much of me in that.
There's no interpretation, is it?
Absolutely.
Black and white, that way or no way. Whereas these do leave you with your own inspiration, and that leads you in your own way.
It's very thought-provoking as well.
It is.
It's
That's what it should be.
Yeah, but it's evoked even in us. Like, it's evoked so many different emotions, feelings, recollections.
But the amount of inspiration that you get from that is unbelievable, because you'll start with one eye, well, I certainly did, and then but as our conversation was going and as the hour was going, each hour I've had with Derek, it's been like one thing and I'll do that, and I'm like, oh, I could do that, do that, because you need inspiration from other people.
Yeah.
And this is one way, inspiration from you and Janina, and then your own inspiration makes it endless.
It's brilliant, and there's still plenty of room for yours as well. So, we're doing a memory box, are we, this hour?
Yeah, I thought we would. I mean, I've done all the books and everything and the pages, and I just thought this is just absolutely stunning. So, the papers I cannot get over, they're absolutely wonderful. So, I looked through everything and I decided that there's bits of this, bits of that. But what I wanted to do was give something like a prompt or an inspiring thought. I love the sticker book. And I thought, well, why don't I use this inside? So you get the dies in the one-day special. And I'm going to use this that was on the Pentart show. So if Derek would pass me them, I can just show you. The little dies, green ones.
Oh, yes.
Right next to you.
Oh, these ones, darling. Yes.
Sorry, thank you very much.
There you are, Mother.
And what you can do is use them as inspirational quotes. And put them in there. And then you've got them. So if you've got pieces of poetry or anything, you don't have to write it on a scrappy bit of paper. Write it on that.
Yeah.
And then you could have one for every day, saying, right, OK. Or I tell you what we've done in the past in the group, Facebook group. We've said, why don't we put a colour, an idea, and then a theme, and then you pull one out when you get stuck.
That's brilliant.
And then you put these in here. I really like that. I just thought, what a nice little way, because you're writing it down, right? Make it nice when you write it down. It doesn't have to be scrappy, does it? So I thought it was another way of using them, because I just like using them.
Yeah.
And they're beautiful. So anyway.
Nice to go back and visit.
It is. And why not make the box wonderful? So what I'm doing is I'm just using matte medium. It's a bit gluey, I'm sorry, but it's just because I've left it in the open. But you can use any glue of your choice. You don't have to use matte medium. You can use PVA, which is fine. I'm just wetting this down a little bit. Now, the products that I had on this morning, honestly, we didn't plan it, but they just worked. They just worked so well, because the paints are so subtle and stuff, but the gels work with the tissue paper, with the rice papers we've got. So it was like, it was well planned.
Like it was meant to be, yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't, well, they might say it was, but I bet it wasn't. But anyway, so I'm just going to put this on here, and I just want it, don't worry too much about the lock or the hinges. You can take it all off if you want, but I prefer to glue it all on and then cut it as I've done it, because if I do it the other way, I'll never get the screws back in. Never.
Yeah.
So I decided I'm going to let that get tacky, and I went through all my books. Now I love this tealy colour, I love the greens, I love the blues. So I just thought there's loads of things in here I'm going to use. This is just stunning. This absolutely stunning. So I've gone through my little book and I've picked out all the little butterflies that I want. So I've clicked out loads of these, and then I'm looking for some of these that'll work. So go through your book, look at the colours, pick all the stuff out. Now I thought that page is stunning, and that would look beautiful, because if I was to cut, I wanted to use Mr. Kingfisher, but because of where he is, if I put him on this little box here, I'm going to chop him in half. It don't look right. So if I do that with a butterfly, where's my butterflies gone? Here. You know, chopping that in half won't have the same sort of impact on it. So that's what I thought. Just be, you know, wary of what you're cutting up. So anyway, that's what I thought. So I'll get this. I need to put a little bit more water on it. Another tip is always use a brush that you keep for glue, because if you start using your good paintbrushes for it, it'll never get all the glue out.
Yeah.
Well, you can try,
yeah.
but I doubt it. So I'm going to use this, the 12x12, there's one on that, but I thought it was a little bit tight, but you could use that one. And it just looks, actually I'm using this one, like I said, because the butterflies are there, and basically, all you do, this is a strong paper, this. It's not coated, so you can do your own thing. So I'm putting a bit of matte medium on the back of this as well, and then that way I'm going to get a better stick when I put the two together, because the stronger the paper, the harder it is to stick.
Yeah, it's pretty hefty. In the 8x8s, it's 170 GSM, so.
And that's a really good weight. Now I love as it is the little straps on here. I just think it's perfect. So I'm not going to bother with that. I'm just going to chop out, and I'm not bothered about this either, because I'm going to do it like you do a light bulb or a plug.
Oh, okay. If you're a DIYer.
Yeah. If you want to just push it. Now, what I mean by that is I'm just going to make a hole there so that I can push it down, rip it, doesn't matter, and then go back over it. So just do this. Honestly, it looks worse than what it is, because once you've opened it, you can stick it all down. Right, there we go. So push that down there, get that there, and then glue that. And this is for people who don't want to sort of mess about, because this will put, I can guarantee this will put people off if they think that they're going to have to sort of take the hinges off, do this, they won't do it. So you just cut it off, there you go. Do it again here. And if you use the edge of your paintbrush, the little pointy bit, let me just show you. I mean, I've been doing it a while, so if you use a pointy bit, you can just...
Oh, yeah, just to...
Yeah. And if you comb over the way it grows like that, the way the paper goes, you can make it invisible then.
Yeah.
So, and then push that back down, and we can do the same for this. Now, don't worry if you're missing a bit in the middle, because a bit of paint will cover that. So, I've used one side as the straight edge. I'll just show you what I mean. Make sure, because I've put glue on this paper, it's made it soft, so make sure that you've got a good blade. Right, it comes to this, so what I do then...
It's like changing rooms, this, isn't it?
Great.
But I like it.
Which one am I? Anna, the other one, or what's his name? Lawrence.
Anna Ryder Richardson, that's it, isn't it?
I met the other one.
How do I know her name?
Isn't it really nice, though?
Did you see as well, the gallery just found us a picture of the boy in the dike.
See, I told you, it's not just me being funny. There is a lad with his finger in a dike.
Yeah, it's a statue and it looks very uncomfortable.
And he stuck his finger in the dike and it saved the whole world.
Yeah.
Right, I've got a bit missing there, but that doesn't matter. So, I'm going to do the same here. I am making this look a lot more difficult than what it is, but it's not this difficult. I am not going to do the sides because I'll probably take an hour doing this, never mind how else. So be careful when you do it, because if you do it right, you can just push that across there, and my advice is just chop this a little bit bigger than what you need. So here, I'm just going to chop that bit there, and then that way I can push it in and not worry. So I'm pushing that down, and then this is called easing in the fullness, and all that is just snip it, and then that allows you to stick that in and then chop it down. And if you like me...
You've been watching the fabric shows, haven't you?
I used to make all my own clothes.
Here's the way to go round a corner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
when I was a
notching.
kid, I was a bit of a new romantic punk / whatever, you know, Northern Soul, all that stuff. So I made my own clothes. And where there's a will, there's a way. So, oh yeah. Right, here we're doing the same. I'm only going to concentrate on the front. I'm not going to concentrate on the back. But this is strong paper. The reason I'm doing it like this is to show you that if you've been put off in the past of using strong papers, don't be, because they are quite easy. And another way you can do it is you can, that looks really dodgy, that, but I'll cover it up. You can sort of put it flat down, try and draw a pattern and then do it, but that takes a lot of faffing.
Yeah.
Right, so put that in there. You're supposed to make, what you do with this is wait till it's dried and then cut it. And then what happens is you've got these like little bits here and they look dodgy now, but when you have actually cut that, it all, just nick it like that, it goes straight in and you won't see it. So what we've got is our lovely, oh no, our lovely, please be careful with this knife.
Yeah, obviously take a bit more time than we're going to have this afternoon.
Don't make it as dodgy as this. So I've got that on there.
That's great.
Right, I like that, but I want to do the ends, but I don't want to put paper on. It's actually easier to put paper on these than it is to put anything else. So all I want to do is just put the paper on here, but I'm going to use some of the scraps of this rice paper because I just think that butterfly there. Oh no, please, that's it.
There we go. They'll get a headache otherwise.
Oh, that just so annoying me, that, because I'm absolutely...
You'd have to live with that forever, wouldn't you?
I couldn't do it. You're supposed to just... I couldn't do it. It'd be like just saying that about the screen before, won't we? It was saying it's the studio light.
Oh yes, when we start the show, the opener you see, the little animation you see for studio light, starts on our screens while they're doing all the countdown 30, 29 and all that. Has a little butterfly on the edge of the corner. We were looking at the screen and I thought something was stuck to the screen. It wasn't. It was this little butterfly that starts flying when the little animation goes, and it was bothering me.
Yeah, it was. We're both like,
yeah.
Is that right? And then we're walking past it going.
Yeah.
So quite funny. Right.
Is that
so
actually there or not?
Yeah. Is it there? And so I've done that. I've put that on there, which has completely covered it now. So, and I've got the yellows and I've got the teals. But just to show you that I can use this, just follow it round. And now that there, so I know that line should start
For
here.
the join, yeah.
And then you just go across and you know it's here as well. So that's all you do. And having that little bit missing near the lock allows you to cut it. Now, if it does pull, that's because it's still wet, so you shouldn't be doing it when it's wet. Right, let's see if it opens.
Yeah.
So what you can do while it's open is, if you've got one of these grater things, here it is. If you do this, this allows all the edges to be more sealed down.
What's that tool you've got there?
It looks like you use your feet, but it's a file. It's all different edges to it. And then
I thought it was one of those pet groomers, to be honest.
And then you've got the...
Oh,
so you can do all sorts with it. It's really handy.
That's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, and it helps you to sort of, like here, if you don't want to wait, you just...
And that roughs it away?
It cuts it away, yeah. So you can
brilliant.
just pull it away like that, and you've got a nice straight edge that when I apply like paint and inks to it, because I've sanded it, it draws it in, so you get a lovely edge. So here now we've got this. Now, I want to sort of create a little bit of a sort of finish on here. Not so much that it needs it, but just so that I've got something I can stick my stuff on.
Okay.
So,
do you mind if I have a little wander off just for a minute?
Oh no, please do.
No,
I
just
can cut
for a
my
minute, because this is like an ongoing story.
Oh no, please do.
So
please
this
do.
will continue, but I want to remind you of everything that's kind of available in the show. If you want the complete collection, that's the details that are on the screen right now. Remember, that's like an A to Z of Janini's fabulous New Awakening connection. It's the rice papers, it's the brand new stencils with the mini journal, which has all of its pages in it. It's brilliant. It's both options of the one-day special, which is 2 different 8x8 pads, 4 different stamp sets between both of the one-day specials. They come with a die-cut set as well. You've got the brand new alphabet stencils, which are just amazing. You've got the pop-outs, the die-cut pop-outs. There's over 500 elements there. You've got the sticker book, which is in all different colours as well, craft card colour, black. Nice big statements in there. There's another 8x8 there as well, which is a mix of vellums and papers, and that has statements and sentiments in as well, plus the 12x12 papers for this collection, which you can only get in this big collection. Now, for those of you who are thinking, okay, you know, it might be too far a stretch for the entire collection, you can break it down into smaller bundles. The one-day special, for instance, is an 8x8, 2 sets of stamps and a die cut. There are 2 options there for you. You've got Musical Mindfulness, which has a slightly more musical theme, as the name might suggest, and you also have the other one, which is Chrysalis Creations, which is a little bit more nature-inspired, a little bit more flora and fauna. You can also break down into just these 2 books, which is the die cuts and the sentiments. Now these are, I mean, these are just awesome because they are borderless as well, which is wonderful. So they don't have a white edge border. They're brilliant. You just pop out the elements and away you go. Over 500 different elements, and they've all got really different themes to them. And then you've also got the sticker book, and the sticker book is so cool because in the mini journal you actually get pages which are craft card and black, and some are white. And this just works with, you know, being a sentiment to go across. Any of the papers, the rice papers, the 8x8s, the 12x12s, you know, you can really mix it up. And they're really interesting statements as well, like, forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. That was a bit like my, if the past calls, let it go to voicemail, it's got nothing new to say kind of statement. And some of them are quite powerful statements. They're just empowering and mindful statements. You're never too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream. That's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Inhale the future, exhale the past. That's a brilliant one. Really good. Love that. Anyone can start from now and make a brand new ending. I think to put those 2 together, the die cuts and the stickers there together, for that price, don't you agree? Isn't that really good? For £11.48.
That's stunning,
it's tremendous. It really is. It is a lovely collection, and I can understand why. Stock-wise on those alone, individually, was it 60%, I think it was-ish? Yeah, over 60% of that individually has gone. So you can get it in the entire collection, of course, because everything comes in the entire collection. Or you can go for it individually. It's completely up to you. I mean, the 12x12s versus the 8x8s are just brilliant. Once you see the stencils in action as well, they are totally awesome. Best thing to do is to have a look on the website, because you know you can go for it all in one bite, so to speak. Less than £100 if you're a Freedom member. And you get everything there. The dies, the papers, the journal, the stencils. Everything's brand new as well, by the way. Going out for you on the 23rd of July. So it's 2 die sets, 4 stamp sets, 3 8x8 paper pads, one of which is mixed. Sticker book, the die cuts, a journal, 5 stencils, 12 rice papers, and 12 sheets of 12x12. And actually it's more than that actually in terms of stencils, by the way, because 2 of those stencils are kind of like a twofer really, because they've got 2 completely different accents to them. They are wonderful. Right, the story continues.
What I thought was, I'm going to get this stencil, because if the stencil just at the edge, you can see the mandala, and it's got all these beautiful little swirls around it. So here there's a mandala, and I thought what I might do is just use that, maybe so it's there. And the nice thing is that these are flexible enough to do this. And I'm just going to use, I'm not using anything too dark. I'm just going to try and take a lot of the colour off this. I don't want it too heavy. And just see if it'll work. Yeah.
Just a little whisper.
Yeah, just like very vintage. Yeah, there we go. And then hold it down. It's really easy to do. If you put a bit of tape on it, and you don't want it too heavy because you want it to look like it belongs there. There we go. It's only a small bit, but that, to me, it just adds a little bit more something to it. So I've got another one there, just a little bit. I'm going to put, and the trick is take as much off as you can, because you can always add it, but you can't take it away.
Yeah.
So there again, we've got another bit here, and I think if we carry on doing this, what we're doing is we're creating our own papers then, and I think that's really, really confidence building, that.
And at the same time, I want to say something that we homed in on the 8 o'clock show last night, which please do watch on Rewind if you didn't get the chance.
I think that's got to be one of my best shows.
I seriously, I loved it, because it wasn't like a show.
No.
It was just like, we were just sort of shooting the breeze and sharing memories, and it was brilliant, because we had that time to do that, because we pre-recorded the show to go out while the football was on last night.
The what?
I don't know. Some kind of game happened.
Yeah.
And it was lovely. But
yeah.
Again, I want to come back to that point of, we've been with this show for 35 minutes right now. 35 minutes. Wow. So if just a tiny, tiny element of what is in this big collection has captured us that much in 35 minutes...
Absolutely.
When you think of £100 in one single spend, I know it's really difficult here, because you see lots and lots of things coming at you all the time, and you kind of think, oh, I have to stop myself at some stage. But when you think about what this gives you back in terms of escape time, and because it does have that mindful feel to it, without being like sat in a psychiatrist's chair, it's not that prescriptive. Do you know what I mean? This is like really calm space. Really serene escapism. It's a story that can have so many beginnings, middles, and and destinations.
It's felt very much like that.
Yeah, it's been like a journey. The whole 24 hours has been like a journey, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it's really difficult to explain, but I've not really felt that a lot on shows, but I have with this, and I think that's what it does. It leads you down that path, and that's powerful, because I know it's not. You can't say it for sure, it's not medical, we're not medical, but it does help me anyway to get relaxed and chill out.
Yeah.
On a stressful day, use this. It's such a nice way of doing it, and it's healthier anyway. So what I've done is I've got the little die cuts out, and I'm looking at the box, and I'm looking at all the butterflies, and I've stuck one on there, so hopefully you don't even realise that that's been stuck on. And I'm just going to put, like, the butterflies are popping out, and I'm using a matte medium so that it won't show that much. And hopefully you can see what I mean about the colour of these. Because there's no white showing, you're not getting that edge, and this allows you to sort of stick these on so it looks like the paper's already been, it's in the paper, so to speak.
Yeah.
And because they match, can you see I've sort of got this feeling of it working over here.
Like a continuation, yeah.
Yeah, and I like the idea of, I suppose it's just a ethereal thing. When you see something like a magic film, and you open a box and the next minute it's the butterflies fly out of it. I think it's like that. So that's what I'm thinking. Whether it looks like that will be a different thing. So again, the last one I'm just going to put up here, and I'm just going to... Now you don't have to worry about this, because this is matte medium, so it'll dry clear and you won't have a problem with it being shiny. But if you do want it shiny, then you can always put that on. Now here's some more, just so it doesn't look odd. There we go. So you can see I've got it sort of working that way. Now you can put other stuff on it. But
I was just thinking as well, remember you've got the alphabet stencils as well. So I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
My mind just suddenly went back to those little blocks we used to have as kids, and they had different letters on different sides, and you'd rearrange them into words and whatever.
Absolutely.
And I don't know why my mind just said, oh, actually you could have a little nod to something like that when you've got a vintage box.
Oh yeah.
And maybe that lends itself a bit better if it's a square box. I don't know, but I mean,
that's
like,
such a good idea.
I don't know why. They popped into my head there.
That's the whole point.
And that might be a bit more nursery than memory box, but I don't know.
No, I think that's superb. I really love that, because you could make it a box. You could name the boxes. I think that's gorgeous. And just going to put one the opposite way. And you can leave these, you can actually leave these 3D if you want, but just lends itself, it flows. And you can paint these a different colour, and you've got them there, don't forget, with a rice paper, and then we'll chop all that up. And then that doorway, I thought, here, if I get time, I could put the door, in fact I'll do it now. Oh, Nancy. Oh, it's a good job Janice isn't here. She'll be freaking out now. Right. Just here, and this lends itself totally to the colours that are in the paper. So we've got
fabulous,
that lovely little, and I'm going to put here, where was it, where's it gone, where's it gone? Oh, right here. And I know they don't sing, but they always make me think of music. Or I don't know why, they just make me think of music. Butterflies, like they sing. So I've got some little bits there. Now that's finished, I'm just going to take...
Oh, that window or doorway or whatever, that's made it.
It has,
hasn't it?
What you can do if you want is just get some not matte medium, gloss medium, so that you make them glass.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's glass. Or you could put them yellow, like the lights are on. So you can
so you
make
can
the shine.
recolour just the
Yeah. What I'm going to do now is, because this paper can take anything, well, within reason, I'm going to use my watercolours and the bricks. So we've got some stencil work on there. We've got this here, which is annoying me. So you can mix some colours to go with it if you want. I'm going to put a little bit of beige on. It's really annoying me, so I'll have to get rid of it.
So you're just blending it back in?
Yeah, all I'm doing is using the blues that are around it.
Yeah.
You know, I would sort of use proper sort of acrylic on this, but you don't have to. You really don't have to. So all I've done is drop that colour around there. It's disguising it now.
Yeah, perfect.
So you don't see it. But what I'm going to use is one of the strongest colours. So the two strongest colours I've got is a really dark blue.
Oh, sorry, oh, there we go. Hello. Sorry, we had a slight technical hitch there.
Was it me?
Don't know what happened there. All went a little bit dark.
Good. Not good.
It's all right, we're back now.
Right, so I've mixed a dark brown and a dark blue, and all I'm going to do is just on the edge, around the butterfly. It's probably me, it's probably thinking, no, she's had enough now. Just on one side. So that side, and it'll be there. I'm just going to add a little bit. Come on, you need water on your brush to try and put paint on it, woman. Right, so hopefully you can pick this up. I'm just making it more 3D. And then I'm going to go around now, mixing the colours and trying to mix the colours so that that's a bit bright. Mixing the colours that match so that you can see the edge of the butterfly.
Yeah.
And then the 3D butterflies will look the same as the flat butterflies because they're all looking 3D then. And it's just a case of, this is where you've got to chill and relax.
Yes.
Now, this has got a little bit of a white, not an edge, a brown edge. This is where it's really helpful. And you can just take that colour off, and now it's all blended. Wash that out. And you wouldn't know what's 3D and what's flat. I'll show you what I'm trying to do on a bigger one so that you see. Right, so basically you're putting really strong colour on like that.
Yeah.
But it looks too much. So what you do is clean your brush off and just the very edge, just blend that in. So now it doesn't, it's give it that three-dimensional look, but it's not give it an edge. And again, here, I don't tend to use black. I tend to use dark blue, dark brown and dark purple mixed together, and you get a great black then. It's a softer black. There we go. And what I'm trying to do, actually, is just give it a little bit of definition, just by putting those edges to it and allowing it to build up. So people, the first thing I want them to do is go like that. Oh, is that real? Or is that stuck on?
Yeah.
And it's such a simple thing to do. So you do that all over, especially here. This will be most effective. Round here, so if I just put that there, And remember, all I've used is a paper pad, 3D flowers.
Next to nothing, really, in terms of the collection.
And I mean, this doesn't have to be a box. If you've got, you know, a special thing that a family member's given you, or something that, I mean, I don't know if they still do it actually, but we used to make stuff at school. It used to be like a box in you know, woodwork and metalwork. We used to make this stuff, and mums and dads would always keep them.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes. Or say that they've got them and then bin them. Pottery as well, that was another one, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
But you could make, honestly, you could sort of look at the decor from the 80s that whoever made it has done it, but then make it, cover it with your paper, and these are like special memories.
Yeah.
So, I've got that. Oh, there's one here. I'm just going to put a bit round in. Now, if you've got smaller ones, the tip I can give you is just be more thoughtful about, because you don't want this. That space there, like you said, which has really made me think about work now, having space. And it's something that I took for granted. I didn't explain it, but someone else now, not explained it, but opened up something that I just thought of, and it just made me think. So having that space, we want to maintain it. So you can see now, it looks 3D. So I'm really happy with that. I'd keep that like that. And then what I'm going to do is, I'm just thinking, this is a bit brown.
Yeah.
So let's change that up with just a little bit of colour, and I'll show you on one side.
Okay.
I want to age it. So I need water on it first. So I want to just.
Shall I?
Oh,
just,
that's it.
While you're.
I've just got a couple of things to do. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Is that all right? I'll come back, because then
Brilliant.
that will give us a good chunk of time
Yeah,
at the
please
end
do,
to have a play. Because I know you don't
That'll
know when
be
to
miles
stop either.
better. I don't know when to stop. No, I don't, do I? I don't know.
Which
That
I
includes
love.
talking.
I love. Listen, this is such a lovely collection. Remember, you've been here for the best part of an hour, taking this journey with us, and it really does feel like an emotional journey as well. I love it. I mean, I don't know Janini from Adam. Do you know what I mean? From Studio Light, but I kind of feel her personality coming through in
And
this.
that's not cheesy.
No.
And you really mean that. I mean that
no,
seriously.
no, absolutely. I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it.
No, but you sound. You mean it. I really agree with you there.
Yes.
It's really,
Yeah, yeah.
really has been like that.
Yeah. It truly has. But again, for me, I don't feel like it's overpowering me. I don't feel like it's doing the crafting for me. I feel like I've got something to give to it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's taken my mind on journey just through our conversations through. I mean, we've done 3 of the however many hours you've done over the day on this. We've done 3 of these hours together on this collection, and it just really has been. There's been a feeling about it as well, which I can't really describe, to be honest, and I hope that's come across to you. Right, let's talk about the one-day special first of all, because we'll break this down into the smaller collections, show you the complete, and then finish off the project with Lou. And I hope whether you're just going for a small element of this or you're going for the complete collection, that you do dive in and have a real think and take the inspiration from the shows and just really, really enjoy it. And please come back and share with both of us through Studio Light Now pages as well what you've done with it, because we would love to know that, seriously. First option here is Musical Mindfulness. So it's an 8x8 paper pad, which again is just beautiful. So stunning, lots and lots of inspiration. And see what I mean about space to create yourself. Do you know what I mean? It's not boxing you in any kind of way. It's just giving you that starting platform. You know, it could very much be complete. I have to tell you what Lou managed to do with that page, I think in the 12x12, was it yesterday, or was it the 8x8? I can't remember. Was it that one you were using for that project yesterday?
Yeah.
Was a journal page, wasn't it? And it was just, honestly, truly, truly beautiful. So you've got the 8x8 paper pad. You've got the 2 stamp sets here as well. One which is sort of vintage musical score. The other one is a little bit more nature-inspired, so those butterflies in stamp form, and the olives there as well, which is really, really lovely. Plus you get the die set with that as well, which cuts out the little journal. It's the journal pages, isn't it? Yes, they're like mini journal sort of tabs, really, on this one. So that's Musical Mindfulness there with the £10 saving, £28.96. The other option there is the one at the bottom here, is Chrysalis Creations. Different 8x8 paper pad, so it's a little bit more flora and fauna. They're the ones with the statues in them and different themes. I think the kingfishers in that paper pad as well. Oh, sorry, have I done this the wrong way around? Oh, yeah, no, we looked at this one first. I mean, I think we looked at the stamp sets for this one. Yeah, sorry, this is musical. This is musical. Is it? Sorry, have I got confused at the end? Which one is which? Yeah, musical thingy bobs is that one there, isn't it? Is the bottom one? Yeah, sorry, and I was pointing out. Anyway, different paper pad in. So it's the top row we're at right now, isn't it? Because Chrysalis Creations is this one, isn't it? With the slightly more flora and fauna. My apologies. It's because we looked at the wrong die set, because I pointed to the wrong die set for the first one. So that die set with the tabbed pages is for this option of the one day special, and not the other one. That's what it is. Sorry about that. Why not make that mistake right towards the end? Anyway, listen, you'll see them in full detail on the website as well and see which die sets match up. Quick look at the rice papers. Derek can't go wrong with that because it's just one set of rice papers. I can get that right for you. They're absolutely beautiful. Very, very evocative images, as you can see. Look at the space in that image. Look at the journey that you could take. Do you know what I mean? There's the one with the kingfisher, which I think is just adorable.
It is that,
the quality of these rice papers as well is, you know, it is awesome. Really nice. They feel nice and fibrous. You can do the selecting the small areas by going around with your brush as well beautifully. You did some of that yesterday, didn't you? Look at that. Again, that nice open space there. Is that a message for someone, from someone, to someone? You know, up to you. The space for the creation is there. They go on and on and on. They are wonderful. So you can go for the rice papers on their own as well. There's the little image there that reminded me very amusingly last night of the mannequin piece in Bruges, which is lovely. Don't go and do the translating, not at this hour of the day. There's the window of discovery into another world. So there's the rice papers there, £19.88. See, it made us smile, and that evokes a feeling, doesn't it? And that's what this collection is all about. It's all about a new awakening. It's all about being mindful. The stencils are great because it's brilliant. So in essence, you've got 3 stencils, but actually that's more than 3. It's more like 2, 4, 5 really, I would say, because one of the stencils is 2 lots of kind of stonework there. One is this lovely fancy kind of brickwork, the other one the stonework. This one is one complete image with lots of different elements in there as well. I mean, so much of the collection in there, isn't there? And then you've got the 2 mandala ones, which are really, really good. And it comes with the mini journal with all of its pages in there. There's 5 craft card, 5 black and 15 white in there. It's beautiful. I love it. And very, very quickly, I'm just going to show you the die cut and the sticker collection, which you have loved, 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 loved. This is the one where you get over 500 die cut elements, and they're brilliant because you literally just pop them out of the page and away you go. I've managed to resist the urge all the way through the day so far, so I'll let that carry on. I really do want to start popping them out. They are lovely, and I mean, look at that. Look at the rich and golden colour there of the olives, like golden olives.
It is. It's a bit like bubble wrap.
Yes.
Pop, pop, pop.
Yes,
isn't it?
yeah, you kind of want to. And then you've got the sticker book, which I must show you very, very quickly, because that has some really evocative statements in it. Some are in black and some are in craft colour as well. They're just beautiful. Different fonts there saying the same thing. The best time for new beginnings is now. If you can't think of a season to continue, it's time to start over. It's not season, reason. If you can't think of a reason to continue, it's time to start over. So I misread the script font up there and turned reason into season. I'm not giving up, I'm starting over.
Hey!
Lovely. You get both of those for £11.48. It's brilliant. And finally, oh, the stencils. Yes, the alphabet stencil. I love these. I always love an alphabet. 2 alphabet stencils there, and the 8x8, which is a mix of vellums and papers as well, which are absolutely exquisite. They really are. Have a closer look on the website if you get a chance. 327369 is your item number. All of the savings from those individuals, by the way, we've taken, and then we've added them. We've given you some more savings. So it's something like £87 worth of savings to a Freedom member on the complete collection. So everything you've seen in those mini collections, plus the 12x12 papers, for less than £100, which you can break down into 3 flexes. If you're not a Freedom member, it's a why not. It's a completely why not, because your savings will pay for your Freedom membership very, very easily, and then save you postage for the rest of the month. And it also means if you just want, I just want some pom-poms today. I just want to order 1 set of pom-poms. It's only £3. You don't have to worry about the postage. You don't have to think, well, there's not enough in my basket to justify the postage. You don't have to worry about that if you're a Freedom member.
That makes me laugh. You want a set of pom-poms.
Right, final furlong, my darling.
Yep.
We've got less than 2 minutes.
Oh, no problem. All I did was, just to show you the difference, I put some wax on this side in green, and I think it offsets it really beautifully. It's a green wax. It was on this morning, and all I've done then is, it's by Pentart. It's a great colour. It's an olive, and then you just... Now, the minute you do this, you seal it. So this is good now in, you know, anywhere there's moisture. So you've got a really nice feel. I've also put it on here, and it really does
I love it. It's a bit more treasure chest now.
It is, isn't it? And I can show you the colour. It's, oh, excuse me, I've got an itchy neck. The colour is really beautiful. You've got a really good, beautiful shine on it.
And is that one of the Pentarts?
Yeah, and this goes
so
on
you'll see that
anything.
on the 7 o'clock show this morning if you want to do it on Rewind.
7 and 11. So we've got that. I've put the wording on it, and I've brushed it in a little bit with the wax so that it doesn't look as obvious. So inhale the future, exhale the past. I think it's a good little motto.
Yeah.
I've put a little bit of colour underneath it, just by emphasising there and there, and that's a good way of building up. And let that paint do its bit.
Lou, we've had the most incredible 24 hours.
And then make your card look.
Yeah.
There's your card.
And in they go.
And in your card, and I've put, the secret to a rich life is to have more beginnings than endings.
There
I
you
really
go.
like that.
Talking of beginnings and endings, when are you doing your next beginning?
Next week now.
Fabulous.
Yeah, next week. And then the week after, it's... It's a new one-day special of mine.
Fabulous. Thank you, darling.
Moodling.
Check out your baskets. See you later.
Thank you.
Right, OK, next comes our second hour with Buyer Embroidery with gorgeous Helen, who is at her hoop and ready. And then we celebrate Dolly Dimple's 5th birthday in an hour's time.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dyes, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand-drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Yes, indeed. Good. Is it evening? Let's go evening. 5 o'clock. late afternoon, stroke early evening, or a slash, whatever you want to. This is I, in case you forget who I am. You think I'm Scots. I have more hair. But, and I'm not Derek, I'm slightly taller. But, oh, this is the set that echoes. Now, there's a funny echo around here. Now, we are talking back to business. Back to business is what we're going to be talking. We're talking embroidery. Now, give me a minute. Give me a minute of your time, because I know what you're thinking. Oh, here we go. Embroidery. I don't do embroidery. It's not my, oh, it's him again. He's going to go on with his stories. No, the reason I say give me a minute is for the sheer fact what I'm about to show you is complete kits, first of all. You get everything that you need inside the kit, so you haven't got to go anywhere else to buy anything else. You know, if you're like me and you think, I want all the tools for the job, I want everything, I want all the good stuff. So if you're doing papercraft, you need the dye machine, you need all the dye. With this, it all comes in the one kit. So once you've got that kit, in theory, all you need is a pair of scissors. Well, there you go, Adam, you've just said you don't need anything. Use the kitchen scissors. We've all got a set that we don't use. Use the kitchen scissors that you've got there. That's it, that's in that sewing box that you've never used with the Wonder Web. It sits there with that rolls a ball of cotton that you never use anymore because it's all stuck in that back of that shelf. We've all got one of those boxes and we've all got one of those pairs of scissors, and that's all you need for these kits because everything is in there. But I'm not alone. The lady knows more about these kits and everything else that I've got on the show as well, and everything in between. We've got our Helen. Hi, love.
Hi.
How are you? You were looking very glitz and glam. I feel left out with the sequins.
Well, you know, I could sequin you up later if you like. Throw some glitter at you.
Take me for a drink first. No, you got yourself a deal. Now, let's go back with the kits that we're talking here, because it is true what I said. These are kits that whether you are a crafter, whether you're not a crafter, whether you're a paper craft, you're into soft craft. This is something you can go to and put down whenever you want to do it, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You can do 5 minutes of it, walk away for 3 weeks. It's sitting there, you're going to come back to it, it's going to wait for you. It's so straightforward, you won't lose your place. You don't need a particular chart, you'll enjoy it.
And I think that's the other point as well. When you look at embroidery, now Alex brings in embroidery quite often, and you look at it and it's like a treasure map. You look at it and there's crosses and there's hashes and there's a little bit down here that's highlighted in, and then there's not a bit there. I thought, I don't even know where you started. With this, it's all printed onto the fabric for you. And we were chatting before we came to air, not really about this, I'm not going to lie, but we were chatting like Moulin Rouge is what we're actually chatting about. But in the meeting, when we did have a proper meeting about the product, you can go slightly off tangent with these. Yes, we're calling them beginner kits if you want to class them as beginner kits, because you stick, it's basically paint by numbers. But if you, the skilled that you are, for example, you would really go to town with embellishments, wouldn't you, for these?
Yeah, you can really adapt it to look how you want and to adapt to the level that you're stitching at. So it tells you everything that you need, shows you everything, has everything in it for a beginner. It's really straightforward, diagrams to follow. It's not even a lot of writing to follow. You just look at the diagram and do what it says. But other than that, if you are a more confident stitcher, if you've got a bigger repertoire of stitches and materials at home, you can really go to town, adapt it, make it your own. So, yeah, definitely. Something for everyone.
Let me give you the details for the first one, because the only thing that then changes is the design. Everything else is more or less the same. So, this is the wildflower that we're looking at the moment, a beautiful decorative design that you're getting in there, and what you could class as traditional cross stitch with the little crosses that you get on. Sort of looks like it's pixelated. That's the easiest way I remember it.
Exactly.
You get all the threads on the card as well. Oh, sorry, Jim. It's been a while since I've done this TV malark. But you get all the threads that you need on here. And by the looks of it, more threads that you need, because you won't be using like full skeins of these. You're going to start breaking these down in like 2 or 3 threads.
You've got oodles of threads in here. You could really play with it. If you wanted to decorate the borders, you could decorate the borders. You can put it in, you can take it out, you can change your mind, you can put extra stitching in. You can really, you've got so much thread here you wouldn't believe. So yeah, it's good to go.
Because if I show you the end, you can see how they all feather. That is the best thing, for the sheer fact that you're only going to be using 2 or 3 of those at a time. So if I just grab 2, so you're only going to be using maybe that from all that. So you've got so much thread that's in there. You're getting your needle included as well. Now when you're starting off, you're only going to need 1 needle, but if you are sort of intermediate or advanced, you can start getting a few of these needles on the go and start picking and choosing. You get full imagery on here to show you what stitches you're going to be using. And you're also going to be getting all the guides on where to go, because once you've done one bit, the pattern just repeats. Okay, so if you wanted to do all the yellow first, you think, well, I know what I'm doing with the yellow, I'm good to go on this one, I'm going with the yellow. Just do all the yellow. Just do all of that yellow. You can't go wrong. Let's have a little look at what it looks like. This is what it looks like at home. Oh, I love this. Love this with a superimposed garden on the background. Looks beautiful. So, my garden don't look like tipping down the rain. Someone's got a lovely lawn with a not a real plant. Now, £22.49. It gives you the idea, though. That's what we're talking about. 019173 is your item number. 80 by 80 is the tablecloth that you're looking at as well. Right then, Blue Daisies up next. Now, come what may, you are going to love all of the colours that are running through here. You could say this is your love story that you've got with your beautiful blue daisies that you've got running all the way through, because you've got all those beautiful blues that run through there. Then you've got that vivid pop of colour that you've got as well, which I adore. And in theory, if you wanted to get a little bit technical with these, you could trace the design onto something else and then use that as your embroidery and keep this for other projects.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you could make anything out of it. You could take any motif out of this. You could use the bigger kind of repeat sections. You could. There's lots of scope, as I say. There's you could do all sorts of things. If we were talking about, maybe you could make placemats to go with it.
Yes.
So it's really kind of very versatile.
What I like about this one as well is the fact that if you have got your fabric paints and things like, because it's not your traditional cross stitch, i.e. it doesn't look like the next one, okay, you've not got all these little lines and dashes on, you could go elsewhere with this one because you've got that fuller image, so you could use your fabric paints and use your thread somewhere else.
Yeah, and I think the thing is as well, because it's 100% cotton, it will take fabric paint really well. So what you could do as well is you could actually put a wash of colour over the background if you wanted it to be more delicate. So you could put a wash of colour over the background, and then you could actually put more painting into the actual flowers, a bit bolder, and then you could put detail stitching over the top of that. You could just stitch the outlines that you see there rather than filling in.
Rather than the full flowers. Or you could go with your little French knots just to the centre of the flowers if you wanted that delicate touch that you've got in there. £22.49, 417988 is your item number. Maybe your house looks like this. Maybe you just want that little inspiration. That would look nice in the centre of a table with a potted plant in the middle. Or, personally, I wouldn't use it on a dining table because it's just that little bit small 80 by 80. It would be nice for a nice little set of nester tables.
Yes.
One of the large ones on a set of nester tables and things like that, just to cover the top, or that sort of table that's outside that you've got. £22.49, 417988 is your item number. Now, this is traditional cross stitch, which I absolutely adore. Butterfly florals, very busy earlier is what you are looking at. And it is absolutely beautiful, what you are looking here with your little cross stitch that you've got running through. Now, the same price once again, £22.49, a delivered price to your door if you're a Freedom member. 878805 is your item number. Now, even though it is traditional cross stitch with the crosses, I like the markings that are on here because it literally shows you where every point should be.
Exactly. It's cross stitch for somebody who doesn't want to count. Basically, it's the kind of thing you can. I was doing mine on the train the other day, and it was so straightforward. So you can sit in front of the television, audiobook, put the crafting channel on. You could put anything on. You can do it, and you don't have to count. You don't have to remember anything. So it's so straightforward.
It's worth having a look at. £22.49, and a third of the stock. A third of the stock now has already gone. Working our way down. I like this one. I like the poppy. I like a good table runner. There's something about a table runner. I'm not into tablecloths, I'm into a table runner. But I like the table runner that you're getting here. You are getting all the threads that you need. Now, decent quality threads as well, because these are washable, as they were.
Yes, so they're stranded cottons. They've got a lovely finish to them, and they're colour fast. So because they're a domestic item, you should be able to wash your product, your tablecloth, on a cool to warm wash. So it should retain its sheen, and it's a nice quality thread.
I like this once again, because maybe you just take that element of this and start tracing it through, so you've got that rough guide for other projects that you want, because this would look stunning down the side of a leg of a pair of jeans.
Absolutely, yeah. So I mean, you could transfer that on. You could use some of that invisible kind of water erasable fabric, stitch it over. you'd have a lovely kind of effect onto a denim jacket or something like that. Really nice.
It really, really would be it work well. And you also get the board to put all your threads onto, so none of them get tangled up. So you get that, so you get all the 33 threads. Even though you've only got 5, 6, 7 threads that's in here, at least they're not going to take tangled. So if you want to split them up even more, you could do that with this.
You could use it for other projects. You could use this on one side of the project and just write the name of the project and then use that for other projects.
That is very true. 4 little projects you could have going on at the same time. £19.99 this one. Really affordable as well if you wanted to, just starting out. 111334 is your item number. Working our way down, this one's a big, big one. Now we've got the matching tablecloth as well this time for the poppy. So this time it's in that circle that we're looking at. It is done. This would be finished. I would say that if you went to buy this, it'd be a lot more than 22 quid.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is one that I was starting to sample on earlier, and the textures in it are really beautiful. So, and I was saying that the kind of jagged edge on the inside of the petals, the poppy petals, the large ones, it really gives that delicacy. It makes it look like that crepe paper that the poppies always normally look like. So it's quite a clever design.
It is beautiful, the design that's on there. Absolutely stunning. 883442 is your item number on this one as well that you've got there. Once again, 80 by 80, nice for the sort of on a diagonal in the middle of a dining table, maybe with a big potted plant in the middle if you were going to go down that route. And you also get your needles included inside the kit. I'm going to move that because I will stab myself. Now, this was the busiest earlier. 50% of the stock with this now has already gone. This is your poinsettia that we're looking at on here. But look at the thread that you are getting. Beautiful colours of thread with the poinsettia. And this is one of those things that you would pass down from generation to generation. Even though it is a poinsettia, you would make sure you get it out the November time for the Christmas table, that before you dress it for the Christmas dinner, this is what would sit there first.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those things that it's so lovely when somebody spends time on something, makes something, and maybe you could make it with somebody because there's a repeat at both ends, so you could make one end, somebody else could make the other end, you know, so maybe do it with your grandchild or your child. And it's building memories. And then when you get those items, there's things that we've all got in our homes that we get out every festive period. And it's just something that you just, once it's out, you're kind of like, oh yeah, Christmas is coming now. It's really starting to build. It is one of those things, isn't it? It's like the adverts that you see on. It used to be like the Toys R Us advert. The minute you know that was on the telly, you knew it was Christmas. You knew Christmas was there. That, and you've got plenty of time. It's damp and dreary at the moment. It's perfect stitching weather, so you've got plenty of time to get this made for this Christmas. So it's not going to take a huge amount of time to do it. I'm going to be demonstrating this one later. So you'll see lots of options for how you can get it in to follow the brief or to kind of play around with it. So we'll have a little play with the textures, but I think, yeah, it's a really nice project. I'm guessing once you've done one end, it's just a rinse and repeats down the other end. So the other end's one end's going to be a lot quicker than the other. Yeah, basically. So, I mean, it's one of those that once you're kind of happy, you know what you're up to, you build your confidence, don't you? So you just go for it on the other end. I like these. I like the threads that you are getting in here. Look at those. That is just Christmas, isn't it? Christmas in thread. Ooh la la. And 20 quid, you can't go wrong, can you? £19.99 today. 408076. 60% of this one now has already gone of your table runner. If you like the Christmas theme and you want to sort of stick with the Christmas idea that we've got there, we've got tablecloth Christmas. This one with your candles that you've got going on. Something that's quite traditional about this one that we're looking at the moment. Once again, with all your threads running through. Now, why is it we've got longer threads and then shorter threads? Is there a reason? Just because some of the threads you need more of, so they've just provided more or longer sections. So it's not a particular science to it. It's just how they've created that particular length of thread. It is a stunning colour that you get. There is something that's very Christmassy, really rich, isn't it? And it doesn't matter what colourway you are going for in your home at Christmas. This is going to work. Yeah, with all the colourways. Christmas, isn't it? It really is. I love it. Look at that. You imagine that, though, taking that design and then doing it on the side of napkins and things like that would be absolutely beautiful. £22.49. 988688 is your item number for this one, like the Christmas poinsettia, because you could just take smaller elements out, should you so wish. As we move on down,
Last one for now, and we'll touch on the others later. These are all the brand new ones that we're looking at the moment. This is Wildflowers table runner, 40 by 100 centimetres is what you are looking at here. I know we're focusing on the dime, but it's the actual cloth that it's printed onto is also stunningly beautiful with sort of the hatch markings around the edge.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. It has lovely kind of drawn thread effects, differences in the weave, so you get a lovely border to it. It just feels really well finished, doesn't it? And as I say, you could choose to actually run threads through that and decorate that also, so you get like a lovely check pattern.
I like this.
Yeah, if you wanted the colour to extend out slightly.
You could extend your designs with this as well. £22.49. It looks beautiful finished. It really, really does. You imagine that now on a small coffee table with either your flowers that are in the middle or a nice bowl, especially in autumn, sort of like pine cones and things like that would really work, or fresh sunflowers that you've got on there in sort of one of them bucket vases that looks like a jug. That'd be absolutely beautiful. Something else that's been busy is your Millwood embroidery hoop that we're looking at now. I've got a set of 4 hoops, always handy to have a set of embroidery hoops. £9.99. You've got 3-inch, 5-inch, 7-inch and 9-inch. 3579 is what you're looking at in your hoops. 207657 is your item number. It's always handy to have a hoop. Now, there's 2 different hoops that I've got on the show. We've either got these ones or the seat frame that sells out time and time again. This is a 10-inch seat frame. Now, I'm going to ask the question now, because it's always handy to ask, 10-inch seat frame, will it work with these tablecloths?
100% yes, because the cloth is larger than 10 inches in every single case of everything down your table that you're doing today. But the only reason why you'd want a smaller frame, and you can get smaller frames that fit into your seat frame that you're buying. So you've got the base in the seat frame that looks like this. And this comes to pieces, so you can unscrew that to put it in your bag. I bring mine all over the place. And then if I just lift this one up here, it has a dowel on the back of it. Yeah. So you can see that fits into the base, and you can adjust the height of it using a little bobble on the side. So it's the right height for your body. And basically it should be quite a comfortable process. But as I say, if you've got a small project at home, you can use the same base and get a ring which it's smaller with a dowel in it as well.
I like this, and it does sell out time and time again. There is so many things that you can do with it, and literally you sit on the base. So this is where you will sit. You pop it under your leg or something like that. So that's going to keep it the rigid there. You can hold it to you if you wanted to, and then you've got all the scope. So you have got the 2 hands if you need to. That you've got there. £22.99 is what you're looking at, and it all comes flat. Because I built this one, so it's very easy to build. 606286 is your item number for your 10-inch hoop. Right then, let's go over to Helen for a demonstration. Are we looking at the poinsettia first?
We are indeed, yeah. I thought we'd focus on the poinsettia today because I thought we'd put a mixture of stitches. So we'll look at what's actually supposed to be in the kit. Okay. And then we'll actually have a little play around with it. So one of the things that we've talked about is the fact that you've got these little crosses marked on. Now you get this really clear picture which tells you what colour, so you can see there's particular shades. Now you can do it by, it's the darker red, it's the lighter green, it's the darker green. That's easy enough. You've got a very clear selection of threads that you can work through and choose, and let's face it, it will look beautiful whatever shade you choose. So as long as it's red there, or you could add your other threads that you've got at home if you want some variations. But so you look at which thread. You have 3 threads, so you'll get your 3 strands into your needle, and then what you'll do is we'll start to stitch onto the crosses. So as I say, having chosen where we're going to do, you want to try and be consistent with the way that you're crossing over. So you can do them individually. So put the bottom right to top left in, and then the opposite direction. Or I know all of this, based on the pattern, is the darker green. So that I don't keep having to look at the chart, I can simply throw all of my half stitches on the way up, and then I can put in the opposite direction on the way down. So as long as we're working nice and neatly and consistently through the piece, it doesn't matter how you want to work it, it's whatever's comfortable for you. So you can see.
And are you using a full set of strands here? Or?
So I'm using 3 strands. So if I just grab a full skein here and I'll show you how we separate them. So basically, I've got the full 6 strands here.
Yeah.
You separate 3 out. Now you can separate 1 strand at a time and then put 3 back together. Or if you want to, you just literally feed through so that you can separate into 2 piles. So you can use either of those because we're going to use 3 for pretty much the whole design.
I was going to ask, and now for the life of me, I cannot remember where I heard it, if I've dreamt it, if I've seen it on social media. When you do strands,
yes,
is it easier to take each individual strand out and then put them back together because then they don't twist when you're going through your work?
Well, they are twisted together a little bit, and they will twist together even if... So if you've separated 3, like I've just shown you, that's fine. If you separate them individually...
Yeah, that's what I mean, like as in single strands
single strand out, then another, and then another, and then put them together. They are going to sit slightly smoother on the fabric because there's a slightly less twist in them. So it depends on the that you're trying to get. If you want it to sit a bit higher and to be a bit quicker to separate 3 from 3 and go for it. If you want to have it slightly smoother and more ribbon-like, cover the fabric a little bit more, then if you separate them 1 at a time and then put 3 of those back together. So it's just a slightly different finish.
Depends on your look.
Yeah.
Depends on the look you're after. There you go.
Indeed.
I didn't dream it.
So you can see this goes in, you know, reasonably rapidly actually, and it's so straightforward. I can have a full conversation with you while stitching, no problem. So it's the kind of thing that you can sit and still be sociable. You can, as I say, watch the TV, listen to the radio, do whatever you want to do. So you can really kind of get it going in. And the good thing is you can jump about, you can move from one section to another. If you think, oh, well, I'm a bit bored of the green at the moment, I'm going to move to one of the red areas, you can go and do that. That's absolutely fine. And it just all works because, as I say, you can't lose yourself because there's repetition and you've got a really clear chart. So that's brilliant. You can see you've got lovely shade changes. So you can see this half of the leaf is in the lighter green. So you'll get a lovely contrast with that. It's quite effective. I always think it's a bit like when you have cross stitches which are kind of like larger scale like this. It kind of gives you that look of that Russian folk art or that kind of really lovely folk art that you'd see that was quite naive and just has that really charming effect. So
3/4, sorry to chip in there, 3/4 of the poinsettia now has already gone. They're very, very popular. It looks quite realistic with I like the pine.
It is, isn't it? So what we can do with the pine is those are straight stitches. So if I just move these threads out of the way.
I like that pine. It genuinely looks like pine though, which is...
It is, it's very effective and it's very straightforward. So what we can do with that is they're literally straight stitches and you can see on the plan, some are dark, some are light and some of them are medium. So all you do is you choose through your shades and think, okay, so that one's a dark one, and then that one passing behind the pine cone is a dark one, and this one's also a dark. You can see it's so straightforward, quick to do, and it creates that light and dark through the piece, but also very effective. So you're just changing the shades that you're working with again.
So if we didn't have an eye for colour, we could literally just run off the packaging.
Absolutely, 100%. They've done the hard work for you, so you'll get a lovely piece, very effective, lots of texture change, just by following exactly what they've said step by step. Having said that, as I say, if you want to mix it up and change it up a bit, you've got different ideas that you want to explore, that's absolutely fine. I mean, you'll get a really effective piece of work, either which way you're looking at it. I mean, it might be, for example, that you want to do, if I just bring this thread in, it might be that you want to have a go at doing some texture through here. So we could do something like a coral stitch. So we could do, or a scroll stitch. We could do a scroll stitch. That's quite an interesting one. So you bring it round, go down into the shape, come up within the loop again and pull. And you get this lovely twist on your thread. So we'll lay it down again.
I don't think I've ever seen one of
Oh,
these.
it's an exciting one. Whole world of stitches out there. But it creates like a little knotted roll effect. Can you see it kind of creates this movement?
It's a knotted roll. I think I've had one of them at a party. Look at the sausages.
Ah.
Oh, I like this technique.
Yeah, so there's lots of things that you can do with this, or, you know, so you can really play up the textures that you're
Look at
seeing
that.
through here. You see how different that looks when you've got a texture
That's it,
in
if
there.
you leave your hand just there. Oh,
Yeah.
oh yeah, look at that.
So, or we could do fly stitch, for example. So, it doesn't sound very attractive, but it's actually quite a nice stitch. So we could get some smaller pine needles on the go. So what we can do is come up on the left, go down on the right, come up in the end of the straight stitch in the loop and pull, and it creates like a little arrow. And then we do a long holding stitch, and we can do another set. So up on the left, down on the right, up in the end of the holding stitch in the loop, and it creates the arrow. So you can see they feed up really quickly. So you can do a real range of textures through here, or as I say, leave it exactly as they've planned it, because it's a really beautiful design as they've created it, and it's very effective. So you don't have to mix it up, you don't have to keep reinventing the wheel. And sometimes actually it's just really nice, even if you are an advanced stitcher, sometimes it's just really nice to follow what somebody's telling you for once.
No, that is right. This is where your experience is going to come into play now, because
Yeah.
I didn't plan for this question.
Yes.
But I've just thought about it. So on that fly stitch that you've just done now.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you've gone down the centre of that fly, so that middle line is now covered, but you've still got the black lines to the left and right where you've gone up and down. How would you cover those?
Yes, so if I do that, we know that we've got other shades of thread that we could bring in. So what I could do is if I start another thread, just grab one of these.
And so this is the point. But this is the thing. It's okay to go off piece and go, oh, I'm going to do this now. I'm going to do a fly stitch. But then, how do you cover the lines that are already there?
Yeah. So what we can do is, if we start the thread off, I'm just using the knot on the top and 2 small stitches to start my thread. I'll snip that knot off now because that's nice and secure. And what we can do is, we could do a little straight stitch in there. And it will look like there's a needle passing behind.
Oh, okay.
Like a little running stitch. Or we were looking at French knots before. We could put little French knots in here. Like a little French knot in the gap. Twist round once, down into virtually the same hole. Pull the twist to the face of the fabric and go down.
So there's lots of ways now. So if you really want to start exploring, thinking, oh, these are just beginners kits, they're really not. You have the guidance to go there, but...
Yeah, I mean, you could put beads on here. Maybe beads are your thing. So you could put little beads on there, bugle beads. You know, you name it, you could do it. So see, it's only as limiting as your imagination.
That is true, and start using your crafty sets. Maybe you've got that odd sequin that's lying around. Maybe you've got those beads that you've got that you don't know what to do with anymore, but they are those sort of green tones, and you've never really used them. This is the project to use them on. This is because Christmas, you can go big at Christmas. This is the tablecloth that's going to come out once a year, and people are going to go, oh, who did that? It's a special occasion, so you can go all out with everything that you see in here. Now, I'm just hearing 85% of this stock of the poinsettia table runner now has already gone. It's the most popular one so far. As you can see, it's a good size. Well, it's a good size runner that we've got. So it goes all the way down. It's not too big and it's not too long, so it's gonna look beautiful in the centre of any table. It's not going to fill and sort of go down the sides of your tables, but you could, I'm guessing, if you wanted to. Let me try this before I actually say it. £19.99 is what you are looking at for this one. 408076 is your item number. I think you could. You could taper the edges down if you wanted to. So you could take these. Obviously, you would press it and fold it, but you could taper them down to a point to put a little tassel on the end if you so wish. So your design would then sort of go to a point, because I was just scared you were going to interrupt your tapestry, but you're not. You've still got enough give to play with at the end of your material.
That's it, indeed, and you'd have enough thread to probably make a tassel with the matching thread as well. So
You'll never guess what?
There's loads.
Limited stock.
Wow.
Limited stock for the poinsettia now, which means I've got 10% of the stock left. It's turned green on your screen, which means you're keen. £19 and 99 pence, but you've got plenty of time to do it before Christmas. If I went at this every day, I know this question's one of them questions for a guest, and you're like, really, Adam, why ask it? But if you were at it every day, sort of at your standard, how long would this take?
Well, let's put it like this. I started this yesterday when the football's on. So there's probably, I mean, how long's a football match? 90 minutes?
Well, I don't know, it went on forever. I didn't go to bed till
It
half
seemed to
11.
go on a long time, didn't it? But it was, 90 minutes and maybe another half hour. So, but I was doing bits and pieces and doing other things as well. So I was picking it up, putting it down, putting it up, putting it down. So I probably spent about an hour doing this.
That's good.
Which, when you consider, you actually, I mean, there's two of them, two of the large motifs, and then you've got some smaller sprig motifs with the pine cones in between.
You've got about a week.
Well, you'd be
Less
able
than a
to, yeah, no problem. If you sat down and did it maybe, 20 minutes every day for a week, you'd probably get pretty much most of the way through this. If you were following the instructions. If you were going off piste and doing alternative things, maybe slightly longer, but if you're going to be experimenting, you wouldn't mind that, would you? So
Well, no, that is very true. Just so you know, the poinsettia has now sold out.
Wow.
Your poinsettia has now already gone. I'll let you know if any bounce back on this one. But I'm going to take you through some other processes. Some things that we forget about when we are sewing, when we're stitching. Not just for embroidery, some of these are either. Some of these are for a bit of everything that you're going to use that's on there. So let's kick off. These are from our Bohan range that we've got here on this show. This is white pencil refilled chalks that we've got here. Why would I need them and where would I use them?
Super useful if you're doing dressmaking. So, unless you're using white fabric, of course. Which, not often what we use for dressmaking. So, really good for chalking up a pattern on your fabrics. Good for quilting, for marking out your particular pieces that you're wanting to cut out. Good if you're doing coloured applique or working on embroidery that's anything but white. So
now, it says they're refills,
yes,
but I don't think we're doing the pen. So could we just use them as is?
Yeah, you can, as long as you've not got a grip of steel. So just hold them quite close to the point, and you'll be able to do work with the pencil lead. It's actually pretty sturdy. So
like a little bit of chalk. Well, it is chalk. There you go. Look, £9 and 99 pence. You're getting 16 white refills that you're getting in there for your chalk pencils. 479438 is your item number. Then we've got the rubber finger tart. Oh, here we go. Now, these that you're looking at here, you're getting both of them in there. They look, I thought they were like silicon thimbles, and when I was checking this show out last night, I was like, what is the point of a silicon thimble? That sort of loses the whole idea of what a thimble is for. But they're not, are they? These are to give you a little bit more grip, like a crab.
yeah, exactly. They're really, really good for if you're going through a lot of layers of fabric. So it's not like a thimble where you'd use it to take the pressure, but it is good for really pulling through if you're finding it tough to pull the needle through. And also if you have arthritis, rheumatism, anything that affects your grip, then actually this is really good because it does the pressure for you. So, because it's obviously that kind of silicone, it kind of has that grip to the needle, so you need less pressure to hold the needle. You're less likely to bruise your fingers or slip off the edge of the needle with it.
I like that. I so want to open them and give them a go, but I'm not mad. £9 and 90. I just want to see if they grip on the other side. £9 and 99 pence. 994. Well, no, I won't start climbing. Can you imagine just climbing up the walls with two little fingers? Just off I went. Little spider. 994143 is your item number. From there, we press on. Where we go now? Textile glue pens. Now this is now I know I laugh and joke during this show, but this is a must. I don't know if you saw on the socials, I had a little dabble in the world of soft craft and a sewing machine. I think it was last week or the week before now. And I don't have the tools, I don't have the gear, I didn't know I really have a clue what I was doing. I just went for it. And I use Pritt stick. Yeah, more or less. like my career. But I used a little bit of Pritt Stick on it because I didn't have the right tools for the job, and obviously now it's just constantly tacky because you can't really wash it. This is the sort of stuff I needed, though, isn't it, to stick down anything that you're doing in soft crafts?
Yeah, definitely. So the nice thing is it goes on as a colour, but it dries clear, and it's also water erasable. So it's to save you, if you're doing applique, you can get it off and remove things. If you put something down and then you think, well, that's not in the right place, you can move it. If you are doing hems and things like that and you don't want to pin, it's maybe a delicate fabric, this isn't particularly high tack, so it's not going to seep all the way through layers. So, and as I say, it washes out, so that's absolutely fine. So it's actually quite versatile. It's quite a versatile project.
And you're getting 2 of them for £9.99, which works out £4.99 a pen, is what you're looking at on this one. 704529 is your item number. Then these little boys. These are brand new today. This is the needle book in original pre-printed packaging that we're looking at here. So you were telling me these were collectible back in the day.
Yeah, so basically Bohan have always created these absolutely beautiful packaged items. So, I mean, you can see from that, it tells you at the top the type of needle, what type of thing you'd use it for. The bottom edge, it's got the sizes of the needles. So, and you can pop those needles back into those holes. The paper that it's in is the original same Italian silk paper they've used with the company from the 1900s. It stops the needles from rusting, and you see they're just beautiful, but they're just so nice to even look at. So it's the kind of thing, they always brought out these amazing packaging, and then people who wanted, they'd got their grandmothers or their grandfathers and they'd got these pieces and they wanted them to see them again and buy them for themselves. So they packaged these pieces up, redid another set of them, and this is 2 items. You've got the pink and the black there. So it's vintage, authentic packaging.
They are authentic, and these are the sort of packaging that you would find in your grandmother's isn't it? Your grandmother's sewing box. You know, when you're still rooting through now, and it's torn and it's ripped, but you still know is that it now feels like tissue paper. She's had it that long, but you can still use it time and time again, is what you're looking at with this one. £9.99. 60% of the stock has already gone on this one as well. We've also got another needle book. If you like the black, you might want to go for the pink. Different design, though. So as I said, collector's items. They're going to be there like the originals that you were looking at. You're getting 40 needles in here as well. It does look like our Catherine when she used to have long hair, doesn't it, eh? It does look like our Catherine. Probably does a modelling job on the side. Then... look at these. So once again, you get all your needles that you are getting in there, which are absolutely beautiful, all the sizes and what you can do for them in that beautiful Italian packaging that you are getting in there. Absolutely love them. £9.99. 071329 is your item number. Right then, embroidery needles we're going to look at this time, and a needle threader pack. I'm going to have to do that up because otherwise it will annoy me. So this time we are looking at 10, 9 and 7 in the needles that you are getting in here. So these are your embroidery needles that we're looking at. You get a lot of needles in the pack. Do we know how many needles you get in each pack?
I'm not
15 per pack.
Well, there you go.
So it's 45 needles in the 10, 9 and 7 that you're looking at. Then you also get my newfound friend in a sewing machine, a needle threader.
Yes.
And you're getting 3 of these, all different... yeah, you are getting 3 in there. There are 3 in there. I love them. Love them because they are really handy to have. Because if you can't thread a needle... Because I do stand in here and have needle envy when I watch all you demonstrators and you just sit there and you're like, oh yeah, there you go, it's threaded. Half hour I have to feed it through. It's like playing darts.
It's not fun when it's like that, is it?
It's not, and then it all starts straying and you think, oh, I can't be bothered with this anymore, I'm giving up after I put it all away again. It took me longer to get it out. But needle threaders and needles, even though we say, oh, we don't really, they're always handy to have.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, always handy to have. And also, you know, sometimes with the needles, not these ones, but some needles you'll have at home, you'll feel like there's something wrong. I've been trying to thread this needle for half an hour now, and that's it, I'm giving up. And actually, sometimes if you turn the needle round, it's because the needle eyes are pressed out. So sometimes it's not you, it's the needle. So if you turn the needle round, it depends on how the needle eye's been pressed. So if it's been pressed that way and you're trying to go in that way, it's going to resist a little bit. So try turning the needle round and try going the other way.
I never knew that.
See?
Expert, you see. Expert in needle threading and all things to do embroidery. You see? Went to university, the Royal College of Guild College.
Royal School of Needlework.
That's the one.
Yeah.
See? That's day one. That is day one. How to thread a needle. Day one. First page. Been there. Needle school. It's like Harry Potter, but for embroiderers. Now, last one, everyone needs a set of bobbin pins. You can't go wrong with a set of pins. Once again, I found out the hard way, and I used pegs from the clothesline. Not the best way to go, but it's all I had to hand at the time. You're getting 200 of the pins, but these aren't just, once again, and this is why I love our prep meetings, because you do learn so much. And I make out that I don't listen, but I really, really do. These are glass-headed pins.
Yes, so glass-headed pins are a traditional thing. So quite commonly now you'll find pins, and they look like this, but they're actually plastic at the top. And also the steel isn't potentially up for it, assuming that it's a steel and not a steel mix or other type of alloy. But these are steel pins. They're super fine, which actually make it really good for if you're passing through delicate fabrics, because you aren't going to catch and pull the threads out of the weave, for example. And also the reason why you want a glass head is because they're more sturdy, less likely to actually come off, because a lot of people have got the bobbles off the top of their pins and no pin head, so you can't use that pin anymore. So the glass adheres to the steel better, but also it doesn't bruise your fingers as much when you're trying to press it into the fabrics.
I love them. I really do. I do my own camera work as well. I'm actually turning this as we go. You see, we do all our own work here. All our own work. You think, oh, that looks a nice shot. This was me, I do. Right, let's get back to our Helen for more demonstration. Remember, your poinsettia is sold out now. So what are we looking at this time?
Yes, so we're looking at the poppy. So what I thought I'd do is, this is how they were suggesting that you fill the poppy. And the petals, you can see they're a long and a short stitch, so you put a long stitch and then a short next to it, and you get that lovely irregularity on the inside edge. If you want to, you can put too short, too long, and you'll get more of a pronounced effect. So you can see this one, you've got more of a dagger effect. You can see it looks spikier than the one I'm doing at the moment, and that's because I put 2 shorts and 1 long. It's absolutely fine to do that if you want it to look more pronounced. So you can work round the shape like this, and it's just because it's such bold colouring, it just really shows up well. And then what I was thinking was that there's lots of leaves on here that we could do lots of other stitches with, so you are more than happy to work the satin stitch. You'll get a lovely effect with that. But I thought I'd show you some alternatives that we could play with as well.
Oh yeah, because this is what I like, because see if that it goes from beginner, we just do what the instructions tell us, and now this is where we start learning and creating.
Yeah, exactly. As I say, you can use anything you like. I mean, you could get those dagger-shaped diamantes and put diamantes on here. You can what? Yes, what diamantes? Indeed.
Nice.
So I do like sparkle. So
no,
it's,
I'm with you there.
I'd diamante everything if it was up to me. So what we could do is potentially we could use 2 colours. We could do an open buttonhole. Everyone probably recognises buttonhole. They sometimes call it blanket stitch. We're going to go down one side, leave a nice big space in between our stitches. You can see it builds up quite rapidly.
And you have got enough thread to play.
You have. I mean, there's absolutely loads of thread in this kit. So in each of them, there's lots to play with. So as I say, you can put it in, you can take it out if you're not happy with it. If you think, oh, I fancy doing that differently, or if you want a different balance of the shades. If you think, oh, I'd like that one to be darker, but it says it's lighter on the kit, that's absolutely fine. You've got plenty of thread. Or as I say, if you just put some stitches in, you think, oh, actually, I'd like to experiment with this stitch, or I can see that stitch on the internet, or you know, I've got this stitch book that I've had for years on my shelf and never really used it. So it really gives you the opportunity to play, and you've got all the equipment that you'll want, all the threads and everything that you'll need in that pack. So you see, I've just put the buttonhole in one side, but what we can do is we could stem stitch up here, or just running stitch, anything we liked, but equally we could buttonhole back. So I'm using a different colour, and it looks a bit like a zip. So you buttonhole into the gaps.
It's like a P. £22.49 is what we're looking at. Price-wise, 883,442. This is the poppies that we're looking at now. Well, this is a leaf, but you understand my gist.
So you can see
this looks nice.
It's really pretty, isn't it? It kind of builds up. And you can play with the spaces in between. You can make them much closer so there's no white showing through. Or you can make them further apart and have them looking even more delicate than this. So depends on what you want it to look like. So as I say, there's plenty of scope to play with a piece like this.
That's not. Look at that.
Quite pretty, isn't it?
And it does look like you've got shading and shadows
Yeah,
on
exactly.
there as well.
It feels like the light's hitting it from this side, and then you can see the dark on that side. So, but then we've also got things like little lazy daisy, these little loop shapes over here. So with that, it's little individual chain stitches. So you come up and down into the same hole, if possible, or near to as possible. That gives you a loop. You come up in the loop at the end of the stitch, and you just pull it gently, because if you really kind of pull that thread under a lot of tension, the two sides will collapse in and you'll just see quite a thick line. But if you leave it so that it's a bit looser, you see that lovely petal shape, that little leaf shape.
That's
so
nice.
It's just a really nice way of getting that finish, isn't it? It's all the different areas. So you can see it builds up really quickly.
And once again, you can go as thick or as thin as you want to with this one.
Yeah.
If you only use one strand, you're going to get very fine details. If you wanted to go back in with a single thread, maybe you've got some of the glitzy thread that you want to throw in there for other colourways that you've got, old thread that you had from other projects.
Yeah.
You could do that with this and maybe fill it with the little beads that you've got there, little sea beads and things.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it can be anything you want. As I say, it's really versatile, and it will just fit. It may be that you want to use some of those variegated threads, so as you work through, they're all different colours and little rainbow effects. You know, they don't have to necessarily be in the reds and greens that you've got here. So you can really kind of do as you wish. I'm putting a little flat satin stitch in here so that we've got nice, thick, heavy coverage. So you can see it just builds up. You're coming up on one side, going down on the other, making sure there's no gaps, there's no overlaps. And you try and keep your tension quite even with your stitches, because actually, even if your spacing is good and your stitch length is good, if some of them are much looser and some of them are much tighter, they'll look untidy.
Okay.
Whereas if you have them at the same tension, you get quite a glassy finish. You see the sheen of the thread. So it's quite good to try and practice with your tension to try and get that a nice even finish. And then, so you can see you just get shorter and shorter with those stitches as you approach the end of the space.
Where is this hour gone? We've got less than 10 minutes left.
Wow.
It's flown by this hour. Things are very, very busy as well. You're loving the poppies. We've already had one sell out. And by the looks of it, you're also loving the needles as well that we've got on the show. Let me show you them one more time. We are now 80%. I think this is going to be our next sellout that we are looking at here. 80% of your needle pack for $9.99 has already gone. Now, you don't just get an empty packaging. Let me show you the needles that you're getting in there. There's so many needles in there. You've got the shapes of 40 needles is what you get in different shapes and different sizes with different holes in as well. Each one has its own job to do, but look at that, just for a second. You'll never say you're out of needles again with those. And I suppose if your budget would stretch, you are going for one of the kits. Would you also, I said I would add one of these in, but let's ask the question. Would you add one of these in as well, so you could multi-thread and just do different parts when you wanted to?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about those needlework packs is that they're versatile. So there's some tapestry needles in there, there's sharp needles in there, there's small household needles, there's dressmaking needles. So you've got a bit of everything. So actually, any needle emergency you've got it covered in that one pack. So
any needle emergency,
I like
that.
You never know, because you need different needles for different things, don't you? So you've got them all in there. So you've got whatever you might need in one handy thing.
So in theory, if you wanted to dabble in the world of embroidery and you're thinking, oh, now and the kits they're just plain kits, they don't come with anything.
Yeah.
You've got all the needles you really need now.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all in one place, and I think that's the thing I really like about it, because they're good quality. You know, you can keep reusing them, you can put them back in the pack when you finish whatever you're doing with them. And as I say, because of the silk paper in there, they'll keep. So if we tend to park needles up in fabric, don't we? So we'll just, I'll just hook it into that fabric and leave it. A, that's dangerous because they can fall out. You can end up stabbing yourself, treading on them, you know, small animals, all the rest of it. But the good thing is that, you know, with the silk paper, they don't rust. With the fabric, they tend to actually, the fabric soaks in moisture and then that goes to the needle and it rusts over time. So that's why the silk paper's the way forward. So they last longer.
You are full of the knowledge today. I'm loving this.
Yeah,
that's why they're on wax paper.
Yeah. And
Day 2 at Needlework School. That's what you learn there.
The thing that I love about it is their heritage is so strong. It's the same make and brand of silk paper they've been using since the 1900s. It's Italian silk paper. They find it, they use it, it's good. They've sourced the correct thing for the correct purpose at the correct time. They keep going. It's good.
And this is the thing, it's never going to go. So that once, it's basically, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
No, exactly.
They know it's worked for so long now, since the 1990s. So they're like, well, it's worked for this long, so it will continue working as well. As I said, they were a collectible item at one point, so they went back into reprint to bring them out again. £9.99. It was limited stock, though, which means I got less than 10% of the stock of that. Right then, let me give you a quick recap of all the kits, because we haven't got that long left at all. Your first kit that we are looking at here, being popular, 3/4 of the stock has already gone. This is your traditional cross stitch that you're getting in there. You're getting all your threads and the board. I think you have to thread them up yourself. By the looks of it. But all the numbers are on there, so you're not going to get lost with all this. And you've got your traditional cross stitch that's going to look a little bit like this. Absolutely beautiful. £22.49. 019173 is your item number. From there, we move on to the daisies. The blue daisies that we've got here. Now you get full instructions included onto the card, so you're never alone with your blue daisies, because it also shows you how to do the shading and what petals to do for the shading. It shows you all the threads that you're going to use and the stitches you're going to need along the top as well. That's the only instruction palette that you are going to need with all of this. And you also get thrown in all the threads as well. £22.49 is what you're looking at on this one. 417988 is your item number. From there, we move on to your butterflies. Your butterfly florals that we've got. 80% of your butterfly florals. There's something quite vivid about this. There's something quite October, November. I think it's the colourways, even though butterflies aren't sort of there. You've sort of got those beautiful colourways that you've got in. And these remind me of the old African parrot plants. I don't know if you've ever seen one. You know, the little parrot plants that you get that's hanging there. They remind me of sort of those. I like this a lot, though. They really need to get those flowers into a vase ASAP, to be honest. They're not going to last long like that. £22.49. 878805 is your item number. Like that one. Then we move on to this one, because I think there's so much scope with this next one. Because it's not that cross-stitch design that you've got in there. You could go in with your fabric pens if you so wanted to and keep your threads for other things. Or go in with your organzas and things like that and really go to town and let the organzas do the painting, and you just stitch around the edge, go in with your fabric, go in with your paints, go in with your pens. It is a beautiful table runner that we're looking at. This is what it's going to look like once you've finished it, with all that beautiful dapple shading that you've got on there. Then, if it was me, I would trace the design. I don't know if we're allowed, but it's your design, isn't it, as long as you don't sell it. I would trace the design and I would put it on other things to accompany. Because this would look nice on a tea towel that goes in the bottom of a bread basket.
Yes, nice. Yeah.
I don't know if people still do that. Do people still do that?
Yeah, well, we do that, but we make ayrshire pancakes, and it keeps them. You want them hot with butter on them, so you make them off the griddle, and then you wrap them in the tea towel, and then you butter them.
Oh.
They're good.
Oh. Oh, that sounds delightful.
They are. It's a good way to start the day.
Oh, right. Are you round the Birmingham area Wednesday morning?
Well, I'm teaching Australians on Wednesday morning, but
I'll be there Wednesday morning. I'll be in the jewellery quarter. I'll linger. I'm travelling home on Wednesday, so I'll be in the town centre from about, well, now you're doing breakfast, from about half 7.
Good to know.
I'll be there, don't worry. There's a nice little pub with a roof garden, I'll be there. Not at half 7 in the morning, I won't. £19.99, now you're looking. That was for your runner. This one, though, is the tablecloth itself that you've got running through. 80% of the tablecloth is coming all the way through. Absolutely beautiful with all the threads that are here. £22.49. It's worth having a little go. And if you do want to get into embroidery, you do classes, don't you, Helen?
Yes, I do, yes. So,
go on, give yourself a plug, there's nobody in.
Well, good. Yeah, if they find me either through the Royal School of Needwork, look for tutors and you'll be able to find my classes there. Or I also have a website, so it's just my name, so www.helenmccook.com, CCOO.
There you go, there you go. A cheeky little plug. Can't go wrong, but it's worth having a go. If you wanted to learn embroidery, there's no better than a wizard, is there? There's no better than a little wizard to teach you how to do it correctly, because you will enjoy it. That was your poppies. Let's move on to your Christmases. Now, this is one of your Christmas designs that we've got there. This is your Christmas table designs, but you've got them stunning 3 candles that you've got on there. So you've got the 3 candles and the poinsettias. If you do want the poinsettia, this is the only way to really go now, because the runner's sold out. But I'm guessing, fold it in half. You've got a little table runner. If you wanted to, you could use these just on their own. There's 4 nice little placemats that you've got running down. We've only got 1:30 seconds left. 988688 is your item number. Last one that we're going to look at is the little daisies. I reckon if you're just starting out, nice way to go, because it will build up quickly because it's smaller.
Definitely, yeah, it will.
So it's worth having a look at this. £22.49, 346045 is your item number that you are looking for. This one's worth having a little go. Remember, though, not only this, you've also got your needles. Remember to check out your needles if you've got them in your basket, because they are limited stock. Or also jump to the website for all the different upsells that we've got on the show as well. You'll find them all on there. Everything is on the website with you. All the kits are on there. Then you've got all sort of your essentials that's on the show as well that we were talking about earlier, like your little set of scissors that's on there. You've got your straight blades that's on there as well. You've got your chalk pencil with 6 extra leads in 3 colours. Well, I never. You've got your little finger grips that will help you climb up the wall. They won't really. Then you've also got your needles. Get your needles, £9.99. You can't go wrong from them. You get every needle for every single occasion. Right then, that is it. Start checking out your baskets if I was you. I don't want you to miss out on anything that you've got here. Thank you, Helen. Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Always
good
a
to see
pleasure. Don't you go anywhere either. The time is just striking 6 o'clock, and we have got a brand new one-day special. It's someone's birthday. Don't believe me? Listen to this. Yes, indeed, Dolly Dimple's 5th birthday, one-day special. I know, Ash Charmaine don't look a day over 21, does she? She's only 5, really. Makes sense, doesn't it now? All comes together.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
It's time, yes, how exciting. We are celebrating a birthday here at the craft store, which is brilliant. It's brilliant for you, it's brilliant for us, and it's brilliant for you, Charmaine, because it's Dolly Dimple's birthday. So you haven't bought donuts, but you've got something even better for us, haven't you?
Yeah, I wouldn't bring donuts, I'd eat them all.
Absolutely, they'd all be gone long before the show, but you have got...
Oh, the die.
Oh, the die. A free gift if you are buying any of the items from the Dolly Dimples one-day special shows, which is 6 o'clock tonight, 8 o'clock tonight, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, midday tomorrow, 4 p.m. tomorrow, one per customer over the next 24 hours within these shows. This die set should be £24.99. In fact, will be, you know, like it's so yours though for free if you're buying within the shows in the next 24 hours, and it is awesome. And this is the die that we really have been waiting for, Charmaine, isn't it?
Well, it mixes and matches. Who's Mitches?
Mitches and matches.
Mitches and matches. It mixes and matches with the other on the edge die. So this is on the edge 7, I believe. I'm just trying to remember. Which
it is,
one?
yeah, it's number 7, yeah.
There's a few, and I was like, which one have I got so far that I've released? So it's number 7, and it mixes with the other ones. It also mixes.
Mitches.
Mitches.
That's going to be the word of the day now, isn't it? Mitches,
Mitch,
new
Mitch.
word.
Anybody out there called Mitch?
Mitch and Match.
Please email in.
But look at how many different elements there are to it. It's great. Cut it in, cut it out. I mean, it's absolutely dying for some paper piecing and some colour. And I tell you what, you want to see as well just what has been done with this one die alone. I mean, you definitely want this. If you've already got the others in the collection so far, definitely you're going to want this. And in the next 24 hours, buy anything from the shows and the one-day special Dolly Dimple shows, and it's yours for free, which is amazing. Right, let us see what we've got as the one-day special. Is it a proud moment celebrating the birthday, by the way?
Depends which birthday it is.
Yeah,
it's actually, I'll let you in a little secret,
Go
it's
on.
actually our 6th birthday.
Oh, is
so There's
it?
a little bit of a hiccup there, but I'm liking it because
Well,
I'm coming up to a birthday in November of my own personal birthday, and I think I'm going to go for a 49th birthday this year.
Sounds like a plan to me. Sounds like a plan to me. Right, OK, you ready to look at the one-day special then? Which is a gigantic, enormous stamp collection for you. And you will see straight away how that free die and the stamps that we've got here come together beautifully.
They do, they do.
But we don't want you to buy this. No, 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 no. You can have a look at it, by all means. Have a look at it, digest the details, etc., etc. But have a look at the stencils that are brand new at the bottom of the screen there for you. 4 for the price of 3 here. And again, we don't want you to buy that either, but we're going to take the saving. We're going to take the saving from that, thank you very much, and we're going to take it to a complete collection. So there are 2 one-day specials in effect, aren't they? The stamps or indeed the stencils as a bundle. But you want to get the whole jolly lot, don't you? Because when you can see how these worlds collide so beautifully, you will definitely want to enjoy this. Extra savings, of course, if you are a Freedom member, bringing that price right the way, tumbling right the way down to £71.94. Plus, of course, remember, one per customer, you will be getting the free die set as well. And that should be £24.99, remember. But not for you today. One per customer over the next 24 hours in these shows. That die is free. Are you ready? Let's dive into the stamps and have a little look right the way through, because there is so much to go at here as well. I am absolutely loving, as always, Charmaine, just how broad, just how exciting, just how vibrant everything Dolly Dimples does is.
You look at that. You've got the covers for inspiration. You look at the images there, and you can see all these piles and piles and piles of samples behind.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think that some of them have come from those, would you?
No, absolutely. Some big surprises coming over the next 24 hours for you. Let me tell you, they're absolutely extraordinary. I mean, really cool. I love it. I love just your use of...
Woo.
Yeah, there's not a word, there's not one word that you can use to kind of bring it all together. Yeah, that's a good one, actually. Woo is definitely a good word for you. It's brilliant. I love it. It's like rummaging around inside your mind. And I love it because it is wonderfully bonkers, but it's so much fun. You know, the vibe about this is really lovely. It's truly you. And you've got a lot of people who follow Dolly Dimples and just love how it all works together. Because it's very happy as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I don't do doom and gloom.
No, I
you don't see me if I'm down.
No.
You just don't see me because I'm not passing doom and gloom on to anybody else. Nobody needs it. No, you can go bright and vibrant, you can tone it down, you can go monochrome, you could just stamp and emboss in gold and silver, put some colour behind it. The complete collection here all works in conjunction with each other and with past collections as well, which you'll see within the samples, and when we get to them further down the counter, we'll explain those.
Honestly,
isn't that amazing?
This is just a world you've got to become part of. It really is. It's so beautiful. It's a world of colour. It's almost like, you know, if you weren't around for the whole flower power thing the first time around, or you know, you don't remember the 60s if you weren't there. Is that the phrase?
Yeah, I was born in the 70s.
Yeah,
but I remember the curtains, you know, growing up with the wacky curtains and the things, and the dresses and all the stuff like that. But I mean, I love the 60s and 70s styles, and even the 80s as well. But this will cross over into so many things, because the little stamps you can do, dragonflies, butterflies with them. You can do flower scenes with them. You can just mix and match. How awesome is that?
Honestly, this is the one
turned into a dragon.
Yeah.
Samantha Lang did that, and previously on another show I brought on a recycled box, the book wrap box. So what you've got in your hand is a book wrap.
Yeah.
And I decorated it up using the handmade papers.
Yeah.
And she's done the same sort of thing, but she's used mediums on it and decorated it up using one of the stamp sets and cut it, embossed it. And one of her tips today, because she did a live today at 1 o'clock, it's actually it's tagged over into the Dolly Dimples group as well.
Yeah.
And what she's done is she said, if you use shades of gold, how different people bring out, it gives you like automatic shading as well.
Ah,
Isn't it
okay.
Awesome?
I love it.
It's amazing how different people see different things in it, whereas one of the girls has done it as a mountain scene.
Yeah. I know. I mean, there's so many different ways you can take that. I just think that is absolutely brilliant. And to know that there's a live to show you how to make that once your complete collection arrives.
Yeah.
Can I just say, though, you are going to have to get your skates on this one. It's not like anyone's resting on their laurels to get this, because, did I hear 20%? 20% of the complete collection already sold out and gone. We're, what, 8 minutes into the show? So I would just, in the nicest possible way, can I nudge you and say, right, come on.
The front cover of that one, Derek, is done with the papers that are coming up. So the paper collection will mix and match. So that is just one of the sheets of paper.
Fabulous.
So you don't have to do any thought around it. But then when you go inside, what Sue's done is she's mixed the papers up, used the dyes, used the on-the-edge stamps, used the dyes to create that effect as well, and then mixed in the previous stamps that was on the show before. And you can see the one that's die cut there in pink.
Yeah.
Yeah, not that one, the opposite side.
Oh, this one here, yeah.
Yeah, that matches one of the stamps perfectly. So your new stamps today, and as I've been saying, when we've brought stuff out, there will be other ones that come. So the die matches the stamp perfectly. So you can die cut one side, stamp the opposite side, so they work in conjunction with each other.
It's absolutely awesome. Am I allowed to show them this one?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, right. So your free die, if you're buying from any of the shows, one per customer over the next 24 hours, this die set here, that should be $24.99, that's coming your way for free as part of Dolly Dimple's 5th birthday celebration, 5th, 6th, however many, who cares? Who cares? Because this is so lovely. We'll have this no matter which birthday it is.
Yeah.
Now, you made this, didn't you?
No, stop me, I can't take credit for it.
Okay,
I made the die, yes.
Right, yes, you made the die, but who made what I'm about to show you?
That's Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie is one of our designers.
Right, okay, so look at that die very, very quickly. Actually, let me show you the board again very, very quickly, because that shows you what the die cuts in and out. And look at the shapes that you've got there, and look at what Anne-Marie has created from that.
As soon as I seen it, I said, Anne-Marie, can I demo that? That is absolutely awesomeness of awesomeness. But I added some words at the front of it and at the back of it that you just can't say. It was just absolutely unreal. I love it. I absolutely adore it.
It's just beautiful. I love it. I think it's really, really cool. And it just shows you the breadth of the possibilities with this one-day special. It is going bonkers left, right and centre. Lots of you putting this into your basket. Please do check out as quickly as you possibly can. It's such an exciting collection. It's really, really good. The value for money is just awesome, I have to say, particularly if you're a Freedom member. It is a why not as well, so if you're not a Freedom member so far, use the savings in this one-day special to compensate for your first month's Freedom membership, and then you can save FUI to postage for the rest of the month. I mean, hello.
I like that, FUI to postage.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, well, postage is so 2011, isn't it? Just get it in as
it's
part
not
of your
outdated, isn't it?
part of your Freedom membership, and it means you can buy what you want and when you want, and never have to think of that extra $3.95 that goes onto the order. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
$3.95 is a good postage charge. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking it. I work for this company. I love them. I love my job.
It gets paid for it.
But you know what? If for less than 2 lots of postage,
yeah,
you can get a Freedom membership, which then covers your postage for the rest of the month, I'd be like, yes, thank you very much. So when I want one tape runner, one paint, one set of glue dots, whatever it might be, then I can do it without ever having to think about it. It just makes great sense. Now, this is the only item number you need in this show, 865683. Jump it into the app, the computer, whatever, give us a call, get it sorted, get it ordered right now. Now, to go with this, you're definitely going to want those papers from the samples that we've seen so far. You definitely want to be part of what's going on here. 73 elements in total going on in this set here. It is just stunning. It is just awesome. Again, the vibrancy in the colours here, Charmaine, is just truly and utterly dream-worthy. Again, it is quintessential, isn't it, Dolly Dimples?
Quintessential, that's a big word, isn't it?
Oh, it is. But it is, look at that. I mean, that's awesome. That looks like it took days and days of creation, and it's just... It
was an oil and water technique.
So clever, honestly.
It was really, really good fun. And that one that you've just gone past, I did one in a live on Crafting Together with All Brand.
Yeah.
And I added to the background. So I think I'd done like jelly prints, and then I added to it, and they went, oh, you should make that as a backing paper. I went, yep, note to self.
Done.
Just add a little bit to it.
It's done.
Yep.
And look, just look at all of the detail. I think, honestly, the quality of what you've got here is just totally awesome. I mean, you never want this to end, do you?
There's a mixture of our cream card, there's a mixture of our mixed media card, and then there's a mixture of the paper, the cream paper. So they're all printed on a cream car. It's a 120 GSM, so you can ink on it, you can stamp on it, you know, you can add to it as well. But it stops that white core
Yes.
You know, of like the fear factor.
Yeah.
You know, slap a piece down, and some of them are just really, really fast cards in themselves.
Yeah.
Or it's backing, or if you want a die cut, it just all mixes and matches and makes life much easier when you're playing.
And that's the thing I love with Dolly Dimples, because and it's you're the spark of creation, and you put together papers like this so beautifully that still allow us to have lots and lots of fun and really inject ourselves into that. And I think that's really, truly important, because you've got something there. You never need to be afraid of starting a new project, because you've got so much to go at there. Those clocks are really divine.
I love the clocks. You just keep seeing the clocks pop into different different kits. But
and see, look at that. Just as a design element.
If you just chop two of those, you know, straight down the middle, across the middle there, you've got two toppers straight away, and just add a little bit to it, nice fast cards. Or you can take it to another level and put more on. Your little added extras, border strips.
Yeah. Your little,
just fun
like
elements
there
to add to your cards. So you start with something like this, and then it gets your imagination growing. And then you think, oh, well, hang on a minute, I've got a die that'll cut me an awful.
Yeah.
Or I'll draw around a cup and make a circle and cut out this and start layering up, and you've got fun cards. So it gets your juices flowing and you're creative already.
And you think straight away of all the things that you've got in your stash right now, and all the different types of crafting that you do as well. So some of these I'm thinking, yeah, absolutely, I'd love to just put that in a frame and up it goes on the wall, look beautiful. Some of them I'm thinking cards, some I'm thinking journal pages, some I'm thinking mixed media, upcycling, all of those kind of things. And again, it just gets, you're right, it just gets those creative juices flowing, doesn't it?
Just going through it, I mean, I did a little quick flick through on the live where I was trying to choose which one, and the rug, that one,
you know, that one, yeah. Every single one. We could be at this for hours, couldn't we? It's wonderful. Make sure you add that to your order as well. 692035. Bear in mind, if you're buying just that and you're loving just that, you would still get the free die. There's one per customer over the next 24 hours of the products that are in the Dolly Dimples happy birthday shows, if you like, which are the one-day special hours over the next day. £28.99. So even that, you've got a £10 saving, and if it's the only item that you're going for, that extra £25 die comes along for the ride. Thank you very much. Right, let's go to the website, because everything is there individually if you want to go for individual stamp sets. We have already had a sellout. The On the Edge stamp set 1 has already sold out individually on its own, so it's only available in the one-day special or the complete collection. And I would imagine, yeah, honestly, it's going absolutely crazy. It's bonkers tonight. You love Dolly Dimples, and you love it's all. Do you know what? As well, it's like riot of colour, and I love that. I mean, let's not be afraid to absolutely go for it. Colour, this breaks your kind of safety boundaries, doesn't it? You might be confined within to certain colour palettes or whatever. This breaks you free of all that. The overall collection, by the way, a quarter of the stock of the entire complete collection now has sold out and gone. Gosh, we are only 16 minutes into the 24 hours. Look lively if you have this in your basket, I would say. Lots of people, I would imagine, will be signing up as Freedom members if they're not as well. Get that sorted and just enjoy swimming in this carnival of colour for the next 24 hours. It's going to be absolutely fabulous. So seatbelts on, buckled up and ready to go. Where are we going to start, Charmaine?
Right, you chose what we were going to do first.
I did.
Okay, so we're going for a version of that one. Yeah.
We are, which is this one here. Let me show you. This is, we're going to go straight into a bit of a riot of colour, and we're going to bring in a little bit of everything here, aren't we?
Yep. So we're going to start off with one of the stencils. Okay.
Yep.
So we've got that one, and we'll do a twofer. I always do a twofer because I don't like waste and I don't like cleaning. So we're going to start with some peacock feathers because I love that. We're going to rub that on like so. So I'm going to do kind of speed crafting on this one, she says. I'm not bothered about it blending too much because we are going to cover some up. And then I'm going to go in with the blue print sketch. I struggle with that one for some reason, and I'm going to pop that kind of half on, and half off of the previous one that I've just done.
Okay.
So we have got a little bit of blend on there. And as I said, I'm working on my mixed media, which is in the brown shop. Not the brown shop, the brand shop. Get that one on, and down we go. And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to grab the Lucky Clover. Woohoo. So we're kind of going with a blue theme. What theme did I go with that one?
It was sort of tealy yellow and pink and green. There's a little bit of everything in there. In true Charmaine style.
So it's quite strong. What I'm going to do is I'm going to spin this one round. I'm going to shove it up a little bit. And I'm going to avoid the areas that I've already done, and I'm going to aim for the colours to be where the colours are that I've already placed on my stencil.
Okay.
So I'm going to start off with the clover at the bottom. We're going to put a little bit on the bottom there. And if it crosses over, it doesn't matter. Then we're going to go for the... Got a tickle on my nose. That's really frustrating. Sorry, guys.
That means something, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it means I'm going to punch you. So there you go. The saying is completely wrong, because I wouldn't do that. That's what I was told. If you get an itchy nose, it means you're going to have a fight with somebody.
Oh, really? I can't see you ever fighting with anyone.
Nah.
30% of the complete collection sold out and gone now. Again, just enjoy the demos, because that's the thing to do, is get your order in right now, and then you can sit back, relax, and just enjoy the next 24 hours and just look forward to getting this, and save all of these shows as well, of course. You've got them on rewind for the next 60 days as well, an inspiration. As Charmaine says, they do lives as well on crafting together with all brands, and the Dolly Dimples Facebook page as well, which is a brilliant community, which is just growing and growing and growing, and you will learn every day from that completely.
Thought I'd lost it. Not my marbles, because I never had them. Right, OK, what I'm doing now is I'm just going to spray some water, because I can't find my big spray bottle. There is spray water in here. Nope, I'm going to go back to Derek and I'm going to dig deep for my water. But oh no, it's coming.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's arrived. Either that or you've pulled out a perfume rather than water.
Secret vodka. There we go. The pump's got its action.
There we go.
Right, so that is the negative that's going on there. So we don't do negatives in my world. We do positives and positives. And rid the negative. And I'm just going to grab a piece of my handmade paper just to soak up any excess, and then we will lift and we will move down the bottom here, which will give me a twofer, and this is for Ron, and if you've not met Ron, he's a great crafter. So we'd let that dry naturally, and then later on in the show we'll use that one, so I don't need to use that one now.
Ron?
And yeah, Ron, later on.
Later on.
Later on.
Ah!
So we'll put that to one side, and this is how I get a twofer. So what I did when I did my last live is I will wipe that off so it's ready to use for later. But I just keep spraying it until I've got rid of the paint that's on there, or the ink in this case.
Yeah.
And then you've got a piece ready, putting your stash ready to pull out and a starting point.
It's something you always do, isn't it? And I think it's really such a good idea. Always have another sheet to the side, ready
for action.
Because that's the way you clean
and
your
you can
stencil.
just overlay with different stencils as well. So we're going to bring that one back in. That one's going over there for Ron. Actually, just pop him over a little bit further. And then what we're going to use is we are going to use, not the stamp press. I can't find where I've put something again. Shannon, will you ever be organised?
It's how now.
How now?
Oh, how now, brown cow. How you decide which stamp that you're going to go for next, because actually in this you've got, what is it, 60 stamps to choose from in this complete collection. They are brilliant, and do you know, it's not often that you look at a sheet of stamps and you have to really kind of rein yourself in and go, right, okay, look, I mean, look at that selection there. Which one would you go for? Because you kind of want to go with all of them, don't you? And you kind of want to go, OK, which ones fit within which ones, and which ones can I overlay? And I've just got a really good idea for that being a sun ray, and maybe it's sitting within that one, or the little bubbly one there, the little bubbly one going into the big bubbly one. That's going to look a bit like, what was Lou Withers saying earlier? Bubble wrap. It's going to look a little bit like that, isn't it? Then you've got the flowers and the leaves, and I love just how many, and that's just one of the stamp sets, by the way. They just Then we go with this one. You think, oh gosh, is that? That's a whole new set of flowers and petals. And then you think, well, also with your stamping, you can kind of bend and flex and just use elements. You can use the complete stamp. You can take elements out of them as well. It's really, really cool. And then you've got the bigger stamps in the collection, which are, I mean, they are awesome. They really are, and the different things that you can make up. See, I've just thought of those two being a little bit looking like, that looks a little bit like a chess pawn, doesn't it? Or it could be a loud hailer, it could be all sorts. This little people, which you can have popping up here, there and absolutely everywhere. Have you found what you were looking for, Charmaine?
My marbles.
We're never going to find those.
Those two that you're talking about match perfectly with, I think it's on the edge die set number 1 or number 2. I'm sure it's number 1.
Okay.
And they match perfectly with that as well. So,
amazing.
like I say, previous ranges, I designed quite a lot to go with each other, but I didn't want to bring it out all in one go.
Yes.
Can you imagine me coming on and saying, this is £1,600?
Yes.
You know, it's ridiculous. So
yes.
stagger it through the year so that they work perfectly in conjunction and you can mix and match those things together. So that's what it's about.
And sometimes if you have too much, that's a good point actually, if you have too much as one go, I mean, you could have released it all at the same time, but sometimes
you just won't play with it all, would you?
If you get to, that's the thing.
Yeah.
You'd be overwhelmed by too much. If there's an ongoing story, you know now with the edge ones as well, you can kind of build that. You know, I see how people have built like journal and little books here, and you can continue that story and make existing stories bigger as well, which I love. Right.
Okay, we are going to use the free gift.
Oh, we're loving this.
The way that I see it is anybody who orders is going to get it anyway.
Yeah,
so
everyone
use
gets it. Yeah.
This particular one is probably like the daddy. And what I'm going to say, this is the daddy, and the daddy has got a mummy that goes with, yeah? Apart from my tape. And if you want it to be that size, as you see, you add that one to it later. Put this one in first, then decide how you want to cut it to make it bigger or smaller.
Yeah.
We'll explain it later. I'm not going to use that one right now.
Okay.
I will use it.
Okay.
Because we've decided what we're doing next, haven't we, Derek?
Yes, I think we have, yeah.
Okay, so we pop that one in and we die cut this one, and what I'm actually going to do is get it in the machinist. So I've got my sandwich, but I've arranged these for a twofer for later.
Oh, okay.
So I'm doing my die cutting, but what I actually want is I want the outline piece.
Oh, the negative, the overall negative is for something else, is
We
it?
don't do negatives, Derek.
The, what do we call it?
Second positive.
Thank you very much. Yeah, okay, right, remember that. I've thanked that. Second positive.
And then I still call it negative.
This is like earlier we were saying, we don't say repeats here, we say returning favourites.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just remember that one as well.
Returning favourites.
Yeah, returning favourites.
Right, now I'm thinking about burping. Not that one to burping. Oh, look, I've got a returning favourite.
Yeah. Look, it's cheese and onion. Anyway.
Why do I have to say these things?
Stop
Moving
it.
on
Stop
quickly.
it. Don't say it to me, especially. Even less so to Adam.
Oh.
You got Adam at 8 o'clock.
And he heard what I called him earlier, didn't I?
Yes, he did.
Right, so we've got this piece, and this is, if we cut this nice and equal either side, we've actually got a design there. So if I pulled this back in like so, and we've got a pretty pattern behind there, you can see how it takes on a different look. So it's using these pieces in conjunction with each other, so there is no waste.
Plus you've just made a new stencil.
Yes, yes. Okay. So we're jumping ahead. So what we've got is we've got the die cut pieces, which obviously we'll use as die cut. We can colour tint these, whereas the one that I've done, I did it in black.
You did?
Okay. So, Derek, what colour do you think I should colour tint it?
Oh, my word.
Is it going to take you a while to decide?
Oh, no, responsibility. Yeah, that one. What's it called?
It's called Chalky Light Green. It's actually called Twisted Citron.
Lovely.
So it will keep in with this, but we could have just gone with the black. So we're just going to colour tint this, really professional. Slap it on. Now I will have a little bit of a mixture on my brush here, so we're going to get what's on there and what was previously on there. So if I go in at the front, where I've picked up that colour. If I spin it round and go towards the back end here, I should have the blue that was on before. So I move my brush around so we can get different colours on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you'll have a little bit of shade in here. And we'll do this one as well.
Instant shady.
Yeah. So I like to die cut out of black and I like to die cut out of white. I also like to keep that blooming tape on. Get off you. I'm glad I noticed you. So that really annoys me when it does that, because then you've got this shiny bit and you pull it off and it's white underneath.
Just very, very quick update.
Yep.
Just because they're coming thick and fast tonight. Third of the stock now of the complete collection. I know.
No, that's
and
it. No
is
more stock.
when it's gone, it's gone. And by the way, as well, just as we're talking about things moving so quickly, I should maybe mention, I didn't think we'd be mentioning this until at least tomorrow morning, but the free gift is while stocks last. So the sooner you get your order in, the sooner you are guaranteed. Remember, that's if you're buying anything on the Dolly Dimples birthday show. So 6 o'clock tonight, 8 o'clock tonight, 8 a.m. tomorrow, midday tomorrow, and 4 p.m. tomorrow, maybe. You will get this die set, which is your On the Edge number 7, $24.99 value on that, comes to you for free. There's one per customer over the next 24 hours while stocks last. And I didn't think I'd be saying the while stocks last bit anywhere near halfway through the first show, Charmaine.
No, I didn't either.
But there you go. Hey ho, on we go.
Right, okay, the piece that I've just die cut out,
yeah.
On the front side of it, like I said, if I don't get the paint going over the other side, but if I do, I'll end up painting it anyway. What we're going to do is we're going to create a wee little background. I'm going to go over the top of what I've placed, so we're going to go with a pink one there. Going to position this over here like so.
Oh, I had read your mind then.
Yeah.
Oh,
you told me to do it.
Honestly,
it was your decision. You said do that one. So I put away what I was
no,
going
but I
to do,
didn't realise
Derek.
the whole you've
Oh,
just
you
made a
didn't-
new stencil
oh, you
thing
di- you-
was actually a thing.
You didn't figure it out.
No.
Okay.
You know I'm very slow on the uptake.
Me too. So we're going to have that one. Do we have it going that way, Derek, or shall we spin it round that way?
Yeah, that way.
That way?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, I'm going to stick with the pink. So if you want to know what paint I'm using, you can use any sort of acrylic paint or water-based paint if you want, but this one is the Dilutions one. I'm sure we've had it on here before. So I'll pop that on there.
Yeah, I've heard that talked about here.
It's nice and bright, and the
Beautiful.
cameras can see it.
Yeah.
So we've got one more down here.
If colours came with volume levels, you'd be max everyone.
No,
wouldn't you?
this is shouty.
Everyone is max.
Okay, so we've got that one on there.
Love it.
And because I've splodged over, because I went underneath, I'm going to trim that. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Or I'd stick something else on. So I'm going to put this one to one side because this is for Ron.
Yeah.
We're not going to waste that because we're going to make that into another card as well later on.
Very good.
So put that in there. I'm just going to stick with the 3 pink ones. I could add more in, but I think what I'm going to actually do is what am I actually going to do? I am going to stamp on it, Derek?
You are?
So I'm just going to pop them out. So I'm taking out the little bits, and the little bits that pop out, the other positive, are absolutely awesome to use, and you will probably see later on in some of my other demos.
They'll be able to help you make another fantasy creature, won't they?
Yeah, I think I'm going to leave those bits in, but you can pop them. You can pop them out, but I'm actually going to leave those ones in just for speed.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So we pop some out. I have got a lot that are already popped out, but come on, don't rush, darling. Just pop them out nicely. We'll pop these ones out because I want to. Where's my pokey finger?
For me, that's part of the pleasure of crafting as well. Is
popping the bits out.
I do love popping the bits out.
I do too. It's a bit of a weird one, isn't it, Derek?
Yeah. Because some people say, "Oh, just get one of those." Like the tool you've got the other end, they'll use the brush, and it's like, no, that's half the fun.
I've used what's it called now? I've used my scissors. I've used my pokey tools. I've used all sorts of a pin. I've used all sorts of it. But all these tiny little bits that pop out, they're absolutely awesome bits. They were designed to be extra pieces.
Yeah.
So like, say for example, that one, you put 2 of them together, face it that way, and you've got different shaped leaf.
Yeah.
Obviously the teeny little bits, nah. So you put that one down there. And, oh, I didn't do an extra one of you, did I? Oh, bottom fish bananas. Well, I've got one in there. Right, we'll leave that one as that, and we'll come back to that in a minute.
She's
So I'm
cleaned
going
that
to
up.
get me glue. What are you laughing at, Derek?
You've cleaned that up, haven't you?
What?
whatever
Oh,
you
my
said
bottom
there,
fish
Ben.
banana.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cleaner than earlier, wasn't it? So, me glue. Yeah. Usually it's bananas bottom fish.
very good. She knows
Where's the
she's on
glue
the
gone?
telly.
It was here a second ago. I've just used it. Right, over to you, Derek.
I don't know. Right, I'll tell you now. It's actually, you know why? Because Charmaine's having to think 3 times as quick as she thought she was going to now, which is, you know, like, it's no mean feat. Because today's a Monday. We're now up to 40% sold of the complete collection, which is one very good, because there's lots of people now who are going to get that wonderful on the edge dies free. Of course, there's one per customer for everyone shopping in this show, whether you're going for anything that's in this show, there's one per customer for you, and that's the on the edge set number 7. But yeah, 40% of the stock in just over half an hour has it's kind of yeah,
The building.
it's just a little bit, yeah, it's taken us all a little bit
If you're going to say by surprise, are you saying you don't like it, Derek?
No, it's not
I'm only
that.
joking.
It's the speed at which it's happening.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to go so quick.
Usually that happens over a slightly more gradual period over the 6 o'clock and the 8 o'clock hour, but this is a particularly busy. I think a lot of people are kind of saying, you know what, I'm going to treat myself. I'm absolutely going to treat myself. Or continue that Dolly Dimples story, and this really, you know, gets everything together nicely.
I'm just thinking that I know Robbie is going to be watching now, sat in the hotel room watching, thinking about all the packing.
Yeah. Yeah.
We love a good bit packing.
Yeah, which is why we had to send him out of the building, quite frankly.
You were like, no.
Yeah, no. He needs to be compensated right now for what's about to arrive.
Yes, he'll be enjoying a nice glass of something cold.
Yes, absolutely. Something cold and fizzy to prepare himself for the almighty task of satisfying your orders. And I have to say, giving away a lot of product, Charmaine, at the same time.
Oh, yeah, he's quite good at giving away a lot of products. So we've got 3 on. I will do this one later, and we're going to grab some stamps in here now, OK? So we'll move them ones, because we're not going to get rid of them, and I'll clean my mess up in a second. So, Derek, which stamps are we going to use?
I'll tell you what.
Top, middle or bottom?
See, the thing is, on that sheet, you just want everything, don't you?
OK, so
we
we'll
want
do a
kind
few.
of a mid-size one, do we, for that?
OK, so we go with the big one, yeah?
OK, yeah, let's go big. Go big or go home, they say, don't
Go
they?
big or go home. So we're going to keep this bit. We're going to keep this bit flat.
Yeah.
And we're not going to raise up on this. We're going to keep this one flat because I'm going to raise it up later on. And we're going to grab some ink, different coloured ink pads here. So what haven't I got on the table? So we are going to go pick a colour. Too slow, we've got turquoise. What did you say? Orange. Orange, right, OK. Orange in me here. We've got sort of an orange. Right. Pick another colour, Derek.
I was thinking yellow, but is yellow too...
No, we want yellow. We have yellow. Look at flowers.
Is it too low volume, though, for this composition?
No, if you want yellow, we put yellow on.
OK, all right.
You look at flowers and you look at nature, there's every colour out there going, isn't there?
Yeah.
So I'm going to put it on one page, and if it looks naffy, I'm going to blame Derek.
That's fine, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay,
It's a huge responsibility when you ask me to make decisions like this.
I'm going to stamp over the top so you can see it's coming over, so I'll just press down a little bit more so it's going over the top. You could mask things off and stamp if you want, but I'm just building up some wee layers on here, and then we're going to add to it. So it's just simple. We've already got one that's done. We're going to chop that bottom bit off because I can't be bothered to die cut another one at the moment.
Yeah.
We're going to have that one over there, and then we're going to switch. So did you say a medium one and you want yellow?
Yes, I did.
That's as close as yellow as you're going to get in there without me rooting any more. So a medium one and yellow. So we're going to take this one here, which is like little dots, and I've done a T-shirt just using these. I showed you it, didn't I, Derek?
Yes, you did, yeah.
And then I was working on a piece, because we do what we call like Blue Peter style. You know, here's one that I made earlier. And I was letting it dry, and it fell over, which is, you know, the big canvas behind. And it fell onto the T-shirt. And it fell onto the T-shirt. Charmaine said, bottom fish bananas in capital letters.
Yes, she did.
When she looked. Yeah. And I will show the T-shirt.
And it's so nice as well. It's beautiful.
And I was going to wear it, Derek, and it's got a big dirty mark on it, but I will do a T-shirt at 8 o'clock. which is faster than what I'm doing right here. And it's just using these little dipsy stamps. It's really, really quick. So little tiny one. Next colour, please.
Blimey.
Too slow, turquoise.
You always end up at turquoise, don't you?
Yeah, it's my go-to. So we'll just add a couple of little bits in here. This is really, really busy,
nice.
but it's really, really cheery. You can go subtle if you want, or you can go full-on, in-your-face, shouty pants.
And you could use it for everything, can you? That's the thing.
It's in anything card, isn't it? Or it's in anything project. It could be a cover for a little book. It could be something that you pop on the wall. I'm just going to pop that one back. And I've just used one of the stamp sets there. I haven't gone to the other one. All I'm going to do now is grab your craft knife.
Do you know what I want to do
Derek.
to that? Do you know what I want to do to that? Is I want to fussy cut, I want to turn it 90 degrees, and I want to fussy cut down each side, and I want to, you know, like back in the day, there used to be those, strips of, those strips of wallpaper that would go in the middle of two wallpapers. I can't remember what it's called now. But like back in the 80s, and they were quite kind of like, you look at them now and you think, no. But actually, I quite like that kind of effect. I would want that somewhere. I don't know whether it's in a frame or on a wall, or just that as it is right now is truly, truly inspiring.
Do you want to go funky?
Well, that's quite funky already.
Right, yeah, but do you want to go funkier?
Go on, turn it up.
Okay, let's turn the heat up on this. We could do this. Okay, straight down the middle. So I'm going to go with a rotary cutter.
Rotary cutter. Hope the quilt police aren't watching.
If I had my bigger die cutting machine, my F41 with me, I could have put the die that matches the free gift. Okay. Now you said rotary, please. This is my paper one, and I have one for fabric as well.
Okay, that's
and the two don't get crossed over.
That's okay. Then.
My fabric one has some ribbon on it. I don't particularly like cutting with a rotary cutter on a glass mat. So I'm really quite nervous of
usually
doing
use a
it.
cutting mat, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I much prefer my self-healing mat.
Yeah.
That's nothing to say there's anything wrong with the glass mat. It's
but it will just dull the blade quicker as well.
Preference. Right, scissors, because I haven't gone through. So we'll just go in there. We have a time check,
now,
Derek.
what's happening
I can't
here?
quite see. Gee, where's this? Was supposed to be fast, Charmaine.
I know, but honestly, well, listen, people are happily watching away and getting their inspiration, and the orders, I mean, we are just about keeping up.
Oh my God, I'm just thinking of the backing now. Did I hear right then?
Yeah, just over 40% of the complete collection sold out and gone. Remember, the complete collection is a little bit of everything, plus your free gift as well. And once it's gone, it's gone. So grab this right now, because this is the first of, 5 live hours for the one-day special, isn't it? Okay, so lots of demoing, I'm thinking.
Oh, right. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim down. I won't waste the bits that I've trimmed because I can use them for die cutting. So I'm going to trim that section off. And Derek gave me an idea then.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, so we're going to change it from what we've got there. So you've got the sample there that I did.
Yes.
Before, that you chose and said, I like.
This one here, I loved this. I was drawn to it straight away. And actually, it was as much about its scale, to be honest, because that's what this stamp set and this stencil set leads you to. Bigger projects. Don't go shy and small with this. This is big and bold and beautiful. So use that as a way of going on a journey. Because you know what? You can make that. You could make that image 5 times that size if you want to. And then you can do what Charmaine's doing. And you can just take your favourite bits and trim them down and use different elements for different things. Maybe you're creating the base there for 5 or 6 different projects in one. Very easily.
Okay, we've got some black card. So this is Dolly Dimple's black card. And I've wiggled it, I've trimmed 2 bits. Wiggle it. Just a little bit. Trim 2 bits, spaced it out like that, and then we could build a scene on that with the dies if we want, or we could leave it as is. I quite like that as it is. So I'm just going to get that glued down.
That looks like an award now, by the way, I'm just saying.
It looks like what? An award?
An award. like that's some kind of award. It just needs the words in the middle. So-and-so awarded to so-and-so for this, that,
You
the
could
other.
mix it the other way, because you could take those two pieces and you could pop it together so it went like that if you wanted. But then if I was to do that, I would have to add some layers over the top of here to fuse it back together again. So, you know, there's lots of options that you can do, but we'll have it like that. So I'm going to pass over to you. Will you show the original that I did?
Yes, I will. Yes. This was the inspiration for this demo right now, which was by the way, just saying, this was going to be a quick demo. It's actually taken most of the show, but that's absolutely fine. Isn't it funny how you've got a plan in your mind, but then like in the show, things go in a different direction? I think that's wonderful, and I think that shows you've got a winner on your hands. Because I know, you know, I was going to call you Dolly then.
Yeah, people do.
I know.
I did a Facebook Live, and what was said in the live was, I ask simple questions and they can get free gifts. Basically, something out of my stash that I don't use anymore, or it might just be a paper bundle or something. So just give a little bit back. It's nice to get a little bit of happy post. And I put simple questions in, like I'll be using something, it'll be sat there, and I'll say like they've got Dilutions paint in my hand, and I'll go, right, my question is, what was the name of this paint that I used? You know, it's there in my hand, you know, it's really daft. And first person to say it gets there. And I said, okay, really, really simple one, because it's there on the page. And I said, what's my name? And somebody went, Dolly. That was it. I was waiting myself laughing.
I know.
So I had to give them as well.
What I was about to say was, Dolly here is the designer, but you know what? We've now got lots of ideas from that as well. You know, there are lots and lots of different directions you can take this. I mean, listen, if you were just buying like anything on this show, and you've got the free die set, which is, you know, I mean, that's £25, all but a penny ordinarily, coming to you free, one per customer, while stocks last. I really didn't think I'd be emphasising that so strongly so early, but that free gift is while stocks last, with any purchase in these shows. T's and C's are on the website for all of that, by the way, but it's basically as I've just said. But these are all the shapes, these are all the different possibilities within just that free die set. And if you think that, actually, it was Anne-Marie, wasn't it, managed to create this from that, and you just think there's such a lovely vibe going through everything that Dolly Dimples do. It's just phenomenal. Do you want to have a quick look at everything that's in the complete collection? Because I'm just aware that we haven't seen it for a wee while. We've seen bits of it, and we're seeing more and more of it as it comes through. Your complete collection... Sorry, Katie, say again. Oh, yes, I have got the stamps here, yes. Do you want to see the stamps? Because they are just awesome. There are 60 stamps in total. That's just one of the stamp sets. Now, if you wanted to start, as Charmaine was, like just composing something, which one of those would you go for first? Because you want to go for them all, don't you? And you want to start putting them together, as Charmaine just did there. And that's just one of the stamp sets. Hello. Here's the next one. Thank you very much. Oh, hang on. Let me just get a piece of card behind that. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Dolly. There you go. So there's the second one with more flowers and more beautiful elements. And I'm just looking up here and I'm thinking, OK, right, a few of those. I twist that one that way and that one that way. And what could we make with those? And that's brilliant. And then you've got, and these stamps here, these have sold out individually, by the way, these stamps. And these here, these match up with the, did you say it was the On the Edge series?
On the Edge die set number 1.
Die set number 1.
So you know the two little ones that you pointed out?
Yeah, these two here.
Those two matching with that, yeah.
Perfect. And you've also got this one which matches your free die. Everything matches here. I love it.
It matches the free die, but the other one at the other side of it, you can see the one that looks more like, say...
Like a balloon?
A balloon, no.
Or the leaf?
The flowery one, the actual stamp.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes. Oh, this border, yeah.
Yeah, that border matches the other die set, which is a bit further down as well.
Fabulous.
Which is the On the Edge die set number... Yeah, it could be number 4.
Yeah, it is. Well,
yeah.
Katie's just said it in my ear, so I'm hoping that's true. We're going to have a look at those, shall we, in a minute? Shall we? We'll have a quick butcher's look, shall we? So all of those stamp sets are there for you. One of those stamp sets is sold out individually. Plus, then you've got the stencils as well, and the stencils are absolutely awesome. Love, love, love those. Everyone's going for the collection of stamps and stencils. It is going to be one of those where you do have to have it all. And I know that's said an awful lot, but you do, though, don't you? You absolutely do. It's phenomenal. And bear in mind that everyone shopping on the Dolly Dimples 5th birthday shows are getting the On the Edge die set number 7 free. 1 per customer over the next 24 hours shopping in these birthday shows. Just snap that up really, really quickly while you can. There's a lot of people who've checked out already and have got theirs secured, which is really, really good. OK, let's go and have a look at the die set, On the Edge die set number 4 then. We'll have a quick look at that on the... Oh, no, we'll have a little wander. There's a still of everything that you've got in this complete collection while I go for a little wander. I'm coming back, Charmaine, don't worry, I'm coming back. So you get all of the stamps there and all of the stencils in that collection. Right, OK, let's go On the Edge. I feel like I'm on the edge myself here. OK, right, so here is the die set for On the Edge number 4. Oh, so it's 2 die sets, yes, right, OK. So 23 dies in total, Circlips and On the Edge number 4. Very, very nice. And they're the ones, yes, that match the stamps in the one-day special as well. Superb. Love, 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 love. Let me show you the boards here that I've got as well, because they're all so beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. There you go. So here's the way of using these On the Edge. Very, very beautiful. Love it. Very, very nice indeed. Is there a little bit of a winter feel to that one? So these are all the different combinations that you can create. Getting very, very busy already for these. Not surprised one bit. It's beautiful. I love a big die that does lots and lots of different things, and I love the fact that you don't have like a prescription for a die. You don't say, right, okay, this die will do A. That's it. End of story.
I mean, many years ago, I mean, I've given a lot of dies off because many years ago I bought them and they did one thing, or you'd cut it up and see what else you could do with it. But I wanted a die where you could look at it straight away and go, well, actually, I can do a few things. So I can do it for my journals, I can do it for my keepsake books, I can do it for my memory albums, I can do it just for the edge of a card, I can fold a card over and die cut into it, and I've got little pockets and things like that, and mix and match around there with them. And
I just love it.
you know, it's a quite funky one to use, but I also needed the other die to be separate to it so that you could have it as big page or you could have it as border strip. And then you can just layer and layer and layer, and that's just cool. Definitely, it's all about potential and possibility, isn't it? Again, that's a while stocks last, so I guess it's when it's gone, for that one. You can see all the details, you can see it in closer detail as well on our website. 293418 is your item number there. You've got 2 flexes on that. Thank you very much as well, because that's on the show. If you're buying just that, of course, you'll get die set On the Edge number 7 as well as your free gift, because there's 1 per customer. For those over the next 24 hours in these Dolly Dimples happy birthday shows. Wonderful. Right, OK. Had you lost something? I'd forgotten. My marbles. OK, what I've done is I've taken a piece of the paper out of the paper kit. I've glued it onto a piece of our black card, and I take my bone folder, and what I do is, like your wallpapering, I do this to get rid of any creases, bumps or lumps, OK? And then I've already glued one down, so you can see that if I spin that round, if you want to show the die, OK.
Here it is.
Yeah. So the big one where your finger is and your finger is at the other side is the one that I've die cut there. Yeah?
Yeah, cool.
Get it?
Got
okay.
it.
So I spin it round again. And then the added bits, I've done 2 of them at the top. So we've got one which is an ear.
So that's that one.
Yep, so that's an ear and not a leaf or a petal, because it's just shape. One round at the top here. And then the next one that we're going to add to it is the drop down one. So I've got glue on the back of my hand, or you could do it on paper, or you could go in with your spray glue. And lovely John Lockwood was going to let me borrow his spray glue, but I couldn't figure out, there was two of us trying to figure out which box it was in. We couldn't even open them. So I've gone with the regular PVA. Now I've die cut this out of the handmade papers, which I know they're on the show as well. So the big handmade papers, this is one of the brown ones. Of course you could die cut it out of, if you haven't got any brown paper, the one that Anne-Marie's done is on craft card, or if you've just got white cardstock, use your inks. So, but you could have a pink deer if you wanted. You could also make antlers for this as well, if you wanted to add to it. So Robbie was talking about, oh, you could make antlers.
Just divine, isn't it?
It's
What's
cool,
the
isn't
nose? I'm fascinated. Is that like a? Is it a button, or is it something that Anne-Marie's made?
It's a button. It's
That's
a button,
so
but I'm not
nice.
using a button.
No, but it's so lovely.
Right. So again, a little bit of glue on the back there. So it's die cut out of the handmade papers. But get that. Oh, come on, you little devil. There we go. Right, get that one.
Oh, stop the press, everyone.
Yep.
53 minutes into hour number 1.
And everything falls off the counter.
Just carry on, Charmaine. Almost half the stock sold out and gone. I'm so sorry. I'm going home. I'm going home. That's it. I'm done. I'm so sorry.
It was a big puff and it went.
Honestly, every time I breathe in here, so sorry. There you go. There
You're
was
like Superman, aren't you?
dramatic way to announce nearly half the stock gone. We're not nearly half the way through the day, though. That's the thing.
And you blew it all away.
I did. Well, we'll keep that for the Christmas tape. Merry Christmas, everyone. Derek strikes again. Jack, I'm so sorry. Sorry, Charmaine. I'm not sure. See, I can't even blame you for that in any way, shape, or form.
Hey,
your influence.
Maybe we were both stood here and we both went together.
That was like the that was like huff and puff and blow your house down, though, wasn't it?
Where will the three little piggies come? We've got one that a stem that comes down, and you've got the shorter one. So this one is forming the neck. So we cross it over, and I can't take credit for this because it was Anne-Marie who pulled it together. And when she showed me, well, I can't repeat what I actually said, but it was like words to blah-de, blah-de, blah.